Sky continent within the estate of the Shaw clan. This is Kale Shaw, 16 years old. He is the only grandson of the Shaw clan's fifth elder. Today is his wedding day. For a waist like him to be marrying Summer Moon, the brightest jewel of flowing Cloud City, feels like a dream. She is a woman of immense talent and beauty, while his own bloodline was born crippled. Would she be willing to marry someone like him? Far outside Kale Shaw's room, two of his cousins were plotting. One was Saul Shaw, grandson of the second elder, who was handing a small pouch of powder to the other, Jade Dragon Shaw, the grandson of the clan master. Brother Jade Dragon, this poison is colorless and odorless. One sip and he dies instantly. It will leave no trace. You will definitely be satisfied. Jade Dragon Shaw looked at his underling, pleased, and smiled sinister lie. Of course I trust you to get the job done. As he spoke, he took a bowl of soup and poured the powder in. Just then, the only daughter of the fifth elder, the 15-year-old Serene Shaw, was passing by. Serene, where are you going? Jade Dragon Shaw called out. She turned around. I just made some soup for Kale and was about to bring it to him. Nonsense. Jade Dragon suddenly stopped her. Kale is getting married. He has to consummate the marriage tonight. How can he drink something like this? Here. Take this instead. It's a great tonic. As he spoke, he swapped her bowl with his own. Serene asked with a puzzled look, a great tonic. What's it for? Kale is perfectly healthy. You wouldn't understand the matters between men, Jade Dragon said loudly. Don't worry, would I ever try to harm my own cousin? Seeing this, Serene felt a bit of confusion in her heart. Why is Jade Dragon Shaw suddenly so concerned about Kale? Is there anything wrong with an older brother caring for his younger brother? He replied, forcing a kind expression. Hurry along now or the soup will get cold. After she had walked some distance, Jade Dragon watched her go. Clenching his fists and muttering, Kale Shaw, don't blame me for being cruel. You forced my hand. Summer Moon is mine. The only one who can marry her is me, Jade Dragon Shaw. Not a waste like you. Inside Kale Shaw's wedding room. Little aunt, this is. It's a special soup. They say it's a great tonic. I don't know what it tastes like, she explained. My little aunt, I'll love it, he said with a smile. NPH, such a sweet talker. Kale didn't reply, simply raising the bowl to his lips and drinking it all in one go. How does it taste? Serene asked curiously. But she received no answer. Instead, she saw Kale suddenly break out in a cold sweat, clutching his head and crying out. Little aunt, why do I feel so dizzy, so sleepy? I want to sleep. After saying that, he collapsed onto the table, motionless. Seeing this, she rushed over in a panic. Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. But by this time he was already still, having fallen into a deep slumber. A long, long time ago, on the blue cloud continent, a newborn baby was abandoned in the forest. Its unwilling cries shattered the tranquility of the place. An old man dressed like a physician suddenly appeared. He walked over, discovered the baby, and picked it up. Poor child, you were abandoned, weren't you? To meet by chance is to be bound by fate. The clouds here are gentle, the mountains lush. I will call you Cloud Kale. I want to take you as my disciple to teach you to gather herbs, refine medicine, and save all living beings. Do you agree? I'll pay you 5 million a month. Hearing the stipend, the baby reacted as if hearing his father's voice. He immediately stopped crying and broke into a wide grin. The old man nodded calmly. Seeing you so happy, I'll take that as a yes. From now on, this will be our mission as master and disciple. In a flash, 24 years had passed, which brings us back to the introduction at the beginning of the story. Cloud Kale, covered in wounds, walked a path littered with corpses. He muttered, Die, all of you die. All of you must die along with my master. Soon, the sound of pursuit came from behind him. He turned back, a cold smile on his face. Caught up so quickly, good. Then let's go there and put an end to this. A while later, at the peak of Cloud's End Cliff, Cloud Kale, you disgrace to the saint of medicine. You used the sky poison pearl to release a deadly poison, killing millions of citizens of the Blue Cloud continent. Don't think you can escape death by hiding on Cloud's End Cliff. Today, the 7 great sects will act on behalf of the heavens and eliminate a beast like you. Cloud Kale, his mouth bloody, glared at the crowd with hatred. Stop pretending. There are no outsiders here. Always talking about acting on behalf of the heavens. Don't you get tired of it? You all just want to get your hands on this. As he spoke, he revealed a round, green pearl in his hand, known as the sky poison pearl. Seeing the sky poison pearl light up, the men were overjoyed, swallowing their saliva. Their 3-day pursuit had not been in vain. Cloud Kale, the #1 divine artifact of the Blue Cloud continent, you are not worthy of it. Hand over the sky poison pearl now. Hearing these words, Cloud Kale was filled with bitterness. My master spent his life practicing medicine and saved countless people, yet to obtain the sky poison pearl, you all forced him to his death. In your dreams, he shouted, then brought the glowing pearl to his mouth and swallowed it. The crowd was terrified. Damn it, he swallowed the sky poison pearl, Cloud Kale. You're asking to die, but it doesn't matter if he swallowed it. We'll just kill him and take it back. Realizing this, the men charged forward like tigers pouncing on their prey. Cloud Kale let out a great laugh and roared. If I, Cloud Kale, am to die, it will be by my own hand. As he spoke, he threw himself backward off the mountain peak, falling into the abyss. The crowd was furious. That madman, he really jumped. Cloud's End Cliff is one of the most dangerous places. Jumping is certain death. MPH, dying at Cloud's End Cliff is getting off easy for him. Kale closed his eyes tightly. As he fell, his entire life flashed before him. He was not bound by anything. His only regret was not being able to avenge his master, nor find his birth parents. He clenched the necklace around his neck, which emitted a strange green light. At this moment, Cloud Kale's consciousness merged with Kale Shaw's on the profound sky continent. Beside him, Serene was extremely worried. Kale, wake up. Don't scare me. Please open your eyes. Cloud Kale's consciousness gradually awakened. He suddenly sat up. Seeing this, Serene breathed a sigh of relief. What is this? Am I still alive? Cloud Kale quickly sat up and found himself in a room with a red bed and soft blankets. A young woman rushed forward and hugged him. Thank goodness, heaven has blessed us. Kale is finally awake. He wasn't dead. His mind struggled to comprehend the current situation. Miss, who are you? He suddenly noticed the person next to him, a girl who looked to be only 15 or 16. Serene heard this and grew angry. I'm your little aunt, Serene Shaw. Kale, how could you forget me? Suddenly, a stream of memories flowed into him. Right, little aunt. We grew up together. When we were 12, we used to bathe together. You even have a mole on your butt. You jerk, Serene blushed with embarrassment. Don't talk about things like that. Today is your wedding day. You suddenly fainted and made Grandpa so worried. Wait here, I'll go get him. And Kale sat up on the bed again, taking a moment to examine himself. This is my current identity. This is the Shockland. Today is my wedding day with Summer Moon. But didn't I jump from clouds and cliff and die? Was everything that happened on the Blue Cloud continent just a dream? Suddenly he felt something was wrong. He raised his hand to look. A faint light glowed on his palm, revealing a circular mark. The sky poison pearl is still here, and it has fused with my body. Could it be? I've been reborn? Thinking this, he gently felt it. At this moment, a different scent wafted from his lips. Kale Shah gently pursed his lips and his expression immediately changed. This is heart minus devouring powder. He immediately thought of the broken bowl on the floor. Kale Shah's eyes turned grim, and he understood in an instant. So, he had been poisoned to death by the soup containing the heart minus devouring powder. After dying, he was reincarnated, but unexpectedly, he was reborn into the body that had just died in his previous life. He stared at the mark that looked just like the sky poison pearl and subconsciously muttered. The sky poison pearl can neutralize all poisons, and since it had fused with his body, he was still alive. He thought for a moment and clutched his head. Damn, this is crazy. Rebirth is shocking enough, but to be reborn at this exact moment is too much of a coincidence. But he stopped thinking about it. Being alive is good enough, and I even get a beautiful wife. Why think so much? Just then, an old man burst into the room with a panicked voice. My boy, how are you? My boy, are you really all right? Do you feel strange anywhere, Grandpa? Don't worry, I'm really fine, Kale replied calmly, seeing the worried expression on Ignis's face and his head full of white hair. Kale couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Sob. The old man hugged him, looking worried. At this moment, Serene reminded him, Father, Kale still has to go welcome the bride. Let's not waste time. Seeing Kale's condition, Ignis finally felt at ease. He glanced at the light outside. Right, my boy. Get ready. Go welcome the bride quickly. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the broken bowl on the floor. Serene also noticed it. Oh, I forgot to clean that up. By the way, Kale, how did Jade Dragon Shaw's tonic soup taste? She turned and asked. Wait, this was Jade Dragon Shaw's soup? He asked in surprise. Yes. He said you needed a great tonic. Hearing this, he sneered inwardly. So that's how it is. I never thought the one to kill me would be you, my good cousin. The world he was in had something called profound energy, which originated from profound veins. People with profound energy possessed extraordinary strength. They could easily break trees with their bare hands and shatter stones with their feet. Those without profound energy would feel exhausted just lifting a large rock. Based on the intensity of profound energy, it was divided into 10 major realms. Each realm was a strict hierarchy that could not be easily surpassed, from elementary profound to nascent profound. True profound, spirit profound, earth profound, sky profound, emperor profound, tired profound, sovereign profound, and even the divine. In the profound sky continent, profound energy was supreme. The strong were revered by thousands while the weak had to bow to them. Outside in Flowing Cloud City, people were gossiping about today's grand wedding. Have you heard? Today is the wedding of Kale Shaw of the Shaw clan and Summer Moon. The #1 pearl of Flowing Cloud City, Kale Shaw. Isn't he that waste who can't even cultivate? How could Summer Moon possibly be interested in him? I heard Kale Shaw's father died saving Summer Moon, so that's why. Ah, why don't I have such a good father? Don't be ridiculous, he's still a young master of the Shaw clan after all. The man in white scoffed. He's considered a young master. Have you heard about the chamber pot incident at the Shaw clan? The main characters of the story are Kale Shaw and a servant who was supposed to empty the chamber pot. Oh my god, you pee that much in one night? Are you a water jug? It wasn't on purpose, Kale said shyly. I just drank a little too much water. The servant couldn't be bothered and made him empty his own pot. Hearing this, the crowd laughed heartily. And guess what happened? That Kale Shaw actually went and emptied his own chamber pot. What a pathetic young master, one jeered. It's a pity for Summer Moon. She has such extraordinary talent and beauty, yet she's marrying a waste. An old man about to die also joined in the fun. What are you pitying? A black robed man sneered. As if she would ever pay attention to an old man like you. The old man chuckled. To be honest, I am at least a 3rd- level profound realm expert. With a wave of my hand, I could kill that Kale Shaw. Hearing this, the crowd was speechless. What a braggart, you call yourself an expert, what a disgrace. Well, at least compared to that waste, I am an expert. That's also true. In Kale's room, Serene was helping him get ready. Kale, later when you welcome the bride, don't pay any attention to what outsiders say. In my heart you are always the best. He just smiled. Aren't people saying I'm a waste? I'm used to it. But he didn't agree. In his first life, his bloodline was crippled, making him weakened, allowing others to walk all over him. In his second life, he was the successor to a medical saint, a god of medicine. I'm coming, a voice called. He pushed the door open and walked out calmly. He would repair his profound veins and stand at the peak. Serene Shaw stood frozen for a long while, then the corners of her lips curled up slightly, like a little girl who had just been given a candy apple, and she skipped out after him. Kale Shaw stepped out of his room where a barely presentable wedding procession was already waiting. But the wedding procession was a group of rough-looking men who had been single for 20 years. Good heavens, he was immediately speechless. I'm taking these guys to get the bride? Am I trying to scare her to death? Saul Shaw looked at him with feigned goodwill. Brother, this is the team I specially prepared for you. I say, Brother Saul, couldn't you have picked some better looking people for me? This looks more like an off-fan meeting of some obscure group. You're blaming me wrongly. The man shook his head and pointed at the motley crew. Today you are the main character. Without them, how can your dashing aura be elevated? Seeing one of them, who looked like he spent all day listening to sappy music, Kale lamented, does my beauty even need their help? Young master, we need to go, one reminded him. This time he looked again and saw it was a donkey. Serene looked at Saul Shaw with displeasure. It's my brother's wedding and you prepared a donkey. You clearly have no respect for my father. I wouldn't dare, Saul Shaw chuckled. The fifth elder is still the top master in Flowing Cloud City. How would I dare to offend him? Then what's with this donkey? Do you expect Kale to ride a donkey to pick up his bride? To be honest, he feigned a bitter smile. All the horses in the estate are busy attending a Jackfin meeting today. I have no other choice. Just then, Jade Dragon Shoal walked over. What's all the commotion about? I was just passing by. Is something wrong? Just a small matter, not worth Brother Jade Dragon's attention. Saul Shaw waved his hand dismissively. Kale Shaw smiled. It's just that the horses in the estate are at a fan meeting. Riding a donkey is fine, no problem at all. Serene was indignant. Kale, why are you defending Saul? It's really unfair to you. Jade Dragon Shaw pretended to be sympathetic. For the sake of your bride, what's a little hardship? He said, deliberately mocking him. Brother Jade Dragon, don't you agree? Then I wish you an early return with the beauty. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he dragged Saul Shaw away. But Serene was still Jade Dragon Shaw the truth. Saul was clearly bullying you. He smiled bitterly. This girl is really naive. Both of them are villains. Does she really think Jade Dragon Shaw would handle it fairly? I'm going to find your grandfather. They've gone too far. She still couldn't swallow her anger. Come on, he said, a little annoyed. If you make such a scene, how am I supposed to get married? It would be better if you didn't. She immediately turned and muttered, what did you say, little Ann? Let's go. As he spoke, he mounted the donkey. After the procession had gone some distance, Serene was dazed. It's clearly Kale's wedding day. I should be happy. Why do I feel like crying? I should be smiling. In Kale Shaw's heart, a similar thought arose. If only you weren't my little aunt. Kale sat steadily on the donkey. The wedding procession set off amidst the sound of gongs and drums, heading straight for the summer estate. The moment Kale left his sight, the smile on Jade Dragon Shaw's face stiffened. Then his expression turned incredibly grim. Didn't you say the heart-minus devouring powder was potent? That one sip would be certain death. Why is he still alive? The slap sent Saul Shaw flying, his left cheek swelling up high. He quickly said in terror, I don't know why this happened either. Kale Shaw had clearly passed out, but he suddenly woke up. Jade Dragon Shaw's face contorted. Am I supposed to just watch as Summer Moon marries that waste, Kale Shaw? That kid just left. The road to pick up the bride is our chance. For example, we could kidnap the bride. Saul Shaw suggested a foolish plan. If it were that simple, would I have needed to wait until now? Jade Dragon Shaw cut Saul Shaw off coldly. Although Kale is a waste, his grandfather, Ignis Shaw, is at the 10th level of the profound realm. No one in Flowing Cloud City can match him. He clenched his fists and repeatedly punched a pillar. Boss, actually, you don't need to worry so much. Saul Shaw glanced at Jade Dragon Shaw's expression and said carefully, we can think about it from another angle. Summer Moon is the #1 pearl of Flowing Cloud City. She's only marrying Kale because of an agreement. With her status, she would never let a waste like Kale touch a single finger of hers. On the contrary, in all of Flowing Cloud City, the only one worthy of Summer Moon is a talented genius like you, boss. He flattered endlessly. Hearing Saul Shaw's words, Jade Dragon Shaw's grim expression began to relax a little. Don't beat around the bush, keep talking. When Kale marries Summer Moon, isn't he just bringing her back for you? When the time comes, you and Summer Moon will have more contact. With your excellence, a spark is bound to ignite between you. Jade Dragon Shaw stroked his chin. Hearing you put it that way, I do feel quite excited. It might be a good thing that we didn't manage to poison him initially. Today, Flowing Cloud City was unusually lively. The reason, of course, was the grand wedding of Kale Shaw and Summer Moon. Kale getting married was a normal affair that no one would care about, but Summer Moon getting married was definitely a major event, enough to shake the entire Flowing Cloud City. As soon as the Shaw family's wedding procession appeared, the streets of Flowing Cloud City became bustling. Spectators filled both sides of the road. As the procession moved forward, various whispers reached Kale's ears. As expected of the wealthiest family in Flowing Cloud City, even the red carpet is over 10 miles long. Kale didn't let those words affect him at all. He smiled at the crowd. I can marry the #1 beauty of Flowing Cloud City on a donkey. Let's see you all try to do the same. Damn it, tomorrow I'll call my firefly brothers. We'll blast oh my lie in front of your house. Besides being handsome and rich, what do you have that's better than me? Oh my, I'm so scared, he chuckled. Son. Second son. Someone dares to provoke this young master. Immediately, two of the horse-faced men appeared, shouting, who dares to touch our young master? Anyone who causes trouble for the young master will have to step over our dead bodies. As they spoke, they kept singing Oh My Lie, making the crowd want to vomit. My eyes, it stings so much. Please, you two warriors. Stop. Seeing this scene, Kailsha pursed his lips. Young master. I've lived 2 lifetimes. Do you think I can't handle a bunch of commoners like you? The wedding procession moved neither fast nor slow, and after nearly half an hour it finally arrived at the main gate of the summer estate. A tall, sturdy figure ran quickly towards Kailsha. The man didn't look old, but he was at least 2 meters tall with a body as strong as an ox. As he ran, the ground seemed to shake. Brother in law, you're finally my brother in law. Kail watched him approach, swallowed hard, and his eyes widened. Good heavens, take it easy, or your sister will become a widow. Hearing Kail's words, Baron Summer scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Brother in law, I got a little excited. Try to be less excited in the future. My body can't handle you. He wiped his sweat. You've grown a lot taller. Ha 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 ha. Now my brother in law looks like a bean. Baron said, laughing. This is no joke. You're only 15. The servants, seeing Kail, couldn't stop pointing. That's Kailsha. Why is he riding a donkey? As expected of the famously foolish young master, you people. Baron said angrily. You're not allowed to talk about my brother in law like that. It's okay, he quickly stopped him. Just then a middle-aged man walked out. It was Summer Moon's father, Arthur Summer. Kailsha's eyes lit up and he said respectfully, Father in law. He truly respected Arthur Summer because he was a sworn brother to his father. From childhood he had received countless cold stares, but Arthur Summer had always cared for him. Even though he was born with crippled profound veins, Arthur Summer did not violate the agreement he made with his father back then. When Summer Moon turned 16, he took the initiative to marry her to Kailsha. Arthur Summer nodded and patted Kail's shoulder. Kail, from today on, I'm entrusting Summer Moon to you. Although you are not a great hero, and you are not of noble birth, you are the son of Eagleshaw, my heroic brother. You are Eagleshaw's son. Even if your profound veins are damaged, I refuse to believe that your future will be that of an ordinary person. Father in law. Kailsha's eyes flickered, then he nodded calmly, but firmly. Treat my daughter well. As for the rumors out there, just let them be. Father in law, he said loudly. Rest assured. Although I am currently looked down upon by everyone, the hidden dragon in the deep will one day awaken. At that time, I will make those who scorn me and those rumors disappear. Arthur Summer was startled. He knew that Kail had always been weak and gentle, often revealing a diffident attitude. He spoke with such heroic words. Moreover, his sharp gaze and calm expression combined with his deep eyes gave him a sense of inscrutability completely different from his past weak demeanor. Good. Arthur Summer nodded. I believe that day will come for you. Summer Moon, come out now. As he spoke, he glanced towards the bride. Supported by 2 bridesmaids, Summer Moon finally appeared before Kail. Her head was adorned with a crimson phoenix crown, and a beaded curtain hung down, completely obscuring her face, making it impossible for anyone to see her expression. The dress was cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. He stepped forward and extended his hand towards Summer Moon. Summer Moon also gently reached out. But just as Summer Moon's hand was about to touch his, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly came from Kail's hand, even his arm to throb with pain and become rigid, unable to move a single bit. Summer Moon's hand rested on Kail's, and her body moved gracefully into the bridal sedan. To others, it looked as if she had placed her hand in his and he had helped her in. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh with regret. Marrying anyone else would have been better than marrying Kailsha. The young miss is truly pitiful. Kail looked at his own hand and secretly marveled. It seems this wife of mine is no ordinary person. Kail mounted his donkey, and the wedding procession immediately turned back. The Summer family's escort team followed closely behind. heading straight for the Shaw clan estate. An hour and a half later the procession returned to the Shaw clan's gate. The journey was long but incredibly smooth. While the envious ones could only watch in silence. I wonder what the young miss of the Summer family looks like. I'm so excited. If I'm lucky enough to catch a glimpse of her beauty, that would be great. Stop dreaming. Only the groom gets to see the bride's face first. Entering the main gate of the Shaw clan, the noise did not diminish. This was the main hall of the Shaw clan, extravagantly decorated for the wedding. At the highest point of the hall, Ignis Shaw and Arthur Summer had taken their seats, their faces full of smiles as they watched Kale lead Summer Moon in. The sandalwood chairs on both sides of the carpet were, arranged in 3 rows, already filled with people. The voice of the ceremony's host finally ceased. After a moment's pause, a piercing voice rang out for the second time, "Second bow to the elders." The couple turned and bowed respectfully to Ignis Shaw and Arthur Summer. Ignis Shaw smiled and nodded, lovingly watching as Kale finally brought his granddaughter Law through the door. Arthur Summer also smiled, without a trace of dissatisfaction. Bow to each other. Kale turned to face Summer Moon. Almost at the same time, Summer Moon's body had also turned towards him, her movements without a hint of hesitation. This made many of the young men in the Shaw clan secretly grit their teeth. They all thought that Summer Moon would never agree to marry Kale, a cripple. They assumed she must have been forced by the Summer family to go this far. But to their immense disappointment, up to this moment, Summer Moon's behavior had been perfectly proper. No one could see any sign of resistance from her. At this point there should have been thunderous applause, loud laughter, and cheers. But in the main hall, there were only a few scattered and extremely disorganized claps. Fifth elder, a bald man, stood up and said. He was in his 40s with a gentle appearance. For the 5th elder to have such a granddaughter Law. Ignis Shaw was not angry. He had long been accustomed to the provocations of these people. He smiled inferently. "Thank you all for coming to the wedding. The banquet has been prepared, please have a few more drinks." "The ceremony is over, no need for drinks," one immediately replied. "My nephew's training cannot be delayed. I must personally supervise him." Several others said something similar, intending to leave. Ignis Shaw immediately flew into a rage. "It's my grandson's wedding, and you won't even drink a toast? You clearly have no respect for me." The old man was not to be outdone, his eyes showing a sharp glint. "Ignis Shaw, listen carefully. Wait another 100 years, and after you've raised your crippled grandson well, then we'll talk." Suddenly sensing the change in atmosphere, Kale thought, what the hell? His forehead was covered in sweat. He hurriedly rushed through the next procedure, shouting from his throat, "The groom and bride are now sent to the bridal chamber. Honored guests, please enjoy the banquet." A mater start led Summer Moon to sit on the bed. The room was suddenly quiet, and he could vaguely hear his own breathing. Summer Moon sat there silently without a sound. Kale did not approach her but sat in a chair. His eyes filled with a grim darkness. "Your grandfather was humiliated like that on your wedding day. You must be feeling terrible, right?" A soft voice, tinged with indifference, came from beside his ear. Kale was startled. Summer Moon had taken the initiative to speak to him. This felt unbelievable to him, even though her words were quite piercing. Kale averted his gaze, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Take off the phoenix crown. That thing is too heavy. It's not comfortable to wear for so long. You're my wife after all. Don't want your neck to get crooked." Summer Moon paused for a moment, then her fair hand lifted, and she silently removed the phoenix crown. Instantly a face so beautiful it took one's breath away came into Kale's view. Indeed, her reputation is well deserved. Kale whispered. He stared at her without blinking, her beautiful eyes seeming to have an endless, abyssal attraction, pulling his consciousness and thoughts into them, making it hard to control himself. Summer Moon walked to within 3 steps of Kale and stopped, her beautiful eyes looking directly into his. "Your expression changes so quickly. It seems you're not as weak as people say. Could it be you're secretly enduring it all?" He chuckled awkwardly. "My profound veins are indeed crippled. Naturally, I belong to the weaker side. Whether I endure it or not, what difference does it make?" "But," she said nothing more and struck out at him with her palm. Kale was suddenly shocked. With his crippled body, he obviously couldn't dodge the blow. The icy palm struck him squarely in the chest, leaving a patch of white frost. Summer Moon then said that his crippled profound veins were not from birth but were injured by an external force after he was born. What did you say? That's right, Summer Moon lowered her eyelashes. She said softly, and it was a severe injury when you were young. But your family didn't discover it in time, so no treatment was administered. Even if they had, it would have been impossible to cure. Summer Moon's last sentence was extremely firm and confident. Kale's expression did not change. He said very calmly, "That's what you say, but it's not certain." Those few sentences made Kale's impression of Summer Moon change drastically. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "I've never heard of anyone in Flowing Cloud City who can use this kind of ice-based technique." Summer Moon remained silent for a long time. Just when Kale thought she wouldn't speak, he heard her say calmly, "Ice Cloud Arts." This name made Kale's heart stir with a vague sense of familiarity. Then he suddenly remembered what this name represented, and his face changed dramatically. His voice uncontrollably escaped. The Ice Cloud Palace, one of the four great sects of the Blue Wind Empire. She tilted her head and said in all of Flowing Cloud City, "Only my father knows about this. In name you are already my husband, so telling you is fine. That year, my life was saved by your Uncle Shaw, and he died because he was ambushed while saving me, unable to resist. Although it was to repay a debt, I do not regret marrying you. However, there will be no husband and wife matters between us. Don't misunderstand, it's not that I look down on you." As she spoke, a thick layer of cold ki rose from her feet. To cultivate the ice cloud, one must first cultivate an ice heart. The Ice Cloud Palace only accepts female disciples who remain celibate for life. Although I am married to you, I will never love anyone in this lifetime. Young master, it's time to toast the guests. A voice suddenly came from outside. You should go. Her voice lowered. Kale responded with a sound, glanced one last time at Summer Moon, tidied his clothes, and walked out the door. As soon as Kale left, a bright ice flower appeared in the room. Within the ice flower, a snow-white figure appeared in a dreamlike manner in front of Summer Moon. Summer Moon stepped forward, bowed her body gracefully, and said respectfully, "Summer Moon, you have achieved your wish. You should return with me to the Ice Cloud Palace now." Celine Chu of the Ice Cloud Palace spoke. Summer Moon, however, gently shook her head. "Master, Summer Moon wishes to stay a while longer. If I leave right after the wedding, he will be subjected to endless and even more piercing ridicule." The white-robed woman looked at her with a calm gaze. After a moment, she slowly nodded. A slight smile. "Very well, since we made an exception for you to marry, delaying for another month is fine. Thank you, master, for your understanding." Summer Moon bowed. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Master, his profound veins. Is there really no possibility of a cure?" The white-robed woman shook her head almost without hesitation. "Summer Moon, you have a kind, compassionate, and benevolent heart. That is very good. But this time, Master truly cannot help you." Summer Moon did not ask again. Given the white-robed woman's level and status, if she said there was no possibility, then there was indeed no possibility at all. In the main hall of the Shaw clan, the hall was filled with guests. "First elder, please have a drink." The first elder of the Shaw clan, Ignis Lee, picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Then he placed the cup back on the table. The entire process, apart from a snort, he did not say another word, not even glancing at Kale. Kale also said nothing and moved on to the next table. He had only taken 2 steps when Ignis Lee spat on the ground and let out a cold snort loud enough for Kale to hear. "A pity for the flower to be stuck in a pile of cow dung. I despise him." Kale's expression did not change, and his steps did not stop, as if he hadn't heard anything. But deep in his eyes, a hint of icy coldness condensed. "These old geezers, they don't know what's good for them. If it weren't for the severe side effects of using the sky poison pearl in my next life, I would have poisoned you all to death tonight." Suddenly, a hand placed a wine cup in front of him. It was Jade Dragon Shaw. "Brother, have a few drinks with me. My tolerance for alcohol isn't very good," he said shyly. Salsha replied impatiently, "We're showing you respect by drinking with you. Why aren't you returning the favor? Come on, drink up." Kale sneered inwardly and held out his hand with the marked, "Then I'll drink with you, brothers." We won't go home until we're drunk tonight. 2 hours later, the two of them were dead drunk at the table. When he returned to his courtyard, the full moon was already high in the night sky. Kale walked to a corner of the courtyard. Thanks to the space within the sky poison pearl, it was no problem to store even a large amount of alcohol. And they wanted to get me drunk. He looked around and then extended his left hand. After half a day of sputtering, he finally expelled all the alcohol from the sky poison pearl like a flood. The servants who saw this were dumbfounded. Returning like this would be too boring. I have to give my wife a little surprise. Drinking a little fake wine is like being drunk. Kale raised his alcohol-soaked left hand and suddenly grinned. He slapped the alcohol directly onto his face, then held his breath. Anyone else seeing this would have thought he was washing his face with his own urine and would have stayed far away. He made his face flush red, then staggered, stumbling left and right, as he pushed open the door and entered the bridal chamber. And a strong smell of alcohol followed him in. As Kale entered, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Summer Moon. At this moment, Summer Moon was sitting upright on the bed, her beautiful eyes closed, looking exceptionally serene. The dim red candlelight shone on her beautiful face, adding a dreamlike and captivating quality that was irresistible. Kale's eyes lit up, a lecherous smile on his face. He staggered toward Summer Moon. Whiffy, Summer Moon. I was wrong. I want a hug. Summer Moon's eyes flew open, and she casually waved her right hand forward. An irresistible icy cold key swept towards Kale, directly throwing his body out the door. His butt hit the ground in the courtyard, almost knocking over the only stone slab. Kale cried out in pain, rubbed his butt, and took a long time to stand up, still roaring, "Are you trying to murder your husband? Open the door. I was just joking just now. On our wedding night you can't leave me outside. People will laugh at me. No matter what, I'm your husband. Can you bear to have people laugh at me?" Summer Moon did not answer. The room was still silent. Just as Kale was about to kick the door, the tightly closed door slowly opened. Kale rushed in with the speed of lightning. Hey, let's consummate our marriage. He wore a sinister expression. On the bed, Summer Moon maintained her previous posture. She was just sitting in a normal posture, yet she exuded a kind of hazy noble, an elegant temperament. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, glanced at the slightly disheveled Kale, and said calmly, "Don't come within 5 steps of me. Also, don't call me Whiffy. Then how should I sleep? You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor." Summer Moon stood up from the bed. Kale refused decisively. "How can a man let his wife sleep on the floor? Then you sleep there." She pointed to a bed she had prepared on the floor. He was speechless. So, she really intended for him to sleep on the floor? Whiffy. Summer Moon. It seems you dislike me a little. Actually, I wasn't drunk at all. I was just joking earlier. I know, she replied coldly. Don't call me Whiffy. Kale snorted. I married you, we've bowed to all the elders. Is it wrong to call you Whiffy? Summer Moon finally spoke. But I'm disgusted by men who urinate wherever they please. Kale's eyes widened and he immediately became flustered. What do you mean I urinate wherever I please? I was pouring out alcohol back then. Kale roared furiously. After a while, he heard Summer Moon's calm voice. I was also joking. Kale almost coughed up blood. In the end, he chose to go outside. I can sleep comfortably on a bed. The floor is cold and hard. How is that a place to sleep? So annoying. If this young master could beat you, I would have pinned you down long ago. Ah, how can I restore my profound veins? I can't be a useless fool for the rest of my life. At this moment, a slight tremor came from the palm of his left hand. Kale instinctively raised his left hand. He was surprised to see the image of the sky poison pearl emitting a faint glow. Flashing at a high frequency, Kale's pupils contracted. In his past life on the Blue Cloud continent, the sky poison pearl had only flashed a total of 6 times. Each time it lit up, it meant there was a rare treasure nearby. Kale didn't hesitate and immediately followed the direction. The back mountain was quiet and dark. In the past, Kale would never had the courage to come here in the middle of the night. However, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the countless stars made the light not to dim. Kale looked around, made sure no one was there, and lightly stepped in the direction the sky poison pearl was pointing. Under the moonlight, the mountain range was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, mysterious and dangerous. It didn't take long for Kale to reach the foot of the mountain, and it was here that the flashing frequency of the sky poison pearl reached its peak. Kale stopped, feeling very puzzled. He scanned the area. Apart from weeds, he couldn't even find the most common medicinal herbs. Something's not right. I clearly followed the guidance of the sky poison pearl. Just as he was about to leave, a place in the corner of his eye suddenly seemed to change. Kale's senses were now extremely sharp. He quickly looked up and immediately turned towards the place where he had just felt something was wrong. Kale walked over and squatted down. "Up here," he said softly. This empty space was very small, and most it could only grow to small blades of grass. It flashed for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. Kale's eyes suddenly widened in ecstatic joy. He quickly reached out his left hand, bringing the sky poison pearl in his palm close to the empty space. Instantly, a faint green light shone down, and two small blades of grass slowly revealed themselves. They were only 2 fingers high, completely green, and looked very similar to the surrounding weeds. Star-concealing grass. It's actually star-concealing grass, and there are 2 of them, Kale exclaimed excitedly. His left hand shot out, and as the sky poison pearl flashed, the 2 blades of star-concealing grass were in his palm. In his next life, he had lived for 24 years and had only ever seen one plant. This was truly an excellent treasure. Anything was possible. He absolutely could not let anyone else see it. With that thought, he stored the 2 blades of star-concealing grass in the sky poison pearl. Kale was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the cold flashing light. By the dim moonlight, he vaguely saw a white figure about 50 meters to the north, indistinct. What is that? Could it be another treasure? But the sky poison pearl didn't react. As Kale gradually approached, he suddenly realized it was a person. A person lying quietly there. In his sight, the figure showed no reaction at all, not even a breath or a slight movement. Could they have fainted or died? Kale did not hesitate and walked quickly over. As he reached the figure, the moonlight shone down, and in the moment he saw her clearly, Kale was directly stunned. This was indeed a girl, but what caught his attention was her hair. It was a demonic, bright red color. Kale bent down, reached out, and gently shook the girl's shoulder. "Little sister, little." He had only said one word when his voice suddenly stopped. The hand that was shaking her shoulder was also withdrawn as quickly as lightning. Because through the thin layer of clothing, the feeling that came from his hand was completely icy cold, without a trace of the warmth a living person should have. What shocked Kale even more was that when he touched the girl's body, he clearly felt a deadly poison. That's right, a deadly poison. A kind of deadly poison he had never encountered before. Its toxicity was stronger than any other terrifying poison he had ever known. He yelped like a dog that had lost its value, shaking his head in agony. Suddenly, after a moment, it stopped. A wave of fear washed over Kale's heart. If he didn't have the sky poison pearl, which made him immune to all poisons, he would have been poisoned to death. Why is this little girl afflicted with such a terrifying poison, and lying in this place? If the sky poison pearl had been a moment later, he would surely be dead by now. And at this moment the girl's right hand slowly reached out. To Kale's shock, it tightly grasped his wrist. Her lips moved slightly, emitting a faint sound, and the content of the sound was clearly sky poison pearl. Kale's heart shook again, almost unable to believe his own ears. "You know about the sky poison pearl?" The girl opened her pale lips and bit down on his fingers. Kale's middle and index fingers were immediately bitten, and they started to bleed. All the blood that flowed out was sucked into the girl's mouth, not a single drop falling to the ground. "Little sister, you," Kale cried out in pain, and at this moment a strange sensation came from his left palm. His heart stirred, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Where did she go? Could she be inside the sky poison pearl? He immediately closed his eyes, collected his thoughts, and sent his consciousness into the space of the sky poison pearl. The green space inside the sky poison pearl was originally empty. But this time when he entered, he saw a snow-white, exquisitely carved body quietly floating before his eyes. Kale's eyes widened as he quietly floated closer to the girl, but the difference was, this time she had suddenly appeared inside the sky poison pearl, completely naked. Her delicate jade-like body was revealed before his eyes without any cover. Kale suddenly realized she was cleansing the poison from her body. but the sky poison pearl had already fused with his body. Could it be because she drank my blood? What on earth is going on? Kale's mind was in a complete mess. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't figure out what had happened. He stared at the girl silently for a long time. Then he reached out his hand. No matter what, she's in my body, so she should pay a small fee. That's not too much to ask. Let's just try a little. Damn it, FBI, this guy is molesting a loli. But immediately his other hand, as if with a will of its own, suddenly stopped the first hand. No, she's just a child. No, a girl. How can I do something so despicable? Just like that, Kale decided to let her stay in there for 2 days and then figure things out. In the dead of night, he sat there muttering, "Right, I'm definitely not holding back from touching her because I'm scared of her status." "Kale, who are you planning to touch?" This voice made Kale's eyes fly open, and he blurted out, "No, I don't want to touch anyone." The figure opposite him let out a soft sigh and ran closer. Under the moonlight, a beautiful and pure face was revealed. It was Serene Shaw. Seeing Kale clearly, her beautiful eyes widened. Kale scratched his head. He couldn't say that his wife wouldn't let him sleep on the bed, so he ran out here. That would be too embarrassing. So he replied, "I couldn't sleep at night, so I came out to look at the stars. It's dangerous here." "What if someone comes out?" she gently reminded him. "No wonder," he replied with a laugh, "so my little aunt is worried about me." Serene's voice trailed off, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She wanted to go to the back mountain to look at the stars for a bit, but she didn't dare to tell him. She couldn't sleep because he had gotten married. What an idiot. Kale looked up at the sky and smiled. "In that case, let's look at the stars together." He took Serene's hand and, braving the cold night wind, Kale led her on a slow run towards that familiar place. This was a rather low hilltop, covered with soft young grass. Kale and Serene sat side by side, leaning against each other, comfortably basking in the occasional night breeze, their hearts filled with peace and tranquility. "Come to think of it, it's been a long time, a few months since we've sat and watched the stars together." "That's right," she nodded. A dark cloud blew in from the mountains, temporarily obscuring the full moon, and the lights suddenly dimmed. And then we fell asleep. Unexpectedly, it snowed that night. The next day, we both turned into snowmen, which gave Grandpa a huge shock. Then we had to stay by the fire for about 2 days and drink a lot of bitter medicine to recover. Kale's gaze shifted slightly, looking at Serene's beautiful and moving face under the starlight. He gently moved his face closer to hers. "Little Aunt." Serene quickly covered his lips. "Kale, you can't kiss me like you did when we were little. We're both grown up now. Besides, you're married." "Married?" he sighed inwardly. "Summer Moon and I are only husband and wife in name. I just want to kiss my little aunt. What should I do, then, unless you marry me?" Serene tilted her face up slightly, a proud expression on her face. "If you were my little aunt, I would definitely marry you," Kale replied without a second thought. After saying that, Kale was immediately stunned, and Serene's expression also froze. She stared at him blankly as if they had both been petrified by a spell. "That, little aunt. Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" Suddenly feeling the atmosphere become a little awkward, Kale stammered for a long time before carefully speaking. Serene was dazed for a long while. Only then did her beautiful eyes tremble slightly. She quickly looked away, lowered her head, and gently chided, "You're already married. Aren't you afraid your wife, Summer Moon, will hear you?" Kale pretended to look around, then said with an innocent expression, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if she did hear, it's not like you don't know, little aunt. I didn't really want to marry her. I understand what's in your heart." She looked into the distance. "Don't say any more. Who told me I'm your little aunt?" She leaned her body against Kale's shoulder again. "I know that in your heart, you've really thought that way. That's enough." Her last sentences were spoken very softly, with a hint of sorrow and resignation that could break one's heart. The night grew deeper. When Summer Moon found them, they were still in the same posture, but they had fallen fast asleep. She did not disturb Kale and Serene, but instead lightened her steps and left silently. A moment later, Summer Moon slowly returned, but this time she was holding a red blanket, neither thick nor long. When Kale woke up, it was already dawn. Serene was snuggled up against his chest, still fast asleep, looking incredibly cute and sweet. "Huh? A blanket? He reached out and picked up the blanket, and an uncontrollable soft gasp escaped his lips. This was clearly the new blanket that had been prepared yesterday, spread on the new bed in their wedding chamber. Kale looked up towards his small courtyard and sighed in his heart. On my wedding night, not only did I not stay in the wedding chamber, but I also went out and slept with another woman for a night. And my new bride even came to bring me a blanket. This plot is so damn exciting. Early in the morning, just as the sky was brightening, the master of the Sha clan, Oceanus Shaw, was awakened from his deep sleep by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Clan master, something big has happened. Oceanus Shaw opened his eyes and glanced outside, frowning. It's so early. What's the matter? A letter from the main sect of the Sha clan. What? The main sect? As his eyes fixed on the words on the letter, Oceanus Shaw's whole body trembled. He suddenly pulled the letter back, and with trembling hands he hurriedly said, Quick, go inform all the elders and stewards to come to a meeting immediately. He held the red blanket and tiptoed as he pushed open the door. When he entered his room, he found that Summer Moon was already fully dressed and sitting by the bed, her eyes as calm as water, looking at him without any anger. You're sneaking around outside the door. Was it because you slept too comfortably last night that you didn't dare to come back? Well, it wasn't that comfortable, he replied helplessly to his wife. Comfortable my ass, you try sitting and sleeping all night. But he only dared to think that. Suddenly, Kale quickly reached out and grabbed Summer Moon's small hand. Summer Moon's hand was soft and warm, perhaps because of her ice cloud cultivation. It also carried a faint coolness. Summer Moon's whole body stiffened, and she was about to forcefully fling Kale away. But remembering Ignis Shaw's eyes, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Letting Kale hold her hand and led her towards Ignis Shaw. What, Kale? Hurry up and call me husband, Grandpa's here, he said hurriedly. Ignis Shaw then opened the door and walked in. My boy, you're up early. Good morning, Grandpa. Kale lead Summer Moon over and bowed very naturally to Ignis Shaw. Summer Moon greets Grandpa. Summer Moon bowed gracefully, her posture elegant and dignified. Her snow-white hand was being held by a man for the first time, and a shameless scoundrel at that. This guy definitely has ulterior motives. Seeing Kale and Summer Moon so intimate, Ignis Shaw's face beamed with joy. A panting voice came from outside. Fifth Elder, the clan master has an order. Please have all the elders immediately go to the meeting room. There's an important matter concerning the future of the Shaw clan to discuss. You must go immediately. Ignis Shaw stood up and looked at Summer Moon, saying, It seems to be an urgent matter. Take care, Grandpa. As soon as Ignis Shaw left, Kale felt a murderous aura surround him. His hand let go of Summer Moon's as fast as lightning, and his body also shot backward. His eyebrows tilted slightly, and he said with a serious face, Wife Summer Moon, I only held your hand to put Grandpa at ease and make him happy. I absolutely have no other intentions. Summer Moon's face immediately turned cold. She said coldly, Next time you dare to touch my body casually, I won't be so polite. Hey, you're going too far. Kale stared at her, his face resentful. It's just holding hands. We're husband and wife. It's normal to touch hands, let alone other places. You dare to touch other places? She said, a little angry. Of course, he smiled. Without physical communication, how can there be spiritual friction? Wait, why do I feel a little cold? At this moment I shot out from her body in all directions, and the entire room was immediately filled with ice and snow. This made him piss blood. He immediately clarified, I was just joking. Don't be scared. In the meeting room, the first elder finished his presentation. So that's the situation. Everyone knows what to do with the younger generation. Right? I have no problem. Bald old man was as happy as a new father. I will definitely seize this once minus and minus thousand minus years opportunity. The man with the thick beard looked at Ignis Shaw and sneered, It's just that someone's grandson is useless. I'm afraid there's no hope this time. Outside in the courtyard, the disciples were practicing tirelessly, punching tree trunks as if they were having a cultural exchange with their wives. Their faces were as satisfied as a newly risen star in the entertainment industry. Kale saw this scene and was secretly puzzled. These guys are usually so lazy. Why are they suddenly working so hard today? Suddenly, a voice attracted him. It was a man in black kneeling before a scarecrow. Your esteemed highness, you are like a brilliant light night, in the quiet night, illuminating my world, brightening my life. You are truly handsome, my lord. For you, I would jump into boiling water and blazing fire. After speaking, he couldn't help but think to himself, when it comes to the art of flattery, no one in this shockland compare. This opportunity is definitely mine. They're even practicing flattery. What on earth is going on? Kale wondered. Just then, Ignis returned, his face filled with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of lingering shock. Grandpa, what happened? You don't look happy, Kale asked hurriedly. A big event. For the Shockland, it can be said to be an extremely important matter, Ignis said. But his brows were furrowed. The main sect has sent a message. They will send someone here in a few days. The main sect is sending someone to this small Shockland? Are they out of their minds? Kale was even more surprised. Compared to the main sect, our Shockland is just a poor family. Who would do something like this? Why would they suddenly send someone here? Ignis Shaw shook his head and said, of course, it's not without reason. Our Shockland was founded by our ancestor, Zhao Bilai, whose father was the elder Xiao Zhang, who was once expelled from the main sect. Before his death, Xiao Zhang felt very guilty about his son and left behind a will, giving the Shockland a list of people who could join the main sect. Of course, the person who can enter the main sect must be the most talented young person, and it has nothing to do with us. No wonder. Kale suddenly understood. Those guys were practicing so hard, even practicing flattery. It turns out they intended to latch onto the main sect. Ignis's expression looked very calm, but the effort to hide his disappointment did not escape Kale's eyes. My boy, don't be sad. It's okay to miss this time. Kale opened his mouth to say a word of comfort to his grandfather, but he stood there for a long time and couldn't say a single word. What's there to be sad about? Grandpa, you probably haven't had breakfast, right? Let's go eat breakfast, and bring some for little Aunt and Summer Moon. Their conversation was overheard by Saul Shaw. He smiled sinisterly and hurried back to report. Big brother, Kale and Ignis are gone, probably to the east courtyard. This is a good opportunity. Summer Moon is definitely alone. Why don't you, big brother? Jade Dragon Shaw frowned, his face as dark as a cloud. I know what I have to do. Jade Dragon Shaw snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and strode towards the outer courtyard. Summer Moon stood quietly in the courtyard like a beauty under a tree, her hands raised, her expression silent and serious, obviously cultivating her profound energy. Her long black hair fell naturally over her shoulders, reflecting a soft light in the morning sun. On her beautiful face, her two delicate willow-minus-like eyebrows were curved, and her calm eyes were like clear crystals flowing with a dreamlike brilliance. In a pink dress, her figure was like a hidden, delicate and soft curve. This was the first time Jade Dragon Shaw had seen Summer Moon's unparalleled grace up close. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the #1 beauty of Flowing Cloud City. She's beautiful even when standing still. Miss Summer, he didn't know if she saw Jade Dragon Shaw coming, but Summer Moon's posture didn't change. Her eyes were still fixed ahead, and she said coldly, Kale isn't here. Her voice was cold and indifferent, yet it was as melodious as a celestial song seeping into Jade Dragon Shaw's heart. Only then did he come to his senses. But the awe and infatuation in his eyes could not be suppressed. He immediately composed himself, bowed gracefully to Summer Moon, and smiled. What a coincidence, but to be able to see Miss Summer is not a wasted trip. Instantly, her eyelids twitched slightly. The flicker of goodwill she had for the polite and elegant young man a moment ago turned to disgust. I am cultivating. It is not convenient to receive guests. Jade Dragon Shaw's gaze grew hotter, and the jealousy in his heart intensified. If this woman won't even give me a second glance, it seems I have to be more forceful. I've heard that Miss Summer is only 16 this year, but has already reached the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. I, Jade Dragon, am full of admiration and fascination. Why don't we have a little spar? After speaking, Jade Dragon Shaw smiled and stepped forward. His hands focused his profound energy, and he made a grabbing motion towards her with a dragon claw technique. Seeing Jade Dragon Shaw only reveal a lecherous look but also make a move, a flash of anger appeared in Summer Moon's beautiful eyes. She suddenly swung her hand through the air towards Jade Dragon Shaw. Seeing Summer Moon's Jade Midas-like hand actually reach out to him, a look of joy appeared in Jade Dragon's eyes. He was just about to grab her beautiful hand. Suddenly he felt a huge, irresistible impact strike his mouth, making him cry out. His body flew backward, flipped in the air, and landed head first on the ground in a face-minus plant, breaking 2 of his front teeth in the process. It seems the young master of the Sha clan is not very good at sparring. Please go back, she said coldly. Jade Dragon Shaw lay on the ground, replaying the scene in his mind. He had thought that, being in the true profound realm, he could toy with Summer Moon with just one hand, and even without using his full strength, he couldn't possibly lose. Jade Dragon Shaw scrambled up from the ground, his face twitching. Could she be hiding her true strength? To reach the 10th level of the elementary profound realm at only 16 is already a record-breaking achievement in Flowing Cloud City. She can't possibly be stronger. What? You don't seem convinced, young master of the Sha clan. Seeing him stand up, she spoke again. I was just testing you just now. I haven't used my full strength yet. After speaking, he raised both hands and mobilized all his profound energy. This summer you need to be more careful now. Jade Dragon Shaw stepped forward, then crossed back 3 steps. He thrust both hands straight towards Summer Moon's arm. His action disgusted Summer Moon, and her patience vanished. Her right arm swung out, and as her red dress fluttered, a stream of profound energy with a hint of coldness grazed Jade Dragon Shaw's face. This stream of profound energy did not create ice, but it was enough to make Jade Dragon Shaw unable to stand. With a loud thud, Jade Dragon Shaw's right cheek caved in, and his entire body flew backward like a spinning top, spinning at least 7 or 8 times before landing heavily in the courtyard. This is over. I won't see you out. Summer Moon's eyes were fixed, her words as cold as ice. Jade Dragon Shaw's entire right cheek was as red as if it had been dyed with blood. Now, even a fool would understand that, being in the true profound realm, he was no match for Summer Moon. He stood up, clutching his painful right cheek, and looked at Summer Moon with some fear, panting heavily without saying a word. This woman must be hiding her true strength. Jade Dragon Shaw went straight to the pharmacy. Just as he was about to enter, he found Kale coming out from inside, holding a bottle of medicine in his left hand and a bag in his right. Humming happily. Hehe, I wonder if Whiffy likes steamed buns. Anyway, little Aunt loves them. As soon as he saw Jade Dragon Shaw, Kale immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Oh my, it's only been a few days. Why do you look so haggard? Seeing Kale, Jade Dragon Shaw gritted his teeth and snorted. Oh my, it's not that I'm haggard, it's that I was beaten so badly. He teased endlessly. Quick, tell me who was so cruel? Truly too cruel. It's nothing. I fell down carelessly while practicing just now, Jade Dragon Shaw said, his voice revealing pain. He was, of course, too embarrassed to admit that he had been taught a lesson by Summer Moon for teasing her. So that's it. Brother Jade Dragon is truly diligent. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Take care, Kale. He gave a fake wave. Watching the figure walk away, he couldn't help but feel angry. And he's still pretending. When he returned to his small courtyard, Summer Moon was standing quietly in the yard. Seeing him return, she said faintly, Jade Dragon Shaw was here. Ah yes, I know. I just met him outside. Kale carefully glanced at Summer Moon's expression and said very carefully, Wife Summer Moon, can I ask you a question? Kale took a step forward and opened his mouth. Summer Moon didn't move. What is your profound energy level exactly? Summer Moon still didn't move, as if she had no intention of answering him at all. But he didn't give up so easily and kept circling around her. For a long moment, Kale stood there, his eyes fixed on her. Summer Moon finally couldn't hold back, her beautiful eyes opened. And she glanced at him coldly. What are you looking at me for? Waiting for you to talk to me, Kale said with an innocent expression. Waiting for my wife to talk to me. Communication between husband and wife is very important, whether it's spiritual or physical. A hint of murderous or a shot from her eyes. No, nothing. A drop of sweat dripped down Kale's forehead. This isn't marrying a wife, this is marrying a block of ice that can fight. He coughed and continued, Actually, I have something important I want to talk to you about. Kale stood up, his face sincere. Every day at the third watch, you wake up from your dreams, and for half an hour after waking up, your whole body is cold, and your limbs are in pain. Summer Moon's eyes moved slightly, and she instinctively said, "How did you know?" Kale continued, "And also, last time, his face flushed. Weren't you late by 7-8 days?" Summer Moon's eyes widened for the second time because what Kale said was not wrong at all. After speaking, he ran and hid behind a tree. Seeing his reaction, she was puzzled. "What are you doing?" "I'm afraid you'll hit me." Kale pursed his lips. "Don't exaggerate. At most, I'll just break one of your legs." Summer Moon's expression was still as cold as ever. "Don't joke like that. You just crippled Jade Dragon Shaw and you're still pretending." He looked at his wife with displeasure. She suddenly sighed. "Come here, I won't hit you. After all, what you said is true." "However, how did you know about this?" "Pulse diagnosis. If I said I was a divine doctor, would you believe me?" Kale smiled smugly. "But I don't remember ever letting you take my pulse." Summer Moon's face was emotional as she avoided his gaze. "It was last time, when Grandpa came. I touched your hand," he replied with a laugh. Her face showed a hint of anger. So that was his real intention back then. "Details, details. Don't mind it," Kale said with a forced smile. Summer Moon didn't pay too much attention. "If you like touching hands and taking pulses so much, then go find your little aunt." "I'm not kidding," he said seriously. "You have a very serious illness. The main problem is—" Summer Moon's eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. For the first time, she felt real anger towards Kale. "Shut up. If you say another word, I will not forgive you." Kale was careful and timid at first, but now he didn't show any fear. Instead, he smiled faintly and said calmly, "So what? What if I keep talking? I can't tolerate your usual coldness towards me, but I will absolutely not let my wife's lifespan be shortened by a third because of an illness." Kale's words were like a clap of thunder to Summer Moon, causing her beautiful eyes to shrink in an instant. He continued to ramble on normally. "The stronger the profound energy, the longer the lifespan. But according to my diagnosis, the lifespan of people with similar profound energy in your ice cloud palace is at least a third shorter, precisely because of cultivating the ice cloud arts. Am I right or wrong?" Kale smiled confidently. "You're not wrong." She withdrew her hand. "What's next?" "Next, you'll obediently go back to the room and sit down and let your husband treat you himself." Hearing this, Summer Moon immediately wanted to hit him, but she still followed him back to the room. A moment later, Kale brought out a red box. Her eyes were suspicious. "This is a big deal. I don't believe what you said is true." He calmly opened the box and said, "This secret is related to the survival of the Ice Cloud Palace. Of course, it cannot be known to outsiders." "How are you going to treat me with this?" At this moment, he let her see clearly what was in the box. It was a box of silver needles for acupuncture. As soon as she saw it, her expression became a little solemn. The art of acupuncture required a high level of proficiency. It would take more than 10 years to learn a little, and several decades to learn a lot. He was clearly only 16 years old. He looked like a peerless divine doctor. Kale looked at her and smiled. "Wife Summer Moon, compared to my face, I think you should pay more attention to your health." Kale's movements were so fast that Summer Moon didn't even have time to react. And when Kale withdrew his left hand, the silver needle between his fingers was gone. A silver needle was stuck in her right wrist, inserted into an acupuncture point. It wasn't painful at all. In fact, she could say she didn't feel anything. If she hadn't seen the silver needle, she would never have known when it had been inserted into her wrist. Summer Moon's face changed. She was distracted just now, but he was just an ordinary person with crippled profound veins. "Relax your hands, breathe evenly. Absolutely do not use your profound energy." As he spoke, his hands did not stop. After his right hand, 4 more silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points on her left hand. Each time, his movements were so fast that Summer Moon could only see a faint blur. Her heart was filled with astonishment, which grew with each needle inserted. She didn't know if Kale's treatment was effective, but his technique was so skilled and mesmerizing that Summer Moon simply couldn't believe it was being used by a 16-year-old boy. Suddenly, on the 8 silver needles, a white mist slowly rose containing a cold key that caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Feeling the meridians inside her moving chitically, the cold key quickly turned into a white mist. Summer Moon's expression changed abruptly. The white mist rose for half an incense stick of time before completely stopping. She suddenly felt her hands become much lighter. Kale explained, I only released the cold key from your 2 hands. Naturally, you will feel much more comfortable. However, you will definitely not let me treat you more deeply. Otherwise I could make your ice cloud art's cultivation speed increase by 3 times. The cultivation speed of the ice cloud arts will be 3 times faster. Impossible. Summer Moon suddenly tilted her head. Kale's words completely shocked her, so much so that she wanted to believe it but couldn't. Kale nodded. Is it true or not? You'll know if you try. He could see that she seemed to be moved. Wife Summer Moon, please take it off. That sentence earned him several bumps on the head. Summer Moon was dazed. What did you just say? Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. Kale was aggrieved. I didn't say you had to take everything off. Why did you hit me? Fortunately, Summer Moon didn't press the matter further. Just as Kale was about to give up, Summer Moon spoke again. However, your medical skills are truly real. It's hard to imagine that at your age you are so proficient in medicine. Kale looked at her with disdain and pursed his lips. Then he turned his face away and said calmly, These were all taught to me by my master. Summer Moon's eyebrows moved slightly. She had never heard that Kale had a master. My master was a great physician who practiced medicine his whole life and saved countless people. I met him when I was very young. Remembering his deceased master, Kale's face couldn't help but show a look of grief and remembrance. This was his most genuine emotion, without a trace of falsehood or pretense. Forget it. Why bring these things up? I mentioned treating you more thoroughly just now. Just showing your back is enough. Kale's appearance made the suspicion in Summer Moon's heart involuntarily disappear by a few points. She hesitated for a moment, then finally made up her mind. Then you're sure that what you said about making my cultivation speed permanently increase by 3 times is true? Kale turned around and looked at her with a surprised expression. Absolutely 100,000%. As he spoke, he chuckled to himself. This is truly the profound sky continent. Strength is supreme. Summer Moon let out a soft sigh of relief and averted her eyes slightly. Let's begin. Let me see your miraculous medical skills. Finally, after an hour, her shy expression still hadn't disappeared. Do I really have to take it off? He said with a serious face to Summer Moon, who was already sitting on the bed. Take off your clothes. 3 very pure words. Yet spoken by Kale, they sounded like a villain forcing himself on a decent woman. One can imagine how Summer Moon, who had always been as pure as ice and as proud as a green lotus, would react upon hearing those 3 words. However, the allure of a permanent 30% increase in cultivation speed was too great. Finally, she took off her clothes. Summer Moon closed her eyes and said coldly, Let's start immediately. Don't have any other ideas, well you know the consequences. Isn't a woman's body meant for her husband to look at? It's as if I'm forcing you. Kale muttered to himself carefully. However, to be honest, her back is so white. I wonder how it would feel too. He immediately warned himself not to have any wicked thoughts for the sake of his life. The moment the silver needle entered his hand, his expression also became solemn. Sensing that Kale's breathing behind her had become steady, Summer Moon was about to say something but held back and closed her eyes. Although she still couldn't quite believe that what Kale said was true, the allure of a 30% increase in cultivation speed was something no one could refuse. Even if there was only a small possibility. A faint breeze stirred as Kale's wrist flicked, and a silver needle had already lightly tapped the Tianzong ACU point on Summer Moon's jade-like back, his fingers not touching her skin at all. Kale's hands began to move like they were flying. One by one, silver needles were picked up and quickly and accurately inserted into Summer Moon's back, so fast that only a series of after images could be seen. Summer Moon closed her eyes, her full attention on her back. She began to notice that with each needle inserted, there was a faint, profound energy. This guy is usually so crude, but at this moment, he's not taking the opportunity to touch my body. Could it be that his lecherous appearance is just a facade, but doing so doesn't seem to have any meaning? It really makes one wonder, who is the real you? She was very clear about Kale's physical condition, and each needle inserted into her back, along with the small amount of profound energy, was like a drop in the ocean to her. But to someone with profound energy below the first level of the elementary profound realm, it was almost the limit of their strength. She didn't know why Kale wanted to secretly infuse profound energy into the needles, but it clearly meant something. Every needle he inserted was with his full strength. Discovering this made it impossible for her to calm down for a short period of time. Kale, your profound energy, she said with concern. Don't move, he shouted. But your profound energy is so pitifully low. Using it like this will put a great burden on your body. It's okay, I can still manage. As he spoke, he continued to use his profound energy for acupuncture, and the mark of the sky poison pearl had already appeared on his hand. Not only profound energy, but also the purifying power of the sky poison pearl. By the 30th needle, he didn't expect that opening the profound veins would consume so much energy, but since he had started, he had to see it through. Summer Moon felt his movements slow down considerably. With Kale's effort, an hour later, he had completed the remaining 24 needles. After finishing, he couldn't help but fall onto the bed in exhaustion. I didn't lie to you, did I? Kale's voice sounded by her ear, but it was hoarse and unusually weak. Summer Moon returned from her shock and looked at Kale. Her profound energy was flowing very quickly. He really did it. If Master knew about my current state, she would definitely be extremely surprised. Summer Moon's eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. It turned out that the person everyone in Flowing Cloud City looked down upon had such an astonishing ability. But in a month, he would also leave here forever. Why would you risk your life for me like this? Kale was exhausted and panting, but his face was smiling. You have every right to look down on me, but you didn't. Instead, you always did your best to protect my pitiful dignity. Last night, you went out to find me because you were worried about me. You even silently brought me a blanket. To those who treat me well, I will only ever treat them very well. The second reason, after all, you are my wife. Summer Moon pursed her lips but couldn't bring herself to open her mouth. The smile on Kale's face became ambiguous. The third reason, and the most important one. One day in the back mountains of the Shockland. This was a cemetery opened by the Shockland in the back mountains. Most of the people in the Shockland, after they died, would be buried here. Ignis Shaw stood quietly in front of a tombstone, his silver hair, full of sorrow and grief, gently blowing in the wind. The wind howled, mournful and desolate. On this tombstone, 2 words were carved: Eagle Shaw. My son, there's been a big event in the Shockland recently. The main sect has finally sent people. Ignis Shaw's eyes were hazy as he stood there in a daze, muttering to himself as if unconscious. The opportunity to revive the Shockland is coming, but you are not here. Kale has also gotten married. Although he is not your biological son, he is the child you protected with your life and the life of your own son. I will do my best to protect him. A very faint sound reached Ignis Shaw's ears, startling him and bringing him back from his daze. He turned his head sharply. Jade Dragonshaw's figure emerged from behind a large tree in the cemetery. He looked at Ignis Shaw, clearly startled. He took a few steps forward and performed a standard junior's bow. Jade Dragon pays his respects to the 5th Elder. I didn't expect the 5th Elder to be here. Did I disturb you, 5th Elder, 5th Elder? Ignis Shaw's eyes were in turmoil. Just now his heart had been plunged into grief. In a moment of distraction he had not noticed someone approaching. He suddenly appeared behind the man. Jade Dragon, did you hear anything just now? Jade Dragon Shaw quickly said. Jade Dragon just arrived. Did the 5th Elder say something? What are you doing here? Tomorrow the envoy from the main sect will arrive. Jade Dragon wants to bring this good news to my great-grandfather. From Jade Dragon Shaw's expression, Ignis Shaw could not find any flaws. He also relaxed a little, his aura retracting and his face softening a bit. Is that so? Tomorrow the envoy from the main sect will arrive. You are the most likely to be chosen. At that time you will have the greatest hope of revitalizing this branch of our family. Jade Dragon Shaw said modestly. 5th Elder, you overpraise me. Jade Dragon does not dare to accept. Ignis Shaw nodded at him, did not stay any longer, and turned to leave. But after he left, Jade Dragon Shaw's expression gradually became subtle. He placed his right hand under his chin, frowned, and said in a low voice, this old man's observation skills are really sharp. I almost lost my head here. Kale is not Eagle Shaw's biological son. This is really interesting. Today was the day the people from the main sect arrived. Inside and out, the main courtyard of the Shaw clan was cleaned up neatly, without a single speck of dust. The most luxurious and largest courtyard in the Shaw clan, where Oceanus Shaw had always lived, had been renovated and cleaned 2 days ago. Kale in his bedroom heard the noise outside affecting his sleep and shouted angrily, "Who is it? It's so early, can't you let people sleep in?" Suddenly he felt his hand touch something soft, and it seemed to be a little cold. He turned his head and saw that his hand was on his wife's chest. She opened her eyes slowly and looked at him affectionately. Then, Kale saw stars flying all over his head. "Whiffy, we're husband and wife. Is it necessary to be like this for just a little touch?" She was still as cold as ever. "Last night, I let you sleep on the bed because you were so tired you were half minus dead, but I didn't allow you to touch me. If you dare to do it again, Jade Dragonshaw is your example." He was a little aggrieved. That Jade Dragonshaw was harassing someone else's wife. "I was touching my own wife. You hit me like that, how can I face people later?" Summer Moon knew she had gone a little too far. She gently placed her hand on his wound, and a light layer of ice attached to his face. "I can disinfect it for you." "Then I must thank you, wife. No need to be so polite. By the way," she changed the subject, "I'm not going to the reception for the main sect envoy today." He couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want to see the legendary envoy?" "No, I don't," she replied coldly. This icy answer made Kale smile wryly. The clan master is eager to meet the envoy, but she's too lazy to go. As expected of a disciple of the Ice Cloud Palace, "I heard from my master that the person the main sect is sending this time is Zhao Kuan-Yun. His cultivation is mediocre, and he relies on the sect to be arrogant. You should be careful." Summer Moon reminded him. "Okay, I'll be careful." He couldn't help but feel warm. Oceanus Shaw personally led the elders and stood at the gate, ready to welcome them. They waited until noon, then until the afternoon, until almost dusk. A disciple of the Shaw clan, his head covered in sweat, ran back, shouting from afar, "Clan master, they're here. The people from the main sect are here." Everyone was startled. Oceanus Shaw immediately stepped out of the gate and roared, "Quick, go welcome them immediately." Leading the way was a young man who looked to be barely 20 years old, dressed magnificently. His figure was average, and his appearance was ordinary. But his face was full of arrogance and pride. As he walked, he had his hands behind his back, holding two beautiful women by his side, his face filled with a look of satisfaction. Following closely behind him was an old man dressed entirely in black, his face as calm as water. Behind him were two young men also dressed in black. The disciples of the Shaw clan who saw this couldn't help but drool with envy. Oceanus Shaw took a deep breath and quickly stepped forward to welcome them. The Shaw clan of Flowing Cloud City respectfully welcomes the envoy from the main sect. When he returned to the Shaw clan, a large group of people was already standing at the gate. Seeing the respectful appearance of Oceanus Shaw in front, their hearts immediately pounded. Their eyes all fell on the young man with an arrogant appearance. Zhao Kuan-Yun glanced at the Shaw clan, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, revealing an undisguised look of contempt. Then he said faintly, "If it weren't for the death of Elder Zhao Zhang, I wouldn't have known there was a place where even birds wouldn't bother to land." Yes, your compliments, young Master Zhao." Facing Zhao Kuan-Yun's blatant tempt, Oceanus Shaw always nodded his thanks, not daring to have half a rebuttal. He suddenly turned and slapped the beauty beside him hard, cursing loudly. "Can't you see I'm talking about something sad? You're still touching and flattering me. Cry for me, get lost." Anyone who saw this scene felt uneasy. They couldn't resist. Even though they had done nothing wrong, they were still hit. This was the law of the strong. "What? Does anyone have any objections?" Immediately, the thumbs in the crowd of disciples lined up. Young Master's action was so cool, especially the force so powerful. This action is an example for everyone. Hearing this, he became even more spirited. "Tomorrow morning have everyone in the clan gather outside. Not a single person should be missing. I will choose one person to bring back to the main sect." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but drool. The meaning of latching on to the main sect was unexpectedly high for them. Kale watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. These clansmen are truly beyond saving. Zhao Kuangyun said calmly, since I'm here, I have to bring a gift. Aemon stepped forward. Inside is profound opening powder, which can increase the speed of profound cultivation to a certain extent. Oceanus Shah's hands trembled as he received it, his face aghast. The item in here is called profound opening powder. It can moisten the profound veins, causing a person's cultivation speed to increase significantly for a certain period of time. It also has a very good healing effect on profound veins that have been damaged for various reasons. This thing, even in our main sect, is a relatively good pill. It has a very good healing effect on profound veins that have been damaged for various reasons. This sentence made Ignis Shaw, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stir, his eyes revealing an unusual light. My boy has been crippled since he was young, his injuries are severe. If I can get the profound opening powder for him. Seeing that Zhao Kuangyun didn't shake his head, Oceanus Shaw quickly reached out and pulled Jade Dragon Shaw over. Young Master Zhao, you must be tired from your journey. Jade Dragon, why don't you take the young master for a walk? Oceanus Shaw's intentions were very clear, to do everything he could to get Jade Dragon Shaw acquainted with Zhao Kuangyun beforehand. That way his chances of being brought back to the main sect would be one step closer. If he could make a good impression on Zhao Kuangyun, he might receive his care in the main sect and rise to the top. Jade Dragon Shaw stepped forward, his face showing a humble expression. Young Master Zhao, although Flowing Cloud City is small, it has everything one could need, especially beautiful women. Zhao Kuangyun glanced at Jade Dragon Shaw, too loud. What beautiful women? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Young Master Zhao is upright and proper? Of course not. He replied as if in a military drill. But in his heart he was constantly cursing. Damn it, do you even have to ask what kind of person you are? Jade Dragon Shaw's footsteps followed behind, leading the way. As they were about to leave, a beautiful girl's figure suddenly appeared in Jade Dragon Shaw's sight. Zhao Kuangyun's mouth fell open, and he stood there frozen. His eyes were fixed on the graceful figure in the distance, completely lost. He almost thought he had seen the legendary goddess of the Wo River. As if sensing his gaze, the girl turned her face, gave him a cold glance, then turned her head and walked into the courtyard. But her beauty from that fleeting glance was imprinted in Zhao Kuangyun's mind, making his body tremble as if all his bones had turned to jelly. Long after Summer Moon had disappeared from his sight, he still hadn't recovered. That girl, who is she? Zhao Kuangyun's expression was shaken, his voice trembling with excitement. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Zhao Kuangyun was so excited he was speaking nonsense, his eyes burning with desire. Jade Dragon Shaw composed himself and said with a smile, her name is Summer Moon. She just came to our Shaw clan 3 days ago and married a waste with completely crippled profound veins. What? Zhao Kuangyun's face turned green, and his hands trembled. Such a beauty married to such trash. Jade Dragon Shaw was furious. He didn't expect this bastard to have his eyes on Summer Moon. Zhao Kuangyun, how can a piece of trash from the Shaw clan be worthy of her? Zhao Kuangyun, consumed by jealousy, let out a low growl and walked straight towards the small courtyard Summer Moon had just entered. He had only taken 2 steps when a deep, aged voice came from behind him. The sect master sent you out this time as a form of training. The main sect especially forbids the forceful seizure of other people's wives. Unwillingly, Zhao Kuangyun stopped, his face full of frustration and resentment. But he did stop obediently. Jade Dragon Shaw glanced at the old man with suspicion. To be able to appear so suddenly, he must be a master, even stronger than Ignis Shaw. Just a follower is that strong. The main sect is indeed as rumored. He had to think about his future. As long as he could get into the main sect, sacrificing Summer Moon was worth it. Jade Dragon Shaw's eyes changed. He quickly caught up to Zhao Kuangyun and said in a low voice, Young Master Zhao, if you're interested in that Summer Moon, you don't necessarily have to use force. Methods? What methods? Zhao Kuangyun turned his head, his eyes shining brightly at him. Not only that, my Shaw clan also has a woman of national beauty, no less than Summer Moon, Jade Dragon Shaw said with a smile. What? Zhao Kuangyun exclaimed loudly, there's another woman on par with Summer Moon. 5th Elder Ignis Shaw has a daughter named Serene Shaw. She seems much easier to handle. As long as you agree, young master, I believe I can get her for you. Ignis Shaw had originally held high hopes for the person from the main sect, thinking that as the son of the main sect's master, he must be a divine dragon from the heavens. But upon seeing him, he was disappointed. He didn't see the aura, grace, refinement, and pride that a direct disciple of the main sect should have. All he saw was arrogance, self-minus importance, and a sinister look in his eyes that made people uncomfortable. Clearly a spoiled brat raised in flattery, Serene Shaw happened to be bringing food to Ignis Shaw, and she asked curiously, "Have you all met the person from the main sect? Is he very powerful?" Serene's words made him think of the old man following behind Xiao Kuanyun, and he nodded. "The people from the main sect are, of course, unfathomably deep, but Serene, while the people from the main sect are here, try to avoid contact with them. That Xiao Kuanyun is not a good person." Serene blinked in confusion, then nodded gently. Father seems to have something on his mind. Could it be because of that Xiao Kuanyun? Then shook his head. The people from the main sect brought a gift called Profound Opening Powder. According to that Xiao Kuanyun, this Profound Opening Powder has a very good healing effect on damaged profound vein. Ah, it can heal damaged profound veins. Is that true? Ignis Shaw hadn't finished speaking when Serene exclaimed in excitement, her small hands clutching her clothes tightly. At this point, Ignis Shaw's expression darkened. Whether it works or not is irrelevant. The clan master sees the Profound Opening Powder as a great treasure and will definitely not let Kale use it. Serene's face fell, and Ignis Shaw's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all her excitement. She bit her lip and said firmly, "How can that be? Kale is clearly the one who..." Seeing his daughter's expression, Ignis Shaw let out a long sigh. After all, in their eyes, Kale is just a useless person. "No, Kale is not useless," she said indignantly. Night fell. In the darkness, a soft creak came from Serene's courtyard. The closed door slowly opened, and a small dark figure cautiously peered out. After looking around for a moment, she quickly ran out. But the dark figure couldn't even step out of the courtyard gate. A tall, gray figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of her. A startled cry from the young girl rang out. "Ah, father, father!" The dark figure was startled, and the scarf covering her face fell off, revealing a young girl's moving face. It was Serene Shaw. Seeing Ignis Shaw suddenly appear in front of her, she was momentarily flustered. Ignis Shaw let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Serene, you were going to steal the Profound Opening Powder, weren't you?" "Aye." Serene lowered her head and stammered. Ignis Shaw sighed again and stepped forward, scolding, "Nonsense. Do you know how dangerous it is? The Profound Opening Powder is a gift from the main sect. If you're caught, the main sect will punish you, and no one in Flowing Cloud City can save you." Serene lowered her head and bit her lip. I know all that, but Kale is so pitiful. Because his profound veins are crippled, everyone looks down on him. He's clearly a good person. Every time I see Kale being ridiculed, do you know how upset I get, father? As long as Kale can restore his profound veins, I'm willing to be a thief and be punished." As she spoke, Serene's eyes were already filled with tears. She covered her cheeks with her hands and finally couldn't hold back her sobs. Ignis Shaw's face was filled with intense emotion. Seeing his daughter cry so bitterly, his heart also ached. "Serene, I know you're devoted to Kale, but if something happens to you, who will take care of and protect him in the future?" Ignis Shaw's last sentence gently struck Serene's soft heart, causing a sudden panic in her. "That's right. If I fail and get caught, and receive a severe punishment, what will Kale do?" "I will try to get the Profound Opening Powder. You go back to your room and rest," the old man said as a final instruction. "I'm sorry, father," she lowered her head. "I did something foolish again. I promise I won't go and steal the Profound Opening Powder anymore." Today was arguably the most lively day the Shaw clan had ever seen. Early in the morning, the main gate of the Shaw clan was already surrounded by a tight crowd. Although there were many people, no one dared to speak loudly, all trying their best to whisper and not disturb the great personage inside the Shaw clan. Kale, who was supposed to be the last to appear, walked over slowly, holding Summer Moon's hand. In an instant, he became the focus of the entire crowd. "Whiffy Summer Moon, what about what we discussed last night?" He spoke first. "What did we discuss last night?" She pretended not to hear. "Are you kidding me?" Kale was flustered. "How could you forget something so important?" Kale, come over here quickly. We're here. In the crowd, Kale quickly saw Ignis Shaw waving at him. Serene was already by Ignis's side. He and Summer Moon walked over quickly. He and his wife quietly walked over and greeted Ignis. At this moment, in the main square, the clan master of the Shaw clan also spoke. Order, please pay attention. It is now time for the envoy of the main sect to speak. Xiao Kuangyun's eyes were half-minus closed. He slowly opened them, his voice weakened, listless. It seems everyone is here. You all should know the reason I'm here, and you also know my identity. You should understand that it is your honor that I can take you out of this small place. After all, the ancestor of your Shaw clan was just a useless cripple in our main sect. These words made everyone below furious. Oceanus Shaw quickly flattered him. Young Master Zhao is right. Your presence is indeed a great honor for us. Kale. Below thought, what the hell, his ancestor is being insulted like that and he can still smile? Truly a bully. He's the clan master, how could he lose face like that? Zhao Kuan-yun took a list that Oceanus Shaw had prepared all night, looked around, and said arrogantly, according to the last wish of Elder Zhao Zhang, I will choose one of you to bring back to the main sect. Of course you all know that our main sect does not accept waste. Today, I will personally preside. You will all display your profound energy for me to see. I want to choose the one with the best talent among you. At this point, Xiao Kuangyun's gaze turned to Oceanus Shaw. By the way, I brought a gift this time. The gift will be given to the chosen one, Clan Master Shaw. Take out the profound opening powder. Xiao Kuangyun's words, even if they weren't nonsense, Oceanus Shaw didn't dare to have any second thoughts. But hearing his words, Oceanus Shaw's face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't move to get the profound opening powder but stood there, talking in circles for a while. Clan Master Shaw, hurry up. Xiao Kuangyun's face immediately darkened. Clan Master Shaw, you're not reluctant to part with this profound opening powder, are you? Of course not. Oceanus Shaw quickly shook his head. With a thud, Oceanus Shaw knelt on one knee, his hands trembling, and his face filled with fear. I deserve to die. The profound opening powder that young Master Xiao gave me yesterday, I put it in the pharmacy of the Shaw clan. And it suddenly grew wings and flew away. The crowd below was in an uproar. Ignis Shaw immediately looked at his daughter, but she showed no sign of having taken it. Xiao Kuan-yun suddenly stood up from his chair, his face turning extremely grim, and his whole body radiating a murderous aura. He looked at Oceanus Shaw and said fiercely, he said, someone even stole the box of profound opening powder? Stealing a treasure from the main sect. Who would be so bold? Kale immediately felt something was wrong. How could he make such a mistake? Moreover, Xiao Kuan-yun's anger was so fake. Xiao Kuan-yun took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and his face grew darker, clearly furious to the extreme. When I took out the profound opening powder, only people from your Shaw clan were around. You're probably not stupid enough to tell the world about this, I guess. Someone in your Shaw clan must be the thief. Xiao Kuan-yun's anger and murderous aura almost filled the entire Shaw clan, making everyone's back run cold. Their hearts pounded, and they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, their heads lowered, afraid of catching Xiao Kuan-yun's eye. Oceanus Shaw said fearfully, young Master Zhao is right. But Xiao Guanian, who manages the pharmacy, is almost 60th. It's useless for him to steal the profound opening powder. Kale narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Kuan-yun's eyes. After a while, he felt something was wrong. Oceanus Shaw's expression was too fake. Are the two of them putting on a show? Xiao Kuan-yun looked around again, his tone suddenly softening. Clan Master Shaw, the profound opening powder was lost along with the box. Right? Yes, it was all stolen. Xiao Kuan-yun finished speaking and snorted coldly. Very well, the box containing the profound opening powder has a special profound energy imprint of our main sect, the Heaven's Eagle Seal. Just by activating the unique profound energy of our main sect, we can quickly sense the location of the Heaven's Eagle Seal. Xiao Jiu act now. At Xiao Kuan-yun's shout, another young man in black stepped forward. Then he immediately raised his hand, and a whirlpool of profound energy quickly condensed in his palm. Xiao Jiu's hand suddenly released, and he roared over there. Then his body turned into a gust of light and shot to the right like a flash of lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight. It seems we found it, Xiao Kuang-yun sneered, a deep sense of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, as if he was very pleased with his performance just now. Oceanus Shaw also showed a look of joy, then his face darkened again. Young Master Zhao, the nature of this matter is too serious. Not only did it anger young Master Zhao, but it also made our Shaw clan lose all face. So later, no matter who the thief is, even if it's my son, young Master Zhao doesn't need to be lenient. He must be severely punished. NT8, that's for sure. And he must be dealt with on the spot, he said with a sinister smile. At this moment, Blue passed, and Zhao Jie, you had returned. In his hand was a wooden box, and the Heaven's Eagle seal on it was still faintly glowing, and this wooden box was the one Zhao Kuang-yun had given to Oceanus Shaw yesterday, containing the profound opening powder. I found it. Zhao Jie handed the wooden box to Zhao Kuang-yun and then silently retreated. Courtyard number 66 under the owner's pillow. Zhao Jiayu's face was expressionless as he answered clearly word for word. Courtyard number 66. All eyes suddenly focused in one direction, looking in disbelief at the young girl who seemed to have been scared silly. When she heard the words courtyard number 66, Serene Shou was completely stunned. She watched as every pair of eyes turned towards her, and she stepped back, shaking her head in panic and crying out, "It wasn't me. I didn't steal it." The crowd automatically parted, isolating Serene and exposing her to everyone's view. In front of the crowd, Zhao Kuang-yun couldn't find Serene's location. But at this moment it was clear to see. In an instant his eyes lit up, and he looked at her with the gaze of a hungry wolf. This little girl looks even younger than Summer Moon, but she's not inferior in any way. Zhao Kuang-yun said in a strange tone. Men, take her to my room. Such a beautiful woman. Such a thief. I must punish her severely. Only Kale was smiling angrily. The performance just now was flawless, so he really did have designs on her. At this moment the people around were already pointing and criticizing her, and even tying her up with a thick rope. No, it wasn't me. Serene was terrified. Stop. Ignis Shaw suddenly shouted and struck out at the men. Ignis Shaw, you're being insolent in front of young Master Zhao. Do you have any manners? Oceanus Shaw roared. At this moment the old man suddenly exuded a murderous aura. What? Are you questioning my young master's decision? Seeing this imposing manner, Ignis Shaw's heart grew heavy. This person is too strong. This person is truly unimaginable. I must remain calm. Rushing in will only make the situation worse. After thinking it over, he said, young Master Zhao, Serene has a kind heart. There must be a misunderstanding. I hope young Master Zhao will investigate. The evidence is clear. What's there to investigate? He pursed his lips. Serene, how could you do such a thing? You've disappointed me so much, Oceanus Shaw said, feigning exclamation. It wasn't me, I really didn't steal it. Serene Shaw shook her head vigorously. She bit her lip and shouted with a hoarse voice. If I had done it, I would definitely admit it. Jade Dragon Shaw's face changed, and he suddenly spoke up. Serene, you're usually so close to Kale. You stole the profound opening powder. It must be for him. The crowd immediately echoed, that's right. I was wondering why Serene Shaw would do such a thing. It turns out it was for Kale, risking it all for a waste. She usually looks so kind, I can't believe she would do something like this. If it weren't for young Master Zhao, we might have all been implicated. Daring to anger the main sect, she's really asking to die, you people. Seeing the cold, indifferent gazes, Serene's body trembled, tears welled up in her eyes, and her mind went blank. She couldn't even form a complete sentence. At this moment, Kale gently squeezed her small hand. Standing beside her, he said in a gentle voice that only she could hear, Little aunt, don't be afraid. Whether they believe you or not doesn't matter. I will always believe you. Leave the rest to me. NPH, Jade Dragon Shaw snorted. Such arrogant words. A waste like you dares to resist the young master? Kale stared at Jade Dragon Shaw, and he finally understood. No wonder Zhao Kuang-yun had never even seen my little aunt's face. How could he have targeted her? What are you staring at? If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Don't blame me then. With a cough, Kale took a few steps forward and cleared his throat a few times, successfully attracting everyone's attention. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Young Master Zhao, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Serene Shah's nephew, Kale Shah. Regarding the matter of the stolen and recovered profound opening powder, I have a few questions for the clan master, is that okay? You're that famous waste of flowing cloud city." Xiao Kuang Yun glanced at him and sneered. "Young master is willing, if you have any questions, just ask." Kale nodded and turned his gaze to Oshina Shah. "Clan master, regarding the profound opening powder, I also have a few questions. The young master brought a gift from afar. How important is this item? A gift from the main sect is of course important." Kale immediately retorted, "The clan master is the highest authority in the clan. He must be very careful in everything he does, am I right? In that case, a careful person like you left such a precious item in the pharmacy, a place with no guards. Can you explain this, clan master? What exactly did you mean by that?" "Kale, what do you mean by that?" First Elder Rignus Lee immediately roared. "Are you suspecting that the clan master stole the profound opening powder and then framed Serene?" "First Elder, don't get excited." Kale shook his head and smiled sarcastically. "You've scared the clan master so much he's sweating." Oshina Shah's face immediately changed. When did this brat become so smart? He's really a troublemaker. At this moment, suspicion also arose from below. The clan master's expression seems a little off. Could it really be his doing? Oshina Shah's cheeks twitched. He looked up at Kale and sneered, "The pharmacy has many kinds of medicine. I left the profound opening powder in there simply to prevent the medicinal key from dissipating." The scene turned on him like an ex-lover. Immediately, a round of questioning began. Oshina Shah was well-prepared. To avoid any accidents, he had looked through medical books. He didn't expect it to actually be useful. "So that's how it is," Kale nodded, seemingly satisfied with Oshina Shah's explanation. "As far as I know, the medicinal key of the profound opening powder has a sweet, fishy smell. Clan master, smell it for yourself. Does it have that smell or not?" "Of course it has a sweet, fishy smell. Is there a problem?" Oshina Shah brought his nose to smell it. Kale quickly stroked his chin and questioned, "But leaving the profound opening powder in the pharmacy all night, with so many other medicines there, wouldn't the mixed smells change its scent?" As soon as these words were spoken, Oshina Shah's face changed dramatically. Food left near each other can easily absorb smells, and medicinal herbs are very likely to do the same. Damn it, how did he overlook this? Oshina Shah immediately tried to defend himself. "I have a cold today. My sense of smell isn't very good. Let me smell it again. Indeed, it has a mixed smell." Before he could finish, Kale spoke up as if he had known beforehand. "This is strange. Actually, I was just making that up. I wonder where the clan master smelled a mixed smell from?" Oshina Shah's face turned purple with anger. "Kale, you tricked me." Kale snickered, his face unchanged, and he nodded slightly. "Since the clan master didn't know this, why did you say the profound opening powder was placed in the pharmacy? Could it be that you're lying?" Serene looked at him. Kale sneered inwardly, "Discussing medicinal herbs with me, the successor to a medical saint. You're dead?" Summer Moon, standing to the side, she also knew the situation clearly. What he said was not wrong, but what's the use of exposing them in front of such a powerful force? Zhao Kuangyun's face had long since turned as black as charcoal. He never thought his perfect plan would be torn apart, and right in front of so many people. Zhao Kuangyun's heart was filled with anger. He had never paid any attention to a small fry like Kale, but now he felt a murderous intent. He said in a low voice, "Regardless of whether he's telling the truth or lying, Serene's crime is already set in stone." "Ridiculous!" Kale shouted. "You don't even know where the profound opening powder was placed, yet you say my little aunt stole it. It's clearly a frame up. Can everyone see that? I hope you all will seek justice for my little aunt." With the truth laid bare before them, he hoped these fools would stand up. But the result was the complete opposite. They seemed to ignore his words. Only then did Kale understand what it meant to be a powerful person. "How boring. This arrogant fellow is defending a thief. Seize him for me," Zhao Kuanyun said, his face beaming. "As you command, young Master Zhao." Oshina Shah charged forward. "You little waste, you have this day too." This situation, the change was too fast. He had just won the argument, but the other party didn't even care about face and just charged forward. Just then, a hand blocked his way. Oceanus Shaw was immediately sent flying. Seeing this scene, the other elders were surprised. A single palm defeated the clan master. The force was so strong that even if they tried, they couldn't block it. Ignis Shaw shouted loudly, "Treating my grandson like this. You all clearly have no respect for me." "Is this the fifth elder's strength?" a disciple exclaimed in surprise. Defeating the clan master with one move. The #1 master of Flowing Cloud City, his reputation is well minus deserved. There are so many masters in the Shaw clan, Grandpa will definitely not be able to fight them all. It seems I have to use my trump card. On the contrary. Kale was actually a little panicked. His body retreated, and he said in a low voice to Summer Moon, "Hey, wife Summer Moon, where is your master? Why hasn't she come yet?" "I don't know," Summer Moon replied calmly. The reason Kale dared to tear off their faces in front of the main sect without any mercy was not because he was hot-blooded, but because he knew Serene's master was nearby. Last night he even deliberately reminded Summer Moon to inform her master. But now, Summer Moon said, "I don't know. Didn't you say yesterday that your master would be nearby? If not, how would I dare to lie like that? Whiffy, don't joke around. Okay? Your master must be here hiding in the shadows, right?" But her answer shocked him. Damn it, Kale was extremely panicked. "Then, what should I do?" Ignis Shaw. "What do you mean? Are you trying to rebel?" The fat, bald old man spoke up. In the past, when he was in front of Ignis Shaw, Xiao Cheng would definitely be afraid. But now, he was furious, although he knew that at this point, no matter how he argued, it would be completely useless. How could Ignis Shaw just watch as Serene and Kale were wronged? He ignored Xiao Cheng and faced the high platform, saying, "I don't want to see Kale and Serene suffer injustice. I absolutely have no intention of rebelling." "Serene is your daughter. No matter what you say. Do you think anyone will believe you?" Ignis Shaw's face was very normal. He looked up and said calmly, Ignis Shaw, have achieved nothing, but I have lived an upright life. I have not harmed anyone, nor have I ever bullied anyone." Ignis Shaw's every word was loud and clear, striking at the hearts of everyone. Every word contained righteousness and a deep sense of integrity. A burst of contemptuous laughter suddenly rang out. At the head of the Shaw clan crowd, Jade Dragon Shaw, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. He faced Ignis Shaw, his eyes narrowed, and a cold smile on his face. A person who has deceived the entire Shaw clan for over a decade dares to call himself upright and not arrogant. Deceived the entire Shaw clan for over a decade. These few words made everyone's expression change in an instant. Hearing Jade Dragon Shaw's words and looking at his expression, Kale's eyebrows suddenly furrowed and a bad feeling rose in his heart. "Jade Dragon Shaw, what do you mean by that?" Ignis's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as he shouted. Oceanus Shaw also spoke up at this moment, his face serious. Jade Dragon Shaw bowed slightly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled faintly. "Fifth Elder, you say you are upright and not arrogant. Then do you dare to swear on all the honor of your son, Eagle Shaw, while he was alive, that Kale is your biological grandson?" Jade Dragon Shaw's words made Ignis Shaw's whole body tremble. His pupils instantly contracted, and he stood frozen on the spot. Seeing Jade Dragon Shaw's sinister, cold smile, how could he not understand? The words he had whispered at his son Eagle Shaw's grave that day had all been overheard by him. Jade Dragon Shaw's words made the scene explode. Everyone's jaws dropped, and their eyes all turned to Ignis Shaw. And when they saw Ignis Shaw's abnormal reaction, the shock in everyone's hearts immediately magnified several times, and the discussions gradually grew louder. "Father, how could Kale not be your biological grandson? Father, speak up. Tell them." Serene shook Ignis Shaw's body forcefully, letting out a horrified cry. Kale's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say a word. In his chest, a heavy pressure quickly spread throughout his body. Is what he said true? Ignis Shaw's appearance was a silent ignition. Ignis Shaw lowered his head and looked at Kale. He smiled bitterly, his slightly cloudy eyes filled with a complex emotion that Kale couldn't understand. "Although you are not my biological grandson, for all these years, I have always treated you as my own." His previous silence was a tacit admission, But this sentence was clear to everyone. The Sha clan immediately exploded. They had been in the Sha clan for so many years, and this was undoubtedly the most explosive news they had ever heard. First Elder Ignis Lee, his face full of anger, roared, "Ignis Shaw, you brought a bastard into our Sha clan and made us raise him for 16 years. If it weren't for Jade Dragon Shaw's timely discovery, were you planning to make us raise him for the rest of his life? I told you, with our Sha clan's bloodline, how could we produce a waste?" Jade Dragon Shaw's face was full of satisfaction as he cursed at Kale. Zhao Kuangyun opened his mouth, his voice still as sharp and unpleasant as before. He glanced at Kale and said calmly, "What are you waiting for? Kick this bastard out." All eyes focused on Kale again. There was not a trace of pleading or hurt on Kale's face. He just smiled faintly, a common mocking smile. "There's no need for the clan master and the elders to trouble themselves. Since I don't belong to your Sha clan, I will leave." He stood in front of Ignis Shaw, his eyes shaking for a long time before he asked with some doubt, "Grandpa, even though we don't share the same blood, so what? As long as you don't abandon me, I will always be your grandson." As he spoke, he knelt down. But Kale Kaudao aid, kowtowing 3 times heavily to Ignis Shaw. He said a string of words that made everyone's hearts tremble. Ignis Shaw's eyes were wet with tears. He nodded vigorously and said in a hoarse voice, "Good. You will always be my grandson. Grandpa, little aunt, after I leave, no matter what happens, you must take good care of yourselves. Take good care of your health." When Kale stood up, there was a bruise on his forehead, but the smile on his face was still as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. "Kale, don't go." A choked cry came from behind him from Serene. Kale paused for a moment but did not stop or turn back. He walked decisively towards the main gate. No one knew that under his calm and composed exterior at this moment, he was hiding immense anger, resentment, and ambition. He had an extraordinary mind and wisdom, but he had no strength. Without strength, he couldn't fight, couldn't protect his grandpa and little aunt, and didn't even have the strength to argue. He could only be driven away like this. "I'm sorry. If I had strength, if I were stronger, I would protect my grandpa and my little aunt. Please, protect my grandpa and my little aunt." As he passed by Summer Moon, Kale used a voice that only she could hear, the man who exuded mystery and pride everywhere. When he spoke these words, his eyes revealed a deep plea. "Wait a minute. You can't go yet." A voice came from behind, causing Kale to temporarily stop. Jade Dragon Shaw walked quickly towards Kale, at the same time putting on a righteous and grand appearance. "What more do you want? Don't forget the reason Summer Moon married Kale was to repay a debt. Now that he's just a bastard, what right does he have to receive the gratitude of Eagle Shaw?" Jade Dragon Shaw's words instantly reminded everyone. That's right, Summer Moon married Kale because of the marriage agreement from 16 years ago. Kale is no longer Eagle Shaw's son. So this wedding was a mistake from the beginning. If it was a mistake, he should immediately leave the marriage certificate and dissolve the marriage. Summer Moon is not someone a waste like him can touch. A few pigs from the outside also chimed in, blocking his way and forcing Kale to hand over the marriage certificate before leaving the Sha clan. Kale did not turn back and said coldly, "You want me to leave the marriage certificate? Fine, but not to you." Kale said nothing and reached into his chest. When he took it out, there was a marriage certificate in his hand. He had always carried this marriage certificate with him. But Kale leaned over and placed the marriage certificate in Summer Moon's hand. "Summer Moon, how our marriages is our business. It's not for them to interfere. If you want a divorce, then destroy this marriage certificate. If you want to continue being my wife, then keep it. It's all up to you." Kale looked at Summer Moon, his cold voice reaching everyone's ears. Zhao Kuangyun's eyes lit up. He secretly praised Jade Dragon Shaw. As long as this marriage is annulled, whatever he does will not affect the main sect. Tonight, he will torture Summer Moon on the bed. Jade Dragon Shaw approached Summer Moon, extended his hand, and smiled. "Tear up the marriage certificate and find a husband you like. What do you say, Miss Summer? Our Sha clan is full of talented people." She surprisingly avoided his arm. Since the last time she found out about Jade Dragon Shaw's true colors, Summer Moon had developed a deep dislike for him. She despised him to the extreme and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what my husband just said? The matters between us husband and wife are not for outsiders to interfere with. Jade Dragon Show's face changed in an instant. The faces of many others also changed. They didn't expect that she would say something in line with Kale's words. Moreover, she said it so decisively, and she still referred to Kale as her husband. He is my husband. Is there a problem? Her face was still as cold as before. Zhao Kuangyun's face turned green, but he was the son of the main sect's master. How could he not be able to do anything to a merchant's daughter in Flowing Cloud City? He frowned and sneered. Nonsense. This is not for you to decide. Shall be. Destroy that marriage certificate for me. Yes, young master. Shall be replied. His body suddenly leapt from the high platform, aiming for Summer Moon. His eyes were fixed on the marriage certificate in her hand. Just when everyone thought that the marriage certificate in Summer Moon's hand could not possibly be saved, a hiss suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind as cold as ice to the extreme. Zhao Bie's body was thrown back before it even hit the ground, landing in a very sorry state on the high platform. If one looked closely, they would find that his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. The sudden turn of events caused the whole crowd to gasp in surprise. Xiao Moshan's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened, and he looked up at the sky. At this moment, a cold and serene voice like ice came from the sky. Your main sect is truly getting more and more arrogant, even interfering in the marriage of a disciple of my palace. Who gave you that right? In the blue sky, occasionally a white cloud could be seen. A woman dressed entirely in white floated in the air, her cold and arrogant eyes looking down at everyone. Her face was peerlessly beautiful, her skin like snow, her lips as red as cinnabar, and her jade Midas-like bones were beautiful and otherworldly, yet cold and pure, like a fairy from the moon palace flying under the sky. That was Summer Moon's master, Celine Chu. The beautiful scenery of the sky made everyone stare in a daze. Suddenly, a trembling voice full of meaning rang out from the crowd. Oh my God. Am I seeing things? Is she standing in the air, without any support? Profound? Void minus walking. Is that the legendary sky profound realm? This one shout was like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone so much that their mouths fell open, and their eyes bulged out. Their gaze towards the woman in the sky suddenly changed drastically. Ice cloud. 7 fairies. Zhao Moshan whispered, his whole body tensing up and a deep sense of caution appearing in his eyes. The woman in the sky had made Zhao Kuangyun stare like a dog, not a bone. His saliva constantly drooling. This woman is too beautiful. Since she has come to my door, I will take her to bed tonight. Zhao Moshan angrily slapped him hard, knocking out 2 of his teeth. You fool. This is one of the most powerful forces in the Blue Wind Empire, a person from the Ice Cloud Palace. This person's status is not just that of a palace master's daughter. Even your father wouldn't dare to touch her. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. After hearing Zhao Moshan's words, how could Zhao Kuangyun dare to act arrogant? His expression quickly composed itself, and he looked up. Summer Moon is from the Ice Cloud Palace. Celine Chu said coldly just now, you still wanted to tear up the marriage certificate of a disciple of my palace. Celine Chu's face was indifferent, and her gaze swept over them. No one dared to meet her eyes. Although she was just a woman, the men here all felt that she was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. They, as mortals, knew their place and felt inferior, not even daring to look at her for too long. Zhao Kuangyun was scared to death and replied, No, this is really a misunderstanding. He had no chance of getting his hands on Summer Moon now. In front of Celine Chu, he had to be well misbehaved, which made him furious. He was seething with anger. Then his gaze shifted to Serene. Celine Chu then turned to her disciple and said softly, Do you still remember the agreement between us? It has been a month since you got married, according to the agreed time. It is time to return to the palace. Master, her eyes drooped slightly. Zhao Kuangyun saw this scene and was secretly overjoyed. So this damn woman wants to take Summer Moon back. Even if he only has Serene, it's enough for him to have fun with. Summer Moon saw this and quickly used her eyes to signal Celine Chu, hoping she could protect Serene. But Celine Chu acted as if she didn't know, showing no reaction at all. This has nothing to do with our palace. I, as your master, am only appearing now because of you. Hearing these words, Zhao Kuangyun's mind exploded. Oops. His heart was filled with joy. The Ice Cloud Palace was not a charity hall. There was no reason for them to meddle in other people's business. Summer Moon's face grew more worried and she pleaded, "Master, please help me fulfill my wish. After this, I will immediately follow you back to the Ice Cloud Palace. From now on, I will stay in the palace and cultivate with a calm heart. Please, Master, grant my wish." A flicker of movement in Celine Chu's eyes, and then a slight sigh. "The palace cultivates the path of emotionlessness. He is only your husband in name." "All right then, since you're so insistent, I as your master." Before she could finish, Jade Dragonshaw stood up straight like a mad dog. "Serene committed the crime of theft. That is a matter for our Shaw clan. You may be powerful, but you cannot interfere in other people's family affairs. That would damage the reputation of a fairy." "You shut your mouth, Jade Dragonshaw. You know this is a family matter, so why are you talking about Serene in front of outsiders?" Ignis Shaw scolded angrily. "You're not a member of the Shaw clan, are you?" Jade Dragonshaw replied angrily. "Justice is in the hearts of the people." Although he said that, he didn't care, as long as he could get into the main sect. What was Serene? Xiao Kuang-yun saw this and sneered. Family matters should naturally be resolved by the family. Outsiders should not interfere. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Celine Chu said coldly. "This matter is an eyesore to me. I want to interfere, is that okay?" After these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Beside Flowing Cloud City, on a street corner, Kale stood there quietly, his body leaning powerlessly against the ice-cold wall behind him. His eyes were unfocused, staring blankly ahead as if his soul had left his body. "Look, isn't that the waste Kale Shaw? What's he doing here? Probably being bullied by the servants again. I guess he was kicked out of the house by his wife. After all, he's a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. He was expelled from the Shaw clan, never to set foot in it again." He was resentful. Jade Dragonshaw wanted to poison him to death, and even helped Xiao Kuang-yun target his little aunt. He even forced him to divorce and got him kicked out of the Shaw clan, and his two grandfathers were humiliated in front of everyone. Today he would get his revenge. He looked at the star-concealing grass. Suddenly, a green light shot out from his palm, enveloping the star-concealing grass. Someone will surely wish they were dead. The sky had darkened. At the main gate of the Shaw clan, a few idle disciples stood guard, chatting. Today was really chaotic. Luckily, the thief was caught in the end. "You really think Serene was the thief?" It was clearly Xiao Kuang-yun putting on a show, and Kale was exposed too. So what if he was exposed? In a situation like that, everyone will naturally side with the main sect. Who cares if Serene lives or dies? Although the Ice Cloud Palace protected her in the end, imprisonment is unavoidable. Kale stepped into the main gate of the Shaw clan and walked straight inside. His movements were very casual, without a hint of caution. Disciples of the Shaw clan passed by him, but no one glanced at him. After eating the star-concealing pill, he would be invisible for 2 hours, because it wasn't just about making his body transparent. Kale walked all the way, his face incredibly calm, and on the way he overheard a few whispers and knew that Summer Moon had not disappointed him. Although punishment was inevitable, she had not fallen into Xiao Kuang-yun's hands. According to the clan rules, his little aunt was probably locked up at the Repentance Cliff. Grandpa is probably there taking care of her, so I don't need to worry for now. Ahead is Jade Dragonshaw's residence. Arriving at the main guest hall, Kale stopped and silently listened to the conversation inside. "Jade Dragon, tomorrow when you go to the main sect with young Master Zhao, don't forget your little brother. Although the plan failed, I still did a good job. Xiao Kuang-yun also thinks highly of me. So Shaw helped by flattering him. Big brother, your thinking is so thorough. You are truly a role model. Come on, let's go back to our rooms and rest." Jade Dragonshaw's voice was a little slurred. "The Ice Cloud Palace may be able to protect Serene for a while, but not forever. Does Big Brother have another plan?" Salshaw asked, puzzled. "Nonsense. Otherwise, how could Xiao Kuang-yun have chosen me?" He lay down on the bed, still unable to contain his pride. "In a year, I will bring him back to the Shaw clan. At that time, Serene will definitely not be able to escape." "Big Brother is truly brilliant," Salshaw said, feigning respect. "We'll discuss the details tomorrow. You should get some sleep, big brother. Jade Dragon Shaw laughed happily. Tomorrow he would be admitted to the main sect. This made him unable to stop sighing with emotion. As long as he could get into that place, his life would turn a new page. Kale listened, his face growing colder and colder, his hands clenched tightly. Still want to enter the main sect. In a year, you still plan to make a move on my little aunt? A pity. As he spoke, the short sword in his hand lit up. Kale walked to Jade Dragon Shaw's bed and slowly raised the short sword in his hand. You won't have that day. The sword plunged down, and a desperate scream echoed throughout the Shaw clan. Ah! Blood gushed like a spring from Jade Dragon Shaw's stomach. Jade Dragon Shaw, who was in a drunken state, let out a blood-clear scream like a slaughtered pig. He suddenly rolled onto the floor, clutching his stomach and writhing in agony. The scream made Oceanus Shaw, in his room, suddenly realize something was wrong. Not long after, Oceanus Shaw, Xiaogu, and several other elders rushed in. Seeing Jade Dragon Shaw stabbed in the stomach with a short sword, his body covered in blood, Oceanus Shaw's head suddenly swam, and he staggered in. Xiaogu always frowned. Hearing Oceanus Shaw's question, he sighed and said, "Plan Master. Calm down, the wound is deep, but it's not in a vital area. I'll go to the pharmacy and get some origin replenishing powder." Jade Dragon Shaw's face was ashen like a stray dog. He didn't understand what was happening. He lay on the floor groaning. What's happening? It hurts so much. Oceanus Shaw's body suddenly trembled. It's okay. It's a small wound. Just take some origin replenishing powder and you'll be fine soon. Just then, a panic scream like the sky was falling came from outside the door. Fire! Fire! The pharmacy's on fire, everything is on fire. Quick, put out the fire. The smell of medicine is so strong, a lot of medicine has already been burned. First Elder, the fire is too big. It's dangerous. Jade Dragon Shaw cried out in agony, his voice hoarse. Medicine. Oceanus Shaw rushed outside, then said urgently to Jade Dragon Shaw, Jade Dragon, don't panic. Father will go get the medicine for you himself. After speaking, Oceanus Shaw also quickly strode out the door. In an instant, only Jade Dragon Shaw was left in the room. He lay there motionless, not to mention moving his body. His whole body was so weak that he could barely lift a finger. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes completely dark. He wished so much that this was just a nightmare. Suddenly the door of the room closed, making his face turn pale. At this moment, even listening to heavy metal music wouldn't wake him up. Fool, of course, someone closed the door. Although there was clearly no one there, a sound that made his hair stand on end suddenly came to Jade Dragon Shaw's ears. He struggled to raise his head towards the source of the sound. He saw a figure approaching him, a person who should absolutely not be here, who's playing tricks. Come out now. Seeing the ghost-like figure appear before his bed, Jade Dragon Shaw's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his own eyes. He was clearly expelled from the Shaw clan, never to enter again. How could he be here? Kale smile, a very gentle smile. Cousin Jade Dragon, you don't recognize me. Kale, how did you get in here? Men? Jade Dragon Shaw's body trembled. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he said in a panic, "It's already chaotic outside now. No matter how much you call, no one will come to save you." Kale raised the dagger and looked coldly at Jade Dragon Shaw. "What do you want? Don't come over here." He struggled with what little strength he had left, continuously punching and kicking the empty space in front of him. "Don't waste your strength. The previous stab has already made you lose the ability to walk. As for why I'm here," Kale said coldly, "of course is to settle the score with you." Stop. Amidst resentful screams, Kale raised the short sword and suddenly stabbed at Jade Dragon Shaw. The gleaming short sword flashed past Jade Dragon Shaw's legs, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ruthlessly severing both his hands, Jade Dragon Shaw let out a blood-curdled scream, the pain as if he were in hell, magnified tenfold. Kale raised the dagger again. "I will let you go. No, this is just the beginning. With this slash, I want to make it so you can never see again." Two quick slashes quickly stabbed into Jade Dragon Shaw's eyes, directly crushing his wide open eyes into a black and white mess. This tragic scream seemed to come from hell, so miserable it was enough to make one's whole body tremble and their scalp tingle. As if he were listening to the music of a celestial fairy in heaven, He pulled out the short sword, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled faintly. With this slash, I want to make it so you can never speak again in this lifetime. The short sword viciously stabbed into Jade Dragon's mouth. When it was pulled out, a blood-red tongue and more than 10 teeth flew out with it. With this slash, I want to cut off your family line for the rest of your life. A despicable villain like you doesn't deserve to have descendants. The blade flashed, and blood sprayed. Jade Dragon's ears left his body and flew out, and fresh blood splattered on the ice-cold ground. At this time, in the back mountain where Serene was imprisoned, "Father, please go back." She looked at Ignis Shaw with pity. "This place is damp and prone to infectious diseases." Ignis Shaw looked at her and sighed. "To think you've been locked up here for 15 years. How can I be at ease? I'm at least still in the Shaw family. But Kale doesn't even have a home anymore." Her eyes were filled with tears. "I don't even know where Kale is now. Has he eaten?" Just then, a low footstep was heard. Ignis Shaw quickly shouted, "Who is it?" Kale slowly approached and said softly, "It's me, Grandpa, little aunt." Serene rushed over and hugged him, sobbing, "Am I dreaming? Kale's back." Ignis asked, puzzled, "Did the clan master let you come back?" "How could that scoundrel let me come back?" he replied with resentment. "I snuck in." Oceanus Shaw and the others had found the medicine by now and quickly returned to Jade Dragon's room. Pushing open the door, Oceanus Shaw hadn't even had time to open his mouth to call Jade Dragon's name when his whole body was as if struck by lightning, and he stood there frozen. Jade Dragon was no longer on the bed but lying on the ground like a dead dog. His whole body was covered in blood. His 2 wrists and ankles were separated by a thick, black gash, and both his hands and feet were twisted. His entire face was covered in fresh blood. His 2 ears were just 2 piles of bloody flesh, and his nose and upper lip had disappeared. Blood foamed from his mouth, and a red, white, and black liquid flowed from his dark eye sockets. The area below his waist was completely dyed red. Too cruel, truly tragic. His limbs are crippled, his profound veins are shattered, his 5 senses are destroyed, and even his lifeblood. Although he's not dead, it's a fate worse than death. Xiaogu turned his head and said. Oceanus Shaw's body suddenly shook. He staggered forward a step, then suddenly screamed like a madman. "Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Who on earth was it? So cruel. Who was it?" Oceanus Shaw's roar was filled with boundless resentment and madness, as if he had gone insane. He felt like his chest was about to explode. And at this moment he suddenly noticed 2 rows of blood-red words on the wall. The words were written in the blood of his son, Jade Dragon Shaw. "To the old dog, to celebrate your little dog son's immediate departure for the main sect, I specially present this grand gift." Oceanus Shaw viciously punched the wall, shattering the blood-written words with a loud bang. He let out a desolate scream. "Who on earth was it? Come out." For a short while the 3 of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. Kale had been held by Serene for half an hour and was starting to get tired. "Little aunt, we've only been apart for half a day. Do you really have to miss me this much?" "It's okay. I'm not tired." He was helpless. Normally, a hug is fine, but now we're in front of Grandpa. "It's really a bit, but I'm tired." Kel tried to get her to let go, but she still held on tightly. "Little aunt, Grandpa is still watching." These words finally made her realize, and she pushed him away. Father, don't misunderstand. I just had a moment of confusion. I accidentally forgot you were here." "So you often do this when I'm not around?" Ignis Shaw shook his head. "No, Kayland, I just have a normal relationship. There's nothing overly intimate." She explained endlessly while Kale just held his head. Explaining like that is the same as admitting it, Grandma. Ignis Shaw sighed. "I'm not blind. I've seen it all for a long time. I didn't stop you because you and Kale are not related by blood at all." "Bloodline? Grandpa, my birth parents." Ignis Shaw's expression was calm as he looked at Kale silently. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh and slowly closed his eyes. "I originally thought this secret would stay with me for the rest of my life, never to be told to a second person. Now that the Shaw clan can no longer accommodate you, and you've learned about it over the years, it's good. Returning to your ancestors is the duty of a descendant. Your biological father's surname is Yun." Yun. Kale was very excited. On the Blue Cloud continent, His master had also given him the surname Yun. What a miraculous coincidence. Besides knowing that my biological father's surname is Yun, is there any other information about him? What's his name? Where is he from? I have no idea at all. Moreover, that person is extremely powerful. Eagle Shaw met your father while traveling in the Blue Wind Empire back then. That year, your father saved Eagle Shaw's life. After that, they became friends and traveled together, hitting it off. When they parted, they became sworn brothers of different surnames. Ignis Shaw tilted his head slightly, as if remembering the situation back then. Later, he met your father again. Your parents were seriously injured. Eagle Shaw stopped them and took them to a hidden place to treat them. But he was refused because the enemies pursuing them were too strong. They didn't want to involve Eagle Shaw. Eagle Shaw couldn't keep them. He also knew that he couldn't possibly fight against enemies that even they couldn't handle. So, Eagle Shaw secretly took you away and placed you, his own grandson, in the swaddling clothes of your baby. Kale's eyes suddenly trembled, and Serene was even more surprised. After your parents left, Eagle Shaw found me and knelt before me to confess his crime. He said he was still young and had lost a son, but he could have more. But if you died, then his brother, who was also your father, would have no descendants. At that time, although my heart was in agony as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, how could I bear to blame such a loyal and righteous son? Hearing this, Kale was filled with emotion. So his life was exchanged for the life of his grandfather's biological grandson. Ignis's voice paused slightly, a look of intense pain on his face which he struggled to suppress. His hands were also clenched tightly. Less than half a month later, Eagle Shaw was assassinated. His profound veins were all shattered, and he died. The ones who assassinated him were the same people who were chasing your parents. Their goal was to force Eagle Shaw to reveal your parents' whereabouts. Kale's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Looking at Ignis's head full of white hair, his heart ached so much he wanted to cry. If he hadn't exchanged his life for Kale's, how could Uncle Shaw have been killed? How could Uncle Shaw's wife have followed him in death? Grandma wouldn't have died of grief either. If it weren't for him with Grandpa's profound realm, how could he have aged so much at his age? Even so, even if he was a cripple with damaged profound veins, Grandpa still didn't give up on him. Kale's hands gripped the stone slab, his fingers tightening. Looking at the wounded Ignis before him, for a moment, he didn't know how to thank the man he had called Grandpa for over a decade. After a long while, he knelt down and kowtowed, his voice trembling, "Grandpa." Kale's eyes were filled with surprise. Seeing his expression, Ignis Shaw nodded. He continued, "It's highly likely. Eagle Shaw only told me because they had a profound heavenly treasure on them." Kale firmly committed the name to memory. Although he had lived to lifetimes, he had never heard of it. "I'm not sure either. I only know it's a terrifying taboo. Remember, don't mention it to outsiders." Ignis Shaw nodded, glanced outside and said, "Leave early. If they find you, it will be a lot of trouble." You want to go?" Serene looked up as if struck by lightning, her two arms tightly gripping him. Sensing the deep reluctance in Serene's eyes, Ignis's heart ached. He stood up, took Serene's hand in his, looked into her eyes, and said word by word, "Little aunt, I have to go, but don't worry. Little aunt, I will come back. Within 3 years, I will definitely come back. At that time I will make the entire Shaw clan kneel and beg for your forgiveness." His words made Ignis and Serene stare blankly for a long time. Serene shook her head, her teary eyes looking at him. "I just want you to be safe and take good care of yourself. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of myself." Kale smiled at her. "Because I still have a promise to my little aunt that I haven't fulfilled yet." "A promise?" Serene's eyes lit up and she looked at him with confusion. After Zhao Kuangyun's group had gone far, Celine Chu was also preparing to take Summer Moon back to the Ice Cloud Palace. Celine Chu turned around, her face as cold as ice. "Have you said everything you need to say?" "Master, rest assured, Summer Moon has prepared everything." Celine Chu nodded. "Tomorrow I will take you back by void minus walking. You must first adapt to the flow of my profound energy." Without hesitation, Summer Moon extended her small, fair right hand. Celine Chu took Summer Moon's hand with her ice minus cold one, and her body immediately flashed with an icy light. The powerful ice cloud arts quickly began to circulate. But just at this moment, Celine Chu's whole body suddenly trembled. And the just minus condensed ice cloud arts instantly dissipated. She turned around, her beautiful eyes staring at Summer Moon. It was clearly a look of extreme shock, as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ah, this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her appearance made Summer Moon even more panicked. Master, what's wrong? Tell me, what strange encounters have you had recently? Summer Moon's eyes widened. Your profound veins. In total, you have 50 for profound entrances. The more profound entrances, the faster the cultivation speed and the speed of profound energy circulation. 10 entrances opened is considered to have normal aptitude. Someone with high talent can open 15 entrances. Is there a problem? I remember I was born with 21 entrances open, which is considered to have exceptional talent, Summer Moon asked, puzzled. Celine Chu gripped Summer Moon's shoulder tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on her. Now you don't have 21 entrances anymore? Huh? Summer Moon was surprised. Then how many profound entrances do I have now? You've opened all 50 for profound entrances, Master. She exclaimed happily. It's called the Divine Spirit Veins. How can it be? It's a profound vein that only gods and legends have. Celine Chu's words left Summer Moon dazed. Celine Chu was certain that in these few short days, Summer Moon must have had a miraculous encounter, an encounter that could be called a miracle. Her voice was urgent as she asked, Summer Moon, tell me quickly, what kind of miraculous encounter did you have? She immediately remembered that Kale had helped her read her body. Could it be him? Seeing this, Summer Moon didn't answer right away, but her eyes suddenly changed, and her expression became complicated. From your expression, did you think of something, Master? Summer Moon immediately said, I happened to meet a divine doctor. These were all done for me by that person. After it was done, that person left. I don't know their name or where they went. Of course she wouldn't say it was because of Kale. Otherwise he would be hunted down fiercely. Celine Chu didn't mind, then said with disappointment, but such a master doesn't like to get involved in worldly affairs. You should rest. Summer Moon was obviously not good at lying. When she said these words, her eyes didn't dare to look directly into Celine Chu's. After her master left, she was quietly silent. You've given me such a great favor. Do you want me to never forget you? After being kicked out of the Shaw clan, where are you now? Kale at this time once again appeared in front of the Shaw clan's gate. He stood there heavily, looking for a while. He didn't want to leave, but the Shaw clan could not contain him. Within 3 years he would definitely return. From now on, his name would be changed to Cloud Kale. Greenwood Town, located 200 kilometers west of Flowing Cloud City. Although the terrain was barren and remote, the population was not small, and occasionally a group of people would pass through. It was also considered a necessary path when going from Flowing Cloud City to New Moon City. Xiao Kuang Yun was sitting in a tavern, his face looking like a dog's. How far is this place from the main sect? When will we get back? Nearly 1,000 miles. We still have to travel for a few more days, Xiao Bie said, standing to the side. NPH, Xiao Kuangyun said angrily. A place where even birds won't bother. I really don't want to stay here for another second. And this wine, is this stuff even drinkable? Young master, please try to bear with it. This is the only tavern around here, Xiao Bie reminded him again. Innkeeper, bring up the wine and food immediately. Bring the best and most delicious things. I want to get drunk. The old rule put it on my tab. Just then, a group of men armed with swords and sabers walked in. Their faces flushed. Those are the Silver Dragon mercenary group, so it's that evil mercenary group. Some people in the tavern recognized them. Keep your voice down. If you don't want to die, don't mess with them. One of them sneered. Ha, that kid is really arrogant. Look at the way he looked at us just now. He must be some rich young master on a trip. We must catch them. Just by looking at their clothes, we can tell they're rich. But what surprised everyone was that, faced with the notorious Silver Dragon mercenary group, Xiao Kuangyun's group was incredibly calm, so calm it was a little strained. Zhao Kuangyun raised his hand. A bunch of stray cats and dogs dare to speak so rudely, disturbing my mood for drinking. Cripple them all. Yes, young master. After speaking, Xiao Bie's body shot out like a flash of lightning. Outside, Cloud Kale was struggling to take each step. In such hot weather with a crippled body, he couldn't last much longer. His grandfather had given him a token to go to New Moon City and find someone named Si Kong Han, but he didn't even know where New Moon City was. And this thing. He reached into his chest and took out the necklace. Grandpa said that when Uncle Shaw carried him and ran, he was wearing it. If I can find my parents, I can use this to confirm, but in this situation, I'll probably die of thirst before I find them. Just then, he spotted a tavern, and his spirits lifted. He ran and howled like a madman, "Heaven really won't let me die." In the tavern, Xiao Kuang-yun and his men had already dealt with the Silver Dragon mercenary group. Xiao Kuang-yun's expression relaxed as he held a bowl of wine and enjoyed. Just then a young man's figure appeared at the tavern door. "Waiter, bring the best wine here for this young master. Today, this young master." Suddenly his eyes fell upon the seat of Xiao Kuang-yun's group and a bunch of beaten up people on the floor. Cloud Kale swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said slowly, "Long time no see." Xiao Kuang-yun said in a low voice, "That's right, it's been a long time since we've seen each other in a day." Hearing this, Cloud Kale's face turned as pale as a goose. He immediately closed the door and disappeared. This waste made me lose face that day, and he still wants to run? Xiao Bie, don't let him die too easily. Xiao Kuang-yun said no more. Xiao Bie nodded silently, slowly walked out of the tavern, and went straight in the direction Cloud Kale had gone. There were many shops on the streets of Greenwood Town, but it had everything one could need. Cloud Kale's eyebrows furrowed, and he quickened his pace. Damn it, why did I run into these guys? After what I did that day, they definitely won't let me go. He immediately raised his hand, his heart burning with anxiety. The Sky Poison Pearl's poison power was exhausted in my previous life. It's useless. But then he suddenly remembered. The Sky Poison Pearl still contains many kinds of medicine that I brought from home, including some that can be made into poison power. With the power of the Sky Poison Pearl, it only takes 4 breaths to refine. Although it's not enough to injure a master, at least it can buy me some time. Cloud Kale slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Bie, who was standing silently behind him like a ghost, less than 10 steps away. Xiao Bie was a little surprised that Cloud Kale had discovered him. He looked down on Cloud Kale and said coldly, "By the young master's order, I'm sending you to see the King of Hell." 3 more seconds, Cloud Kale said in a panic. "I think there must be a misunderstanding between us." As soon as he finished speaking, a small, shiny dagger appeared in Xiao Bie's hand. Then he swung his right hand, and with a piercing sound of tearing wind, he threw the dagger straight at Cloud Kale. "Although the young master wants me to torture this waste a little." Cloud Kale panicked and backed away, stuttering, "Don't be so quick to act. Torture me. You must torture me properly. Absolutely do not let me go." As he spoke, he silently counted 2 more seconds. "Unfortunately, you are not qualified." When Xiao Bie rushed over, Kale was absolutely terrified and pissed himself. It was already too late. Kale cursed helplessly in his heart. The cold key in his eyes was getting closer, and his instincts made him react to dodge first, but his slow body simply couldn't avoid it. Just as the throwing knife was about to pierce Cloud Kale's throat, a red flash of lightning suddenly shot out from Cloud Kale's hand straight at Xiao Bie. The knife did not hit Cloud Kale's throat at all. In his eyes, the knife no longer existed. But behind Xiao Bie, a small, nimble figure had appeared. She had her back to Cloud Kale, her white dress revealing small, jade-like feet. Her crimson hair was long, reaching her hips, and she was incredibly beautiful. And in her right hand she was clearly holding Xiao Bie's arm on the knife. No, impossible. He clutched his arm in pain, the blood still flowing relentlessly. "I was, by a girl." Her eyes were cold as she threw the arm to the ground in front of Xiao Bie. Cloud Kale immediately recognized this little girl. She was the one he had put into the Sky Poison Pearl. How could she be so terrifyingly strong? Xiao Bie's face was ashen, but he still hadn't realized the situation and sneered. "How could I be crippled by a girl?" Hearing those words, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up! You're so noisy." A cool breeze slowly brushed past. Xiao Bie's upright body suddenly collapsed with the gentle breeze, like wooden blocks falling in a Jenga game, turning into a pool of blood and countless small sharp fragments on the ground. The wind blew on Cloud Kale's face, carrying the pungent smell of blood. His whole body stood frozen in place. Looking at the back of the crimson Midas-haired girl in front of him, his pupils contracted violently. His breathing completely stopped, and even his heart seemed to have stopped beating. Damn, she turned someone into a pool of blood in an instant. This time, he had picked up a little ancestor. In the past, in the Sky Poison Pearl, he had seen everything about her. This girl is too dangerous. It's best not to get involved. The moment Cloud Kale decided to run, she suddenly clutched her head in pain. This detestable god Midas slaying absolute poison. This princess only used such a small amount of power and had backlash to this extent. The girl's voice was weak and pained, as if she were enduring great torment. Cloud Kale cautiously took 2 steps forward. Little sister, are you okay? Hearing Cloud Kale's voice, the little girl's body stopped trembling. She slowly stood up, turned around, and revealed a tender face like a doll's. But this face, though young, was so beautiful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, with a look of suffering, she looked at Cloud Kale, her voice young but cold. Weren't you about to run away? Changed your mind? I just wanted to turn back and admire the scenery for a bit. His voice suddenly became a little confident. And you seem to be quite seriously poisoned. What does my poisoning have to do with you? It's really unbelievable that the Sky Poison Pearl would choose a useless mortal like you as its master. Could the spiritual sense of such a treasure be wrong? Cloud Kale was suddenly stunned. Profound heavenly treasure. Could it be that there's more than one profound heavenly treasure? Then the reason my parents were hunted down. No. I brought the Sky Poison Pearl from my previous life. It can't possibly be related to my parents. In the tavern Greenwood Town, the wine and food had been served, but Xiao Bie had not yet returned. Zhao Kuan-yun began to grow impatient and snorted coldly. Dealing with the waste is taking so long. He's not lost somewhere strange, is he? Zhao Jiu, you go and see. Yes, young master. Zhao Jiu received the order, immediately stood up, and walked out of the tavern, heading in the direction Xiao Bie had pursued. Cloud Kale's heart had quickly calmed down, and the words the young girl had just said, along with the few words in her soft sigh, had caught his attention. Faced with Cloud Kale's question, the girl's expression in the corners of her eyes did not move at all, as if she hadn't heard. She still answered Cloud Kale's question. The Sky Poison Pearl is ranked 5th among the 7 profound heavenly treasures. It has an endless space inside and can create and neutralize all the poisons in the world. 1300 years ago, it was once glorious, leading to a great war in the world. After that, it disappeared. I didn't expect it to fuse with a waste like you. It's truly laughable. Cloud Kale smiled, his eyes full of admiration from the bottom of his heart. Maybe the Sky Poison Pearl is a girl. It likes handsome guys. Being handsome is also a cry. Her tender, rosy lips twitched slightly. She lunged forward and grabbed his throat. This princess has no time to chat with you. I'll give you 2 choices: hand over the Sky Poison Pearl or die. At this moment, the girl's beautiful face was covered in a grim expression, making one's heart tremble. Her young voice was like a cold whisper. You can kill me quickly, provided you can. He smiled coldly. If you really wanted me dead, you wouldn't have risked the poison's backlash to save me just now. The girl's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and she sneered, so what? As she spoke, her fingers suddenly tightened, and 5 bloody marks appeared on Cloud Kale's neck, a gruesome sight. His expression became even more pain. But he still forced a smile, his face pale. That means, you can't kill me. If I die, you will die too. You were able to enter the Sky Poison Pearl to suppress the poison because you deliberately drank my blood that day, making the Sky Poison Pearl have an affinity for you. That's why you were able to enter and exit the Sky Poison Pearl at will and recover from the brink of death. The Sky Poison Pearl only recognizes me, not you. My life is your life. If you die, I won't be affected at all. If I die, you die too. So if I give you the Sky Poison Pearl, I'd really be looking for death. A deep look of surprise flashed in the depths of Jasmine's beautiful eyes, and the small hand gripping Cloud Kale's throat slowly loosened. Finally free from the torment of having his throat choked, Cloud Kale coughed violently. Xiao Bie has been missing for so long, someone will surely come looking for him. What are you going to do then? Her eyes glanced at him sideways. Who cares about you? Cloud Kale smiled faintly. At least I saved you. You slept in the sky poison pearl for so long, and I didn't even charge you rent. So being my bodyguard isn't too much to ask, right? Seeing that she said nothing, he took it as her agreement and asked for her name. Jasmine? Cloud Kale stroked his chin. A lovely, gentle, pure, and flawless jasmine flower. This name suits you very well. But the girl's next sentence made Cloud Kale completely stunned for 5 seconds. Pure and flawless. I didn't expect you to be not only a waste but also blind. Did I say something wrong? Look closely, what do I really look like? She smiled faintly, her eyes suddenly turning crimson. Kale suddenly found himself in a dark layer of killing intent. It could be called a malevolent aura. Such a terrifying malevolent aura. Just how many people has she killed? The small, white-dressed figure smiled. Now do you still think I'm pure and flawless? This sentence froze Cloud Kale, and he didn't dare to say a word. At this moment a series of urgent footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Jasmine's eyes froze, and she slowly turned to the side. The owner of the footsteps quickly appeared in their sight. Zhao Jiu. Zhao Kuang Yun really sent someone. But the moment he saw Jasmine, his eyes were fixed, and his body felt a depraved sensation he had never experienced before. The blood in his whole body was almost boiling. How can there be something so beautiful in this world? This is the pinnacle of beauty. Xiao Jiu was completely mesmerized, his eyes wide, his gaze dazed, and saliva constantly drooling from his mouth. Even the young master is not worthy of her. Seeing Xiao Jiu's extremely hot gaze, a look of annoyance appeared on Jasmine's face. He rushed forward. He must pin down this kind of girl and ravage her crazily. Seeing this scene, Cloud Kale had to admire him. To dare to say such a lewd thought out loud, I respect a man like you. Go well, I won't see you off. You're courting death. She suddenly raised her small, soft, jade-like hand, her palm pointing at Xiao Jiu's chest. There was no energy fluctuation, no warning signs. In the instant Jasmine raised her right hand, Xiao Jiu's face suddenly changed dramatically, becoming extremely panicked, as if in that instant he had seen the most terrifying hell. Then, in a sudden, extremely terrifying explosion, his body exploded. His head, limbs, body, and internal organs were all shattered in an instant, exploding into a huge flower of blood. The blood flew far and wide, dyeing the ground around for several meters completely red. Cloud Kale watched this cruel act and could only swallow hard. Jasmine's mouth suddenly let out a pained groan, and her small body suddenly sat on the ground, her whole body trembling. Cloud Kale's heart couldn't help but feel a chilling fear. Seeing her pained appearance, Cloud Kale hesitated for a moment, then still took 2 steps forward and said, "Your body is now infected with a strange poison. What does it have to do with you?" She didn't turn her head in pain. Cloud Kale let out a long sigh and placed his hand on her back. "If you want me to use the sky poison pearl to help you, just say so. Don't be stubborn with me." "This princess doesn't need to beg a mortal like you." "Is that so? Then I'll leave you here." He withdrew his hand. But she suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted, "This is not for you to decide." Then she bit down on his hand and sucked his blood. The pain from his finger made Cloud Kale's face contort. He felt his fingertip being bitten by her sharp fangs, and the fresh blood that flowed out was all sucked into Jasmine's mouth. With every drop of blood that Jasmine sucked into her mouth, the frequency of Jasmine's body's transformation began to slow down. After half an hour, it finally stopped completely. Jasmine released her teeth from his finger. Although her face was still a little pale, she was finally no longer in pain. Cloud Kale took a step back and looked at the teeth marks on the index finger of his right hand, which was still bleeding. He took a sharp breath and said, "You're a little dog, aren't you? Stop biting." Jasmine held out her small hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Her young face still showed a look of fear. She bit her lips slightly, raised her delicate eyebrows, and said in a cold voice, "It's all because you're useless. Otherwise, how could this princess have been forced to this point?" "I'm useless." Cloud Kale chuckled to himself. "But no matter how useless I am, I've still saved you twice. You'd better get a clear picture of the situation." Jasmine was silent. Cloud Kale suddenly sighed. "I'll try to restore my profound veins. That way you won't have to risk it." The girl's face showed a contemptuous smile. I've already examined your profound veins. I found that you've been crippled for many years. Even if you're saved, you'll still be a not minus so minus useless waste. Jasmine's words made Cloud Kale's expression suddenly stiffen. His hands couldn't help but clench, and he gritted his teeth. What? Then are you going to protect me for the rest of my life? Of course not. This princess can give you another profound vein, a profound vein, a profound vein with the power of a god. She looked at him coldly. A profound vein with the power of a god. Are you telling the truth? Those few words from Jasmine were like a clap of thunder on a clear day to Cloud Kale, who was desperately searching for a way to heal his profound veins. Would this princess lie to you? But you have to agree to 3 conditions. The girl's face was full of arrogance. Cloud Kale was speechless. How could she be lying to him, a cripple? Moreover, her strength was so terrifying. And she was afflicted with a poison he had never even heard of. Maybe she really did have a way. Okay, then tell me the 3 conditions you want me to agree to. Jasmine knew he had no way of refusing. She didn't waste any more words and said directly, the first condition. You must agree to find 3 items for this princess. They are one stalk of the netherworld Bodhi flower, 3 profound pills from a profound beast no less than the tyrant profound realm, and at least 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. Cloud Kale listened carefully, then his face went blank. Are you playing with me? 3 profound pills from a tyrant profound realm profound beast. Who in the entire Blue Wind Empire would dare to touch a profound beast? 30-5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. Even if you sold the entire Blue Wind Empire, it wouldn't be enough. The netherworld Bodhi flower is the most yin and sinister spirit in the world. Just getting close will cause you to be invaded by nether key. Am I looking for death? Jasmine's face showed no sign of joking. What does it have to do with me? I'm just asking if you agree or not. I agree, he replied immediately. Compared to being a waste for the rest of my life, of course I have to risk it. The second condition. You must reach the sovereign profound realm. A person's life force is related to their profound energy. Lifespan is life force. I am now only a semi-minus corporeal entity and need enough life force to reconstruct my body, Jasmine said calmly, her hand reaching out and placing it on his chest. Cloud Kale nodded, somewhat understanding, but his heart suddenly jumped. At least I need the life force of the peak sovereign profound realm in the world to be able to retain my previous strength after my body and soul are fused and reconstructed. So, in other words, her previous strength was even higher than that. No way, absolutely impossible. My understanding must be wrong. Cloud Kale secretly shook his head, dismissing this ridiculously absurd speculation. Jasmine's gaze returned to him, becoming serious and arrogant. You're scared by just this? That's why I say you're immortal. The third condition, kneel down, kowtow, and acknowledge me as your master. Huh? Cloud Kale looked at her, and for a long while, he couldn't say a word. You don't agree? Jasmine's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her beautiful and young face was covered in a layer of majesty, making one's heart tremble with fear. How old are you this year? Cloud Kale asked boldly. Jasmine's eyes froze for a moment, but she still answered. He's 13 years old. 13 years old? This answer was completely in line with her appearance, but it made Cloud Kale's heart tremble and groan. 13 years old? You want me to acknowledge a little brat as my master? Jasmine sneered with contempt. In this world, strength is supreme. Judging strength by age is an extremely foolish act. Cloud Kale made a quick decision and nodded. All right, I'll take you as my master, but I won't kowtow. Reason? Jasmine asked vaguely, puzzled. I can kneel to my elders, to my benefactors, and it's not impossible for me to kneel to my wife. But to make me kneel to a little girl I've only known for a few days, I can't do. This is the most basic dignity of a man. Cloud Kale shook his head, his voice extremely firm. Jasmine smiled, a beautiful smile like a blooming jasmine flower, but her voice was as cold as ice. This may not be up to you to decide. As her voice fell, Jasmine's right hand had already shot out like lightning and grabbed Cloud Kale's shoulder. Instantly, Cloud Kale felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Under the immense, irresistible force, his knees buckled in an instant, and he knelt heavily on the ground, kneeling before Jasmine. Cloud Kale's face showed anger, and he was about to stand up. But faced with Jasmine's power, he simply had no ability to resist it all. Even using all his strength, he couldn't even stand up a little. Now cow to this princess. This princess will officially become your master. Not only will I give you a new profound vein, but I can also guide you on the path of cultivating profound veins. As he struggled, Cloud Kale heard Jasmine's cold and arrogant voice in his ear. He shook his head forcefully and said in a low voice, "Don't even hope for." "Is that so?" Cloud Kale's words hadn't even faded when a heavy force pressed the upper half of his body to the ground. Jasmine raised a snow-white, jade-like foot and stepped on Cloud Kale's shoulder, using a slight force. With a crack, his bone was dislocated. Cloud Kale's head, which was stubbornly raised, was slammed hard onto the ice-cold ground, completing the count-out ceremony. Jasmine's bare foot continued to press on Cloud Kale's shoulder. She crossed her arms and said mockingly, "Do you feel very heroic? Without strength, you don't even have the ability to refuse to count out of me. Even if you're trampled to death by me, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. In this world, strength is everything." Jasmine's words were like a bucket of cold water. It ruthlessly poured over Cloud Kale's head, leaving him stunned. Then, he smiled, silently laughing at himself. "That's right. Without strength, what right do I have to talk about dignity and pride?" My arrogant appearance just now must have been extremely ridiculous in Jasmine's eyes. Although you weren't willing, you finally kowtowed. This princess will be your master. To me, your master. Do you have any questions you want to ask now? Jasmine's foot was on Cloud Kale's shoulder, and she looked down at him from above. Cloud Kale looked up, his gaze forward, his tone obscure. "I want to ask, are you a hairless ape or a naturally born white fa?" Cloud Kale's words made Jasmine freeze. When she suddenly noticed the direction of Cloud Kale's gaze, she finally reacted. Jasmine leapt backward like a flash of lightning, her small hands reflexively pulling down her skirt. Instantly, her snow-white face was filled with anger. This is probably the biggest benefit of becoming a master. He slowly stood up, dusted himself off. Jasmine's face was filled with anger, and her two small pearl-like canine teeth were clenched tightly, sharp and sparkling. Her gaze was so fierce that she looked like she could eat him alive. "Forget what you saw. If we weren't life-bound, this princess would have killed you on the spot." "I absolutely didn't see anything I shouldn't have just now," Cloud Kale hurriedly said, while silently adding in his heart, "I didn't see anything naked at all." "Is that so?" Faced with Cloud Kale, whom she couldn't bring herself to harm, Jasmine's anger was finally suppressed a little. But her hands were still instinctively clenched tightly. "It seems you still don't understand. Not being able to kill you doesn't mean I can't beat you." After giving him a good beating, Jasmine finally felt more comfortable. Indeed, beating people is much more satisfying than killing them. "A slight mistake and you kill someone, then it's all over. Was it necessary to be so cruel?" He looked ahead, his face bruised and swollen. "Then I should thank you. Compared to this, you should hurry up and change my profound veins." Jasmine was silent for a moment and said, "Don't be in a hurry. I'll give you this." To Cloud Kale's surprise, Jasmine slowly raised her right hand. Her index finger pointed straight up, and at the tip of her finger, with a strange, sparkling light, a dark red, drop-shaped object slowly revealed itself, floating above her fingertip. "This is..." Cloud Kale moved a little closer and stared. "It looks like a drop of blood." Ancient texts record that in the ancient era, there was a true god called the Evil God. He was the last true god to fall in the era of the gods. And when the evil god fell, he left behind a drop of his indestructible evil god's origin blood. If one could obtain this drop of indestructible blood and introduce it into their body, the power of the evil god would be born within their profound veins. Until a month ago, someone found the place where the evil god fell back then. Thus, countless people rushed towards that place, searching for the possibility of the true god's remains. In a daze, the legendary indestructible blood of the evil god was found, leading to a scramble among everyone. But in the end, it fell into the hands of this princess. "You were poisoned because you were fighting for this indestructible blood?" Cloud Kale asked, while at the same time suspicion grew in his heart. Such a good thing. "Actually, it's not as good as the records say. You'll know once you try." Jasmine moved her finger, causing the dark red drop of blood to float quietly in front of Cloud Kale's chest. "Yeah." The indestructible blood will devour your old profound veins and create new evil god profound veins. I can't erase my profound energy for it, so it's most suitable for you. Bah! In that instant Cloud Kale felt as if he had been pierced by 10,000 blades. An extremely intense and excruciating pain spread to every corner of his body, causing him to let out a painful scream. His whole body began to tremble violently. The vision before his eyes suddenly became blurry, until it completely turned into a crimson reed. The unbearable pain made every nerve in Cloud Kale's body tremble violently, but his heart was completely calm, even completely excited. When the evil god's blood was introduced into Cloud Kale's body by Jasmine, Jasmine's lips curled up into a very joyful smile. The pain of having your profound veins devoured is extremely terrifying. I can help you alleviate the pain, although the effect won't be very high. Faced with those words, he was indifferent and didn't pay any attention. What did you say? She mocked. You're speaking too softly, I can't hear you. Hurry up and beg me. This is the price for peeking at that place of this princess. This is Retribution. However, after the initial pained groan, Cloud Kale didn't make another sound of pain. Not even a little. As long as I can become strong, this pain is nothing. Sweat had soaked Cloud Kale's entire body, and every inch of his skin was trembling in pain. But between his clenched teeth there was surprisingly no sound, and on his contorted face there was even a faint hint of excitement. He felt a power circulating in his body. He's clearly in so much pain, he might as well be dead. Why is he reacting like this? He's clearly an ordinary person with crippled profound veins. How can he have such terrifying willpower? At this moment, Jasmine was shocked to find that she had completely underestimated this person. His body was very weak, and his profound energy was pitifully small. But at this moment he was displaying a terrifying willpower that was completely out of proportion. Half a quarter of an hour passed. The dark red demonic patterns covering Cloud Kale's entire body suddenly flashed with a brilliant red light, and his contorted features also began to relax a little at this moment. But Cloud Kale had not yet accepted the new profound vein. This is not enough. He immediately took out the box of acupuncture needles in his hand. I not only want a profound vein that contains the power of a god, but I also want a talent that is worthy of it. What are you doing? She asked curiously. He didn't answer, just silently used the needles in his hand to pierce the meridians on his body. His face contorted in pain, but purifying his own profound veins was as simple as moving his fingertips. He clutched his face in agony, and a crimson aura was released from around him. Jasmine observed from the side. Is he cheating? He's opening his profound entrances. The more profound entrances are opened, the stronger the talent. She had originally planned to spend over a decade helping him open them. She didn't expect him to be able to do it himself. Moreover, this speed is too fast. In less than half an hour, all 54 entrances of the newly born profound veins were opened. Could this also be the power of the sky poison pearl? Cloud Kale's face was filled with a hint of pride. The sky poison pearl only speeds things up. I already knew how to open the profound entrances. Did I never tell you I was a divine doctor, you strange person? Jasmine's eyes were very suspicious. Jasmine threw cold water on him, but Cloud Kale didn't mind at all and directly asked, I feel like something has appeared in my body. What is this? At this moment he discovered that in the core position of his profound veins, there were actually 7 imprints similar to profound entrances, and they were arranged in the exact shape of the Big Dipper. Jasmine immediately explained, those are the 7 realms of the evil god, along with the special technique of the evil god's secret art. They were simultaneously imprinted into your new profound veins. Moreover, the attribute of your profound veins has also changed. Cultivating an ice-base profound art can transform your profound energy into an ice attribute. A fire-base profound art will transform it into a fire attribute. But with the evil god's secret art, your attribute is Berserk. Cloud Kale was surprised. Berserk attribute. What is that? And what are those 7 realms for? She continued to explain, there are currently only 5 realms in the indestructible blood. The evil god's secret art also only has the first 5 realms. They are divided into purgatory, hell, sky minus shattering, heart minus burning, and soul minus stealing. When each realm is open, your strength will increase terrifyingly. As for how to open them, you just need to use your brain a little. Is it that simple? Then I'll open one and see. Cloud Kale was overjoyed and was about to start when Jasmine stopped him. Even opening the first realm will cause you to explode and die. I advise you not to be reckless. Cough. Is it that scary? Cloud Kale immediately gave up the idea. After explaining for a while, Jasmine yawned and decided to return to the Sky Poison Pearl to recuperate. Seeing her in such a hurry, he tried to ask one last question. Wait, you always call yourself a princess. Which empire are you a princess of? But there was no reply. Although he was very hungry, he could no longer return to Greenwood Town. Xiao Kuanyun's group had probably discovered the tragic deaths of Xiao Bie and Xiao Yu by now and would definitely think that their deaths were related to him. After thinking for a while, he glanced at the endless mountain range in the distance, gritted his teeth, and quickly walked in the opposite direction of Greenwood Town. Anyway, I've already mastered the steps of cultivation. In that case, I'll start my journey of cultivating profound energy in this life from the Crimson Dragon mountain range. Before entering the Sky Poison Pearl, Jasmine had told Cloud Kale not to disturb her for 3 days. But she herself hadn't expected to wake up 7 days later. Sleeping for 7 days inside the Sky Poison Pearl had finally completely eliminated the negative effects of the profound energy. She yawned. I wonder what that guy is doing. In the Crimson Dragon mountain range, in the middle of the mountain, there was a waterfall with a cliff of 200-300 meters. A large waterfall cascaded down into the pool below, creating a misty spray that flew into the air. The rumbling sound was like thunder, deafening and carrying for a great distance. At the edge of the waterfall, a young man stood barefoot, his 2 feet stepping step by step towards the waterfall. All his profound energy was released to protect his head and back. The figure submerged beneath the waterfall was obviously particularly small. The height of the waterfall was not too exaggerated, but the immense force of the water was still enough to easily crush a person's body, no matter how many times he was hit by the waterfall. When Jasmine left the Sky Poison Pearl and saw this scene, she glanced at the height of the waterfall and frowned slightly. The water fiercely crashed into Cloud Kale's body, instantly breaking through his weak profound energy defense and slamming into the water. A burning pain spread throughout Cloud Kale's entire body. His entire upper body turned crimson red, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But in his 2 eyes there was not a trace of retreat or fear. Cloud Kale panted and emerged from the water, using all his strength to resist the force of the water and arduously climb onto the shore. One impact from the waterfall had injured him quite badly. Resisting the strong current and swimming to the shore had almost exhausted his last bit of strength. But when he reached the shore, Cloud Kale did not collapse to the ground, panting. He also did not stagger. He once again headed towards the waterfall. Jasmine quickly walked over and called out, "Are you trying to die? With your first -level elementary profound realm strength now, do you really think this waterfall can't kill you?" Cloud Kale heard Jasmine's voice. At this moment he had no strength left. After a short rest, he continued towards the waterfall. His profound energy was instantly split apart, and dozens of small bloody wounds appeared on his back. His vision went dark, and he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood before being swept away by the current. "Fool, I have to pull you ashore now." She was about to extend her arm when he immediately stopped her. "Don't help me." Surfacing Cloud Kale's face was as pale as paper. The bloody wounds on his back were a shocking sight. He half-minus opened his eyes, his gaze seeming tired, yet also clear as he walked to a corner of a tree. "Have you always been like this these past few days? Cultivating in such a dangerous way?" she asked. Jasmine silently looked at Cloud Kale's face. His face still had a youthful look, proving that he was indeed only 16 years old, something like that. Cloud Kale's body was still exhausted, but the wound on his back had basically healed. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Jasmine's face was cold. "Do you think there's only water in this waterfall? If a rock falls on you, your body will be broken in two. Why are you risking your life like this?" "Because I need to be strong enough. Otherwise, how can I protect my family? In the past, my profound veins were crippled, so I couldn't pursue strength. Now that you've given me that chance, I can't continue to be lazy." Cloud Kale smiled faintly, speaking with great confidence. Jasmine looked at him with contempt. "If you want to risk your life like this princess will of course not stop you." But right now, you will immediately buy this princess a new set of clothes, underwear, outerwear, shoes, everything. Cloud Kale looked Jasmine up and down and said with a sincere expression, "There's no need for that. I think this looks good. You're very cool." A Cole, murderous aura began to radiate from Jasmine's body. "Where are you looking? Cool where? Tell me clearly today, where exactly is it cool?" Bye. I'll buy it. Okay? I'll go as soon as I recover my profound energy." Cloud Kale's body was in a medicinal bath. His heart calm and his key still. He felt the depleted profound veins become full again. After a while he suddenly asked, "Jasmine, where are you from? Are you a princess of the royal family?" Jasmine stood up, her face calm. "This princess is of course a princess, but not a princess of the royal family. As for where this princess is from, it's a place that even if this princess told you, you wouldn't possibly know. It's very far from here." Jasmine's appearance clearly showed that she didn't want to answer all of his questions. Cloud Kale thought for a moment and continued to ask, "If it's so far, why did you come to Flowing Cloud City? Were you forced here by someone who wanted to kill you?" Jasmine's expression immediately darkened. She said coldly, "Those who were chasing this princess are all dead. It's just that this princess didn't expect them to have this kind of forbidden poison, which made this princess accidentally get poisoned. The reason this princess came to this place is to find the remaining blood of the evil god." Speaking of the 5 places known as the secret lands of the evil god. Among them, one is roughly in the east of this Blue Wind Empire. Moreover, in the memories of the evil god, it is mentioned that this profound sky continent was created by the evil god back then. The profound sky continent was created by the evil god. Cloud Kale's face was filled with astonishment. Jasmine glanced at Cloud Kale. After all, he was an ancient true god. Of course, he had that level of magnificence. In this profound sky continent, there are 5 of his places of peace. Before he died, 5 seeds fell to 5 places, and it was specifically stated that only those who inherited his power could find them. "That's right. Only I can find them." Cloud Kale was suddenly excited for a moment and hurriedly said, "What are the 5 seeds? Are they powerful?" Then the evil god's secret lands. The strength level of the surrounding area is naturally extremely high. If you can get close, when you can look down on the entire Blue Wind Empire, then come back and think about these things," Jasmine said in a mature tone. He continued to cultivate. Jasmine observed for a while and praised, "This time you stayed in the waterfall for 23 seconds, a little better than last time. I've wasted too much time during this period, so I have to try harder." As he spoke, he put on his clothes. In the following time, he decided to take Jasmine to buy new clothes. After searching for more than 10 days, he finally found a small town near the mountain range. But in the end, Cloud Kale had to return empty-handed. "Because the process was like this, Jasmine. How about this dress? It seems very beautiful. How about this one? The clothes here are so ugly. How can this princess wear such ugly clothes? This is just a remote small town. The clothes in this shop are considered the best in town. This princess would rather wear nothing than wear such ugly clothes. This princess doesn't want any of these clothes either. If not, let's buy some panties first. Don't be too revealing. You want to die. Do you believe this princess will help you right away?" In the Crimson Dragon Mountain range at the waterfall, the clothes in the town are not to your liking. "When we get to New Moon City, I'll take you to buy a new set, okay?" he coaxed. She replied with contempt. "At that time, you must buy the best set." At this point, Jasmine's eyes suddenly flickered, and her voice also lowered. "Someone is coming." "Where?" "I don't feel any human presence," Cloud Kale said casually. "Could it be in the sky?" "A total of 5 people. Their profound energy are all at the sky profound realm. And there's one who is half a step into the Emperor profound realm." Jasmine frowned, her voice slightly soft. After they flew away, Cloud Kale thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. He suddenly collected the medicinal herbs he had gathered these past few days into the Sky Poison Pearl. Then he changed his clothes and ran towards where the 5 Sky Profound experts had flown. "What are you doing?" Jasmine frowned and asked. "Are you going to beg them to take you as their disciple?" "How could that be? I have little Master Jasmine. How could I be interested in anyone else?" Cloud Kale flattered her. His eyes sparkled. A sky profound realm expert actually appeared here. The most likely reason is for some profound beast. If we can work together to kill it, it will undoubtedly be a huge harvest. Jasmine glanced at him and said, even so, what can you do if you chase after them? That level of battle is not something you can interfere in. Are you going to be their cannon fodder? If they succeed in the end, I can always pick up some scraps on the side. For example, they can take the profound beast's profound pill, eyes, and claws. But they will leave the carcass behind, Cloud Kale replied with a smile. You good minus for minus nothing. Jasmine snorted and, with great disdain, entered the sky poison pearl. Not far ahead, another warning sign appeared. High minus level profound beasts frequent this area. Those below the 5th level of the nascent profound realm should leave quickly. And the last warning sign had a blood minus red character on it, Crimson Dragon restricted area. He didn't care and just kept walking. And the 5 people in the air had also stopped. From a great distance, Cloud Kale vaguely heard them talking. Ahead should be where the flame dragon is hibernating. Are you sure you've investigated the strength of this flame dragon clearly? Yes, a 10th minus level sky profound beast, it should be correct. With the first elder here, there's no reason we can't handle it. If we can get its fire minus attribute profound pill, it will definitely allow the young master's burning heaven arts to break through again. If things go smoothly, we will have the confidence to surpass the main sect and even the Ice Cloud Palace in the next Blue Wind ranking bout. Burning heaven arts, those 3 words made Cloud Kale's whole body tremble. Are these 5 people from the Burning Heaven clan, one of the 4 great sects of the Blue Winged Empire? It seems someone has been following us. NKH, it's just a little kid at the elementary profound realm. He probably wants to get some benefits. Since he wants to die so badly, I can send him on his way now. You're not afraid of lowering your status by bothering with a little kid at the elementary profound realm. Cloud Kale's heart suddenly jumped. Although he had been extremely careful on this road, he had obviously still been discovered. After all, the other party were all terrifying sky profound realm experts. He took a deep breath and Cloud Kale stepped back, a thought of retreat in his heart. I can't lose my life for a little benefit. He took a few steps back, and just as he was about to leave temporarily, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He even vaguely heard a thud from his heart. This feeling is, Cloud Kale placed his hand on his chest, his face filled with surprised confusion. Something is calling me. What's wrong with you? Jasmine in the sky poison pearl noticed his abnormality and asked. It seems like something over there is calling me. Cloud Kale looked south and said calmly. The feeling is coming not just from my consciousness, but also from my profound veins. No, I have to go in and take a look. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This place is too dangerous. If I run into a profound beast, I'll definitely die. I can only use the last star-concealing grass. After a moment of hesitation, Cloud Kale gritted his teeth and took out the last talk of star-concealing grass, swallowing the star-concealing pill. Cloud Kale's body instantly became transparent and disappeared. Under the cloak of invisibility, Cloud Kale took a step forward and quickly moved ahead. It seems the information was not wrong. The hibernating beast inside is a huge fire-type profound beast. The middle-aged man on the far left said with a serious face, Don't act rashly. There might be some unpredictable secrets in this cave. And I'll lure it out first. The middle-aged man on the far left stepped forward, and with a wave of his right hand, a 3-foot long, pale yellow broadsword was in his hand. The main weapon of the Burning Heaven clan was the saber, and one of their main profound skills was the Burning Heaven saber. When the Burning Heaven arts were activated, the saber would be engulfed in flames and the flames would follow the saber, making its power extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man raised the broadsword, and a scorching flame immediately ignited on the blade. With a loud shout he suddenly slashed downwards. A sturdy fire dragon flew out from the blade, carrying a scorching heatwave and a howling wind as it aimed for the huge cave ahead. With a loud bang, the fire dragon hit the ground and exploded. The originally flat ground was instantly blown into a deep pit more than 10 feet deep, with scorched earth on all 4 sides. Even the entire huge cave vaguely trembled. Roar! From the huge cave, a great roar suddenly came. This heaven-shaking and earth-shattering roar was so loud that even Cloud Kale, who was far away, was affected. Amidst the roar, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the cave. This beast is about to come out, the old man realized. He immediately summoned flames all over his body. A huge stream of fire, several tens of meters long, suddenly shot out from the cave towards the 5 people in the air. A scorching heat wave instantly filled the space for several miles around. The sudden eruption of flames also shocked the 5 people, who quickly scattered in different directions in the air. The stream of fire erupted to a height of several hundred feet before slowly dissipating in the air. And at this moment a huge dragon's figure appeared in front of the cave. Its 2 huge, crimson eyes were not angry but intimidating. It spoke in a human language, "Bold humans, you dare to trespass on this king's territory." The first elder of the Burning Heaven clan stepped forward and said arrogantly, "I didn't expect to actually find a dragon in this nameless place today. Offer up your profound pill, and we might consider giving you a quick death." "What do you think?" The flames on its 2 wings and tail immediately burned more intensely, and the surrounding heat rose violently with its anger. "You greedy humans will pay the heaviest price for your arrogance and greed. This king will burn all of you to ashes." The flamed dragon roared in anger, flapped its 2 wings, and its huge, flaming body surged into the air, flying straight towards the 5 people in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a huge fireball shooting up. "Engage!" the first elder roared. The 5 of them immediately split up, surrounding the flamed dragon from 5 directions. The flamed dragon roared fiercely, and 5 red flames suddenly shot out from its body, turning into 5 ferocious fire dragons that tore at the 5 people. The old man's figure quickly retreated, his face also turning pale. He quickly shouted, "Its body is too strong, Burning Heaven art." He withdrew his hand and made some indescribable, strange gesture. Then he bravely charged towards the flames from the dragon's mouth. "Attack together, quickly deal with this beast." "Understood." The other for Sky Profound experts heard the sound and quickly stopped their advance. In each of their hands, a broadsword had appeared, and on the blades flames blazed. Burning Heaven Saber minus Fire Dragon Roaring Sea. Burning Heaven Saber minus Scorching Sun Sky. Burning Heaven Saber minus Flowing Flame Slash. Burning Heaven Saber minus Burning Sun Flame. Slashed at the flamed dragon. The terrifying saber key cut through the air, creating clear ripples as it pressed straight towards the flamed dragon. One saber from the left, one from the right, one from above, one from below, sealing all of the flamed dragon's paths of advance and retreat. The flamed dragon roared in anger as it was hit by the sabers, and a huge, extremely hot flame suddenly erupted from its body. The scorching heat wave instantly pushed the 5 people far away. The sound of saber keep airing through the sky and the sound of flames exploding almost echoed throughout the entire Crimson Dragon mountain range. A small mountain was constantly being cut down, and even the ground was covered in countless cracks. Cloud Kale, hiding on a distant hill, breathed steadily and watched this battle between Sky Profound realm experts, sighing in admiration. The temperature of the entire Crimson Dragon restricted area had risen because of this flame dragon. However, at this rate, the flame dragon would sooner or later be caught by them. "Then you really underestimate dragons," Jasmine's cold voice suddenly spoke up. "Although this is just a low-minus level dragon, it's still a rude dragon, not a flood dragon or a winged dragon, or a winged dragon, or a winged dragon. True dragons not only have extremely high intelligence but can also hide their true strength. Those people think it's just a Sky Profound beast, so they brought a half-minus-step Emperor Profound expert. But unfortunately it's a genuine Emperor Profound beast." Cloud Kale's expression was one of astonishment. Right now, it's just toying with its opponents, pretending to be weak, luring them in and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Cloud Kale shivered in his heart. This dragon is so cunning and treacherous. Moreover, he had a vague, indescribable feeling. The thing that had called out to him earlier seemed to be in this cave as well. In the sky, the fire dragon was still fighting fiercely with the group of people. Its whole body was covered in flames, and it was constantly playing around. And on the opposite side, the group of people had fallen into a disadvantage. Seeing Cloud Kale suddenly stand up, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at the cave, Jasmine said with a warning tone, "Are you trying to die? The aftershocks of the battle over there are everywhere. If you touch even a little of it, you'll be killed instantly." Cloud Kale calmly wiped his sweat. "Don't worry, with the concealing ability of the star concealing grass, Even an Emperor Profound Realm expert wouldn't be able to detect me. The dragon's lair is right in front of us. There might be a lot of treasures inside. As far as I know, any concealing ability will be revealed if it's hit by an attack. Aren't you afraid of being affected? She explained slowly. He kept observing the battle and replied, from what I can see, the flame dragon is not only increasing the distance but also concentrating its power to control the direction of its attacks. It clearly doesn't want its lair to be damaged. So this place is actually the safest. Is that so? Jasmine was silent. What if a rock from their battle hits you? How could that be? Cloud Kale waved his hand. Suddenly, at this moment, a large patch of flames descended from the sky, covering a several-mile radius. This flame was not large and did not have a strong attack, but it was extremely dense. One of them directly fell on Cloud Kale. Fortunately, Cloud Kale reacted very quickly and dodged to the side, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that was close, you almost jinxed it. Luckily I'm agile. Instantly, Cloud Kale's clothes caught fire. The effect of the star concealing pill disappeared in an instant. Damn it. It's on fire. He kept using his hands to pat out the fire on his clothes. The fire from the rock just now hit you. Run quickly. Jasmine shouted a reminder. He looked around. There was nothing to hide behind here. If he ran out, he would definitely be discovered. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, then channeled profound energy into his feet. The next instant, Cloud Kale shot out from behind the rock like an arrow from a bow, running like a madman, with all his profound energy unleashed. He ran towards the cave at his maximum possible speed. He had no way of turning back. Fortunately, this place was only a few tens of meters from the cave, and the flame dragon was still fighting. As long as I use all my strength, I can definitely rush him before I'm discovered. A distance of several tens of meters, for Cloud Kale at this moment. It was undoubtedly the line between life and death. One last distance. He took a deep breath, and with a push of his legs, he leapt into the air and dived into the cave. The moment he entered the cave, the flame dragon seemed to sense something and turned its head towards the cave entrance, but it seemed to see nothing. The old man saw it was distracted and played dirty, rushing it and slashing a flaming wave at the dragon's neck. Entering the cave, Cloud Kale panted heavily, his whole body covered in a cold sweat. His face had turned crimson red, whether from the scorching heat or from excitement. It's so hot. This place is really not for people. That's right, this is a dragon's lair. Of course it's not suitable for humans. Cloud Kale's footsteps paused for a moment, then he quickened his pace. When he saw clearly where the red light was coming from, his eyes suddenly shot out a scorching light. Fire spirit grass was extremely rare. It only grew in places with pure and dense fire essence. At the same time, it took several decades to mature. And its value was extremely high. For fire-type profound cultivators, it was of great help. It was growing in abundance with more than 200-300 plants. Cloud Kale was overjoyed. Isn't he rich now? Very quickly the fire spirit grass was collected into the sky poison pearl. Standing in the deepest part of the cave, Cloud Kale could still vaguely feel a scorching heat wave coming from the front. A heavy voice came from outside belonging to the flame dragon. Greedy, ignorant humans. Prepare to receive the punishment you deserve. Following that was the panicked voice of the Burning Heaven clan. Why is its power suddenly? This flame dragon is not a sky profound beast. It's clearly an emperor profound beast. It was hiding its true strength all along to lure us here. We're in trouble. The intelligence was wrong. Retreat, quickly retreat. The battle outside has reached its most intense moment. If we run now, we still have a chance. Let's get out of here. Jasmine's cold voice called out. But Cloud Kale didn't react to Jasmine's call. He turned around and moved forward. What are you doing going inside? Aren't you afraid the flame dragon will come back and burn you to ashes? In the sky poison pearl, Jasmine's voice was constantly anxious. Run quickly. Cloud Kale did not run away at full speed. Instead, he stepped back into the rock cave. Walking straight into the cave, he felt something calling to him. Cloud Kale quickly walked over, placed his hands on the rock, and pushed with all his might. As the rock moved, a dark red light suddenly appeared in Cloud Kale's sight. It was a very small pearl, about the size of a normal crystal ball, as clear and translucent as a ruby, but the light it emitted was much deeper and richer than a ruby's. Looking at this red pearl, Cloud Kale felt an inexplicable strong desire in his heart. Urged by this desire, he quickly reached out his hand and grabbed it directly. Don't touch it, it has the flame dragon's flame power imprint on it. Jasmine's reminder was a little late. As soon as she shouted, Cloud Kale's hand had already grabbed the pearl. Instantly, the pearl seemed to awaken and suddenly released an extremely intense red light, so intense that it enveloped Cloud Kale's entire body. Holding the strange red jade in his hand, Cloud Kale asked with suspicion, "It makes me feel such a strong desire to have it. It feels like this thing should be mine. This princess doesn't know what this is, but this princess can be sure that you will definitely die." Jasmine's voice from inside the sky poison pearl deepened, and her small face also turned extremely grim. "The battle outside is not over yet. If we run now, we still have a chance." As soon as Jasmine finished speaking, a heaven-minus shaking and earth-minus shattering roar suddenly came from outside the cave. "You audacious human, you dare to covet this king's treasure." "Oh no." Cloud Kale was panicked and quickly came to his senses. He held out the jade in his hand. "Dragon bro, calm down. Can we make peace with a blowjob? Prepare to suffer this king's wrath," it roared. Just as death was about to come, a soft and cold shout suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure, as if the sky and earth were collapsing, enveloped the entire flame dragon's cave. The flame dragon's movements stopped. Under the immense pressure, its body couldn't help but tremble. "What is this? Why is my whole body trembling? Who is it? If you don't want to die, stop for this princess." Jasmine flew out, her face cold, and her beautiful eyes emitting a sharp light like a blade. "We want this cave of yours. If you don't want to die, get out of this princess sight immediately." Outside the cave, the group of people, beaten and injured like dogs, saw the dragon suddenly turn back into the cave and didn't understand what was happening. Why did that flame dragon suddenly turn back? A man with a bruised face spoke up. "I heard something from inside the cave. It seems to be saying something about stealing treasure." The old man hurriedly turned around and said, "It seems someone snuck in while we were fighting. No matter what, being able to escape from an emperor profound beast is already lucky." Inside the cave, the flame dragon was still dazed. "You are not qualified to know this princess's name. I need this cave. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." Jasmine transmitted her voice directly into the fire dragon's head. Cloud Kale looked up at Jasmine, his heart also shocked. This little girl has such terrifying strength. She can make an emperor profound beast hesitate just with her presence. But, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the flame dragon had stopped trembling. The flame dragon smiled. "Little girl, although the intense murderous aura on you surprised me quite a bit, you're probably just bluffing. If you were really as powerful as you look, why would you have to sneak in like a thief?" Jasmine's two eyebrows shot up. "You're courting death. Insolent." The flame dragon's tone was mocking. It immediately opened its fiery mouth wide, stealing this king's treasure and even speaking so arrogantly. "You are the ones who want to die." The flame dragon opened its mouth wide, and a scorching flame shot towards Cloud Kale. Boom! A force struck Cloud Kale's shoulder. He quickly retreated, avoiding the flame dragon's fatal flame. Jasmine quickly moved to Cloud Kale's previous position, her white cheeks covered in a layer of murderous aura. A powerful profound energy erupted from Jasmine's body. This profound energy was truly terrifying. The originally invisible aura became even more violent, and the flame dragon's scorching flames were instantly extinguished. "Since you want to die, this princess will grant your wish." Cloud Kale was pushed away and hit his head on a rock, fainting for nearly half a day. When he regained consciousness and saw Jasmine's appearance, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he cried out, "Jasmine, stop. Do you want to die? It's all because of you. If you die, this princess will die too. It's come to this, it's no use anymore." Jasmine shouted angrily, intending to kill the flame dragon. An extremely terrifying profound energy and murderous aura shot forward. "Die, heavenly god annihilation slash." The stream of ki directly struck the dragon's chest, tearing through it and other parts of its body. "Jasmine, stop." Seeing Jasmine's agitation, Cloud Kale was terrified. Impossible. The flame dragon's pupils contracted violently, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. An unbelievable scene. Its pupils slowly lost their color and focus. Its huge body was split into 4 pieces, scattered on the ground. The powerful flame dragon, under Jasmine's hand, fell in an instant, burnt to ashes. Seeing the flame dragon split into 4 parts, Cloud Kale was speechless. Suddenly his heart trembled, and he looked forward, shouting. At this moment Jasmine fell from the sky amidst the collapse of the cave. Without thinking, he immediately rushed forward. Jasmine came to his side. Cloud Kale quickly squatted down, his left hand placed on her slender shoulder. The sky poison pearl was at full power, purifying Jasmine's body. But Jasmine's soul inside the sky poison pearl was already extremely weak. Even with the sky poison pearl's speed of purifying deadly poison, it couldn't quickly suppress the poison's frenzied destruction. And parts of her body were becoming transparent and delusory, this time. Jasmine called out Jasmine's name, and Cloud Kale's heart clenched tightly. Open your eyes, don't lose consciousness, we made a deal. I still haven't remolded your body for you. Open your eyes. I don't want to die. Yet, I haven't avenged my mother and brother. I haven't killed them all. I don't want to. Jasmine's voice was unbearably weak. Even leaning in so close, he still couldn't hear her clearly. Her eyes were slowly closing, blurry and unclear. That weak voice also made Cloud Kale's heart pound violently. Open your eyes. We made a deal. But no matter how frantically Cloud Kale urged the sky poison pearl, no matter how hard he shook her, Jasmine showed no reaction. Her small face had lost its last trace of blood, and her body was becoming more and more transparent. A chill ran down Cloud Kale's spine, and he almost bit his teeth to pieces. He slammed his fist hard on the ground, but the pain did nothing to ease the turmoil in his heart. Damn it. I'm so useless. Cloud Kale. What have you been doing? Why don't you cherish yourself? Your life is not just your own, it's also hers. Cloud Kale gritted his teeth and cursed himself fiercely. A drop of fresh blood from the wound on his forehead slowly dripped down, falling onto the hot surface. Watching the drop of blood quickly dry up, Cloud Kale was suddenly stunned. Blood? That's right. My blood? Both times Jasmine's life was hanging by a thread. He had used his blood to suppress it. This time it would surely work too. Suddenly grasping a glimmer of hope, Cloud Kale didn't dare to hesitate for even a few seconds. He held out his left arm and, with the fingertips of his right hand, viciously cut a long, deep gash on his left arm. Fresh blood immediately dripped down. He pressed down hard on his shoulder with his hand to make the blood flow faster. Jasmine, I won't let you die. Absolutely not. Fresh blood quickly flowed down and into Jasmine's open lips, but immediately a string of blood also slowly overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Jasmine's consciousness was completely gone, and she couldn't swallow on her own at all. After a brief hesitation, he raised his arm and bit down on his own wound, sucking hard. He bent down and gently parted Jasmine's lips again. If you can wake up, I'm willing to accept any punishment. In a whisper, Cloud Kale lowered his head and gently covered his lips with hers, carefully and slowly transferring the blood from his mouth to hers. He then used his breath to gently blow, causing his blood to flow down her throat and into her body. Although Jasmine's face was extremely pale, her body was no longer as illusory as before. His blood was indeed effective. After one mouthful of blood was transferred, Cloud Kale immediately held out his right hand and cut another deep gash next to the first wound. Fresh blood dripped down again. She will definitely wake up. Blood was continuously transferred into Jasmine's mouth. He kept cutting his own arm to get blood to transfer into her mouth. Half an hour later, he had sucked so much that he himself felt dizzy. At this point, Cloud Kale could no longer hold on. He immediately fainted beside Jasmine. In his hazy consciousness, a female figure he had always tried not to think about slowly appeared. Brother Cloud Kale. Brother Cloud Kale, are you awake? It really is you. You're injured again. She opened her medicine box and took out first aid supplies to treat Cloud Kale's wounds. Brother Cloud Kale, I cooked a lot of delicious food today. As she spoke, she walked over and carefully adjusted the bed sheets. Her beautiful, sharp eyes suddenly shifted to another scene. Until that day, she lay in his arms and left forever. Her eyes at that time, and her voice, became a lifelong, unforgettable pain for him. How many wounds do you have on your body? That's how many wounds I have in my heart. If in the future there is a girl who is willing to be by your side, then she must be an angel sent down from heaven to you. Cloudkill didn't know how long he had been dreaming. When he finally regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw Jasmine at a glance. You're awake. Jasmine, you've regained consciousness, Cloudkill exclaimed in surprise. Don't move, you've lost too much blood. You're very weak right now. Why did you save me? Jasmine's voice was still weak. She glanced at the wound on Cloudkill's arm and immediately looked away. Wouldn't it be better for you if I died? At least you wouldn't have to deal with what I asked you to do anymore. And you wouldn't have to worry about me killing you after I remold my body. Because Jasmine saved my life. That was to save myself, Jasmine said in a louder voice. I want to gain a new life, so I must help you become strong. Did you really think I was being good to you? I know all that. After hearing this, Jasmine couldn't find a look of disappointment on Cloudkill's face. Instead, she saw him smile faintly. In the midst of the movement, he moved a little closer to Jasmine, looked into her eyes, and said softly and slowly, Jasmine is a very beautiful girl like an angel. Although Jasmine always tries to make herself look very cold, even fierce. I don't want you to leave me forever. That's not a reason at all. Jasmine's slightly recovered, blood-minus red lips trembled slightly. You don't even know what I've done. On my 12th birthday, I killed over 1.3 million people. My whole body was stained with blood, and they even called me Bloody Jasmine. I am covered in sin. Everyone is afraid of me, everyone wants to kill me, they see me as a terrifying demon. Cloudkill looked at Jasmine calmly for a long time. Jasmine, I believe you are still a kind girl. The reason you did that was entirely for someone extremely important in your heart. A person like that can never truly be a demon. So what if you are full of sin? Your sin, I will bear it with you. Who told me I am your disciple? Jasmine was completely stunned, as if she had lost her soul, and stared blankly at Cloudkill. Her eyes became more and more hazy, and tears began to fall endlessly. As she wiped her tears, she sobbed, I am your master. You just saved me, you secretly kissed me so many times. And you even made me cry in front of you. You can't bully your master like this. All right. Don't cry anymore, Cloudkill said with a smile. But his body suddenly trembled. He didn't know when, but actually, both he and she were guilty. If she was a demon, then he who had poisoned 7.7 million people to avenge his master was even more like a demon. After she had cried her fill, Jasmine's mood gradually calmed down. She held out her small hand and forcefully wiped all the tears from her face. Then she tried to put on her usual cold and indifferent expression, but her eyes were looking elsewhere, not at Cloudkill. Then, she said in a very cold and stiff voice, although there is no danger now, I can't use even a little bit of profound energy for at least 3 months. Otherwise, even if you use all your blood, you won't be able to save me. I'll be extremely careful from now on, Cloudkill replied apologetically. The red jade you got. It might be the thing I told you about before. The seed of the evil god, eat it right away. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch my face. After speaking, Jasmine turned into a red light and entered the sky poison pearl, leaving Cloudkill there for a long time. It feels like she's running away. Back in the sky poison pearl, Jasmine sat there, embarrassed. He kissed me and I cried in front of him. It turned out that besides her deceased mother and brother, there was still someone who was so warm to her. Cloudkill looked at the pearl emitting a strange red light in his palm and thought of Jasmine's words. Cloudkill hesitated briefly. Then he made up his mind and put it directly into his mouth. In that instant, he felt his profound veins suddenly tremble. He hadn't even had time to examine the strange movement of his profound veins when a crimson light suddenly shot out from his body. Following that, this crimson light turned into a raging fire, causing his entire body to be engulfed in a red flame. That is indeed one of the 5 seeds that the evil god left behind. He finally found it. Is his luck too good, or is it the guidance of the evil god? She thought to herself. The flames on Cloudkill's body burned stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. In an instant, they had reached a height of several tens of feet. The surrounding walls and even the rock under his feet slowly melted and fell away. Inside the burning flames, he felt his profound veins constantly trembling violently. What on earth is going on? Cloud Kale kept sighing. With normal cultivation it would take at least 3 years to make this much progress. His profound energy had directly skyrocketed, jumping straight to the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. Why did my profound energy suddenly surge like this? Where did this flame come from? He asked in surprise. It was the evil god's seed that transformed your profound energy into a fire at Rebirth. As for the sudden increase in profound energy, it was just a small side effect. Jasmine's voice was a little cold. In ancient legends, the evil god controlled the strongest chaotic elemental power in space. The 5 seeds he left behind contained the origin power of that elemental power. With that origin power, not only could one manipulate the corresponding element, but they would also gain absolute immunity to that element. Cloud Kale still had a look of suspicion on his face. So you're saying that if I have a fire at Rebirth, I have the ability to manipulate the fire element and have absolute immunity to it? That's right. That's right. Jasmine said slowly. The allure of manipulating an element and being immune to it is something that even this princess can't resist. If it weren't for our shared life, I would have killed you and taken it. His face immediately darkened. Don't say such scary things. This princess is not exaggerating at all. Her face was unchanged. You must absolutely not reveal the secret on your body. Too many people would want to steal it. After all, in the current situation where true gods have long since passed away, this kind of ability is truly priceless. Cloud Kale nodded, suddenly jumping from the 4th level of the elementary profound realm to the 1st level of the nascent profound realm. He really needed some time to adapt and stabilize his surge profound energy. Absolute immunity, a heaven-defying power, he muttered. Stop daydreaming and go deal with the flame dragon's corpse. I'll help you later, Jasmine reminded him. To you, that's a treasure trove. Cloud Kale was stunned. He went over to examine the dragon's corpse. It's all treasure. But he immediately found that he couldn't handle it. She watched for a while and also became frustrated. That's why I said I'll help you. And the space inside the sky poison pearl is big enough to hold it. You may have a heaven-defying power now, but you're still too weak. If you don't want to die, you need to raise your strength quickly. In the next month, I will teach you a movement profound skill. Oh? What kind of movement technique is it? Cloud Kale was surprised. In his heart, he knew that the profound skill Jasmine taught would definitely not be an ordinary one. Star God's broken shadow. Jasmine slowly said the name. Time passed, and in New Moon City, a young man in a black robe slowly walked over. He looked to be only 16-17 years old, with a lingering youthful look on his face, but his eyes were deep, and his resolute and indifferent expression did not match his age. He walked very slowly, and each step he took on the ground would leave a faint indentation. Beside his figure, there was a blurry shadow that was exactly the same as himself following along. What is this? Am I seeing things? Is that one person or two? Am I hallucinating? Could it be that he has a ghost following him? I think it looks very much like a soul leaving the body. Inside the city, the citizens couldn't stop looking at Cloud Kale. Stop practicing. You should pay attention to your surroundings, Jasmine reminded him. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Didn't you tell me to practice the Star God's broken shadow at all times to improve my proficiency? I didn't tell you to practice wherever you go. Look around you. Her voice was a little impatient. Only then did he suddenly realize something was wrong. He was already in the city. I didn't expect you to be able to practice the 1st realm of the Star God's broken shadow to such a proficient level in just a month. Your comprehension is not bad, Jasmine praised. Of course, Cloud Kale scratched his head. Who told me I have such a powerful master? MPH, she didn't bother to reply. Try to say something practical. During this month you have been wearing 300 pounds of iron, walking 700 miles a day, and practicing the Star God's broken shadow. Your body's constitution is no longer the same as before. Perhaps you can try to open the 1st realm. I can open it now. Cloud Kale was surprised. It's just barely possible. You can open it in a desperate situation. It's best not to use it carelessly, as it's very likely to cause permanent damage, she reminded him. Cloud Kale didn't care anymore. He found a secluded place, took out a pile of powder from the sky poison pearl, and continuously applied it to his face. His movements were very skilled, as if he had done it 100 times. What are you doing? A moment later, an ugly middle-aged face appeared. That was Cloud Kale after his disguise. Please do not speak to this venerable one casually. Jasmine's eyes were full of excitement. You even know how to disguise yourself? Your voice has changed. Cloud Kale took out a hat and put it on, saying proudly, this is nothing to a divine doctor. We're so pro right now, we have to sell something. A moment later he had arrived at the Black Moon Merchant Guild. As expected, it's just as Grandpa said, Cloud Kale muttered to himself. New Moon City has the Black Moon Merchant Guild. There will be beautiful clothes for girls inside. Let's go and see. Just by mentioning beautiful clothes, Cloud Kale could clearly hear Jasmine swallowing her saliva. No wonder you wanted to disguise yourself like this. A young man with a treasure in his very easily targeted. The Merchant Guild was very large, and inside there was a quiet, almost suffocating feeling. An ordinary person would be oppressed by the atmosphere here after stepping in. Behind the counter was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. He glanced at Cloud Kale. Even when faced with a strangely dressed person, his eyes did not waver, and his face remained expressionless. Buying or selling? Cloud Kale didn't waste any words. He raised his right hand and placed 3 crimson pills on the counter, his voice as cold as ice. 3 fire spirit pills. Name your price. Fire spirit pill. The man's stoic face changed quite a bit. He picked up one of the pills and gently rolled it between his fingers. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, 10- colored fire spirit pill. The creation of a pill depended on the medicinal materials in their storage, the choice of the cauldron, the control of the fire, and the refining technique. Any of these processes could lead to a loss of medicinal power, especially the refining stage. Even a higher -level pill master couldn't prevent the complete loss of medicinal power. Therefore, a pill with a quality of 6/10 was already considered a top- grade product. A quality of 9/10 could only be refined by a top- tier pill master. And a quality of 10/10, even at the hands of a top- tier pill master, was a rare sight. And this was a 10- colored fire spirit pill. This person is definitely a big shot. The man observed for a while, trembling. Name your price, Cloud Kale repeated coldly. The man quickly composed himself. This time, when facing Cloud Kale, his expression was also more respectful. He said carefully, 3 10- colored fire spirit pills, the best of the best. How about a price of 300 purple profound coins? Cloud Kale was silent for a moment. Seeing Cloud Kale not speaking for a long time, the person in charge of the transactions felt a wave of anxiety. He had already decided that if the other party was not satisfied, he would not hesitate to increase the price. However, he obviously didn't guess that Cloud Kale was silent not because the price was too low, but because he was directly shocked by this price. 300 purple profound coins. That was 3 million yellow profound coins. An ordinary person would have to work for almost 100 years. Seeing him not saying a word for a long time, the manager became agitated again. If you are not satisfied with this price, then deal. Cloud Kale did not wait for him to finish and immediately agreed. Seeing the other party agree so directly, the shop assistant was overjoyed. Buying it for 300 purple profound coins, he could sell it for at least 3 times the price. He quickly put away the spirit pills. A moment later, he took out a sparkling card and handed it to Cloud Kale. This is your purple profound card. Please take it. Cloud Kale and the transaction officer were secretly happy. But seeing the transaction officer's attitude, he secretly cursed himself for being stupid and decided to pretend for now. After putting away the profound gold card, Cloud Kale did not leave immediately. He slapped the table with his right hand again and said in a cold voice, 1 profound pill. When Cloud Kale placed the crimson profound pill on the counter, the light of the profound pill immediately attracted everyone present. What kind of treasure is that? Don't look. To avoid getting into big trouble, the shopkeeper couldn't believe it. This was a profound pill. He held the profound pill in his hand and gently stroked it. After a moment, his face completely changed. His eyes widened, and his hands trembled. Dragon pill, Emperor profound dragon pill, in his mind. Jasmine's voice suddenly came. What are you doing? You want to sell it? Are you crazy? No, of course I can't sell it, Cloud Kale hurriedly denied. Don't worry, I just want to scare them and make things easier for later. Jasmine didn't speak anymore. MPH, what's so surprising? Name your price immediately. Cloud Kale said in an impatient voice. The manager placed the profound pill back on the counter, not daring to hold it for a moment. His gaze towards Cloud Kale had also changed dramatically. He said carefully, "Esteemed guest, please wait. Please wait a moment. Such a big matter, this humble one cannot make the decision." After speaking, he turned around. "Old Pooh, come here, we have a big deal." Not long after his voice, a rather thin old man slowly descended from the stairs. His eyes seemed gentle, but the light within them was extremely cold. And this person was someone no one in New Moon City didn't know, the manager of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, Pooh. A big deal. Pooh walked over and casually glanced at Cloud Kale. His eyes were gentle but held a hint of pride. "Dan, you're really getting more and more useless. A small profound pill can get you so excited. Don't say it outside and embarrass our Black Moon Merchant Guild." Pooh was teaching him a lesson while looking at the profound pill. At that moment his voice suddenly stopped, his hand trembled. The old man hurriedly looked closer, using his profound energy carefully, and took a few deep breaths. His whole body trembled, and his mustache twitched. He let out a shout that was at least 8 degrees higher than the shopkeeper's. "So, Emperor? Emperor Profound Dragon Pill." The shopkeeper secretly glared at him. "NPH, just an Emperor Profound Pill makes you so shocked. The Black Moon Merchant Guild is really getting more and more useless." But he was extremely frightened. A hoarse voice came from beside his ear. The old man hurriedly composed himself and looked at Cloud Kale, carefully sizing him up. He carefully placed the Emperor Profound Dragon Pill down, and his face also showed a respectful attitude. "Esteemed guest, I wonder what your great name is." Cloud Kale's eyes narrowed, and his gaze and voice both became colder. "You're a businessman, and you're asking me for my name." As soon as these words were spoken, Pooh suddenly felt a wave of murderous aura. Although it was only fleeting, it made all the hair on his body stand on end. It was impossible to imagine just how many people he had killed to possess such a terrifying level of murderous aura. 10,000 people, 100,000 people, or maybe even 1,000,000 people. Just how many people has he killed? Thinking of this, Pooh was drenched in a cold sweat, his nerves as taut as a bowstring, and his expression became even more respectful. No, Pooh absolutely has no such intention. It's just that being able to kill an Emperor Profound True Dragon is an expert that makes people look up to. Old Pooh was just filled with admiration and spoke out of turn. The old man really wanted to know what realm this terrifying person was at, but even if he had 100 guts he wouldn't dare to probe Cloud Kale's profound energy. The murderous aura disappeared without a trace, and Pooh also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention in New Moon City, even in the entire Blue-Wide Empire, it's a once minus in minus a minus century side. I wonder why the esteemed guest would sell such a treasure? "It's useless to me," Cloud Kale said with a blank face. Useless to him? Pooh was once again shocked. Even an Emperor Profound Pill is useless to him. What realm must this person be at? Pooh smiled bitterly. Pooh has a way to appraise it. Even if Pooh mortgages this entire branch of the Black Moon Merchant Guild, he still can't pay half the value of this Emperor Profound Dragon Pill. Then there's nothing I can give. Cloud Kale silently took back the profound pill, his face showing no expression. He also didn't leave immediately, but suddenly said, "What kind of person is Si Kong Han?" This question made Pooh freeze, and he hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "In this New Moon City, this humble one only knows one person named Si Kong Han. He has a very high reputation in New Moon City. Why does the esteemed guest ask about this person?" Cloud Kale just snorted, disdaining to answer, and directly turned around, preparing to leave. At this moment, in his mind, Jasmine's voice suddenly came. "Don't go. This princess wants that red dress. Buy it. Buy it." Cloud Kale's footsteps faltered. "If you wanted it, you should have said so earlier. I've already finished my act. And now it's embarrassing to go back. I don't care about you. I need it," she said loudly. He had no choice but to turn back and look in the direction Jasmine was pointing. On the top left of the huge display rack, he saw a crimson dress. The dress was exquisite, obviously made for a young girl. So he pointed a finger and glanced, saying, "That dress, how much?" Seeing Cloud Kale turn around and then come back, Pooh, he was so scared he jumped. He hurriedly glanced at the dress. "Esteemed guest, you may not know this crimson phoenix flowing fairy dress is made for a girl under 14. The style is exquisite, but it may not be suitable for your esteemed wife." Cloud Kale secretly rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Daughter." Only then did Pooh he understand and hurriedly corrected himself. "This crimson phoenix flowing fairy dress is made of the best heavenly silkworm silk. Not only is the style exquisite and beautiful, but it is also strung with a total of 81 crimson blood crystals." Although Cloud Kale's face was very calm, in his heart 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. Cloud Kale of course knew about crimson blood crystals. And a mere 81 of them. What the hell is this Black Moon Merchant Guild selling? With the 300 purple profound coins he just got, Cloud Kale had become rich overnight and thought he could spend it freely. Who knew he couldn't even afford a girl's dress? Should I ask for a discount? Would that be detrimental to my status as a master? As if seeing through Cloud Kale's predicament, Pooh he didn't even hesitate. He reached out and pulled the crimson phoenix flowing fairy dress over, then placed it in front of Cloud Kale and smiled. "Esteemed guest, to come with an Emperor Profound pill is already an honor for our shop. Please accept this crimson phoenix flowing fairy dress as a gift, as a way of making a new friend." As he spoke, his heart couldn't help but pound. If I can gain the favor of this great personage, 500 purple profound coins is definitely worth it. Pooh, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice becoming hoarse and cautious. Cloud Kale pretended to be silent for a while. Then he took the crimson phoenix flowing fairy dress, turned, and slowly left, leaving behind a low sentence. "I will remember this favor." Still watching Cloud Kale disappear from his sight, Pooh he let out a long sigh of relief and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The young attendant who had been standing by the side, not daring to interrupt, now came over and said in a low voice, "Old Pooh, when did New Moon City get such a character?" When he and I were talking, I probe his profound energy. It seems to be only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. At this point, the young attendant also trembled slightly. "That's why I say you're still too young. An expert who can hunt and kill an Emperor Profound True Dragon control their profound energy and aura as easily as flipping their hand. Moreover, your realm is low so you can't feel it. This person's murderous aura is extremely terrifying. He must have killed at least 100,000 living beings to have such a murderous aura. A murderous aura cannot be fake." A while later, Cloud Kale had removed his disguise and was walking slowly down the street. Jasmine's anger still hadn't subsided, and she scolded. "You dare to say this princess is your daughter? How audacious, my little master, don't be so fierce." Cloud Kale said hoarsely, "I couldn't say I was buying it for my master, could I? And for the sake of the dress looking not bad, I won't argue with you. But just now you casually took out the dragon pill. Aren't you afraid they would kill you and rob you?" She suddenly changed the subject. "You don't understand," Cloud Kale explained. "The more I showed that I didn't care about the dragon pill, the more they wouldn't dare to act rashly." Jasmine recalled, "That old man is not easy to scare. What he's afraid of is your murderous aura." "What's with that murderous aura?" The weight of that murderous aura, in that instant, was no less than hers. Cloud Kale's footsteps paused for a moment, then he said with frustration, "If I told you, you definitely wouldn't believe it. But we really are the same kind of people." After asking a few people, Cloud Kale quickly found the location of the New Moon Profound Palace. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in or not, a loud, exaggerated voice suddenly came from his left. "Brother Minus and Minus Law." This voice, could it be? This voice made Cloud Kale a little stunned. He turned around and looked at the tall man in front of him in a daze. When he saw Cloud Kale's face clearly, Baron Summer's voice grew several times louder, and he rushed over with a face full of surprise. As he ran, the ground rumbled. Seeing Baron Summer's posture, which was like a bear coming in for a hug, Cloud Kale couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, and he instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back. "Baron, don't. But he was too late. At this moment, a hug from Baron Summer had directly crushed 2 of his bones. Baron, let go quickly, or your sister will really become a widow." Baron Summer was overjoyed and said, "It's been a long time. Brother minus in minus law." I got a little excited. Half a year ago, I heard that my brother minus in minus law was kicked out of the house. I looked for you for a long time but couldn't find you. Don't worry, I'm a tough one to kill. We've known each other for over 10 years. You know my luck. Kel quickly waved his hand, stopping Baron Summer from almost excitedly hugging him again. He looked him up and down and asked once more, "Baron, why are you here?" Speaking of the New Moon Profound Palace, a hint of pride appeared on Baron Summer's face. "I came here half a year ago and got into the first class of the New Moon Profound Palace." "The first class requires exceptional talent to get in," Kel said with a skeptical look. "I know your talent. You probably got in through connections, right?" Baron Summers smiled a bit sheepishly. "You saw right through me, brother minus in minus law. By the way, what are you doing here, brother minus in minus law? To be honest, I'm also here to use some connections," Kale replied grandly. Hearing Kale say that, Baron Summers' eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Jasmine was speechless. "How can someone be so proud of using connections? This friend of yours, how old is he?" "He's my sworn brother. 15 years old. Why?" Kale transmitted his voice back into the sky poison pearl. "This person has the Tyrant Emperor's divine veins," she announced. "I can't believe brother minus in minus law is the same as me." "Let me lead the way for you," Baron Summer said enthusiastically. Kale was still puzzled. "What are the Tyrant Emperor's divine veins?" Jasmine explained, "His profound veins are very special. His profound body is twice as wide as a normal person's, and the structure is not as large as usual. Every time he breaks through, he is to put in more than 10 times the effort of a normal person. In the place I was born, a person with these profound veins would surely dominate a region, becoming an emperor or a king. But to appear in such a poor place, he will probably be stuck at the nascent profound realm for his entire life, never able to break through to the true profound realm." A moment later, Kale met the person. It was indeed Sikong Han whom Kale was looking for. But he looked a little younger than Kale had imagined. Seeing Baron Summer, he smiled warmly. "Baron, what can I do for you?" Kale stepped forward and said politely, "Elder Sikong, Junior Cloud Kale comes from Flowing Cloud City to the east. I wonder if Elder Sikong still remembers an old acquaintance named Ignis Shaw in Flowing Cloud City." "Ignis Shaw? You mean Ignis Shaw?" Hearing this name, Sikong Han's reaction far exceeded Kale's expectations. He took a quick step forward. "Is he here? Has he come to New Moon City?" Kale shook his head. "No, Grandpa is currently in Flowing Cloud City. I came here to find you on his behalf." Kale took out the token and presented it to Sikong Han. Sikong Han took the token, sighed, and said with emotion, "It's been 7 years. If it weren't for old brother Shaw saving my son back then, I, Sikong Han, would have no descendants. Now old brother Shaw's grandson is so big." "That's right, brother minus in minus law. Aren't you Kale Shaw? Why did you say your surname was Yun just now?" "Huh?" Baron Summer, who had been full of questions for a while, quickly took the opportunity to ask. Kale shook his head. "The Shaw family has nothing to do with me anymore. As for changing my surname to Yun, I'll explain when I have time." Sikong Han sighed. "I've heard about what happened in Flowing Cloud City. But that Shaw family is truly a bunch of blind fools. You are so young, yet you are already at the first level of the nascent profound realm." Baron Summer, standing beside him, widened his eyes. "Elder Sikong. This, Elder Sikong, did you make a mistake somewhere? My brother minus in minus law. His profound veins have been crippled since he was young. He's always been stuck at the first level of the elementary profound realm. How could he be at the nascent profound realm? It's a long story, but my current profound energy is indeed at the nascent profound realm. I wonder if my current profound energy qualifies me to enter the profound palace." Seeing the expressions of Kale and Baron Summer, Sikong Han knew there was a hidden story, but Kale obviously didn't want to say more and deliberately changed the subject. Sikong Han didn't ask further and smiled. "Let me see your talent." Sikong Han waved at him. His eyes suddenly lit up. Sikong Han's hand rested on Kale's wrist for a moment before he removed it. Then he exclaimed in admiration, 16 years old. First level of the nascent profound realm with 16 profound entrances opened. At this point, Sikong Han was already a little excited. Elder Kong, you praise me too much, Kale bowed to him, secretly thinking. He's already this shocked with just 16 entrances opened. If I hadn't held my breath and suppressed the other 36, I would have scared him to death. Kale, do you really want to join our profound palace? Kong Han's eyes shone as he looked at Kale. If you really want to join, all the assessments are waived. I can directly. Even getting into the first class is no problem. Kale thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then that would be great. Kong Han's hands flew across his desk, his movement so fast it was as if he was afraid Kale would run away. A moment later, a snow-minus palm was pressed onto Kale's shoulder. This marks your identity. You are a disciple of my New Moon Profound Palace's Profound Department. Baron Summer was utterly amazed. He didn't even need to go through any admission ceremony. I'm afraid he'll fly away by then, he said, leaving behind his words. There's a banquet tonight. If you're interested, remember to come. I'm leaving first. Why run so fast? I'm not going to back out. Why do I have a feeling of being used? Kale thought for a long time but didn't know how to explain it to him. Baron Summer explained. Normally, a disciple with talent like Brother Minus and Minus Laws would have been snatched up by the major sects long ago. There's no way he would have come to the New Moon Profound Palace. No wonder the elder was so happy from the beginning. He glanced at the New Moon Profound Palace in his sight and sighed with emotion. How long are you planning to stay here? In his mind, Jasmine's voice suddenly came. It depends on the situation. If this place can provide me with good enough training, I'll stay for a while longer. Baron Summer then took him on a tour of the Profound Palace. The New Moon Profound Palace occupied a vast area. After settling everything, Baron Summer took him for another walk. To be able to get in with your strength, Brother Minus and Minus Law, you tricked me into thinking you came here to use connections. I didn't expect getting into the Profound Palace to be so simple. By the way, what's this about a banquet? Kale asked. Baron Summer hesitated for a moment, then said with some anger, it's the inauguration banquet for the new palace master. Every time, the major powers send people to attend. But during last year's inauguration banquet, the New Moon Profound Palace was greatly humiliated. During that banquet, the disciples of the invited sects, under the pretext of friendly sparring, challenged the disciples of our New Moon Profound Palace. In the end, in 10 challenge matches, our New Moon Profound Palace lost 10 in a row, causing the new palace master to lose face and the disciples to be seriously injured. This is obviously those sects showing off their power to the new palace master, making him understand who is the top dog in New Moon City, Kale said with a laugh. But losing 10 in a row is a bit. Baron Summer nodded, helpless. Brother Minus and Minus Law, there's something you don't know. It's not that the Profound Palace is weak, but that those sects are too strong. Although the New Moon Profound Palace was established by the royal family, those sects all have a very long history. Their foundation resources and inherited profound arts are not something the New Moon Profound Palace can compare to. Moreover, those who enter the Profound Palace established by the royal family generally have the ambition to serve the royal family in the future. The royal family's original intention in establishing the Profound Palace was also to attract talented people to join their forces. The situation Baron Summer described was quite normal. Just take Kale himself. Although he had joined the New Moon Profound Palace for some reason, it was only to find an opportunity. He had never intended to serve the royal family one day, he pondered and asked. People with extremely high talent are usually arrogant. Compared to being bound by the royal family, they prefer the freedom of a sect, Kale said. The other things are fine, but there are mainly 2 forces that even the royal family doesn't dare to touch, Baron Summer explained. They are the Sha clan branch and the branch of the Burning Heaven clan. The so-called branch sounds nice, but they are actually not worthy of staying in the outer sect of the main sect. They are the trash kicked out by the main sect. Of course, just like the Sha clan, even compared to a branch sect, they are just a child. Kale touched his chin. In his heart, he was very clear. Even a branch sect in name could be a leader in New Moon City. Those 2 great sects were really powerful. However, our New Moon Profound Palace is of course not that easy to bully. Baron Summer patted his chest, his face full of unwillingness. Tonight's banquet will definitely not be like 5 years ago. From your description, it seems the people at the banquet are all young people, Kale asked, puzzled. Does the new moon profound palace have geniuses too? Of course. Baron Summer pointed towards the person in white clothes over there. That senior brother's name is Li Hao. He's 17 this year but is already at the 3rd level of the nascent profound realm. Look at those muscles. Full of strength. So majestic. As he spoke he drooled. Cloud Kale was speechless. Compared to you, can he be considered tall and strong? Over there, brother minus in minus law. Look at this one in white. He's even more amazing. His name is Zue Oran, 18 years old and already at the 5th level of the nascent profound realm. Not only that, he's also handsome and talented, a shining example. At this point, Baron Summer fell silent, and in front of them, a young man in a white robe and the young woman in snow minus white clothes walked side by side. The young man looked to be 18-19 years old, tall and handsome, making one's heart tremble. Speaking of the 2 top geniuses of the profound palace, we can't forget senior brother Mu Rong and senior sister Azure Snow. Especially senior sister Azure Snow. At only 18, she's already at the 8th level of the nascent profound realm. Senior sister Azure Snow is approachable and as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Baron Summer's words made Kale's eyes fix on her to assets. He rubbed his chin. Even though she's an 18 beauty, can she still be considered handsome and dashing? A beauty like a fairy is just a strange flower. Junior brother Zhao, you should keep your mouth shut. As soon as she was mentioned, Azure Snow approached Kale, her expression a playful tease straight out of a Japanese movie. What a beautiful girl, Kale exclaimed in his heart. Senior brother Mu Rong, senior sister Azure Snow. While Kale was silently admiring the girl, Baron Summer had already proactively pulled him over to greet them. We were just about to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine. Seeing Baron Summer, the girl smiled and greeted him. Kale felt warm currents slowly flow into his ear, and the girl's gaze also turned to Kale at this moment, curious. This is. Kale stepped forward, a polite smile on his face. Hello, senior brother, senior sister. Junior brother Cloud Kale has just joined the profound palace. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. He's my brother minus in minus law. He just joined our profound department today, and he's in the same class as us. Baron Summer said with a smile, giving him a hug. Azure Snow carefully sized Kale up and smiled happily. I didn't expect such a handsome junior brother to join our first class. The little beauties in our class will definitely be very happy. Huh? That's not right. Junior brother Zhao seemed to call you brother minus in minus law just now. Could it be? You're already married. Before Kale could answer, Baron Summer cut. That's right, my brother minus in minus law, although he's only 16 this year. He married my sister half a year ago. Ah, so junior brother Cloud is only 16th, to be married so early. Your wife must be very beautiful, Azure Snow giggled. Let's not talk about me for now. I guess senior sister Azure Snow is not from around here, right? Kale smiled a little embarrassed lie, then his gaze shifted, and he smiled at Azure Snow. Huh? How did you know? Azure Snow blinked her beautiful eyes. Because the hot climate of New Moon City and the slightly turbid spiritual energy probably couldn't produce a great beauty as graceful, reserved, and refined as senior sister Azure Snow. Azure Snow was slightly taken aback, then her rosy lips curled up, and her eyebrows arched slightly. Junior brother Cloud is not only good minus looking and talented, but his mouth is also so sweet. It's a pity junior brother is already married. Otherwise, senior sister might. Hee. Azure Snow is obviously being mischievous and made a joke which made Mu Rongyi beside her stiffen up. He glared at Kale fiercely. But Kale acted as if he hadn't noticed at all and smiled at Azure Snow. It's okay, my wife has promised me that she will absolutely not object to me finding other wives. But Azure Snow was not angry at all and smiled beautifully as she turned away. Junior brother is so interesting. Senior sister has something to do for now, so we can't talk anymore. See you next time. See you later, senior sister. Kale watched her graceful figure without blinking, not hiding his admiration at all. A devastatingly beautiful face, a noble and extraordinary temperament, yet not arrogant at all, but instead gentle and warm minus-hearted. She's truly a girl that a man would find hard to resist. Suddenly, a very unfriendly hand slapped Kale on the shoulder. Kale turned around and saw Mu Rongyi looking at him coldly. Mu Ranyi narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold and disdainful smile. That gaze was like looking at a lowly commoner. Junior brother Cloud, it seems you don't quite understand your own status. There are some people you can't just talk to whenever you want. Kale turned and brushed the other man's hand away, his voice laced with sarcasm. I just said a few words to Senior Sister Azure Snow and I'm already considered to not know my place. I think it's Senior Brother who doesn't know his place. What did you say? Muranyi's eyes turned red with anger. When Senior Sister Azure Snow left, she didn't even glance at you, Senior Brother. She clearly doesn't care about you at all. Yet you're here acting jealous. I don't know what you think you are. You, remember this. Stay away from Azure Snow in the future, in the eyes of a blind, sharp-tongued brat. What I have is the way to kick you out of the New Moon Profound Palace. After speaking, his cold gaze swept over Kale Baron Summer, and he quickly walked in the direction Azure Snow had left. Kale glanced at him, his gaze faint as he looked at his back. He sneered. This guy's eyes are about to grow on the top of his head. Brother minus law. Be careful. His patience is very limited, Baron Summer said with an angry but helpless expression. The city lord's son, so that's it. Kale lowered his head and chuckled. Let's not talk about it for now. Baron Kale's expression turned solemn. I have something very serious to discuss with you. Huh? What is it? Seeing Kale's expression, Baron Summer suddenly tensed up. From now on, don't call me Brother minus law anymore, Kale said, turning his face away. Why? Baron Summer's eyes widened. Kale patted Baron Summer's shoulder, his gaze sweeping into the distance. Didn't Senior Sister Azure Snow say that our first class has a lot of beautiful girls? If you always call me Brother minus law, won't it reveal that I'm already married? Then how am I supposed to charm these beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters? Baron Summer's jaw dropped and his mind went blank for 3 seconds before he weakly said, but Brother minus law, you already have my sister if you get involved with other girls. Kale waved his hand and said seriously, it's your sister who doesn't object to me finding other wives. Besides, I don't even know if I'll ever see your sister again in this lifetime. Kale looked into the distance, his eyes becoming deep. A man's life is always in pursuit of nothing more than 2 things. One is to conquer the world, and the other is to conquer women. Conquering the world is to reach a satisfying height in life, but conquering women is the highlight of the scenery of life. If you can't conquer the woman you want to conquer, even if you conquer the whole world, you will still be lonely and desolate. Baron, do you think what I, your brother minus law, said is right? Although Baron Summer didn't quite understand, he felt it was very impressive. Then if I don't call you brother minus law, what should I call you? That's a good question. You can call me Big Brother Boss, or Brother Cloud. Just don't call me brother minus law anymore. Oh, okay. Then from now on I'll call you Boss, okay, brother minus law. Don't call me brother minus law. Ah, I forgot. I'll definitely pay attention. When Kale Baron Summer entered the main hall, it was less than half a quarter of an hour before the banquet was scheduled to begin. But the hall was very sparsely populated. Everyone here was by no means simple. He leaned over to Baron Summer and sighed. Of course, those who are qualified to be here are all the elite disciples of the major sects. Kale and Baron Summer had just entered the main hall when they ran into Elder Sikong. Kale Baron, over here. I've saved a spot for you too. Sikong Han waved at them and then had them sit in the arranged seats. Kale, if a fight breaks out later, you guys just watch. If you can learn anything, that would be even better. You two have only been at the Profound Palace for a short time, so no one will probably challenge you. Sikong Han reminded them. Understood, Elder Sikong. Baron Summer nodded and then sat down obediently. Kale also slowly nodded. He scanned his surroundings and found that there were about 30 Profound Palace disciples sitting here. Unsurprisingly, these were all the most elite disciples in the Profound Palace. And Kale also attracted a lot of attention from the Profound Palace disciples. Those who could attend this banquet were all the top -tier disciples, and the competition among them was fierce. This Kale. I've never seen him before. Is he new? Probably. Elder Sikong seems to like him a lot. Oh, are you a new junior brother? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Sitting in the front row, a girl in a purple dress turned around and asked with curious eyes, Hello, senior sister. My name is Cloud Kale. I just joined the Profound Palace today. Kale nodded slightly, a very charming smile on his face. The girl felt a jolt of electricity for a moment, and her cheeks flushed a little. Then she let out a small cry. Wow, you look so young. But you're already at the nascent Profound realm. You must be allowed to attend this banquet on your first day at the Profound Palace, and you're also quite handsome. But he's my brother minus in minus law. How could he not be amazing? Baron Summer said with a proud expression, as if hearing someone praise Cal made him happier than being praised himself. Huh? Brother minus in minus law, you're already married? The girl's rosy lips parted, a clear look of disappointment in her eyes. Cal suppressed the urge to strangle Baron Summer and said calmly, yes. A beautiful senior sister like you must also be married. Right? I wouldn't get married so early. By the way, my name is Yi Hong Wang, first class, 17 years old, the girl said with a heroic air. Thank you, senior sister. As he spoke, he turned his head and glared at Baron Summer. Brother minus in minus law. I forgot again. Baron Summer knew he might have made a mistake and lowered his head, not daring to speak to Kale for a long time. And at this moment the main character of this banquet, the new palace master of the New Moon Profound Palace, Qin Wuyu, finally arrived. Qin Wuyu looked to be around 60 years old, with a calm and composed expression. Ironclad Quan of the Iron Spear clan and my son Tiberius Quan have specially come to congratulate the new palace master on his inauguration. With a loud, hearty laugh, a middle-aged man, accompanied by 7 disciples, strode in. Welcome Clan Master Quan to the banquet. Palace Master Qin, long time no see. Half a month ago I happened to meet you and was deeply impressed by your demeanor. Today I have intentionally brought my son. I hope I am not unwelcome. Qin Wuyu personally left his seat to welcome him accept the gift. Clan Master Quan's personal arrival is already a great honor for this old man. Your son is exceptionally talented and has an even more extraordinary bearing. Brother minus in minus law besides the Sha clan branch and the Burning Heaven clan branch. There are 5 other major sects that are stronger than our Profound Palace. This Iron Spear clan is one of them, Baron Summer explained. This situation seems too harmonious. I can't see any signs of animosity at all, Kale said, stroking his chin. The Iron Spear clan has a good reputation, and their relationship with the Profound Palace is not bad. Baron Summer was saying when the people from the Cloud Sun sect arrived. The chief elder of the Cloud Sun sect, Yen Zi, has specially come to congratulate Palace Master Qin on his inauguration. After the Cloud Sun sect, the people from the Profound Heart sect in the 7 Kills Sword Pavilion also arrived in succession. Each sect brought 7-8 disciples, and Qin Wuyu personally left his table to welcome them. And just as the banquet was about to officially begin, the Burning Heaven clan arrived fashionably late. Junior Alaric Shaw pays his respects to Palace Master Qin. Entering the main hall, the young man bowed to Qin Wuyu, his demeanor calm and elegant. It's Alaric Shaw, the young master of the Sha clan branch, Baron Summer suddenly exclaimed. He immediately whispered in Kale's ear, and he's recognized as the #1 young person in New Moon City. The #1 person. Cloud Kale immediately took a few more glances at this Alaric Shaw. He looked very young, but his demeanor was mature, and his eyes and brows were filled with an undisguised nobility and pride. 16 years old, 10th level of the nascent Profound realm. A wave of excitement also ran through Kale's face, and his gaze instinctively turned to azure snow. He found that a deep layer of solemnity had indeed appeared on her beautiful face. As the #1 in the Profound Palace, it was indeed hard to accept. Qin Wuyu smiled and raised his cup. On my inauguration, it is my great honor that all of you esteemed guests have taken the time to congratulate me. I toast you all with this cup of wine. Palace Master Qin. You are too polite, Alaric Shaw said with a graceful smile. The disciples of the 7 great sects were constantly raising their cups, while at the same time, their eyes were all glancing towards the table of the New Moon Profound Palace disciples, obviously choosing their opponents for the upcoming challenge. The disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace all had heavy expressions, but their spirits were not weak at all. Although the New Moon Profound Palace had azure snow, she alone was by no means capable of changing the situation. It seemed that this time, they could only follow in the footsteps of 5 years ago. The atmosphere is really quite subtle. It seems this princess will have a good show to watch later, Jasmine said with excitement from within the sky poisoned pearl. The disciples of the profound palace all look very serious. Is there something serious going on? Cloud K asked. At the same age, the disciples of these 7 sects are, on average, to 3 levels higher than the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace. Does this princess still need to say the result? Is it that much of an exaggeration? Cloud Kale frowned slightly. A half-minus level difference can still be fought. A 1- level difference is basically no joke, NKH. If we're just talking about the Burning Heaven clan and the Shaw clan, they are, on average, 4 to 5 levels higher. If it were to 3 levels higher, Jasmine added another sentence. At this moment, the chief elder of the Profound Heart sect raised his wine cup and said loudly, "The banquet is so lively with so many esteemed guests present, it's not lively enough. Palace Master Qian has just taken office. This old man has a suggestion. I wonder if I should say it. Elder Xuan, please speak freely." Seeing the expression of the palace master, it seemed he was also not very interested in the banquet. An old man stroked his beard, added fuel to the fire. Since the new palace master has just taken office, he probably isn't familiar with the strength of his disciples. Why don't we have the disciples of our sects and the disciples of your palace of the same age have a discussion? It will also serve as inspiration. This way not only will the palace master understand the strength of his disciples, but if the Profound Palace disciples win, they will also gain face. Isn't this a win-win situation? At this moment, the palace master's face was as sour as a pickled vegetable. He stammered and couldn't say a word. Swords have no eyes. I feel we should reconsider. Good. Elder Zhuan's suggestion is very good. A win-win situation indeed. It's really a good idea. Then what are you waiting for? Let's start now. I believe the palace master will definitely not refuse. As soon as Xuan Ao's voice fell, the 7 great sects immediately burst into applause and cheers, and the great elders of the New Moon Profound Palace all sighed in their hearts. Kale saw this scene and thought, damn, this is so shameless. They're both hitting and stroking. The palace master's words were also blocked by them. Xuan Ao said the last sentence and then laughed loudly. Xuan Wu, you're up. Yes, elder. The young man from the Profound Heart sect who was called upon was about 16-17 years old, the youngest among the disciples of the Profound Heart sect who had come this time. He was slightly thin and dressed in neat attire. He had just left his seat and leapt high into the air. Landing in the middle of the main hall, he put his hands behind his back, his provocative gaze sweeping over the table of the New Moon Profound Palace disciples. I am Xuan Wu, a disciple of the Profound Heart sect, 16 years old. I wonder which of your esteemed palace's friends will come up to offer guidance. As soon as Xuan Wu stepped onto the stage, the elders of the New Moon Profound Palace all fell completely silent. This Xuan Wu was only 16 years old, but he was already at the 2nd level of the nascent Profound Realm, and these elders who knew their own business knew that among the 16-year-olds in the New Moon Profound Palace, the highest profound energy was only at the 1st level of the nascent Profound Realm. Xuan Wu stood there for a long time, but the New Moon Profound Palace remained silent for a long time. The smile on Xuan Wu's face had clearly turned into a mocking sneer. What are you pretending for? The disciple of the Profound Palace called Li Hao leapt out from the disciples' banquet table and stood in front of Xuan Wu, saying solemnly, Li Hao, 1st class of the New Moon Profound Palace, please enlighten me. No need to say it. I'll teach you a good lesson. Xuan Wu chuckled, his voice laced with a mocking, low tone. Xuan Wu's contemptuous gaze enraged Li Hao. He let out a low growl, concentrated his profound energy into his right arm, and threw a punch that carried a piercing wind toward Xuan Wu's face. Xuan Wu sneered in his heart. He raised his right hand, and a faint layer of purple light flashed on his palm. The purple ki on Xuan Wu's hand surged like boiling water. He turned his palm into a fist and met Li Hao's punch head on. It was also a simple punch without any profound skills. The two fists collided. A purple light flashed from the point of impact. With a crack, Li Hao's fist was directly dislocated, and a look of pain appeared on his face. His entire upper body was thrown backward. Knowing that he was no match for him, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Zhuan Wu's mouth. He rushed forward. My friend, don't go. I haven't even used my full strength yet. His fist, covered in purple light, heavily struck Li Hao's abdomen, sinking deep. Li Hao's face suddenly turned incredibly pale. He let out a cry of pain and was sent flying, tumbling several times in the air. He landed heavily on the ground, his chest and abdomen churning with a surge of qi and blood. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground, trembling and unable to stand up. Li Hao, junior brother Li, the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace quickly rushed out and helped the defeated Li Hao down. All the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace were completely terrified. Li Hao and Zhuan Wu were of similar age, and their profound energy was only one level apart. They had thought that even if they couldn't win, they could at least hold out for a long time, but they never expected that after only 2 moves, Li Hao would be so miserably defeated. They had heard that 5 years ago, the disciples of the 7 sects had defeated 10 senior brothers and sisters in a row, a very tragic defeat. In their hearts, they still felt a great sense of injustice. But after this first round of sparring, a chill ran down each of their spines. Instead of going down, he stood there and looked at the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace, saying, I wonder which of the friends of the New Moon Profound Palace will come to offer guidance next. What, this kid is a little too cocky, a disciple of the 7 Kills Sword Pavilion cursed. This hot minus-headed newcomer is really too rude. It's supposed to be for fun, another said with a pout. The 2 minus-move defeat, and the fact that he was quite ruthless, made all the 16 minus-year, minus-old disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace uneasy. No one dared to volunteer to go up, because Li Hao was basically the strongest among the 16 minus-year minus-olds in the New Moon Profound Palace, and for the 17-18-year-olds, winning would be no great honor, and losing would be even more humiliating. Cage, what's this? Are all the friends of the New Moon Profound Palace a bunch of cowards? Zhuan Wu pursed his lips and sneered. In that case, I'll just pick someone to come up. On the side of the 7 sects, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Just pick anyone. If you accidentally pick a 17-18-year-old and accidentally win, it would be too embarrassing. Don't lose face. You must pick someone stronger. It's more fun to abuse them. Without waiting for the New Moon Profound Palace to react, Zhuan Wu had already raised his hand and pointed at the crowd. That big minus-headed senior brother, from your appearance, you must have the strength of 1,000 men. The direction he pointed was clearly at Baron Summer. All eyes suddenly focused on Baron Summer. The elders of the New Moon Profound Palace immediately furrowed their brows, and the disciples also stared in a daze. That big minus-headed senior brother? Is he pointing at me? Baron Summer was dumbfounded. Of course, this senior brother, or are you not daring to fight? Zhuan Wu's voice was very playful as he looked at him. The oldest one let out a laugh and said to Si Kong Han, such a large academy, yet it doesn't even have the courage to fight. Or is this person not a disciple of the academy? Si Kong Han spoke up at this moment. This is our academy's disciple, Baron Summer. However, you can't call him senior brother, although his body is quite large. He is only 15 years old. He is the youngest in our academy. 15 years old. Not a few people from the 7 profound sects spat out the tea in their mouths. Zhuan Wu also stared. Baron, if this disciple of the Profound Heart sect wants to have a discussion with you, then you can go up and fight. You are still young, so losing is not a disgrace. Just do your best, Si Kong Han said again. Yes, elder. Baron Summer nodded and stood up. His tall, nearly to -a meter frame, as soon as he stood up, caused not a few people in the hall to gasp in alarm. Cloud Kale patted him and said in a low voice, be careful, don't get hurt. Don't worry, although my profound energy is not good, my body is very sturdy. Baron Summer confidently patted his chest and walked to the center of the main hall, standing in front of Zhuan Wu. My name is Baron Summer, from the first class of the Profound Department. 15 years old this year. I can't bear the title of senior brother. You can just call me Baron. A series of small, mocking curses slowly reached Cloud Kale's ears. This barren summer is only at the 6th level of the elementary profound realm, no different from trash. If Xuanwu can't beat him in 3 moves, he won't have the face to see anyone again. Please enlighten me, mountain-splitting stone. Baron Summer immediately made the first move. His 2 fists clenched, his huge body leapt up and slammed down. Xuanwu's arm sank a small amount, and he directly folded Baron Summer's sturdy arms into his elbows. His profound energy suddenly erupted. With a tragic scream from Baron Summer, his 2 arms were dislocated in an instant. He was thrown up more than a foot into the air, his body weighing over 350 pounds. Originally, the discussion ended here. Baron Summer was miserably defeated in 1 move, which was also an outcome that no one was surprised by. However, just as Baron Summer's body was floating in the air and about to fall heavily to the ground, the corner of Xuanwu's mouth suddenly twitched slightly. A purple light flashed on his fist. Cloud Kale suddenly realized Xuanwu's intention and shouted quickly, "Stop!" But how could Xuanwu pay any attention to his words? A merciless cloud palm slammed into Baron Summer's body. On the ground, Cloud Kale disregarded everything else and leapt to Baron Summer's side, catching his falling body. His face was completely white, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His expression was pained and violently contorted. Cloud Kale glared at Xuanwu, his face pale as he said, "A spar is just for discussion. It should stop when a winner is decided. The winner was clearly decided just now. Why did you have to strike so heavily?" Xuanwu sneered with contempt. If he can't even say the 2 words surrender, how can it be called a surrender? Why don't you tell him to shout a little faster? Instead of blaming me? That's right, that's right. Did anyone hear him shout surrender? Sparring is fine, but swords have no eyes, and fists and feet can get itchy. This is a principle everyone knows. Who told you Profound Palace disciples to be so bad at fighting? After just 1 move, you've got broken bones and are spitting blood. A series of piercing sounds came from the 7 sects. Cloud Kale was so angry he laughed. He helped Baron Summer over to the nearest person, Azure Snow. "Senior Sister Azure Snow, can I trouble you to take care of Baron Summer?" "Okay." Azure Snow quickly came down. When she looked up, she found that Cloud Kale had already stood up and was walking towards Xuanwu. "So, if you don't say surrender, it doesn't count as a surrender. I'll remember that. Now I'll be your opponent." Cloud Kale stood in front of Xuanwu, his face having changed to be incredibly calm. He stared at the person who had dared to viciously injure Baron Summer in front of him and said calmly, "Cloud Kale, first class of the Profound Department, 16 years old. Who is this young man, 16 years old and already at the 1st level of the nascent Profound Realm? Moreover, his profound energy is vaguely stronger than Li Hao's. Why have I never seen him?" The elders of the New Moon Profound Palace looked at each other. No need to think too much. He's indeed a disciple of the New Moon Profound Palace, no doubt about it. It's just that he only joined this afternoon. Cloud Kale's profound energy aura was indeed a little stronger than Li Hao's, but only a little. It was basically on the same level. If something happened to Cloud Kale, he would be very ashamed to face Cygnus Shaw. Brother minus law, be careful. He's very strong, Baron Summers said, clutching his chest, his voice pained. Cloud Kale's words made Xuanwu stunned. Then he laughed like a madman as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ah, so you're close to that big minus-headed waste. With your first minus-level nascent profound realm strength, where did you get the guts to fight me? In just 5 moves, you'll end up just like your brother minus in minus law." Junior brother Xuanwu, you really think too highly of him. A series of loud laughs came from the Profound Heart sect. What 5 moves? 3 moves is enough. Your name is Cloud Kale, right? Don't just stand there. If you want to start, feel free to attack at any time. At least that way you can get 1 move in. If I make the first move, you might not even have a chance, Xuanwu said with a chuckle, his arms crossed. Cloud Kale also smiled. He didn't say another word. His body suddenly rushed forward, his left hand reaching out and slapping Xuanwu straight in the mouth. A very loud slap echoed throughout every corner of the main hall. Everyone heard it clearly, the crisp sound as if it had hit their own face. Xuanwu's whole body was sent flying lightly, spinning in the air before landing heavily. First move. A single slap which not only hurt Xuanwu but also stunned everyone present. The people of the seven sects were all stunned. The disciples of the new moon profound palace and the elders were all wide-eyed. Their minds were completely blank for a moment, and only when Cloud Kale faintly uttered first moved, did they seem to wake up from a dream. Was that a movement profound skill just now? Elder Si Kong Han, did you see his movements clearly? A new moon profound palace elder asked in a low voice. Not at all. I've never seen the profound skill he just used, Si Kong Han whispered, his gaze towards Cloud Kale having completely changed. Xuanwu struggled to get up from the ground, one side of his right cheek already swollen and redder than a monkey's butt. He glared at Cloud Kale, his eyes extremely venomous. But he managed to suppress his anger and not lose his composure, laughing loudly. Good. Very good. I originally intended to deliberately show a weakness to let you have a few moves and not lose too much face. Cloud Kale held out his right hand and glanced at him faintly, saying with contempt, Fool. Xuan was thoroughly enraged and let out a low growl. He raised his two hands and proactively aimed for Cloud Kale. Both his palms flashed with purple light. Using both hands he rushed at Cloud Kale from the left and right. With this attack, the strength of Xuanwu's two hands had reached 1,000 pounds. Under the strong attack, Cloud Kale seemed to be suppressed and unable to move. He didn't even have a defensive posture. Xuanwu's two fists directly struck Cloud Kale's chest. Xuanwu's pupils immediately widened, and his body moved forward with inertia. At this moment, a sharp gust of wind came from his left, breaking through the air. Another crisp slap echoed in the main hall. Xuanwu's body was once again sent flying into the air, spinning a magnificent 4 times before his chin hit the ground like a dog eating shit, his left cheek swelling up as red as blood. Second move. Cloud Kale gently blew on the back of his left hand and said nonchalantly. The disciples of the new moon profound palace were all wide-eyed, and in their hearts, 2 words of exclamation rang out in unison. Good hit. The junior brother's palm just now was so profound. The first slap, his right cheek was as red as a monkey's ass. The second slap, his left cheek is no better. Xuanwu, for the second time, struggled to get up from the ground, managing to swallow 3 teeth mixed with blood. He glared at Cloud Kale, wishing he could kill him with his eyes. At the same time, his heart was filled with terror. Just now, how did he appear on my left? His body clearly didn't move. Or did the other party have a profound skill? But how could there be such a movement profound skill? Didn't he just say he would defeat me in 5 moves? He simply walked over, grabbed Xuanwu by the collar and taunted, It's only been 2 moves. Xuanwu wiped his mouth and still managed to smile. Cloud Kale, to be able to make me so pathetic. Therefore, you will die a very miserable death. Very miserable. Xuanwu's vicious words hadn't even finished when, with a flash, he rushed towards Cloud Kale, his eyes narrowed. You bastard! Xuan was now screaming like a slaughtered goat. Just as he was about to get up, Cloud Kale unexpectedly slapped him again. 4th move, brat. I'll kill you. His entire face was swollen and unbearable. His 2 eye sockets bruised and black. Xuanwu, who was originally full of heroic spirit, his face at this moment was so pathetic that he looked neither human nor ghost. He was as miserable as one could be. He stood up, his already terrifying face now filled with ferocity. All his profound energy erupted like a madman. Purple yin, heavenly illusion hand. Xuanwu roared hoarsely, undeigned for Cloud Kale. His 2 arms had almost turned purple. The profound yin sex, one of its ultimate moves. Purple yin, heavenly illusion hand. Kale, be careful. The big Midas-breasted girl suddenly stood up and reminded him. Xuanwu's arms moved quickly, and in a flurry of movements, countless purple lights frantically enveloped Cloud Kale's entire body. Cloud Kale did not retreat or dodge. His eyes narrowed into a straight line. This profound skill condenses ki in the 3 meridians of the Jiang Fu zone, and tied and in both arms with the Jiang meridian as the core. By disrupting the Jiang meridian, the Jiang art will directly collapse, and his profound energy will be temporarily thrown into chaos. As he thought, Cloud Kale's arm extended, and several purple after images intertwined and passed through, landing neither heavily nor lightly on Xuanwu's elbow. Kale's strike hit a vital point, which was Xuanwu's Jiang meridian. Suddenly, Xuanwu's arm felt numb, and all the purple ki instantly disappeared without a trace. His entire body's profound energy was thrown into chaos, causing his body to stiffen. This elder brother Zhuan, do you still want to fight? Kale opened his mouth, but before the other man could answer, he had already flown over and landed another blow on his face. Zhuan's body flew like the wind towards the far wall and slammed into it, knocking him unconscious. Zhuan, all the disciples of the Profound Heart sect were shocked. Two of them immediately rushed forward and lifted up Zhuan's fallen body. One of them looked up at Cloud Kale with hatred and said angrily, "Even if it's a friendly spar, the winner and loser have already been decided. He had already surrendered. Why did you have to be so cruel? Are you even human?" It seems someone just said, "If you don't say the two words surrender, it doesn't count as a surrender." Did you hear him say those two words? Cloud Kale sneered. I didn't know the disciples of the Profound Heart sect were so fragile. It was only 5 moves, and he already has broken bones and is spitting blood. You don't blame yourselves for being useless. But instead, you blame me. Cloud Kale returned the arrogant word Xuanwood said when he injured Li Hao and Baron Summer. Not only did he say a few words, but he also gave him a resounding slap. Damn it, you're about to die and you're still pretending. I'll beat you to death. Several of the furious men were about to rush down, but they were ultimately stopped. And the students of the New Moon Profound Palace who saw this were extremely excited. People like that must be dealt with ruthlessly. Junior Brother Cloud's move was great. The people of the Profound Heart sect had originally looked down on the New Moon Profound Palace. On their faces, they always had to show a gentle expression. But in their hearts, their anger was even more intense. One of them suddenly stood up and said to Qin Wuyu, Palace Master Qin, "Today is your happy day. Our Profound Heart sect has come with sincerity to congratulate you." The disciples' sparring was also for fun. But the person in your palace was so ruthless and cruel, and every move was intended to humiliate our Profound Heart sect disciple. May I ask Palace Master Qin, is this the way of the New Moon Profound Palace to treat guests? You could answer. Cloud Kale had already started laughing loudly. I really don't know how thick-minded skinned you have to be to say such words. Your Profound Heart sect disciples have continuously injured 2 of our New Moon Profound Palace disciples. Moreover, anyone who isn't blind can see the malice from Zhuanwu. But you don't allow our Profound Palace to fight back. Qin Wuyu had originally wanted to stand up, but hearing Cloud Kale's words, he sat back down. A smile on his face, completely unmoved. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. This kid is really not simple. It's like listening to a calf that's not afraid of a tiger. The middle-aged man next to Aller said in a low voice. His spirit is not bad and his talent is not a problem. It's a pity. A little bit of recklessness has turned into foolishness. Daring to offend the Profound Heart sect. Does he think the New Moon Profound Palace really dares to keep him? On the other side of the New Moon Profound Palace, the elders' faces also changed. Cloud Kale defeating Zhuanwu really gave the New Moon Profound Palace a sigh of relief, but his subsequent words made it impossible for the Profound Heart sect to stop. The Profound Heart sect looked at Cloud Kale, their eyes having turned gloomy, but Cloud Kale seemed not to feel it at all. Instead, his gaze swept over everyone, and he said arrogantly, "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return. If any of you from the 7 great sects are not convinced, then fight me again." These words directly made everyone in the hall's expression change dramatically. How foolish, Murong Yi snorted and sneered. Although Junior Brother Cloud has just made a big name for himself, this is really too arrogant and reckless. This was the sentiment of most of the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace. Hey, this is a hornet's nest. A look of worry appeared on Sekom Han's face. His body swayed, and he couldn't help but want to stand up and call Cloud Kale back. But in this situation, there was simply no way to stop him. This is killing me. A useless first-level nascent profound realm, yet so arrogant. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you a lesson. The mocking jeers grew more and more numerous. A person leapt high into the air and landed in front of Cloud Kale. This person held out his palm, and with a whoosh, a red flame half a foot high rose from his palm. From the Burning Heaven clan, 16 years old. Remember your great master's name. Faced with Yan Ming's fire-base profound art, Cloud Kale showed no fear at all and sneered, a fire-base technique. playing with fire in front of me? At this moment the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace also realized this name. It was said that his talent among the young generation in the Heavenly Cloud sect was enough to rank in the top 5th, at only 16. He had already reached the 3rd level of the nascent Profound Realm, and had already mastered a small part of the Burning Sun art. I advise you to obediently go back. We don't have to fight. Cloud Kale sneered at Yan Ming. Junior brother Cloud, be careful. Yan Ming's palm burst into flames. And he charged at him. Otherwise you'll be the one who has to learn how to be a person. It seems you also have a sharp tongue. Use that movement profound skill of yours from just now. Otherwise you won't have another chance. With a hearty laugh, Yan Ming's hands suddenly waved, and instantly a scorching heat wave spread out. To large flames shot out from his palms like to chains, shooting out a distance of several feet and wrapping around Cloud Kale's body. Cloud Sun Chain. It's actually a secret technique of the Cloud Sun sect. Yan Ming is only at the 3rd level of the nascent Profound Realm, yet he can use a fire-based profound skill so proficiently. It's really hard to believe, the 2nd elder of the New Moon Profound Palace said in astonishment. The Cloud Sun Chain, even someone at the 6th level of the nascent Profound Realm would find it hard to resist. He must dodge. Kinwoo sighed. The 2 Cloud Sun Chains were like 2 dancing fire dragons, exuding a suffocating heat. Cloud Kale quickly dodged, moving to 3 different positions, but the Cloud Sun Chain seemed to have eyes. It suddenly changed direction and shot towards Cloud Kale at an even faster speed. Cloud Kale seemed to have no way to escape, and he even directly reached out his hand to grab the Cloud Sun Chain. Damn it, does he not want his hand? Has he been scared stupid, seeing Cloud Kale's action? Yan Ming was secretly laughing like a madman. He wants to grab the Cloud Sun Chain? This is your own doing. Everyone saw it clearly. His hand being crippled is completely not my fault. Many people from the New Moon Profound Palace gasped in surprise. But in a flash, before everyone could react, Cloud Kale's hand had already firmly and steadily grabbed the 2 Cloud Sun Chains. Everyone in the New Moon Profound Palace held their breath, unable to bear to watch. But the sound of being burned did not ring out, and there was no damage to Cloud Kale's hand. What? Seeing the Cloud Sun Chain being broken in Cloud Kale's hand, everyone was surprised. Yan Ming's pupils widened and he simply couldn't believe his own eyes. How is this possible? This is a secret technique of the Cloud Sun sect. It condenses profound energy into a fire lotus, and the temperature is even higher than real flames. How can it be broken just by Cloud Kale touching it with his hand? This little bit of heat isn't even enough to scratch an itch. How can it burn my hand? As Cloud Kale spoke, he completely dissipated it. I just obtained absolute elemental immunity the other day. Am I supposed to be afraid of your pathetic little chain? The elder of the New Moon Profound Palace said in astonishment. The Cloud Sun sect is even more shocked. This is one of the secret techniques of the Cloud Sun sect. The heat condensed from the fire profound energy is even higher than normal flames. Why didn't it do anything? Elder, don't panic. Senior brother Yan Ming is, after all, only at the 3rd level of the nascent Profound Realm. He's still a bit strained when using the Cloud Sun Chain, so his profound energy is easily broken. The elder immediately stood up and made an excuse. Cloud Kale clapped his hands and smiled. Elder brother Yan Ming really has a talent for acrobatics. That trick of yours just now. TSK. It would be a waste not to perform on the streets. Yan Ming was extremely embarrassed. Others couldn't see it, but he himself knew very well that his use of the Cloud Sun Chain just now was successful. Cloud Kale's hand should have been burned black. It shouldn't have been broken so suddenly. Cloud Kale's further taunts made Yan Ming so angry he couldn't speak. He darkened his face and said, "Don't be so proud. I was just casually probing just now. Now I'll let you know what a real technique of the Cloud Sun sect is." Cloud Sun Lotus. He let out a soft shout and his right palm swung out. A fire lotus shot out from his palm like a fire snake, coiling around Cloud Kale. This time, Cloud Kale didn't move at all. The Cloud Sun Lotus quickly approached, and then in an instant it wrapped around his body. Cloud Kale broke it with extreme ease, like a rotten rope snapping into several pieces. Elder, our Cloud Sun Lotus has been broken again. This A disciple looked at the old man in confusion and asked for an explanation. But the old man's face was ashen. Perhaps it's only because his condition is not good that this happened. Yan Ming was already furious. His cloud sun lotus had been broken, both times just now. There were no mistakes, but they were both broken. And Cloud Kale was angry. You came here to be a clown. If this is all you have, then hurry up and step down. You're wasting time. Yan Ming's heart was filled with anger and he shouted loudly. Burning fire fist, he condensed flame power in both fists and rushed towards Cloud Kale. Cloud Kale leaned slightly, avoiding Yan Ming's scorching flames. Then he kicked him in the mouth with a shadowless kick. A blood-curdled scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the hall. The fire fist he had just thrown had to be cried out in agony as he knelt on the ground, his left and right hands flailing wildly, the flames having disappeared. Yan Ming lay on the ground, helpless. Several disciples looked at the elder and stammered, the burning fire fist seems to have been. Shut up. Aren't you afraid of losing enough face? Get back here for me. Yan Zi was so angry he shouted. His face was already dark. He didn't think he would lose so simply. Yan Ming obediently shut his mouth, lowered his head, and walked back to his sect. He couldn't believe he had been so humiliatingly defeated. At this moment the old elder felt as if he had just been fed shit. He looked at his disciple with a furious expression and roared like a demon. Your profound skills have failed 3 times in a row and broken 3 times. What the hell have you been cultivating this year? Yan Ming hung his head. Clearly he had made no mistakes. Why had he been repeatedly broken? What on earth was wrong? Cloud Kale crossed his arms, the childishness on his face now filled with pride. That's 2. Who's next? Such arrogant words. The disciples of the 7 sects laughed coldly. This kid's luck is really good. He ran into a fool. A middle-age man snorted. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's a fool. Can't he see that Yan Ming made a mistake and hurt himself just now? Just as Cloud Kale sat down, right in front of him, the youngest disciple sitting on the chair of the Wind Profound Palace stood up. From the Wind Profound Palace, 16 years old. This young man was not tall, and his appearance was ugly. He was only 16, but of course, there were also 16-year-olds who had been praised and flattered by countless people and had become arrogant. He looked at Cloud Kale with a very disdainful gaze and said inferiorly, I originally didn't want to make a move because you're not worthy of being my opponent. It's just that I really can't stand your disruptive attitude. And you really think you're so great? A pity, in my eyes, you're just a joke. Feng Wangyi's mockery was quite piercing. Cloud Kale was not angry at all and returned the favor with a mocking expression and tone. You're not the first to call me arrogant. Hurry up and finish the fight, then step down like the last 2. Feng Wangyi sneered. If I can't knock you off the stage in 10 moves, my name isn't Feng Wangyi. Senior brother Feng, use your Wind and Cloud 9 transformations to get rid of him. You're about to enter the 4th level of the nascent profound realm. You can't lose. The disciples suddenly became noisy. As they spoke, Feng Wangyi's eyes widened, and his clothes began to flutter as if stirred up by a strong wind, and around his body, a strong wind also began to swirl. Feng Wangyi looked up and said infuriately, Cloud Kale, remember this well. The profound skill that will make you get off this stage is my Wind and Cloud Profound Palace's Wind and Cloud Night transformation. As his voice stopped, Feng Wangyi's body shot towards Cloud Kale like a gust of wind. His movement speed was extremely fast and his body was constantly changing direction. And at the same time he moved faster and faster. In front of Cloud Kale, he was like a shadow that was impossible to distinguish, along with terrifying tornado. Cloud Kale broke out in a cold sweat. There are too many of them. I can't dodge this 4th stream of profound energy. I can only fight it head minus on. Although Cloud Kale reacted quickly, a trickle of red blood still oozed from his mouth. Directly confronting the profound energy of a 3rd- level nascent profound realm expert was indeed a bit of a stretch for his 1st- level nascent profound realm protective profound energy. For fierce streams of profound energy, like for gusts of wind, simultaneously attacked Cloud Kale. Cloud Kale's eyebrows furrowed. Nimbly, he dodged 3 of the gusts. The 4th one was unavoidable. His profound energy quickly surged, and his profound ki was fully concentrated. He threw another punch, viciously aiming for Cloud Kale's neck. Kale could sense that these illusions were all meant to confuse his vision. The real body must be hiding somewhere, and his back was now the most vulnerable. And when Cloud Kale turned around, he had also thrown a punch to meet his fist. "NPH," Feng Guangyi sneered, daring to fight him head-on. "If this fist doesn't cripple him, it will at least injure him." What, is he crazy? He wants to fight head-on? If he had used all his strength to protect himself, he might not have been seriously injured. To fight head-on. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but Cloud Kale, who dared to be so arrogant and reckless, how could he not have a backup plan? Just as their fists were about to collide, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The Big Dipper formation in his profound veins, which had been closed, now silently opened. Evil God's 7 realms, soul minus stealing on. The two's clenched fists collided, producing a heavy sound. This was a fair fight, with no one holding back. The clear sound of breaking bones reached everyone's ears, and no one was surprised. Following that, an extremely tragic scream rang out, and this scream made everyone directly stunned, because the one who screamed tragically was not Cloud Kale, but Feng Guangyi. A powerful blow to Feng Guangyi's chest sent him sprawling on the floor like a dog, clutching his chest and struggling. Cloud Kale slowly lowered his arm, calmed his mind, and closed the first realm. He took a few steps forward, looked at Feng Guangyi's eyes, which were filled with shock, humiliation, and disbelief, and said inferently, "I am arrogant because I have the ability. It's a pity you don't." Feng Guangyi gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. His right hand was trembling in pain, and his face was completely pale. He knew very well that he had just suffered a serious internal injury. The palace was still quiet, and the disciples of the 7 sects were completely silent. They often sparred with each other in their sects, so they knew Feng Guangyi's strength clearly. He stood there like a proud king, exuding a kingly aura. Who's next? Everyone's gaze towards Cloud Kale had completely changed. Everyone saw it clearly. Elder Si Kong, is he really a new disciple of our profound palace? Sitting next to Si Kong Han, the elders were just as surprised. "Elder Si Kong, this kid is really not bad. This time you've recommended a true genius to the profound palace." As long as he's okay, that's good." Elder Si Kong stroked his beard, unable to hide his satisfaction. And faced with this challenge, the 7 sects were slow to send anyone out. Cloud Kale's gaze also gradually became mocking. At this moment, a young outer disciple of the Burning Heaven clan finally couldn't hold back. He was about to stand up when the person next to him pulled him back and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Your strength is on par with Feng Guangyi's. Are you going up to lose face for me? Damn it. This kid is too arrogant." The young man gritted his teeth in frustration. If young Master Zilin were here, it would definitely teach him a lesson so that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. At this moment in the Iron Spear clan, a young man with a resolute face slowly walked out. He looked to be about the same age as Cloud Kale, but he didn't give off a feeling of immaturity. Instead, he seemed steady and not in line with his age. He stood in front of Cloud Kale, nodded slightly at him, and said calmly, "Tiberius Quan, from the Iron Spear clan, 17 years old this year. I was not qualified to challenge you, but seeing you defeat your enemies in a row just now, I am filled with respect. So I want to have a discussion with you. I wonder what you think." Wow. That's the young master of the Iron Spear clan. This time he's coming out. I heard 3 months ago that he was at the 4th level of the nascent profound realm, and his control of the spear is even more superb. As soon as Tiberius Quan came out, apart from Cloud Kale, from the disciples to the elders here, almost no one didn't know him. Baron Summer was a little confused. The relationship between the Iron Spear clan and the Profound Palace has always been very good. Why would he go up? His purpose is simple, and his words are upright. Azure Snow, beside him, smiled and said perhaps he is a martial arts fanatic who simply wants to spar. From Tiberius Quan's face and eyes, Cloud Kale could see a desire and sincerity without any other impurities. His heart was slightly surprised. It seemed that the disciples of these 7 sects were not all arrogant and liked to show off. This Tiberius Quan was young, yet he revealed a resolute and steady demeanor. Cloud Kale's performance just now had made him feel respect and also made him itch for a fight. Instantly Cloud Kale smiled in response. Brother Tiberius, to disregard the opinions of others and proactively challenge me. An unknown nobody is already showing me great respect. In that case, let's begin. After speaking, Cloud Kale took half a step back and raised his right arm horizontally. Tiberius Quan was stunned. He never thought that Cloud Kale, who had always been so arrogant and boundless, would have such an attitude towards him. His heart instantly warmed and a smile appeared on his face. In that case, I'll have a discussion with Brother Cloud. Brother Cloud, you've just fought 3 matches in a row, so your profound energy must be depleted. Although we're just sparring and not fighting for victory or defeat, starting now is really too unfair to you. How about I suppress 3-10 of my strength? Cloud Kale shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Tiberius. But don't worry, Brother Tiberius. When I fight with you, I will naturally have to be in my best condition to make it interesting. Tiberius Quan gave Cloud Kale a deep look, then burst out laughing. So Brother Cloud is not the arrogant and haughty person he always appears to be. It seems this discussion will definitely be very enjoyable. In that case, Brother Cloud should also be careful. My Cloud Minus Piercing Spear has never been defeated by someone younger than me. Brother Tiberius should also be careful. Cloud Kale slowly raised his hand. My soul is directly open. Tiberius Quan let out a low growl, and his entire body's profound energy erupted. The Cloud Minus Piercing Spear stabbed towards Cloud Kale. His movements looked slow, but the tip of the spear was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the clouds. With a great momentum, it stabbed towards Cloud Kale in an instant. The surrounding air was frantically split apart, and with a ripple, it had already passed. Cloud Kale's pupils contracted slightly, and his body quickly retreated to the side. He narrowly avoided it and was just about to counterattack when suddenly, a dangerous gust of wind came from his left. But Tiberius Quan's Cloud Minus Piercing Spear also pierced into the air and, after an instant, suddenly swept across, catching Cloud Kale off guard. He quickly withdrew his hand, placed his 2 wrists on his waist, and rigidly blocked it. The moment his wrists blocked the spear, an unusually fierce shockwave came from the spear, causing his body to retreat 3 steps in a row. His protective profound energy was also almost sent flying. Good spear, good spearmanship. Cloud Kale couldn't help but praise. Flood Dragon Breaking Cloud. Tiberius Quan's Cloud Minus Piercing Spear swept out again, creating a large area of spear shadows, forcing Cloud Kale to retreat far away. More than half of the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace exclaimed in surprise. He can actually fight with Tiberius Quan. Tiberius Quan can usually fight above his level. Cloud Kale's realm is even lower, yet he can fight to this extent. Tiberius Quan's spear and Cloud Kale's arm continuously collided, but there was no loud clash. It seems that having a discussion with Brother Cloud was the right choice. Tiberius Quan swung the Cloud Minus Piercing Spear, and a look of excitement appeared on his resolute face. We've been tied for more than 10 moves, so this round counts as my loss. Cloud Kale smiled faintly, his voice tinged with some difficulty. 8 counts as my win. I won't take this undeserved victory. Don't worry so much, let's fight until a winner is decided. I didn't expect Brother Cloud to be so forthright. It was I who was too abrupt. In that case, I will use my strongest move. Let's see if you can take it. Tiberius Quan laughed loudly. All right, then we'll decide the winner in 1 move. Tiberius Quan's eyes immediately regained their coldness. He swept his silver spear horizontally and shouted, "Take this spear of mine, Rising Sun Dragon." A huge momentum condensed on the spear. As the Cloud Minus Piercing Spear moved, the people in the main hall seemed to hear a dragon's roar. A look of shock also appeared on their faces, and at this moment the Cloud Minus Piercing Spear had already swept towards Cloud Kale. The silver spear descended with a terrifying momentum, as if the heavens under earth were collapsing, and the wind and clouds were surging. This terrifying spear was definitely stronger than Tiberius Quan's previous casual spear strikes. However, what surprised Tiberius Quan and also shocked everyone was that, faced with the terrifying power, Cloud Kale stood motionless, his right arm raised horizontally, resolutely meeting the sweeping Cloud Minus Piercing Spear. Damn it, is he crazy? He actually wants to block it. Head minus on. A large number of disciples in the main hall roared. Get out of the way. You can't block this move. The elders of the New Moon Profound Palace all roared. As experts far beyond these juniors, they could naturally see the terrifying power hidden in this spear of Tiberius Quan. But Cloud Kale turned it effier, his arm instead accelerating and viciously colliding with the Cloud Mine, a piercing spear which carried a great momentum. Boom! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out in the main hall. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Tiberius Quan was pushed back. On the contrary, Cloud Kale only took 2 steps back before he stood firm. Cloud Kale's 2 hands hung down, his eyes indifferent as he looked at him, but did not continue to attack. It seems I've won. As he spoke, he had to admire himself. The soul minus stealing state is so strong. Stood up straight, and smiled gratefully at Cloud Kale. I'm completely convinced. If I have the chance, I'd really like to become friends with Brother Cloud. With those words of yours, we are already friends, Cloud Kale replied with a smile. Tiberius Quan was stunned and walked down calmly. Father, I lost, but I also lost very happily. It was truly an exciting discussion. It's a heartfelt loss, Ironclad Quan said. Although you were defeated, it's definitely not because you are weak. On the contrary, your progress has exceeded my expectations. As for this child named Cloud Kale, he gave Cloud Kale, Cloud Kale. His person, his future is that of a true dragon. However, this time he has suddenly offended almost all the major sects of New Moon City. You must know what he might face next. Even so, do you still want to be friends with him? Tiberius Quan didn't even think about it and directly nodded. Good, this is a real man, a son of my Ironclad Quan. Ironclad Quan laughed heartily. In the main hall there was a commotion. He actually defeated Tiberius Quan. Is he really only at the first level of the nascent profound realm? Azure Snow covered her mouth in disbelief. Brother minus in minus law. Is this really my brother minus in minus law? Baron Summer's eyes were wide as he looked at the majestic figure that had captured everyone's attention in the main hall. He couldn't connect him with the Kale who had crippled profound veins, was subjected to ridicule and contempt, and even needed his protection. There were also those who were envious and jealous, for example Muron Yi. This guy is only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. On what basis is he so prominent? When he looked at Azure Snow, he found that Azure Snow was staring at Cloud Kale without blinking. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes that she had never shown to him. Amid jealousy erupted in his heart, and he gritted his teeth. He's just a country bumpkin at the first level of the nascent profound realm from a remote small town. After today, I'll let you know who is the boss of the New Moon Profound Palace. That's 4. Next, who's up? Cloud Kale stood in the middle of the main hall, looked at the 7 sects and issued another challenge. After defeating Fangguan Yi, the 16-year, -old group was so scared they didn't dare to fight. Now that he had defeated Tiberius Quan, the 16-year, -old group was naturally even more silent. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, no one from the 7 sects answered. And at this moment a voice full of contempt rang out. Among our 17-year, -old disciples we are lacking in both quantity and quality. The 18-year, -old group. He had the 17 and 18-year, -old disciples of your profound palace come up and have a little discussion with us, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately received the response of the 7 sect. That's right, no matter how many he wins, he only represents the 16-year, -old group. Do you dare to let your senior brothers go up? You're 17, I'll kill you. And Cloud Kale just sneered. If you want to challenge our disciples over 16, you can, but at least you have to defeat me as 16-year, -old first. Ah, that old brother who just spoke. You look to be 18th, why don't you come and challenge me? This 18-19-year-old had a slightly pale face. He looked at Kale with a cold, stagnant gaze and sneered with extreme contempt, as if he had heard some kind of joke. You mean? No, you're challenging me. The man's expression and eyes showed extreme contempt. Faced with such a gaze and attitude, Cloud Kale's deep eyebrows twitched, and his eyes also became dangerous. The man laughed faintly. His figure flickered, and in a few simple steps, he had strangely crossed a distance of several tens of meters and stood in front of Cloud Kale. The corners of his eyes, which were revealing a cold light, were narrowed. I've crushed countless geniuses. It seems today I'll have to add one more. Luzanan, when he appeared in the middle of the main hall. Not a few disciples immediately could control their emotions and called out his name. The strength of the two of them is not on the same level at all. Is Cloud Kale tired of living? Azure Snow immediately stood up and quickly stepped in front of Cloud Kale, saying, Junior brother Cloud, I'll take this fight. He's 2 years older than you, so it's not a suitable match between you two. Cloud Kale shook his head, his face full of confidence. No need. To deal with this kind of person, I don't need senior sister's help. I can do it myself. Azure Snow was stunned and worried. Junior brother Cloud, don't act on impulse. This person has profound energy at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm, and his mind is vicious. He's not someone you can deal with. Let me handle it. Cloud Kale still shook his head, a smile on his face instead. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. But don't worry, senior sister. I won't let the new moon profound palace lose face. Cloud Kale's smile carried an inexplicable charm. He was so insistent that Azure Snow could no longer say anything. She could only sigh, a complicated look in her eyes as she looked at him and reminded him, even if you lose, you won't let the new moon profound palace lose face. So no matter what, you must protect yourself well. As she spoke, she turned and walked down. The disciples of the 7 great forces who saw this scene once again had hope, especially when they saw the cruel aura of Luzanan. I have to say your arrogance has successfully made me want to destroy you, Luzanan said faintly, his voice low and cold. Before your body is crushed, cherish the last feeling of being alive. A nearly from -foot long sword was already in his hand, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly burst forth from a standstill, turning into a black after-image in the middle of the main hall. In the sound of a roaring wind, he moved to within 3 steps of Cloud Kale. As Luzanan moved like a storm, a vibrating sound of a sword's edge suddenly came from the sword in his right hand, making one's heart tremble in an instant. The next instant, Luzanan's long sword stabbed out like a flash of lightning. Swoosh! Amidst the gasps of all the disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace, this lightning-fast sword directly pierced through Cloud Kale's shadow, passed through his body, but unfortunately, it was only an after-image. Cloud Kale's expression was indifferent, and his body easily took a small step back. He immediately realized the danger of this sword strike. Fortunately, he had the Star God's broken shadow, plus the experience of the previous 4 battles, so he didn't need to worry. Luzanan did not hold back at all, and both his swords were aimed at vital points. He had clearly developed a killing intent, daring to kill someone in the New Moon Profound Palace. Perhaps only this Luzanan would dare to do so. Kale, be careful. On the main seat of the banquet hall, Kinwoo, who was sitting upright, reminded him. Kinwoo stared at Cloud Kale, his heart stirring for a long time. To defeat Tiberius Quan at such an age and in such a state, and to be able to fight with Luzanan, it was truly not simple. But what was strange was his attitude towards Tiberius Quan, which was different from the others. If his guess was correct, he was deliberately provoking the 7 great sects, joining the New Moon Profound Palace, angering the 7 great sects. What is his purpose? Kinwoo's thoughts were racing, but his eyes were always locked on Cloud Kale, and he couldn't hide his admiration. Cloud Kale was now caught in the shadow of Luzanan's sword, but 100 slashes were all dodged by Cloud Kale. He didn't even relax, as if he had already grasped the rhythm of Luzanan's attacks. This was undoubtedly him relying on his sharp senses to avoid the attacks. This method would take at least a dozen years of experience to master. At such a young age, he couldn't help but wonder how Ignis Shaw could have raised such a monster. As the sword glinted and passed by his body, Cloud Kale quickly dodged. The sharp aura of the sword brushed past his face and hands, causing a faint pain. At this moment, Jasmine's warning voice suddenly came to his mind. Finish it quickly. This is your first time activating soul-stealing, and you fought in a row. It's really a stretch. Soul-stealing can be maintained for at most another 30 seconds. If you exceed this time, your profound veins may be seriously damaged. Cloud Kale's heart immediately jumped. You only know how to run. You've thrown out more than 100 swords and still haven't touched a single hair of Cloud Kale. Luzonen was also getting more and more shocked, and he panted slightly as he growled. As if Luzonen's words had taken effect when his sword stabbed out again, Cloud Kale did not choose to dodge with that strange movement technique. Instead, he suddenly moved forward, meeting his blade. Cloud Kale's action made Luzonen overjoyed. Luzonen's long sword viciously cut into Cloud Kale's left arm. But when he saw the bloody wound his sword had made on Cloud Kale's arm, Luzonen was not happy but terrified, because he only made one wound on his body. How is that possible? And he desperately blocked his sword. A full -power punch from Cloud Kale also viciously struck Luzonen's chest. Luzonen felt as if he had been hit head -on by 1,000-pound hammer in the chest. His internal organs churned violently, and his body retreated 7 or 8 steps, almost falling headfirst. Seeing that the situation was not to his liking, Luzonen was furious. He immediately used all his profound energy. Preparing to unleash his strongest killing blow, he shouted, "You're courting death." Just as his mind was in chaos and his killing intent was rising, and he was about to directly use the strongest secret technique of the 7 kills, Sword Pavilion. He suddenly saw Cloud Kale extend his right hand towards him, a strange smile on his face. He wants to use his strongest secret technique? Cloud Kale's 5 fingers, which were extended towards Luzonen's face, suddenly clenched. A low voice came from his mouth. "You don't have that chance." A flame suddenly erupted from Luzonen's chest, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. The faces of everyone in the main hall changed. Some turned green, some turned white, and some trembled all over. It's fire. For fire -based profound art. He even knows of fire -based profound art. This high -level fire -based profound art is what allows him to ignite his profound energy. No wonder Yan Ming was so miserably defeated before. It wasn't because he was weak, but because Cloud Kale's fire -based profound art is much more profound, and he was being toyed with. Seeing the flame explode in front of Luzonen's chest, many people reacted in fear. Luzonen clutched his pained body and silently retreated. Cloud Kale didn't even turn his head, his eyes filled with pity as he looked at him. "But since everyone is watching, I won't kill him. I didn't expect the New Moon Profound Palace to have such a genius. Maybe this whole Profound Palace will be his." An old man looked at Cloud Kale's back and let out a soft sigh. "Is this really my brother -in-law?" This was already the umpteenth time Baron Summer had muttered this. His eyes were permanently in a state of being wide open. There definitely can't be any high -level resources there. Under such conditions, junior brother Cloud can actually reach such a realm. His achievements at this time would surely be even more world-shaking. Azure Snow silently thought to herself, Isn't he the person I've been looking for all along?" Thinking of this, a violent tremor began to run through Azure Snow's vast, rippling eyes, and she emitted an incomparably moving brilliance. Her gaze was fixed on Cloud Kale. Azure Snow immediately stood up and walked quickly to Cloud Kale's side, saying with concern, "Junior brother Cloud, your arm is injured." "Is the wound serious?" Cloud Kale raised his hand, his face expressionless as he replied with a pained expression, "It's nothing. Just a superficial wound. It didn't touch the bone. It's already stopped bleeding." "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Pretending. "Come on, let senior sister take a look." Azure Snow gently took Cloud Kale's arm and examined his wound. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Although the wound on Cloud Kale's arm was long and deep, as he had said, it really hadn't touched the bone. That meant that Luzonen's sword had only caused a very small wound on his body. Seeing the surprised look on Azure Snow's face, a hint of pride appeared on Cloud Kale's face. "Now do you believe me, senior sister? My body is made of iron. It's not so easy to get seriously injured." Azure Snow smiled gently. "You're so fair and tender. How do you look like you're made of iron? A standard pretty boy isn't too far off." "Ha! A pretty boy." Cloud Kale's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he looked at Azure Snow's snow-white face and chuckled. "Only a man who is kept by a beauty can be called a pretty boy. I don't have a beauty to keep me. Why don't you keep me, senior sister?" "Theft. Your mouth is so unruly, you even dare to tease your senior sister." Azure Snow laughed and gently glared at him. "Be careful. seeing your sister might spread the news that you're already married, so you can't even trick a single little junior sister. Seeing Azure Snow proactively approach Kale and start laughing and talking with him, the two of them looking very much in love, Murangi's face suddenly turned green. He almost gritted his teeth to pieces. This damn brat. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a series of crisp claps rang out in the main hall, and the person clapping had slowly stood up from his seat. Excellent. Truly excellent. I didn't expect to be so lucky as to witness the rise of a new star here. The young man, while speaking, walked towards Cloud Kale, a faint smile on his face. He looked very young, about 16-17, but his face showed no trace of immaturity. Seeing the young man slowly walk out, the main hall was instantly silent. Alaric Shaw, the young master of the Shaw clan. What a delightful surprise. His gaze was fixed on Cloud Kale, mocking. Everyone's heart started to pound. Could it be, he wants to? Could it be that he wants to have a discussion with Cloud Kale? No, that's impossible. With Alaric Shaw's status, pride, and strength, how could he be willing to lower himself to fight with the disciple who has just entered the New Moon Profound Palace? But if that's not the case, what on earth does he want to do? Alaric Shaw had proactively come out, and his gaze had always been on him, which also surprised Cloud Kale in his heart. He immediately returned the courtesy. I am just an ordinary disciple of the New Moon Profound Palace. I absolutely cannot bear the two words New Star. In New Moon City, only young Master Shaw is completely worthy of being called a star. Alaric Shaw smiled, a laugh that held a kingly air that didn't seem to come from the mouth of a 16-year-old boy. Brother Cloud is really too modest. I believe that after today's discussion, Brother Cloud's name will surely resonate throughout New Moon City. A look of nothing appeared on Cloud Kale's face. He still bowed back. Young Master Shaw's words are truly too much praise. My meager ability is not worth mentioning in front of young Master Shaw. I wonder what young Master Shaw's guidance is. Brother Cloud really doesn't need to be so modest. Just now, Brother Cloud showed his great power and won 5 consecutive matches against the top disciples of our 7 sects. I'm also a little itchy, so I want to learn from Brother Cloud. I wonder if Brother Cloud can agree. Alaric Shaw looked at Cloud Kale, his face smiling, and spoke politely. Alaric Shaw's words caused a commotion in the main hall. Even Cloud Kale was stunned for a moment. He wants to proactively challenge me. Cloud Kale is powerful, but he is by no means qualified to fight with Alaric Shaw. Could it be that he wants to regain face because the 7 sects lost so badly? Or perhaps he wants to step on Cloud Kale to show him who is the real genius. Cloud Kale did not answer immediately. He stood there with a surprised expression, as if stunned by Alaric Shaw's words. And during that time, his eyes never left Alaric Shaw's. This Alaric Shaw wants to kill me. This was the answer Cloud Kale immediately got. His heart suddenly turned cold. Could it be just because I'm a new star who has just shown my talent, and I might become his rival in the future? If that's the case. As soon as he thought of this, Kale immediately showed a slightly fearful expression and replied, Young Master Shaw wants to have a discussion with me. I'm still far from young Master Shaw's level. I'm really afraid of losing. But to be able to fight with young Master Shaw is my honor. How can I refuse? Very good, Alaric Shaw nodded in satisfaction. If we're having a discussion, it should of course be fair. Brother Cloud has fought 5 matches in a row, and his left arm is also injured. Before we start our discussion, Brother Cloud should rest for a while, and then we'll have a fair match. No need. To everyone's surprise, faced with an extremely reasonable and completely beneficial suggestion, Kale shook his head and refused without a second thought. Although I've consumed a lot, I still have a little strength left. It should be enough to compete with young Master Shaw. These words from Cloud Kale completely stunned everyone in the main hall, because anyone who wasn't deaf could hear a kind of extreme confidence and pride in Cloud Kale's words. Damn it, what does this Cloud Kale mean? He has a little strength left and it's enough to fight with Alaric Shaw's. Who does he think Alaric Shaw is? Junior Brother Cloud. Azure Snow frowned and immediately reminded him in a low voice. This Alaric Shaw, although he is the same age as you, is completely different from the people you just fought. It can be said that he is not on the same level at all. You must not. Don't worry, senior sister, Cloud Kale directly cut her off, saying nonchalantly. Alaric Shaw and I are just sparring. The result doesn't matter. Azure Snow was about to say more when she saw Cloud Kale give her a very calm and reassuring look. Then he turned to Alaric Shaw. Young Master Shaw, let's start now. What do you say? Alaric Shaw smiled faintly. Anyone could see that his smile was a little stiff. Since Brother Cloud insists, I will naturally respect Brother Cloud's wishes. However, Brother Cloud's current state is really worrying. If you are hit by one of my attacks, you might be seriously injured or even crippled. Cloud Kale also laughed nonchalantly. It's just sparring. Getting injured during a spar is a normal thing. But what I'm worried about is that if young Master Shaw is accidentally seriously injured by me, like a broken bone or something. Alaric Shaw gave Cloud Kale a deep look, a look as if he were looking at a fool. If I, Alaric Shaw, am injured by Brother Cloud, then it's because my skills are not good enough. Of course, I will not blame Brother Cloud at all. The people here can also be witnesses. No matter who is seriously injured during the spar, they cannot blame the other party. Anyone who blames the other party is despicable. I'll also be a witness. As soon as Alaric Shaw finished speaking, the crowd immediately shouted. Then let's begin. He looked at Cloud Kale with contempt. Cloud Kale smiled faintly and said no more. His breathing became calm, and his eyes became solemn. The first gate of his profound veins opened once again. I didn't do anything to you, yet you want to kill me. In that case, I'll kill you first. According to Jasmine's warning, with his current physical condition, the first gate could only be opened again for a final 10 seconds. But more than 10 seconds, that's enough. An extremely dangerous light flashed in the depths of Cloud Kale's eyes. Cloud Kale had already struck a pose, his expression solemn. On the contrary, Alaric Shaw was still calm and composed, a smile on his face without any sense of tension. This kid is only at the first level of the nascent profound realm, yet he defeated even Luz Anan at the 7th level of the nascent profound realm. His fire minus base profound art has reached an unimaginable level. Even he couldn't do that back then. Now that he has offended the 7 sects, it's better to just eliminate him. As he thought this, he put on a mocking expression. Brother Cloud, please. Alaric Shaw's posture clearly wanted Cloud Kale to make the first move. Cloud Kale was not polite. He stepped forward a few steps, his right arm sweeping across Alaric Shaw's chest. No moves, just a pure clash of profound energy. He obviously wanted to test the depth of Alaric Shaw's profound energy. A look of contempt also flashed in Alaric Shaw's eyes. He put his right hand behind his back and casually swung his left hand. With a thud, their two arms collided. Alaric Shaw stood his ground, not moving at all. Even his body didn't sway. But Cloud Kale's body was sent sliding back more than 2 zhang, almost falling to the ground. His entire right arm was also trembling faintly. He immediately showed a look of shock. As expected of young Master Shaw, your profound energy is so deep. Alaric Shaw smiled faintly. Brother Cloud's profound energy is also very heavy. No wonder even Luz Anan could be defeated. But, if I said I only used 3-10ths of my strength just now, would you believe me? Young Master surely knows how to joke. Cloud Kale chuckled twice. But, young Master Shaw should be careful with the next move. If you block it, you might be seriously injured. The corners of Alaric Shaw's mouth twitched twice violently. Brother Cloud, please make your move. I will take it all. Even if my strength is not enough and I am seriously injured with so many people here as witnesses, I will absolutely not blame Brother Cloud. Seeing the initial clash of strength, couldn't stop laughing. He couldn't even block 30% of Alaric Shaw's strength. And he wants to injure him? What a joke. This thought was the same as Alaric Shaw's. Perhaps this Cloud Kale is really an idiot. Cloud Kale took a deep breath, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Perhaps this guy has already fallen into my grip. On his right hand, a whirlpool of profound energy quickly condensed. Obviously he was gathering all his strength for a desperate attack on his right hand. Young Master Shaw, take this move of mine. This is the moment when he is most careless. Cloud Kale roared in a low voice and threw a heavy punch at Alaric Shaw's chest. Sensing the barely powerful profound energy or hitting his face, a trace of a cold, contemptuous smile flashed in Alaric Shaw's eyes. he was still completely unconcerned. Just like that, a normal punch, without any profound or profound skill, was thrown. But this time he directly used 70% of his strength. In Cloud Kale's memories, he had already mastered the introductory level of the Star God's Broken Shadow, but he felt that it was just an escape profound skill. After that, he used the excuse of his reputation to ask her to teach him a profound skill that could destroy heaven and earth. But she ultimately did not teach him, but instead pointed out the power hidden in his profound veins. The evil god's secret art had a total of 7 great realms. It did not need to be cultivated but directly existed in the profound veins. When each gate was opened, the evil god's secret art would be raised by 1 realm. At the same time, each realm of the evil god's secret art corresponded to a very powerful evil god profound skill. In other words, he already had a very powerful profound skill in his body. He could feel it just by sensing it. It was called the first form of the evil god, falling moon sinking star. The 2 fists collided, and a deafening explosion like a clap of thunder rang out. A terrifying shockwave from the clash of their profound energy frantically and violently spread out in all directions. With a series of cracking sounds, the marble floor of the main hall shattered over a large area, and large pieces of floor tiles were sent flying far away. At the center of the profound energy impact, a figure was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming hard into a pillar near the main hall's entrance. With a loud thud, the thick stone pillar trembled, and countless cracks quickly spread throughout it. A large amount of dust fell from the ceiling of the main hall. The figure that was slammed into the pillar was strangely not thrown back, because half of his body had been directly embedded into the pillar by that incredibly ferocious force. After a long while, his body finally slowly slid down from the pillar, then fell sideways on the ground, his whole body covered in blood, unconscious, his life or death unknown. And this person was not Cloud Kale, it was Alric Shaw. The entire main hall was instantly completely silent. Everyone's eyes were widened to their limit, and for a long time, no one made a sound. Then, without any prior agreement, Qin Wuyu stood up, Si Kong Han stood up, and Ironclad Quan stood up. The great sect masters and elders who held sway in New Moon City all stood up at almost the same time, their eyes wide as if they were trying their best to confirm that their eyes were not playing tricks on them. Gradually he raised his head and looked at Alaric Shaw. The corner of his mouth silently curled up into a certain arc, pretending to be scared for a bit. And you thought I was really weak? If you hadn't underestimated me, even if I'd used falling moon sinking star, I might not have been able to win. Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously at all. In the end, you still didn't use your full strength. This is the price of your arrogance. Young master, after a deathly silence, an extremely panicked roar rang out. The middle-aged man who had followed Alaric Shaw almost fell as he stumbled towards Alaric Shaw. The middle-aged man's whole body was trembling. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Alaric Shaw's wrist. Instantly his face changed. He suddenly turned his head towards Cloud Kale, his expression changing to be extremely ferocious. You little bastard. I'll kill you. A thick malevolent and murderous aura emanated from the middle-aged man. He charged. Stop. A loud shout, and a figure like a fierce seagull flew from his seat, flying through the air towards the middle-aged man. The man was still more than 3 zhang away when he was firmly blocked in front of Cloud Kale by the new palace master of the New Moon Profound Palace, Qin Wuyu. To attack a disciple of my palace in my profound palace, you've gone too far. The middle-aged man was sent flying, his face grim and angry. I've gone too far, what did you say? It was just a spar, and that bastard has already seriously injured my young master. Now, the bones in the young master's left arm are broken into 12 pieces, his body's meridians are half-minus severed, and his profound veins are crippled. Every word the middle-aged man said made everyone in the hall's heart pound. Almost crippled, the main hall was in an uproar, crippled in one blow by Cloud Kale. Before Qin Wuyu could answer, Cloud Kale behind him had already sneered and said in a weak voice, Before Alaric Shaw and I fought, we made a promise. In a fight, no matter who is seriously injured, it's because their skills are not good enough. They will absolutely not blame the other party. Now you want to take revenge. Are all you people from the Shaw clan faithless and treacherous? You shut up. 100 of your lives are not worth a single hair of my young master's. If I don't kill you today, I, Hector Shaw, am not a man. After speaking, Hector Shaw took a deep breath, and his right hand struck out with a gust of profound energy. Qin Wuyu immediately waved his long sleeve and angrily retorted, Hector Shaw, if you dare to attack a disciple of my palace again, I will not be polite. Hector Shaw was filled with anger. Palace Master Qin, are you going to turn against my Shaw clan for a mere disciple? Qin Wuyu smiled faintly, but his face immediately darkened. Your Shaw clan may be able to cover the sky with one hand in New Moon City, but my New Moon Profound Palace is not so easily bullied. If you dare to attack a disciple of my palace again, I will not hesitate to keep all of you from the Shaw clan who are present here today. Hector Shaw's face became extremely ugly. Good, very good, Hector Shaw rumbled. Hector Shaw will remember today's events. The enmity of today, our Shaw clan will surely repay 100-fold in the future. He very carefully lifted up the dying Alaric Shaw, and the few people from the outer sect of the Shaw clan quickly left. As they left, each of them carried a heavy malevolent aura. Qin Wuyu watched their backs, his face indifferent and unruffled. Before, Cloud Kale and Alaric Shaw had already acknowledged each other. Everyone here has witnessed it. If the Shaw clan goes back on their word, I hope you all will speak reason at that time. I remember that Elder Yin I was the first to be a witness. At that time you'll have to say a few words. The people from the outer sect of the Shaw clan had left, and the main hall was instantly completely silent. Some people looked at each other, some gritted their teeth, some reveled in their misfortune, and some were restless. All eyes immediately fell on Yen Zizi. Yen Zizi felt uncomfortable all over. He stood up and chuckled dryly. This old man has just remembered that there is an important matter in the sect that has not been dealt with. I must immediately return to the sect for a moment. If Palace Master Kai-in is free another day, you are welcome to visit my Cloud Sun sect as a guest. After Yan Zizi finished speaking, he didn't wait for Qin Wuyu to reply and led the disciples of his sect to leave quickly. With the Cloud Sun sect leading the way, the other sects also made excuses one after another and took their leave. Before Tiberius Quan left, he hesitated for a moment and then still walked up to Cloud Kale, took out a pill, and said in a low voice, Brother Cloud, this is a mid-grade profound recovery pill specially made by our Iron Spear clan's pharmacy. It should be able to help you recover a little faster. Cloud Kale did not step back. He reached out and accepted it, then smiled. Thank you, Brother Tiberius. Tiberius Quan hesitated for a moment and also replied, Brother Cloud, Alaric Shaw is not only the person who carries the hope of the entire future of the outer sect of the Shaw clan. Now that he has been crippled by one of your moves, the Shaw clan will absolutely not let it go. The Shaw clan, although it is only a few hundred outer sect of the main sect, its power is still far beyond Brother Cloud's imagination and is not something Brother Cloud can fight against. So I suggest Brother Cloud leave New Moon City immediately, as quickly as possible. As long as you can keep your life, everything can be resolved. His heart was immediately moved, and he nodded seriously. Thank you for your advice, Brother Tiberius. The guests left one after another. After half a quarter of an hour, only the people of the New Moon Profound Palace were left in the main hall. And the disciples of all levels of the New Moon Profound Palace all rushed to surround Kale. Junior Brother Cloud, this is a healing medicine made by our palace's pharmacy. It has a very good healing effect on both internal and external injuries. Many disciples took out the best healing medicine they had and, one after another, stuffed it into Kale's hands. Junior Brother Cloud has really become a god. I admire you so much. Brother Minus and Minus Law, so you're this amazing. Baron Summer also ignored the wounds on his body and came over, his eyes shining as he looked at Kale. Before I always admired my sister the most. From now on, the person I admire the most is you, Brother Minus in Minus Law. Junior Brother Cloud, a short sentence from Azure Snow caused the surrounding noise to instantly quiet down. Azure Snow walked to Kale's side and said worriedly, Junior Brother Cloud, Alaric Shaw has been crippled this time. The Shaw clan will definitely retaliate. What are you going to do, senior sister? Don't worry. I know how to handle it. Contrary to Kale's optimism, a resentful gaze was fixed on him. He even crippled Alaric Shaw. Let's see how you die. With a calm laugh, Qin Wuyu chuckled and walked over. Regarding the matter of the Shaw clan, everyone doesn't need to worry. As the palace master, I will naturally protect the disciples in the palace. You all don't need to worry. The elders will lead the disciples back to the profound department first. Kale, stay. I have something to say. In the vast main hall, only two people were left, Kale and Qin Wu. In the silence, the two of them looked at each other for a moment, neither speaking. Faced with the palace master, who had a powerful background and strength and was full of mystery everywhere, Kale's eyes were very calm. Qin Wu's expression was a little complicated. In the end, it was Qin Wu who spoke first. He smiled bitterly. I never thought that I, Qin Wu, who have been powerful all my life and respected everywhere, would be so viciously schemed against by a brat like you. Kale also smiled, a very embarrassed smile. He respectfully performed a junior's bow. This junior was ignorant and made a fool of himself in front of the palace master. Qin Wu waved his hand, his face pained. You are a disciple of my palace. You've recklessly offended people from the seventh sect. If I had hesitated for a moment today, your little life would have been gone. During the match, you mocked them, and at the same time, you always mentioned your identity as a disciple of the profound palace multiple times. Kale didn't deny it and nodded calmly, bowing. As expected of the palace master, this junior's thoughts are indeed impossible to hide from you. You couldn't hide it from me from the beginning. Qin Wu's face completely darkened. Tell me, what was your purpose in doing what you did today? I need 3 things. Kale held up his hand. First, a place and people who can make my profound energy increase rapidly. Second, enemies and pressure sufficient for me to train. Third, a person who can allow me to have the first thing while facing the second. Kale's words made Qin Wu frown. He thought carefully for a moment. So he wants to find a backer. This brat has played a good game. Although he thought so, he still asked with suspicion. I'm afraid your purpose is not just that, right? It's very simple, Kale said solemnly. I want to reach the Earth Profound Realm within 3 years. What? Qin Wu's eyes suddenly widened. Earth Profound Realm, what are you talking about? Qin Wu shook his head. Do you know that even I had to be 44 years old to reach the Earth Profound Realm? Even so, in this blue-wide empire, I am already a 1 minus million genius. 3 years from the nascent Profound Realm to the Earth Profound Realm. I've never heard of it. Just because others can do it doesn't mean I can't. Just today, did you ever think that I could cripple Alaric Shaw with the strength of a first minus level nascent Profound Realm? Kale suddenly said. Qin Wu's expression stiffened, and he shook his head and laughed. Youth is truly good. I will bear the responsibility for today's events. It is the duty of a palace master to protect his disciples. As for the Shaw clan, if they seek revenge in secret, it might be very hard to know. After talking with Qin Wu, Kale dragged his slightly weakened body out of the main hall, silent all the way. From the looks of it, you seem a little disappointed, Jasmine said inferiorly. That's right, Kale shook his head helplessly. I originally wanted to use that grand goal of mine to scare Qin Wu, making him want to take me as his personal disciple. But from the looks of it, I was indeed too naive. On the first day we met, he didn't even know your background. How could he rashly make such a decision? Jasmine said infuriately. You've offended the Shaw clan. They won't let it go. Kale's footsteps paused for a moment, and he smiled faintly. If the Shaw clan really dares to come looking for me, I have countless ways to make their entire sect a mess. In the main hall of the New Moon Profound Palace, not long after Kale left, a female figure in snow-white clothes, as graceful as a fairy, slowly walked into the hall. Qin Wu was still in the main hall, not having left yet, as if he was trying his best to figure out how to deal with the matter of Kalen, the outer sect of the Shaw clan. Seeing the woman walk in, he was first stunned. Then on the face of the new palace master of the New Moon Profound Palace, who is also the highest authority of the New Moon Profound Palace, a respectful expression actually appeared. The woman nodded slightly. Palace Master Qin, what do you think of Kale? Qin Wu considered his words for a moment and said carefully, this level of talent, I have rarely seen it in my life. If he had been born in a major sect, his future achievements would have been limitless. I think so too, but today, he has also caused a great disaster. The Shaw clan will come knocking. At that time, I asked Palace Master Qin to do his best to protect Kale's life. The woman said softly. This. Qin Wu was a little stunned. Could it be that your highness has chosen him? The woman nodded slightly and suddenly sighed. For these few years, I have been to the 7 profound palaces but have never found a suitable candidate. But this Kale has made my eyes shine. But there are only 2 years left before that event. Even if his talent is extremely good, compared to those monsters, he is still far behind, Kinwoo said, not understanding. The woman calmly explained, because he, with the strength of a first-level nascent profound realm, crippled an opponent who was about to step into the true profound realm. He did something that all the top geniuses I've ever met couldn't do. In the following time I will try to get in touch with him. As for the matter of the Shaw clan outer sect, I will have to trouble Palace Master Kinwoo thought for a moment, lowered his head, and said respectfully, Your Highness, rest assured, I have been to the Shaw clan's main sect more than 10 times. A small outer sect is not enough to be afraid of. In the south of New Moon City, a towering building was where the Shaw clan's branch was built. The sun had set and night was about to fall, but a series of urgent roars completely shattered the tranquility of the Shaw clan branch. Get out of the way, get out of the way, the young master is seriously injured. Immediately inform the sect master and the people from the Pillin Medicine Hall. Hector Shaw, carrying Alaric Shaw on his back, rushed into the main gate of the sect like a madman. Seeing Hector Shaw, the people of the sect all moved out of the way, and a few of them rushed to report to the sect master, Xiaodiana N. Not long after, Xiaodiana N and 2 elders from the Pillin Medicine Hall hurried over. As soon as he saw Xiaodiana N, Hector Shaw immediately knelt down and cried out in grief. Sect master, quick, quick, save the young master. He's seriously injured, even his meridians and profound veins are. Seeing Alaric Shaw covered in blood on Hector Shaw's back, Xiaodiana N and the 2 elders were terrified. Xiaodiana N quickly stepped forward and took Alaric Shaw's right wrist. As soon as he touched it, he quickly withdrew his hand as if struck by lightning. He grabbed Hector Shaw by the collar like a powerful lion in a rage and roared, Who was it? Who did this? Who did it? It was the New Moon Profound Palace. Hector Shaw's voice trembled for a moment before he dared to speak. The young master was sparring with a disciple of the New Moon Profound Palace and was heavily injured by the other party. You bastard! Xiaodiana N's eyes widened. The disciples of the New Moon Profound Palace are all wastes. Who could possibly injure Alaric? Sect master, please calm down first. The young master's injuries are extremely severe. He should be taken to the Pillin Medicine Hall first. An elder behind him quickly said, Calm down? How can I calm down? Alaric's meridians are almost completely severed. His profound veins are shattered, he's almost crippled, and all his profound energy cultivation has been dissipated. How can you tell me to calm down? Xiaodiana N roared. What? The 2 great elders were immediately terrified. Hector, tell me clearly right now, what on earth happened? After Kale returned to his residence, he sat upright on the bed and quickly entered a state of meditation, slowly recovering his depleted profound energy. Phew, finally recovered a little. Kale stretched his body and let out a long sigh of relief. But the pain in his body was not so easy to get rid of. That is the after effect of forcefully using soul minus stealing, Jasmine said as cold as ice. You're lucky your meridians didn't break. Cloud Kale's expression was indifferent. Then he sighed with emotion. But this soul minus stealing is really amazing. It actually allowed me to win completely against a 7th minus level nascent profound realm. Soul minus stealing is only the first realm. When you reach the spirit profound realm, you can open heart minus burning and your power will be even more terrifying. And just at this moment a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Following that an earth minus shaking. Furious roar came from afar. Hand over Cloud Kale immediately. Otherwise, I will level this New Moon Profound Palace of yours tonight. Hearing the sound from afar, Cloud Kale's eyes immediately narrowed. He jumped off the bed, his room door was pushed open, and Baron Summer entered, panting. He grabbed Kale and said anxiously, Brother Minus and Minus Law, run. It's the people from the Shaw clan. They really didn't care about their promise not to pursue the matter. They've come to get you. Hurry up and leave through the back door. Since they dared to arrogantly charge in through the main gate, the back door and side doors are probably also guarded. Cloud Kale let out a sigh, then walked outside. Qin Wuyu had finally arrived. Facing him was Zhao Diana in. Qin Wuyu, you must give me an explanation today. An explanation. A look of anger also appeared on Qin Wuyu's face. Your Sha clan has trespassed into my new moon profound palace at night without reason, destroyed my profound palace's main gate. You are the ones who need to give an explanation. What the hell? Cloud Kale from your profound palace has maliciously seriously injured my son and even destroyed his meridians. Even if I grind him into 100 pieces, it won't be enough to quell my hatred. Shouty on and roared in anger. Nth Qin Wuyu stroked his beard, his face showing no sign of panic. Before the spar, there was an agreement. Injuries sustained during the spar will not be pursued. Do you have no shame? Zhao Diana waved his hand forcefully, then suddenly stood up straight like a mad dog. The enmity of crippling my son. Do you think a crappy agreement can erase it? Hand over Cloud Kale to me immediately. If the dignified sect master of the Sha clan doesn't even want his face, I have nothing more to say. As Qin Wuyu's voice fell, he said, if you want to fight, then do it. I want to see what you're capable of to protect this disciple of yours. As he spoke, Qin Wuyu's whole body erupted with profound energy, and the earth and rocks beside him continuously collapsed. The vast profound energy was like a great net covering the sky, enveloping Qin Wuyu. Qin Wuyu let out a soft shout, his usual gentle palm pushing out, colliding with Zhao Diana's profound energy in the air. With a loud bang, dust flew up. Between Zhao Diana and Qin Wuyu, a terrifyingly large pit, about 7-8 feet deep, appeared. Late-stage Earth Profound Realm. For the first time, a grim look appeared on Zhao Diana's face, because from the clash just now, he had clearly discovered that this Qin Wuyu's strength was not inferior to his own at all. Zhao Diana did not continue to attack and said in a low voice, a super expert at the late-stage Earth Profound Realm. In this continent, you could be a great Grand Master anywhere, yet you come to this new moon city to be a mere palace master. No matter where I am, what position I hold, as long as I can serve the royal family, I, Qin, feel deeply honored. Protecting my disciples is even more of my most basic responsibility. Please leave. Zhao Diana sneered. Ha! I misjudge your strength. I really can't do anything to you today. But tomorrow, your profound palace will surely be razed to the ground. Raising the new moon profound palace, Qin Wuyu snorted coldly. You are so bold. This new moon profound palace was established by the royal family. Are you trying to rebel? I, Zhao Diana, really wouldn't dare. But to tell you the truth, my son has extraordinary talent because he has taken the heavenly treasure pill that the main sect bestowed upon him. Zhao Diana's face was extremely grim. As soon as Zhao Diana said this, Qin Wuyu's face, which had always been as calm as water, changed in an instant. The elders and disciples behind him all showed looks of extreme pain. Far away, Azure Snow, who was leaning against a corner of the wall, trembled, her face also showing a look of panic. Crippling a young master of a branch sect of the Sha clan and crippling the grandson minus law of a great elder of the main sect of the Sha clan. The other was a colossal disaster. Qin Wuyu's reaction was completely beyond Zhao Diana's expectations. He continued to say coldly, I have already reported this matter to Elder Zhao Wuji. Hand over Cloud Kale, or in 10 days, it will be the day your profound palace is destroyed. Zhao Dian had actually reported this matter to the main sect. Qin Wuyu and the elders' faces changed again. Palace Master, the main sect of the Sha clan is not a place we can provoke. Although Cloud Kale is a genius, this disaster is truly too great. We can't continue to protect him, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Wuyu's face was dark and uncertain for a while. He glanced at the person in the corner, and the other person gently shook their head at him. Qin Wuyu immediately furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and then still let out a sigh. To sacrifice the entire profound palace for him. I have a plan to divert the tiger. Can you give me another 10 days, Sect Master Shaw? I will expel Cloud Kale from the profound palace and revoke his status as a disciple. His life or death will have nothing to do with me. Zhao Diana's voice had also softened at this moment. In that case, I'll give Palace Master King face and let him live for another 10 days. Let's go. Zhao Diana and Hector turned and walked away. After walking a distance, he turned back and instructed, Can we use strength is no less than mine. If we had fought night with so many disciples we would have suffered. When the people from the main sect come, not only Cloud Kale but the new moon profound palace will also have to suffer the consequences. Send people to guard the new moon profound palace for me. If Cloud Kale dares to run away, kill him immediately. Cloud Kale immediately sneered. It seems that I and these people from the Shaw family are destined to be enemies. But even so, the palace master didn't hand me over immediately. Junior brother Cloud, at this moment, Azure Snow appeared in Cloud Kale's sight. Azure Snow secretly sighed and said softly, "So you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere." Cloud Kale smiled a little fake lie, his eyes lingering on Azure Snow's flawless, snow-white face. "I didn't expect senior sister to care about me so much. I suddenly feel so happy. I am your senior sister," Azure Snow replied with some seriousness. "Worrying about you is what I should do. Who told me your little life is about to be lost?" Cloud Kale looked at Azure Snow for a moment, his face finally becoming downcast and dejected. "At least, after I die at the hands of the Shaw clan, I will have a beautiful senior sister who will occasionally remember me." Azure Snow couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She directly suggested, "Junior brother Cloud, don't be too pessimistic. I might have a way to save you. My hometown is in the Blue Wind Imperial City. In 10 days, a family member of mine will come to pick me up and take me home. At that time he will use a high-grade flying profound beast to secretly take you away." Cloud Kale looked at Azure Snow with a surprised expression for a long time. Then he smiled ambiguously. "Senior sister Azure Snow, you're treating me so well. You don't happen to like me, do you? But I'm a married man after all. Does senior sister Azure Snow really not mind at all?" "I mind your head." Azure Snow, half crying, half laughing, pursed her fragrant lips. "I, Azure Snow, would never be interested in a junior brother younger than me. Helping me also means you will offend the Shaw clan," he said with a dejected and indifferent expression. "I don't want to implicate you." Azure Snow really couldn't listen anymore. She opened her captivating eyes and said, "Don't worry. I'll just secretly take you away. As long as we're not discovered, it'll be fine. At least you have a conscience, and you're still thinking about your senior sister." Cloud Kale didn't hesitate any longer and showed a grateful expression. "At that time, I will completely rely on senior sister. After I escape this calamity, I will definitely repay senior sister's life minus saving grace with my body." Azure Snow's rosy lips curled up slightly, and her eyebrows arched into 2 exquisite crescent moons. "As if I like you repaying me with your body." After Azure Snow left, Jasmine hurriedly reminded him, "You two have only known each other for a short time." Cloud Kale's face darkened, and he said, "If my guess is correct, she wants to tame me into some kind of hunting beast of hers. It's just a pity. Who is the hunting beast is not yet certain." A moment later he had returned to his room. Today had been a tiring day, and his profound energy had only recovered by half. Immediately, Cloud Kale held out his hand and entered the Sky Poison Pearl. He tiptoed to Jasmine's side and gently bent down. Jasmine was still fast asleep in this completely independent space, and she had completely let down her guard, so she didn't notice his approach at all. Cloud Kale thought with some self-reproach, "Little Jasmine is really getting more and more beautiful. I can never get tired of looking at her. She's beautiful whether she's asleep or awake." Jasmine's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her slightly hazy eyes. "Brother, is she dreaming of her deceased older brother?" Kale's hand stopped in mid-air, and he was worried about what to say. But he saw that Jasmine's 2 eyes were becoming more and more hazy, and a thin layer of mist gradually covered them. "Brother, you've come into Jasmine's dream again." Through her misty eyes she stared blankly at Cloud Kale, and a dreamlike mumble escaped her lips. Cloud Kale's mouth was wide open. Although Jasmine had opened her eyes, she was obviously not fully awake yet and was still mistaking him for the person in her dream. A snow-white hand reached out and gently grabbed him, her voice filled with a hazy, cold and heart-wrenching sorrow. "Brother." Cloud Kale stood still, for a moment not knowing whether to speak or not. At this moment, he saw the mist in Jasmine's eyes finally condense into a teardrop that slowly rolled down her pale cheek. Her hazy eyes also began to become clear. A great frisk came from her, making him sit on the ground with a thud. and Jasmine had already stood up. Her beautiful eyes filled with the cold, arrogant, and icy look that Cloud Kale was so familiar with. "What did you come in here for? If you need it, I can buy you a bed," Cloud Kale said with a smile. "What on earth do you want? It's probably not as simple as just talking about buying a bed, right?" Jasmine refused. Cloud Kale's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's true that there's something else. You also know that the Shaw clan wants to cause trouble for me. What are you going to do?" "It's very simple." Cloud Kale smiled mysteriously and opened his palm. The one he had gotten from Azure Snow and the Emperor Profound Pill he had gotten from the Flame Dragon. "It's rude not to reciprocate. He dares to cause trouble for me, so I will naturally return a great gift to him. If I have the Emperor Profound Pill and conveniently buy one from the Profound Palace's pharmacy, plus this dragon pill and the sky poison pearl." Time gradually reached midnight. This was the second time Cloud Kale had entered the Black Moon Merchant Guild. His disguise was the same as the first time, and the shop was also the same. With no other customers, only a man in his 72nd standing behind the counter. Hearing the footsteps, the old man looked for a moment, then said respectfully, "Esteemed guest, what brings you here in the middle of the night? I want you to do something for me." A token flew out from Cloud Kale's left hand and landed in front of Poohee. When Poohee's eyes fell on his palm suddenly appeared empty. A crimson profound pill appeared. "I want you to buy this dragon pill." Seeing the profound pill appear out of thin air in Cloud Kale's palm, Poohee's whole body trembled, and he almost couldn't stop his teeth from shattering. "Esteemed guest, are you joking? It's not that I don't want to buy it. It's just that I really don't have enough money. I only want 50,000 purple profound coins." Cloud Kale held the Emperor Profound Dragon pill up to the counter and said coldly, "What? 50,000 purple profound coins?" Poohee's eyes widened, and his lips trembled. He almost thought he had misheard. 50,000 purple profound coins. Isn't this basically a free gift? 50,000 purple profound coins. You didn't hear wrong. Are you buying it or not? Cloud Kale's face was unchanged, and his voice carried a hint of heavy pressure. This, esteemed guest. What are your requirements? Just say it." Cloud Kale said coldly, "I want you to buy this dragon pill and then sell it to someone in the Shockland branch without alerting anyone else. How much you profit from it is up to you." Poohee trembled. He said cautiously and respectfully, "This difference is really equal to several years of income. What is the master's purpose in doing this?" Cloud Kale did not show any anger and said coldly, "You generously gave me the Crimson Phoenix flowing fairy dress before. This is my repayment to you. After this we are even." Poohee hurriedly nodded. "To be able to help the esteemed guest is my Pooh's fortune. But, this price. Esteemed guest, do you have any other requirements? Is for you to decide, but it has to be a price they can afford. If you take too long you won't be able to bear the consequences." As Cloud Kale spoke he turned and left, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, this is a dragon pill. It hurts so much to lose it." But after walking a short distance he turned back. Cloud Kale's eyes were grim, and a cold, murderous aura instantly erupted. "Sir, do you have a bed for a girl here?" The sudden question about a bed made Poohee freeze for 3 seconds before he snapped out of it and hurriedly nodded. Yes, the small shop has a princess jade bed. I wonder if the esteemed guest is interested." "Damn it, they have this thing too." Cloud Kale had just asked casually, and he didn't expect Poohee to actually nod. The bed was carved from white jade, and the decorations were also made of spirit jade. So many treasures, and they're just used to make a bed. Cloud Kale reached out and stroked the bed up and down, at the same time asking in his heart, "Jasmine, do you want this bed? It looks like it would be very comfortable to sleep on. Whether you buy it or not is your business. This princess will not interfere." The arrogant reply made the corners of Cloud Kale's mouth twitch slightly. Then he clapped his hands at Poohee. 50,000 purple profound coins, minus the cost of this bed. Take it out, esteemed guest. To have a father who is so caring and considerate for his daughter is truly a great blessing," Poohee said with a respectful smile. Not understanding, Cloud Kale said nothing, turned arrogantly and coldly, and left the Black Moon Merchant Guild, leaving Poohee holding the Emperor Profound Dragon Pill, his whole body trembling with excitement. The next day, just as the sky was dawning, The streets were already bustling with people. At a street corner in the south of the city, a strange face appeared. This person looked to be 40-50 years old, dressed in a pure white long robe. His black hair and long beard hung down to his chest. His face could also be called elegant and handsome. His right hand held a very large flag, on which were written several large crooked characters. Peerless Divine Doctor. There is nothing I cannot cure. If I cannot cure it, I will cut off my own dick. As soon as this divine doctor appeared, he immediately attracted the eyes of the passers-by. Where did this guy come from? He looks like a dog in human form. It's so early and he's already out here trying to scam people. There are really more and more swindlers these days. And cut off my own dick. He probably didn't have a dick to begin with, right? A peerless divine doctor. I spit on him. If anyone believes him, they must be a fool. What on earth does you mean? This was the 8th time Jasmine had asked him. It really doesn't mean anything. I'm just purely making a scene. Cloud Kale's face was serious as he explained with great patience. This princess doesn't believe it. What on earth is cut off my own dick? Cloud Kale was both earnestly explaining and secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If you don't believe me, you can try reading it. Peerless divine doctor, there is nothing I cannot cure. If I cannot cure it, I will cut off my own dick. It's a heroic statement. If it were changed to cut off my own wrist, throat, or meridians, it wouldn't sound right at all. After Cloud Kale answered her for the 8th time, she seemed to finally believe him and stopped asking. At this moment, at the east end of the crossroads, two people walked over, looking left and right. Their steps were hurried, their faces troubled, and their appearance extremely downcast. The physicians who can be called famous in the whole city have basically been invited. The result is that they are all helpless. Where else can we look? One said with a pained expression, if we can't find a physician, we can't go back. I think we'd better just sleep today, the other said with frustration. As the two were talking, they suddenly looked up and saw, not 10 steps in front of them, a tattered flag waving. Damn it, the peerless divine doctor. The two's eyes lit up. He's obviously a swindler. 8 physician wouldn't dare to call himself a peerless divine doctor. We just care about reporting the results of our work. Who cares if he's real or fake? The two of them decided on a plan and quickened their pace, rushing to the divine doctor in an instant. This divine doctor, the young master of our sect, was seriously injured yesterday and is in urgent need of a divine doctor. Since you call yourself a divine doctor, come and treat our sect's young master. The two of them, one in front and one behind, cornered the divine doctor, their appearance half-minus inviting and half-minus forcing. The divine doctor glanced at them, secretly overjoyed. The young master, seriously injured. Saving lives is the duty of a physician. I will go with you. May I ask which sect you are from? Our sect's name will scare you to death. The two men's nostrils flared, and they said with a look of pride, our sect's name will scare you to death. Our sect is the #1 great sect in New Moon City, the Shockland branch. If you can heal our young master, the Shockland will definitely not treat you unfairly. The Shockland, damn it. Cloud Kale's carefully disguised face twitched, and he groaned inwardly for a long time. Damn it, it's really a coincidence. I was originally planning to showcase my medical skills and make a name for myself in this New Moon City in 3 days, and then it would reach the ears of the Shockland. I didn't expect the Shockland to come to me themselves. Instantly he put on an arrogant high-minus and minus mighty expression and smiled. I have been practicing medicine for many years, and there has never been an injury or illness that I cannot cure. Let's go. Take me to your sect. The Shockland did indeed have a piece of purple vein heaven's crystal, about the size of a palm, which could be said to be the most precious item in the entire branch sect. Xiaodiana N looked at it for a while, a look of reluctance on his face. Alaric Sindri, I'm afraid I can only rely on the purple vein profound crystal to heal it. But this thing is extremely precious. A small piece the size of a fingertip is enough to buy back Jack's entire singing career. I can't find a physician, let alone. At this moment Hector Shaw had arrived. He immediately opened the door and entered, shouting loudly, Sectmaster, another physician has arrived, let him in. Cloud Kale walked in calmly, carrying a medicine box in one hand and clearly still holding the flag in the other. When the people in the room saw the 2 rows of words written on his flag, Several of them spat out on the spot. Xiao Diana's eyebrows also furrowed and relaxed. Then his face showed a look of anger. He was about to have Hector Shaw get rid of this obvious swindler. But he heard the divine doctor speak first. Wait, this color? I didn't expect that in this small new moon city. There would also be purple vein heaven's crystal. It's just that the purity of this purple vein heaven's crystal is a little lacking. These words, once spoken, immediately shocked the entire audience. They noticed that a look of shock appeared on Xiao Diana's face. You know about purple vein heaven's crystal? Ha ha ha. I also know how to use it. Cloud Kale smiled mysteriously. However, the young master of your esteemed sect centuries do not require the use of this purple vein heaven's crystal. Nonsense. As soon as Cloud Kale's words came out, all the physicians in the room showed a look of contempt. One of them even roared directly. He said indignantly to Cloud Kale, "Do you know how serious young Master Shah's injuries are? Based on the purple vein heaven's crystal, there's no other way. Sect Master, I have been practicing medicine in New Moon City for many years and have never seen this person before. He's clearly a swindler. His words completely contradict medical principles. He is definitely a swindler, no doubt about it. It's best to give him a beating and dive him out to punish him for his fraud." Cloud Kale smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and said slowly, "I have seen the injuries of this young master several times and already understand them clearly. His meridians are half-minus severed, and his profound veins are shattered. Last night, he was invaded by a cold wind, and the injury was compounded by illness, leaving him in a coma." The physician's face froze, then he pointed with contempt. "The matter of young Master Shaw's serious injury is now known throughout the city. If your medical skills are truly so superb, then take a look at me and see what illnesses I have." As he spoke, he couldn't help but conclude that this was definitely a braggart. Hearing this, Cloud Kale laughed 3 times, neither hot nor cold, and said slowly, "Diagnosing your illness, in front of so many people in this main hall, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." "What the hell is not appropriate? If you can't even see my illness, how can you treat the young master's illness?" the man shouted angrily. Cloud Kale's gaze shifted to him and he only said 2 words, "kidney deficiency." Then his gaze shifted to another man. "And you. You have a large growth inside you. You started to feel frequent pain in your 2 legs, which was most severe at the time of the rooster's crow. You've been treating it for a year, but it still hasn't healed. Instead, it's getting worse." The old man's eyes immediately widened in shock. "You. How did you know?" Cloud Kale continued. "If my guess is correct, about 2 years ago, you were bitten by a green-eyed flower-patterned snake. It looked like a normal red-line snake, but it carried a kind of yang poison that cannot be neutralized by ordinary antidotes. This yang poison hides in the body and only slowly begins to act up after a year. 3 years later, it will have spread to your internal organs. A pity you don't know that. You only have 1 year left to live." The old man's eyes had widened to their limit, and his gray beard was trembling violently. He hurriedly knelt down and cried out, "Divine Doctor, he's a true divine doctor, please save my life." This old man was also one of the 3 recognized divine doctors in New Moon City, named Gong Sun Ju. In the medical world of New Moon City, his influence was even greater than Sun Hong's. For him to say such a thing. Could this person really be a divine doctor? Gong Sun Ju, who had previously shown contempt for Cloud Kale, now bowed forward, his face full of admiration, and asked for guidance. "I wonder what the divine doctor's great name is? And where do you come from?" Cloud Kale thought for a moment and then replied, "My surname is Huang Fu. I come from the Divine Phoenix Empire." The Divine Phoenix Empire. Everyone's hearts jumped again. The Divine Phoenix Empire. The #1 great nation of the profound sky continent. Could it be the Divine Phoenix Empire's evil-hearted saintly hand, Senior Huang Fu He? The 3 words Huang Fu He, once spoken, were like another clap of thunder in a clear sky. The mouths of all the physicians here were wide open, their chins almost hitting the ground. Cloud Kale's heart was suddenly pounding like a drum. Damn it, could there really be such a person? He had just picked an aim at random, but he never thought. Cloud Kale had no choice but to stroke his beard, close his eyes, and slowly exhale. "I didn't think that in this Blue Wind Empire there would be someone who knows my title." "That's right. I am Huang Fuhi. As for that title, evil-hearted saintly hand, Sun Hong rushed over, almost kneeling on the ground, and said with excitement and a jumbled speech, So senior is the evil-hearted saintly hand, Senior Huang Fu. This junior was truly blind and spoke out of turn just now. I am truly ashamed. No wonder you have such miraculous skills. It turns out you are the world-famous Senior Huang Fu. Cloud Kale was still holding that tattered little flag in his hand, but when these physicians looked at the flag again, no one dared to show any mockery or contempt. Instead, every gaze was as hot as if they had seen a holy relic. Seeing this scene, Cloud Kale, damn it, really couldn't take it anymore. Xiao Baicao's face was flush red as he said excitedly to Zhao, Heaven has truly blessed our Sha clan. The young master will be saved this time. If he is willing to act, the young master will surely be safe. This evil-hearted saintly hand. Is he really such an amazing divine doctor? Zhao had heard the title, evil-hearted saintly hand, for the first time, but seeing the reaction of Xiao Baicao and the physicians in the hall, he knew that, in the medical world, this person was definitely a remarkable figure. This Senior Huang Fu is not just a divine doctor, he is practically a saint among physicians, Xiao Baicao said with great excitement. This Senior Huang Fu is not just a divine doctor, he is also one of the 5 most powerful divine doctors in the profound sky continent. It is said that this Senior Huang Fu looks to be only 40-50 years old, with no gray hair or beard. And he basically doesn't cultivate profound energy, relying solely on his medical skills to live for more than 500 years. But the evil-hearted saintly hand is only in legends. No one has ever met him. Zhao Baicao shook his head. Whether he's fake or real, we can find out with a single check. If Huang Fu he is still in the Divine Phoenix Empire, then this man is a fake. Otherwise he's real. I'll go to the Black Moon Merchant Guild right away to buy intelligence from the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, medical skills cannot be faked. Even if this person is not Huang Fu his medical skills are no less than Huang Fu he's. This is a matter of great importance. No matter what the intelligence from the Divine Phoenix Empire says, we must buy it, Zhao Diana said urgently. That's right, Sect Master. Regarding this Senior Huang Fu, I've heard that he has a strange personality and his treatment methods depend entirely on his mood. You must be respectful and polite to him. The young master's future is entirely in his hands. That's right. Even if there are some doubts about this person, we can only rely on him. Thinking this, Xiao Diana walked towards Cloud Kale, cupped his fists, and said with utmost respect, Senior Huang Fu, please save my son. This junior only has this one son. As long as Senior is willing to help, this junior will be a cow or a horse to repay you. A piece of warm spirit jade, 3 phoenix heart ba leaves, 50 drops of divine dew, and 1.5 kilograms of deep water black mud. Kale just turned around with an elegant posture. During the treatment, I don't like to be disturbed by others. A moment later, Zhao Diana, his heart burning with anxiety, was pacing back and forth outside. 2 hours had passed, and he didn't know the situation inside. And at this moment, Xiao Baicao ran back, panting. Sect Master, I'm back, and I haven't. Keep your voice down. Zhao Diana immediately covered the other man's mouth and pulled him outside to talk. Xiao Baicao nodded and said in a low voice, The evil-hearted saintly hand Huang Fu he disappeared from the Divine Phoenix Empire a year ago. No one has seen him. It is said that he may be traveling in various countries. It can't be wrong, this person is Huang Fu he. Without a doubt. Phew, that's great. It's really great. Zhao Diana breathed a sigh of relief. With him taking action, Alaric will surely be safe. At this moment, the door of the Pill and Medicine Hall was pushed open, and Cloud Kale walked out slowly. The 2 of them hurriedly greeted him. Zhao Diana said with a hopeful expression, Senior, my son's injuries. The young master is awake. As for his injuries, you can go in and see for yourselves. This kid's body is still weak. Without my instructions, don't let him eat anything. I'm going to rest. Zhao Diana and Xiao Baicao nodded like chickens pecking at rice, memorizing Cloud Kale's words and not daring to miss a single one. Then they immediately arranged for a good room for Cloud Kale. By the time they entered the Pillin medicine hall, they found that Alaric Shaw had indeed woken up. Shouty Anahan hurried over, and just as he was about to speak, he was surprised to find that Alaric Shaw's complexion was unexpectedly much better. Alaric, how do you feel now? Do you feel any better? Alaric Shaw licked his lips, and the pain from his body made the muscles on his face twitch slightly. My left arm. What? You said your left arm hurts? It's really your left arm that hurts. Hearing Alaric Shaw, Zhao Ba Ikao cried out in surprise. Zhao Diana was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately reacted. Feeling pain means that the previously severed nerves and meridians have reconnected, and he has successfully recovered his sense of touch. Zhao Ba Ikao was shocked and hurriedly also grabbed Alaric Shaw's right wrist. After a moment of observation, he cried out in a hoarse voice. This, as expected of a divine physician, Alaric's broken bones have reconnected, and his severed meridians are showing signs of life. What kind of God-level medical skill is this? What evil-hearted saintly hand? Alaric Shaw asked from his bed, puzzled. He's a top-tier divine doctor. He's the one who saved you, Zhao Diana explained from the bedside. When you meet him, you must address him as Senior Huang Fu. If you can gain this divine doctor's favor, it will be a great fortune, and your future will be limitless. In that case, I have to thank that Cloud Kale. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Cloud Kale. Alaric Shaw's face was pain. After a long time, he finally managed to force out a few words. I will repay this opportunity in the most brutal way possible. After lunch, Cloud Kale took a comfortable nap in the guest room arranged by the Shaw sect. He had been tormented all night without a moment's rest, so he slept for an especially long time, continuing until the sun was about to set. Because he had given specific instructions beforehand, no one came to disturb him during this time. Disguise arts rely on profound energy to shape one's appearance. If you encounter someone with higher profound energy, you'll be seen through quickly. Yet, you managed to fool an entire sect. Where did you learn such a skill? As soon as Cloud Kale got out of bed, Jasmine's voice sounded beside him. He grinned triumphantly. My disguise art has nothing to do with profound energy. Unless your medical skills are as high as mine, no matter how strong your profound energy is, you'll never see through it. My master taught me everything. Cloud Kale stepped off the bed, stretched before the window, and a sinister smile slowly spread across his lips. Thane Shaw, Alaric Shaw. I'll let you be happy for a few more days. Soon enough you'll be crying. The next morning, as soon as Cloud Kale arrived at Alaric Shaw's door, he saw Thane Shaw pacing anxiously nearby. Seeing him, Thane's face lit up with joy, and he hurried over to greet him with immense respect. Alaric, this is your life-saving benefactor, the saintly heart doctor, Senior Huang. In the pill hall, Alaric Shaw was awake. Seeing Cloud Kale, his face filled with gratitude. He struggled to sit up and bow, his voice weak but sincere. Junior Alaric Shaw thanks the divine doctor Senior for the gift of a new life. A doctor's duty is to save people, Cloud Kale said with a gentle, kind smile, standing by the bed. Here, let me check your pulse. With that, he extended his fingers and pressed them against Alaric Shaw's right wrist. Instantly the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a grim expression. This sudden change in expression made Thane Shaw's heart clench. He was about to ask what was wrong when the divine doctor pulled his hand back and roared furiously, "Didn't I specifically tell you people that without my permission, you are absolutely not to give him anything to eat? Do you all treat my words like the wind passing through your ear?" Thane Shaw froze, then began waving his hands in a panic. Senior, this was my wife. She was worried about our son's injuries, so she stewed a bowl of chicken soup for him. Cloud Kale suddenly waved his hand in a rage. What do you mean, worried about your son? You're trying to kill him. I spent the entire morning brewing medicine for him, and its damn potency has been completely dissipated by your pot of chicken soup. Because of this, his already fragile meridians have suffered even more, doubling the damage. Now treating him will be 10 times more troublesome. How could this happen? Forget it, I'm not treating this illness. Find someone else to do it. With every sentence Cloud Kale spoke, Thane Shaw's face grew a shade paler. When he heard the final words, Thane trembled all over, nearly collapsing to his knees on the spot. He rushed forward to grab Cloud Kale's arm, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Senior, please calm down. It was my ignorance, I couldn't persuade my wife. I am willing to accept any punishment. Elder Baishaw had also knelt down by now, hugging one of Cloud Kale's legs, his voice sincere. This has nothing to do with him. Sect Master Shaw is innocent. I beg you, Senior, calm your anger and save the young master. Cloud Kale silently observed Alaric Shaw, whose expression was somewhat dazed, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness but also a clear kindness. He looked so much like my late grandson. My grandson was also named Wang Cheng. He also had the character Cheng in his name, just like you. A pity, even with my heaven-defying medical skills, I never had the chance to save my grandson. He was a genius. Just like you. As Cloud Kale spoke, his voice grew softer, as if lost in a distant memory. His expression became increasingly sorrowful, and a thin film of moisture slowly appeared in his eyes. What a pity that heaven is jealous of talented people. Dane Shaw's heart pounded violently. He swallowed hard, then carefully ventured, Senior. Since you miss your grandson so much, what if you let Alaric become your god-grandson? No way, this Thane sure illy knows how to read people. He understood in a single sentence. Cloud Kale praised him internally. Hearing those words, the divine doctor's whole body shuddered. Then, his entire frame began to tremble with excitement. Is this really okay? Alaric Shaw, of course, knew what he had to do. Looked at Cloud Kale and called out with deep emotion, Grandpa. What did you call me? The divine doctor's body shook again, his lips trembling. Grandpa, as long as you don't mind, from now on, I am your grandson. Good. The divine doctor trembled violently, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably falling from his eyes. He reached out a trembling hand and placed it on Alaric Shaw's shoulder, saying with great emotion, Good grandson, your illness, Grandpa will definitely cure you. The divine doctor grew more agitated, tears streaming down his face. If this world had an Oscar, it would be a waste not to give it to Cloud Kale. Elder Baishaw was overcome with emotion, exclaiming excitedly, Congratulations, Sect Master. Congratulations, young Sect Master. Congratulations, Senior Huang, on gaining a good grandson. This is truly a great joyous occasion. After Alaric's wounds have healed, the entire sect must celebrate for 3 days. Thane Shaw effed heartily. Grandpa, let me count out at you. Alaric Shaw knew what to do. He struggled to get up. Although his body ached in protest, he stubbornly forced himself into a kneeling position. Cloud Kale hurriedly supported his shoulders, his face full of heartache. Good grandson, your injuries are severe. You absolutely must not move recklessly. Your sentiment is enough. Once you've recovered, it won't be too late to bow then. Grandpa, don't worry. Although I'm heavily injured, I can still manage 1 count out of my grandpa. Alaric Shaw gritted his teeth and forced himself to count out once. Oh, my good grandson. Truly my good grandson. Cloud Kale rushed forward to help him up, giving him a heartfelt hug, as if he had just found a long-lost treasure. With the grandson and grandpa relationship established, the rest was much easier. The divine doctor, who had been pretending to be on the verge of leaving, now earnestly examined Alaric Shaw's meridians again. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, After this ordeal, the treatment will be a bit more complicated. I need to concoct the medicine again from scratch. I am the chief elder of this sect hall. I am most familiar with all the medicinal ingredients in the sect. Senior, please feel free to command me. Elder Baishaw bowed and said. His intention was clear. He wanted to act as an assistant and witness the divine doctor's medical skills firsthand, perhaps even receiving a pointer or 2. To 40-year-old purple heart mist flowers, a 36-year-old blood devil's essence, and 3 12-year-old burning orchids. Please fetch them for me. Remember, don't get the age wrong. Can you get them? We can, Elder Baishaw replied, a bit anxious. But, as for the age, I can't judge it with perfect accuracy. It wasn't just him. Cloud Kale glared and frowned. Didn't you claim to be the chief elder of this sect hall? Yet you don't even understand this most basic principle of medicine? Elder Baishaw lowered his head in misery. Senior, you are the foremost medical authority on this continent. This junior absolutely cannot compare. If the age difference is large enough, I can barely distinguish it, but to be accurate down to a single year, This junior is truly incapable. Cloudkale thought for a moment and stood up. I'll go get them myself. Then his tone paused, and he waved his sleeve. Forget it. A place that stores a sect's medicinal ingredients is surely its most important location. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to enter. Thane Shaw immediately grew anxious. No, no, senior. You're being too formal. You're Alaric's godfather. How can you be considered an outsider? We are family. What's the big deal about visiting a treasure vault? Please don't be a stranger. Cloudkale pretended to ponder for a moment, then suddenly snapped. Foolish. How can such an important place allow someone I've only known for a day to enter? You can't guard against a person's heart. Do I have to teach you such a simple principle? By Shaw, you must accompany me throughout the entire process of retrieving the medicine. Yes, Elder Baisha agreed at once. Senior's integrity is a shining example for us all. Let's go quickly. A moment later, Elder Baisha led Cloudkale to the treasure vault, oblivious to the cunning smile that had already formed on Cloudkale's face. The entrance to the branch sect's treasure vault was a stone door over 3 meters high. Elder Baisha placed a token into the sphere next to the stone door. With a slow turn, the stone door immediately rose with a deafening rumble. This sound was loud enough to be clearly heard on the surface, alerting anyone nearby that someone was entering the treasure vault. Cloudkale gulped. This setup was no simple matter. Just the sound of the door opening could shake half the sect. A wide passage appeared before them. Elder Baisha bowed and said, Senior Huang, please. Cloudkale didn't stand on ceremony and strode ahead. At the same time, he didn't forget to add a reminder, don't leave my side by more than 3 steps, Bing Ph. I don't want people gossiping. Elder Baisha verbally agreed, but inwardly he smiled wryly, thinking, who do you think you are, that you'd sneakily steal those things? Even if he did have such thoughts, firstly, he had no profound energy, and secondly, he didn't even have a spatial ring. He couldn't possibly carry anything away. Entering the Shaw sect's treasure vault, rows of cabinets appeared in sight. Elder Baisha stepped forward to introduce them. These black wooden cabinets are all used to store various medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, the sect has collected some spirit pills, rare treasures, profound pills, as well as various purple crystals, rare metals, precious jades, weapons, protective armor, and even sect techniques over the years. It can be said that our sect's 1,000-year accumulation is all secretly stored here. Elder Baisha's face beamed with immense pride. Cloudkale stroked his beard, his eyes unable to hide his greed. He possessed heaven-defying medicinal skills but lacked the materials to use them. Seeing his expression, Jasmine said with some disdain, you look like you're staring at your own family's treasure. You might not believe it if I say it. He licked his lips and transmitted his thoughts, but in a few days all of this will be mine. Suddenly, something shiny in the back caught Cloudkale's eye. That light, where is it coming from? He asked curiously. Elder Baisha was taken aback, then quickly realized. He hurried over, picked up a sword and raised it. What Senior is referring to is this amber sword. This amber sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It is a treasure bestowed by the main sect and is the only Earth-profound weapon in all of New Moon City. The sect master treasures it as the most precious item in the sect and is waiting to gift it to the young sect master on his wedding day. It is indeed a fine sword, Cloudkale said, staring at the amber sword and slowly nodding. For 3 consecutive days, Cloudkale treated Alaric Shaw's arm injuries and meridians. Finally, it was time to remove the bandages from his arm. Alaric Shaw looked at his arm, trembling in disbelief. Am I dreaming? It's only been 3 days, and my meridians have already reconnected. What are you waiting for? Thank your grandfather. Thane Shaw walked over, his voice filled with joy. Hearing Thane Shaw's words, Alaric Shaw immediately knelt down, crying his eyes out. Grandpa, you're fucking incredible. Thank you for this new life, Grandpa. You're my good grandson. Of course I had to save you. Cloudkale gently helped him up and instructed. The meridians have recovered quite well. It's time to start healing the profound veins. Restoring profound veins is easy, but it means Alaric will have to start ovation from scratch. I have a method that can allow Alaric to directly reach the earth profound realm while his profound veins are recovering. Alaric Shaw felt so happy he thought he would faint. His lips trembled as he said, Grandpa, is there really such a method? How is that possible? Thane Shaw took a step forward, unable to wait. To reach the earth profound realm at 16. This has never been seen or heard of in the Blue Wind Empire. Just because it doesn't exist in the Blue Wind Empire doesn't mean it doesn't exist on the profound sky continent, Cloud Kale said without turning around. His tone as firm as an ale. I have seen such a genius and I know what is needed to reach that level. All it takes is a single dragon pill. Cloud Kale said slowly, a dragon pill? Thane Shaw was stunned, then replied dejectedly, how could we possibly have a dragon pill? Even the lowest -grade dragon is a sky-profound beast. Cloud Kale spoke calmly, for days ago as I passed by the Black Moon Merchant Guild's branch in New Moon City, I smelled the aroma of a dragon pill. Furthermore, its grade was as high as the sovereign profound realm. Thane Shaw trembled with fear, his heart in turmoil. For Alaric's future, I'm willing to pay any price. By Shaw, come with me to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. That's a sovereign profound dragon pill. Elder by Shaw waved his hand in frustration. How could the Black Moon Merchant Guild possibly sell it to us? Besides, we can't afford it. Cloud Kale then produced a card. I once saved the life of the Black Moon Guild master. He gave me this purple -gold card as a thank you. Thane Shaw's hands trembled as he held the purple -gold card. Senior's kindness, I Shaw. Will remember it forever. I'll go to the Black Moon Merchant Guild now. I will definitely get it. As he spoke, he and Elder by Shaw turned to leave, but Cloud Kale quickly stopped them as if he had something more to say. This matter of the sovereign profound dragon pill is of great importance. Negotiations will take a lot of time. Thane Shaw and Elder by Shaw glanced at each other, unsure how to handle the situation. Just give the key to the treasure vault to someone you trust, Cloud Kale reminded them lightly. Immediately, Elder by Shaw took out the key from his pocket and bowed. The key to the treasure vault is always with me and the sect master. The only person worthy of being entrusted with it is you, Senior. Cloud Kale glared, then waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. The key to the sect's treasure vault. How can it be casually handed over to an outsider? You two are nearly 50, yet you're still so careless. Elder by Shaw understood and quickly explained. For the past 3 days, Senior has frequently entered and exited the treasure vault without taking a single thing. Such noble integrity has earned our utmost respect. Besides, you are Alaric's grandfather, how can you be considered an outsider? As he spoke, he knelt down respectfully. Senior, please accept this key. Cloud Kale still looked reluctant, but after a long moment, he sighed and took the key from Elder by Shaw's hand. You two should do your best. Leave early and return early. Filled with excitement, Thane Shaw and Elder by Shaw departed, oblivious to the smile that had already formed on the divine doctor's face. A minute after they left, Cloud Kale entered the pill hall. Following the path he had memorized, he walked straight to the treasure vault with his head held high. Looking at the dazzling array of jade, crystals, and medicines, Cloud Kale stood at the entrance of the vault, the corners of his mouth lifting bit by bit. After so many days of painstaking performance, it was finally time to reap the rewards, the 1,000-year accumulation of a sect. What a magnificent fortune it must be. Soon, it would all belong to the Cloud clan. Too bad for you, you shouldn't have messed with me. Today, I'll clean out your entire sect to give you a refreshing surprise. As he spoke, he sucked everything into the sky poison pearl. Just taking the medicine wasn't enough, including the amber sword. But at that moment, he suddenly discovered another box beneath the sword case. Inside this metal box lay 3 very short, strangely shaped weapons. Besides them, there were 9 fist-sized, spherical objects. He picked up one of the weapons, examining it with a puzzled expression. This bizarrely shaped weapon felt incredibly dangerous. Turning it over, Cloud Kale saw a line of tiny words, poison fire gun. It seems you have to press this to use it. In the corner of the poison fire gun, there was a protruding metal piece that seemed to be movable. Cloud Kale tentatively pressed it down. With a loud bang, a flame shot out from the muzzle of the poison fire gun. The immense recoil made Cloud Kale gulp. Is this some kind of hidden weapon? Its power is unexpectedly terrifying. 2 hours later, the treasure vault was empty. He still hadn't seen any movement and guessed that Thane Shaw had not yet returned. Looking back at his actions, he felt he had gone a bit too far. He then let out a sinister laugh, left one thing behind, and casually walked to Alaric's room. Cloud Kale went straight into the alchemy room for a moment, then came out with a bowl of medicinal soup. He woke Alaric Shaw up with a grin. Come, drink this bowl of medicine. Grandpa just finished brewing it. Alaric didn't even ask what kind of medicine, it was and gulped it down. After drinking it, he asked with eager anticipation, Grandpa, has my father returned yet? Cloudkale smiled faintly. Time is short, they should be back soon. However, when they return you will probably be asleep. When you wake up tomorrow, your profound veins will be completely crippled. Even if 10 Master Huangs came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Cloudkale's words stunned Alaric Shaw and a sudden sense of unease filled his heart. Grandpa, you. What are you saying? Are you joking with me? These are the last truthful words this grandpa of yours will ever say to you. Cloudkale's smile was incredibly dangerous. He gently ran a hand over his face. A thin layer of skin was easily pulled away, revealing his original face. His voice also returned to his own. Seeing the face before him suddenly change, Alaric Shaw felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes bulged out to an incredible degree. He suspected he was dreaming. But even in a dream, such an absurd and bizarre nightmare was impossible. Cloudkale, impossible. How can it be you? Cloudkale smirked and said coldly, Alaric Shaw, my good grandson, why have you suddenly become so ill-mannered? How dare you call out your grandpa's name directly? Impossible, 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 impossible. Alaric Shaw's body recoiled, his face twisted with extreme horror, shock, humiliation, and disbelief. His eyes remained bulging as if he had seen the most terrifying image in the world. He began to scream in terror, his voice trembling. Someone come quick. Is anyone there? This is the most important place for your treatment. How could your father let others approach so easily? Cloudkale touched his chin, looking at Alaric Shaw's pale, terrified face. He smiled faintly and said, even if you scream your throat raw, it's useless. Don't worry. A tiger doesn't eat its own cub, and besides, I am your grandfather. Cloudkale lovingly tucked Alaric Shaw into bed. You just need to call for your family. Just lie in bed for the rest of your life. He immediately put his disguise back on, narrowed his eyes, and said, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to kill me in the first place. After leaving the room, he walked around and found that this Shaw sect was truly vast. If no one led the way, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to get out, so he decided to wait for those to return. After nearly another half an hour, Thane Shaw and Elder by Shaw finally rushed back. Both their faces were flushed, their eyes filled with excitement. Clearly the sovereign profound dragon pill was in their hands. However, Thane Shaw and Elder by Shaw couldn't calm down. Thane Shaw's excitedly senior's feeling from before was absolutely correct. The Black Moon Merchant Guild really did have a dragon pill. How much did they charge? Cloudkale asked. 600,000 purple profound coins. Thane Shaw quickly replied. He knew clearly in his heart that without the purple minus gold card, in the Blue Wind Empire, let alone even 6 million purple profound coins wouldn't have been enough to buy it. Cloudkale's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. This Black Moon Merchant Guild. Damn, they bought it from me for 50,000 and then resold it for 600,000. Truly impressive. Thane Shaw was also very anxious at this moment. Senior, the sovereign profound dragon pill is a precious treasure. To avoid any complications, let's give it to Alaric as soon as possible. Cloudkale's expression became solemn. He slowly nodded. To restore his profound veins, we need a few more rare medicinal ingredients. Find someone to take me to the Black Moon Merchant Guild. I'll go there and choose them myself. In the end, Hector was sent to accompany Cloudkale. New Moon Profound Palace. Cloudkale had been missing for 3 days. Eleanor Blue had waited until this day, and she truly couldn't wait any longer. Baron, where on earth did your brother minus Law go? I don't know either, Baron Haw said helplessly. After he left a note telling me not to worry. I'll go out and look for him again. As he spoke, he rushed off. Chancellor Kim let out a sigh. These past few days, I've made inquiries everywhere. No one in the entire city has seen any sign of Cloudkale. I fear he has fallen into the hands of the Shaw sect, and his chances are slim. Eleanor Blue bit her lip, her expression resolute. Dead or alive, we must find him. If he's alive, we must find a way to rescue him. Chancellor Qin was taken aback. Your Highness, why do you value this Cloud Kale so much? In terms of talent, Asher Fen from the Blue Wind Profound Palace is clearly superior to him. Eleanor Blue pondered softly. At first I did consider Asher Fen, but although he betrayed the Burning Heaven clan, he was, after all, born from the Burning Heaven clan. Even if he joined our royal family, he would be condemned. Like a wolf, because of his pride, he even betrayed the Burning Heaven clan. How could he be willing to be loyal to the royal family? In this world, no one can really control him. As for Cloud Kale, although his realm is not as high as Asher Fen's, he managed to cripple Alaric Shaw despite being a whole major realm weaker. His cunning is also deep. I have cultivated the Emperor's heart art since childhood, which excels at seeing through people's mind. But when I face Cloud Kale, I can't see through him in the slightest. Chancellor Qin naturally felt the same way, but there was still a bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. Your Highness is not wrong, but such a person would surely be even harder to control than Asher Fen. Eleanor Blue shook her head. What I need is not to control him, but to grant him a favor. As long as he can help me on behalf of the royal family, I will be satisfied. As she spoke, her face couldn't help but blush. If it is your Highness's decision, I will naturally not object. If your Highness insists, I will accompany you on a trip to the branch sect. Chancellor Qin said with a hint of resignation. I can go by myself. When necessary, I will reveal my identity. Eleanor Blue replied, her lips pursed. At the Shaw sect branch, Thane Shaw was always caressing the sparkling red sovereign profound dragon pill in his palm, not daring to let it go for a second. He suddenly thought of something. Bai Sha quickly opened the door. We must store this treasure away properly. My son will surely be invincible in the future. Suddenly, after opening the door, Elder Bush's face turned pale with horror. As if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, he suddenly collapsed in front of Thane Shaw, his voice trembling. Sect Master, the treasure vault. Something terrible has happened. The vault is empty. Thane Shaw was horrified, standing frozen for a moment. Then, like a madman, he rushed towards the treasure vault. What is this? What in the world happened? That's the accumulation of our sect for 1,000 years. Thane Shaw's body swayed violently. Even as the head of a sect with a will stronger than most, he almost went mad on the spot. How did this happen? What on earth happened? Where did the things inside go? Where did they all go? Where? Elder Bai Sha shook his head in panic. His face contorted with extreme fear. Sect Master, over there. It looks like there's some writing. Elder Bai Sha's eyes widened as he pointed to the wall in front of them. Thane Shaw's swept over, and 3 neat rows of large characters appeared in his sight. Old fool Thane Shaw. I'll graciously accept the filial piety offerings from you and my good grandson, Alaric Shaw. However, seeing as you've served me quite comfortably these past 2 days, I'll tell you 2 secrets. First, my beloved grandson Alaric Shaw is truly crippled this time. Even if the real Master Huang came, he couldn't be saved. Second, that sovereign profound dragon pill is a fake. Thane Shaw's body shook violently. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. Under the overwhelming rage, a mouthful of blood surged up and sprayed from his mouth. His entire body fell straight backward. Sect Master. Elder Bai Sha cried out in alarm and desperately caught the falling Thane Shaw. Thane Shaw didn't faint, but his face was devoid of any color, and his eyes lost focus. He muttered under his breath, impossible. Impossible, it can't be a fate. Elder Bai Sha supported Thane Shaw's body and gritted his teeth. That Master Huang is very likely Cloud Kale in disguise. But right now, he probably hasn't gone far. Hector is with him. Immediately use the sound transmission talisman to notify Hector. Tell him to capture Cloud Kale at once. The treasures from the vault can all be recovered. As Elder Bai Sha predicted, Cloud Kale and Hector Shaw had indeed not gone far from the sect. However, at this point, Cloud Kale stopped, his expression indifferent as he said to Hector Shaw, "All right, you don't need to escort me any further. You can wait here. I'll go to the Black Moon Merchant Guild by myself." Hector Shaw was stunned, asking in confusion, "The sect master has always instructed me to protect your safety, senior." Cloud Kale snorted impatiently. "I have some private matters to attend to. Just wait here." After speaking, Cloud Kale also felt a sense of unease. Looking at Hector Shaw's appearance, he felt something was off. He felt a faint fluctuation of power from his sound transmission stone. Hector Shaw quickly took out his sound transmission stone. Instantly, Thane Shaw's roar echoed in his mind. Capture Master Wang at all costs. He's Cloud Kale in disguise. He's taken everything from the treasure vault. Capture him now. When Hector Shaw took out the sound transmission stone, Cloud Kale frowned, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. When he saw the drastic change in Hector Shaw's face and eyes, he knew that the matter of the treasure vault had been exposed. But luck was not on his side. Cloud Kale's steps faltered for a moment, then without thinking, he dashed forward at his fastest speed. That old bastard Thane Shaw. He just got the dragon pill. Why didn't he go study it with Elder by Shaw? What the hell was he doing at the treasure vault? But as Cloud Kale fled frantically, Hector Shaw, no longer having any doubts, pursued him with surging killing intent. Like a gust of wind. Jasmine, what's this guy's cultivation level? First level of the spirit profound realm. Unless this princess takes action, you're dead for sure. If this princess takes action, he will die. But even if you use up all your blood, this princess will also die. Jasmine said in a low voice. Little bastard, let's see where you can run. The sinister voice of Hector Shaw came from behind, and at this moment, Cloud Kale, on the contrary, became completely calm. His right hand touched his left. A heavy black metal sphere was in his grasp. He carefully broke the outer shell with his profound energy, then suddenly turned and threw it behind him. A heaven minus shaking thunder. A metal sphere unexpectedly flew towards him at a speed that wasn't too fast. They would most likely have slapped it away without hesitation. But Hector Shaw was different. He knew about the heaven minus shaking thunder and had even witnessed its power firsthand. As his pupils contracted, his body dropped, and he dodged it with an incredibly awkward posture. The heaven minus shaking thunder hit the ground and exploded with a deafening boom. Amidst the earth minus shattering explosion, a cloud of dust filled the sky. Beneath the dust cloud, Cloud Kale turned his head, startled by the terrifying power. Then, without any hesitation, he grabbed the second heaven minus shaking thunder in his hand. This little bastard dares to steal our sex treasures. If I hadn't dodged quickly, that heaven minus shaking thunder would have been the end of me. Hector Shaw let out a furious roar and once again chased after Cloud Kale. In an instant, the distance between them closed again. Cloud Kale tilted his head and threw the second heaven minus shaking thunder behind him. Seeing the heaven minus shaking thunder heading towards him, Hector Shaw was terrified as expected, frantically braking and flying backward. The third heaven minus shaking thunder was clutched in his hand. He had to rush into the city at top speed. If you dare to follow, I'll blast you to death. You bastard, there are only 6 heaven minus shaking thunders in total. Once you've used them all up, let's see where you can run. Hector Shaw chased relentlessly from behind, so angry he was grinding his teeth. Hector Shaw's shouts were also Cloud Kale's worry. There were indeed only 6 heaven minus shaking thunders. All 6 combined could only buy him less than 2 minutes. In his previous life, he had relied on the Sky Poison Pearl to survive calamities. Now that the poison power of the Sky Poison Pearl was nearly depleted, what was he to do? At that moment, a graceful and elegant figure of a young woman appeared in his line of sight. The young woman was dressed in clothes as white as snow. Even from a distance, one could clearly feel a noble and elegant were approaching. Is that Eleanor Blue? Why is she here? This is clearly the path one must take to get to the Shaw sect. Could it be UNCLER? Eleanor Blue whispered, then a look of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. No matter what, he was alive. This was the result she most wanted to see when she came to the Shaw sect today. But immediately she saw Hector Shaw chasing from behind. Little bastard, let's see where you run. Hector Shaw's roar also carried a tone of extreme frustration. Eleanor Blue instantly understood what was happening, her delicate eyebrows knitting together. Without time to think, she cried out urgently, "Snowy, come out!" At her low cry, the mark on the back of her hand glowed brightly. Along with it, a sharp, long cry that seemed to come from the horizon was heard. A huge, snow-minus white bird appeared before her in a flash of white light. It then swooped down, grabbing both Cloud Kale and Eleanor Blue, and flew away, a contracted, profound beast. Cloud Kale's face was pale with fear. Only now could he let out a breath. "Seeing your sister Eleanor, you've really helped me so much. Were you heading to the Shaw sect just now?" Eleanor Blue was stunned, then scolded him angrily. 3 days ago, you suddenly disappeared. Baron and I searched the entire city but couldn't find you. Later, thinking you might have been secretly captured by the Shaw sect, I came to look for you. And unexpectedly ran into you. Cloudcale's body stiffened, an inexplicable sense of being moved surging through his heart. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long while, he finally managed to calm his voice. We've only known each other for a few days. Why are you treating me so well? Eleanor Blue smiled gently and looked at him, ruffling his hair. I already told you, because I'm your senior sister. This made the only possibility Cloudcale could think of in his heart become almost a certainty. The senior sister Eleanor before him had definitely fallen for him at first sight, and was deeply infatuated by the second. Were you really captured by the Shaw sect these past few days? Also, why do your clothes look so strange? Glancing at Cloudcale's clothes, a hint of a smile flashed in Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes. Actually, I went to the Shaw sect on my own initiative. Cloudcale smiled smugly but didn't explain further. Instead, he changed the subject. Senior sister, you actually have a contracted profound beast. Seeing that Cloudcale clearly didn't want to talk about his time at the Shaw sect, Eleanor Blue didn't press the matter. Following his words, she said, its name is Snowy. It's a giant snow eagle. A true profound beast. My master raised it. After it grew up, it became my contracted profound beast. Although Snowy looks bulky, its flying ability is very powerful. It flies very, very fast. Just then, Cloudcale suddenly felt the sound of the wind by his ear change. With his overly sharp intuition, he almost instinctively turned his head to look back. 1,000 meters away, a black dot was approaching at extreme speed. Little bastard, where do you think you're going? What is that? From the moment Cloudcale noticed it to the time he spoke, only a few breaths had passed. In that extremely short time, the black dot in his vision had already turned into a blurry dark shadow. One could imagine how terrifying its speed was. Eleanor Blue quickly turned her head, and her eyes froze. Then she let out a cry of alarm. It's a storm eagle, the highest -level profound beast raised by the Shaw sect. On the back of the eagle was a figure, and Eleanor Blue immediately recognized it as Hector Shaw. His eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed in this direction. Sensing this, she immediately shouted, Snowy, go faster. Higher, but the storm eagle behind them continued its relentless pursuit. Eleanor Blue tightly gripped the feathers of the giant snow eagle and asked nervously, what on earth did you do to the Shaw sect for them to use a storm eagle to hunt you down? As far as I know, this storm eagle was captured alive by the Shaw sect a few years ago and has not been fully tamed. It's not a contracted profound beast at all. Releasing it carries the risk of it escaping. Unless it's an extremely important matter, they would never release the storm eagle. The wind howled like thunder in their ears. Faced with Eleanor Blue's question, Cloudcale hesitated for a moment. At this moment, he was only focused on her mountain-like buttocks. Only when he finally snapped out of it did he explain in detail. You might not believe it, but I completely crippled Dowrick Shaw and made them waste 600,000 purple profound coins. Cloudcale paused, choosing a more acceptable version of the story, and I completely destroyed their sect's treasure vault. Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes widened, her lips parted in astonishment. She stared at him as if he were a monster. She was utterly shocked. The shock was that Cloudcale, a first -level nascent profound realm teenager, could single-handedly wreak such havoc on the largest sect in New Moon City. This enmity was enough to last for 1,000 generations of the sect. With this kind of hatred, even revealing her identity would be useless. Seeing Eleanor Blue's reaction, Cloudcale scratched his head guiltily. Senior sister Eleanor, I am sorry. I've dragged you into this. Eleanor Blue shook her head lightly. This was my own choice. Besides, a senior sister protecting her adorable junior brother is what's supposed to happen. It's too early to talk about being implicated. We might not be able to escape. Snowy, fly faster. Hearing Eleanor Blue's words, a complex emotion flashed across Cloudcale's expression. When Eleanor Blue said this, he saw no trace of regret, deceit, or any impurity deep in her eyes. Not a single trace. He didn't like owing people anything, but this time, he truly owed a debt. A life minus saving one. This bastard, making me chase him for so long. Cloudcale turned his head and clearly saw the storm eagle behind them. On top of it, Thaneshaw was roaring with rage. Go to hell! A poison fire gun. Hector Shaw has a poison fire gun on him. Before he could even react, he saw a flame shoot out from the poison fire gun. In an instant, a deadly, dangerous presence shot towards them, faster than the speed of sound. It was originally aimed at Cloud Kale, but under the interference of the turbulent airflow, it deviated slightly, heading straight for Eleanor Blue's chest. Senior sister, be careful. Eleanor Blue was looking away and was completely unaware of the approaching mortal danger. By the time she finally noticed, it was too late to react. In her widening eyes, a dark object grew closer and closer, then was firmly blocked by Cloud Kale's body lunging in front. A large hole exploded in Cloud Kale's left shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Although he had avoided a vital spot, he had still underestimated the power of the poison fire gun. The moment he was hit by the poison fire gun, he could almost hear the Grim Reaper's grinning laugh. Cloud, junior brother Cloud. Eleanor Blue's body suddenly stiffened. Only when she saw Cloud Kale's shoulder instantly stained red with blood did she let out a terrified scream. She frantically supported his slowly collapsing body. He could endure the pain at the wound, but the feeling of his spirit dissipating from the severe injury made it impossible for him to hold on. He collapsed onto Eleanor Blue's two mountains, bit his tongue, and said with difficulty, "That's a poison fire gun. It's extremely poisonous. Once hit, you'll surely die. We have to jump. Jumping might lead to death, but not jumping will certainly lead to death." Looking at Cloud Kale's mangled shoulder, Eleanor Blue's heart trembled violently. Her eyes filled with tears. She nodded and then hugged Cloud Kale's body tightly. "Okay, we'll jump." At this moment, facing Cloud Kale, who had used his life to shield her, even when faced with a drop of several thousand meters, she still chose to follow blindly. She held Cloud Kale, stood up straight on the back of the giant snow eagle, looked at the misty abyss below, and said softly, "Snowy, you've worked hard. Go back and rest well." Cloud Kale and Eleanor Blue's bodies fell straight down. Her contracted profound beast turned back to engage the storm eagle for a while, preventing it from continuing the pursuit. Cloud Kale and Eleanor Blue's sudden jump completely caught Hector Shaw by surprise. By the time he managed to stop the storm eagle, he could no longer see any sign of them. He looked up at Thane Shaw and gave a charming smile. Whether Cloud Kale lived or died didn't matter. He had to get his sect's things back, otherwise their sect would decline at the fastest possible rate. With that thought, he immediately ordered the eagle to dive straight down. Hector Shaw descended at extreme speed. As soon as he landed, he was met with the attacks of a true profound beast. True profound beasts swarmed in from all directions, forcing him to flee in terror. "Are you crazy?" Cloud Kale's action shocked Jasmine. "From this height you'll definitely die if you fall." As his body plummeted, another soft and warm body held him tightly. But he had no time to enjoy this beautiful sensation. He raised his left hand, and 7 types of medicinal ingredients quickly appeared in his palm. The 7 ingredients were refined by the sky poison pearl into an exquisite pill, which he then forced into his mouth and swallowed. Only then did he urgently say to Jasmine, "Jasmine, whatever you do, don't save me. Just lend me a portion of your power, enough for me to perform a single void traverse." "Void traverse? Don't you know that to perform a void traverse, you need at least the power of the sky profound realm? How can you withstand sky profound power? In just a few breaths your profound veins will explode directly. Don't forget, my current profound veins are the evil god's profound veins. I believe they won't be destroyed so easily." The whistling of the wind in his ears grew sharper, and the scenery below magnified at an ever-increasing rate. Eleanor Blue squeezed her eyes shut, subconsciously holding Cloud Kale tighter with both hands, both to protect him and out of instinctual fear. "Quickly, Jasmine!" Following his mental shout, an immense power suddenly and crazily flooded his profound veins. Cloud Kale's eyes flew open, his gaze becoming incredibly clear and cold. This torrent of profound energy was unleashed without reservation, one part striking the airflow below, the other shielding his own body. This impact left a large crater on the ground. Cloud Kale lay there, motionless, and Eleanor Blue was now sitting on top of him. "Junior brother Cloud, junior brother Cloud, junior brother Cloud, junior brother Cloud." Eleanor Blue knelt beside Cloud Kale, crying out in grief. She hadn't shed a tear in over a decade, but now she wept uncontrollably. Tears flowed like a broken dam, quickly soaking her entire cheeks. She covered her mouth with her hands, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't suppress her sobs. She had never thought that there would be someone in this world willing to use their own life to protect her when she was in mortal danger. And he had protected her twice in a row. But Cloud Kale, the junior brother she had schemed against, had deeply shaken her heart, causing her tears to fall like rain. Suddenly she felt a warm touch. In that instant she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her whole body trembling, she abruptly opened her beautiful eyes. Through her blurry vision, she saw Cloud Kale slowly open his eyes. It seemed she had cried terribly. Junior brother Cloud. In that instant, Eleanor Blue felt as if she had suddenly gone from hell to heaven. Overwhelmed with joy, her voice became a blurry murmur. You're still alive. You fell and you're okay. Cloud Kale's lips moved, his voice hoarse and powerless, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth was just as charming as ever. If I weren't, I'd be up there. He looked up and saw that his face was now buried in Eleanor Blue's skirt. Eleanor Blue carefully checked Cloud Kale's injuries, and the result brought her a sigh of relief. He was just unconscious. And his wounds were worsening. After falling from such a height, it was a miracle he wasn't dead. This was the first time she had held a man's body, holding him so carefully, her heart pounding uncontrollably. And she sat quietly beside him, waiting for him to wake up again. This was a mountainous region with countless hills and slopes that were too high, stretching across the entire view. Although it was lush and green, it exuded an air of extreme desolation. After more than half an hour, her eyes suddenly twitched. She looked to her right front. In her line of sight, 5 people were walking this way, 3 adults and 2 children. They also saw her, almost in unison. The 3 men stopped, their eyes fixed on Eleanor Blue, shining like those of hungry wolves. Quick, look, that woman over there. How can there be such a gorgeous girl in this world? She's 100 times more beautiful than the goddess in my dreams. We have to capture her for the leader. We'll definitely be heavily rewarded. The horse-faced man said, drool uncontrollably dripping down. Are you stupid? The man with the large spear slapped him. We have to satisfy ourselves first, then we'll see. As he spoke, his saliva kept overflowing. Although their voices were low, the 2 children they held could hear them clearly, and their faces showed fear and worry. Big sister, run, they're bad people. The little girl was kicked by the horse-faced man and fell to the ground, letting out a pain scream. Damn it, you little brat, haven't you been beaten enough? You really think I don't dare to kill you? The little boy's voice in the subsequent scene all fell into Eleanor Blue's eyes and ears. She frowned slightly, stood up from the ground, and said, Stop. Let those 2 children go. Then scram. The spear-wielding man laughed heartily. You little brat, at the 8th level of the nascent profound realm, you want to fight us? 3 against 1, do you think you're some kind of spirit? Meow. As soon as his voice fell, she touched her chest, and a long swerf as white and shiny as if made of white jade was in her hand. I've never said my realm was equivalent to yours. You are. The sudden transformation terrified them. True profound realm. Moving past a low mountain, a small village appeared right before their eyes. Hearing a noise outside, the people inside immediately realized someone had arrived. Rushing out, they found that the 2 missing children had returned, and they had brought 2 strangers with them. Mom, we're back. Hearing the children's voices, the woman suddenly looked up and ran over, almost thinking she was dreaming. It wasn't until they threw themselves into her arms that she held them tightly, crying with joyous relief. Thank heavens, it's good you're back. The middle-aged man beside her was so excited he didn't know what to do. My name is River Phoenix, and I am the current chief of this clan. Thank you for saving our 2 children. I truly don't know how to thank you. You're too kind. I was just passing by and it was no trouble at all. Eleanor Blue said politely, but she suddenly noticed that the chief's profound energy cultivation was only at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. Their profound energy was all at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. No one surpassed this level, and everyone in the village had that flame-shaped mark. River Phoenix's gaze shifted to behind Eleanor Blue. This young brother, your complexion is very poor. You must be heavily injured. How about I help you carry him into a room to rest? Thank you for your kind offer, Chief Phoenix, Cloud Kale replied politely from Eleanor Blue's back. His voice made Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes widen. But I still prefer the feeling of being on my senior sister's back rather than the chief's. You're awake. Yes, I woke up as soon as senior sister carried me, Cloud Kale said with a grin. Although his face looked terrible, his voice was no longer so weak. To let you carry me for so long. Eleanor Blue's face instantly turned red, and she was momentarily angry. The scent on senior sister is so fragrant and very pleasant. At this, he was about to take another whiff of the fragrance on Eleanor Blue. Suddenly his expression froze, and he was stunned. River Phoenix saw this and smiled. This friend seems very weak. Let's arrange a place for him to rest. Soon Eleanor Blue and Cloud Kale discovered a strange thing about the people they met. Their profound energy cultivation was all at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, as if the 10th level of the elementary profound realm was the limit they could reach. This truly puzzled Cloud Kale and Eleanor Blue. Why is there the aura of a phoenix here? Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out, startling Cloud Kale. Phoenix? The legendary ancient divine beast, the phoenix? A hint of weariness was in Jasmine's voice. Although it's very faint, it is undoubtedly the aura of a phoenix. How strange. Could it be that a phoenix once descended upon this low-level plane? And that flame-shaped mark on their foreheads? That is the mark of a phoenix's bloodline. However, the color of this mark is completely different from what this princess knows. Also, this phoenix bloodline mark can normally be hidden and is only forced to appear when using phoenix flame power. But everyone here has the phoenix mark revealed as if they can't hide it at all. In short, it's very strange. River Phoenix led Eleanor Blue and Cloud Kale to a small clean room. You two please rest here for now. You are the guardians of the phoenix legacy. Just then, Cloud Kale suddenly asked, the phoenix, the divine beast worshipped by the divine phoenix empire? Eleanor Blue looked at Cloud Kale and River Phoenix in astonishment, her mind suddenly becoming hazy. River Phoenix's face, which had been calm and elegant, suddenly stiffened, and his pupils clearly contracted a few times. His eyes darted around, thinking of how to deny or evade it. However, after a few short breaths, his gaze turned calm again, and he gave a self-deprecating smile. Guardian Clan, we are not worthy of such a title. We are merely a clan that carries sin and a curse. Since you two know that we are related to the phoenix, you must also be here to seize the so-called protected treasure, right? No, you've misunderstood, Cloud Kale said in a loud voice. It's because the mark on your foreheads is similar to the phoenix bloodline mark I know. Furthermore, everyone in the village's strength is limited to the elementary profound realm. You must be relying on the deterrence of the phoenix. River Phoenix let out a long breath. Our clan was once prosperous for many years, but because of a terrible sin, we have weakened greatly and can only choose to live in seclusion. To be honest with you, behind the mountain is the phoenix trial ground that our generations have protected. It contains the residual aura of the phoenix, so no profound beast dares to approach. So that's how it is, Cloud Kale slowly nodded, a hint of excitement on his face. So there's actually a phoenix trial ground here. That's the trial ground of an ancient divine beast. There must be good things inside. River Phoenix nodded. All right, you two should rest well here. If you need anything, just call for us. River Phoenix pulled the door shut and walked out with a cloudy expression. Cloud Kale touched his chin, lost in thought. Are your injuries really okay? You fell from such a great height earlier, Eleanor Blue asked worriedly. Cloud Kale shook his head casually. I'm a divine doctor. To a divine doctor, this little injury is nothing at all. Divine doctor, even if you really are some divine doctor, does that mean you don't need your life? Thinking of Cloud Kale saving her life twice, Eleanor Blue's eyes reddened slightly. If you had really died, I would never be at peace for the rest of my life. Cloud Kale smiled and reached out to place his hand on Eleanor Blue's blushing cheek. It's clearly me who troubled senior sister, so I should be the one to blame myself. Senior sister is blaming herself. As Baron said, you really are too kind. Eleanor Blue's eyes flickered slightly. She bit her lip and said impulsively, I have many protective treasures on me. I won't get hurt so easily. In the future, please don't risk your life to protect me like that, okay? I can't do that. Cloud Kale shook his head resolutely. I once let down the girl who treated me best. In the end, she died in my arms because of me. That moment of agony, I think even after 10 lifetimes, I could never forget it. From that day on, I swore that I would never let a girl who treats me well be harmed. Eleanor Blue looked at Cloud Kale, a complex emotion she couldn't understand appearing in her eyes. Junior brother Cloud, you're only 16. At such a young age, not only are you married but you also have a girl who would sacrifice herself for you. Cloud Kale chuckled softly, non-committal. Memories suddenly flashed in his mind. Rest well. After a few words with Cloud Kale, she could clearly feel that he was struggling more and more to speak, so she didn't bother him any longer, went out, and gently closed the door. When Cloud Kale woke up again, it was the morning of the next day, awakened by the chaotic noise outside. Immediately undo the seal formation behind the mountain, or else we will annihilate your entire clan. The coarse, violent voice was mixed with a thick, vicious threat. We are just a small, reclusive clan living here. If there really were any treasures, I beg you. This was River Phoenix's voice. The one sitting in the main chair was Black Demon of the Black Demon Mercenary Corps. Shut your mouth. The person next to him angrily kicked River Phoenix's butt, sending him flying. A normal small village living in the center of the myriad Beast Mountain range. And there's also the strange ceiling formation. It's clear you're a declining guardian clan. He stood up, picked up his ridiculously large lightning mace, and threatened, I am the leader of these men. Commander Black Demon of the Black Demon Mercenary Corps. We have no interest in killing trash. Hand over the treasure quickly. I don't mind killing a few hundred more people. Seeing this, River Phoenix cried out in anguish or said there isn't any. There isn't. We don't even know what that ceiling formation is. Even if you kill us all, we wouldn't know. Seeing the tense situation, the large man calmly approached and reminded, Boss, it seems there really is no treasure. Let's just amend that beauty from before, the little beauty from yesterday. Is she here with you? No treasure is fine. Just hand over that little beauty to me. What beauty? River Phoenix's face changed drastically. Not telling the truth, are you? The leader said softly. Then suddenly, a red light sucked the two children towards him. He continued to threaten, let me gouge out your daughter's eyes. I wonder if you'll still be so stubborn then. Stop. A soft, angry voice suddenly came from the side. A streak of snow minus white sword light shot out like a meteor. Black Demon's reaction was considered quick. He hastily pulled back his hand and barely managed to retreat. The snow minus white, exquisitely carved sword stabbed precisely into the spot where he had just been standing, making him break out in a cold sweat. You've gone too far. Snow minus kissed figure descended, pulled the jade sword from the ground, and pointed it straight at Black Demon, her eyes cold and furious. The moment Eleanor Blue appeared, the Black Demon Mercenary Corps instantly erupted in gasps and gulps. They all stared dumbfounded at Eleanor Blue, a group of eyes bulging out. Their expressions lewd, some not even realizing drool was running down their chins. Lid minus leader, that's her. That's her, the man with the spear from yesterday said excitedly to Black Demon. I wasn't lying, was I? Isn't she like a fairy? Black Demon's eyes had long since widened, and even his hands began to tremble as he spoke. Beautiful. Damn, she's beautiful. To think there's such a beautiful woman in this world. Damn it. The women I played with before can't even compare to her. If I could sleep with this woman for one night, this life wouldn't have been lived in vain. In your dreams, Eleanor Blue roared, growing even angrier. A layer of cold air had already started to rise around her. Little beauty, not so old, but your profound energy realm isn't low at all, on par with me. Black Demon laughed as if he'd just become a father. Cloud Kale was extremely surprised and immediately whispered to Jasmine, has senior sister's realm risen to the true profound realm? That was probably a treasure that suppressed her profound energy before, she explained. These mercenaries don't even have profound skills, so even though their realms are similar, they're no match for her. But there are 3 other auras that seem to be on par with Black Demons. The situation doesn't look good. Eleanor Blue's eyes were as cold as ice. With surprising lightning speed, she stabbed towards Black Demon. Eleanor Blue's sword tip was like a metal cage, the magnificent and swift sword shadows dazzling Black Demon. Black Demon's anger instantly flared and he let out a loud roar. He swung the lightning mace in his hand violently, unleashing a dangerous force. Shattering earth strike. This strike caused the ground around them to instantly crack. Eleanor Blue immediately jumped up to avoid the shockwave. Cloud Kale watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. With such a low -level martial skill, he's a commander. Senior sister can probably defeat him. Emperor's sword, she immediately channeled all her power into the sword. The sword suddenly lit up. The moment this sword was thrust out, its power was as great as a furious lightning serpent. Black Demon never expected Eleanor Blue to be able to counter minus attack so quickly after blocking his raging serpent lightning dance. He hastily used his wolf minus fang club to block in front of him. Black Demon's expression suddenly changed because an astonishing force transmitted from the club, a force he couldn't resist. With a clang, his body was rapidly pushed back, and the wolf minus fang club in his hand was completely knocked out of his grasp, flying far away. A large spray of blood erupted from Black Demon's shoulder, causing him to howl in pain. His ferocity was triggered, and he let out a loud roar. Not good, Cloud Kale thought to himself. When facing this kind of bloodthirsty, savage person, you must kill them instantly. Black Demon's face was completely savage. He roared madly, "Capture that woman for me, everyone else. Kill them without question." As Cloud Kale predicted, the enraged Black Demon directly gave the order. In an instant, the long waiting Black Demon mercenaries brandished their weapons and charged forward with roars. The three vice commanders simultaneously attacked Eleanor Blue. These men were all genuine profound realm experts. Suddenly, a heaven shaking thunder was thrown with full force. The heaven shaking thunder hit the ground, letting out a massive explosion like a thunderclap from the heavens. The dozen or so Black Demon mercenaries who charged first were all blown away, lying on the ground groaning in pain. "Run towards the ceiling formation." Cloud Kale grabbed her hand and whispered, pulling Eleanor Blue back step by step as they fled for their lives. The heaven shaking thunder just now undoubtedly posed a huge threat, causing the Black Demon mercenaries to hesitate to advance for a moment. They vaguely recognized this weapon as belonging to the Sha sect, so Black Demon immediately ordered them to kill everyone except Eleanor Blue. He understood that if they let them escape alive, he would be dead for sure. "Why are we running towards the back of the mountain?" River Phoenix asked, confused. "To get into the ceiling formation. They definitely can't get in there." To Cloud Kale's surprise, River Phoenix didn't deny it but directly refused. Doing so would offend the Phoenix spirit. Cloud Kale gritted his teeth. "Your clansmen are about to die. What do you care about offending or not offending? Do you want to be wiped out?" Cloud Kale's words caused River Phoenix's expression to change drastically. He then ordered everyone to start retreating towards the back mountain together. Entering the area behind the mountain, they were faced with a cliff so high its peak was out of sight. In front of them was a magnificent formation about 10 feet high embedded in the cliff face. Cloud Kale looked up, astonished at this strange red formation. "The ancestors said we must never offend the Phoenix spirit," an old man said with a heavy expression. "There's no other choice." River Phoenix strode quickly to the front of the formation, bit his fingertip, and dripped his blood onto the ceiling formation. The faint ceiling formation suddenly glowed bright red, then slowly disappeared. An entrance appeared at the bottom of the formation. The Black Demon mercenary finally caught up. "Damn it, they opened the seal, we have to go into." One of them pointed out immediately. Black Demon raised his fist, his face savage. "Kill! Charge in and kill them for me." As he spoke, he immediately threw his lightning mace towards Cloud Kale. But surprisingly, the moment the lightning mace was about to hit, the ceiling door closed. "Leader, they're all inside. They really do know how to open the ceiling formation. They wouldn't admit it before. There must be some treasure inside. What should we do now?" "What should we do? Of course we wait here," Black Demon laughed. "NPH, there's definitely no food in there and no water either. I don't believe they're willing to starve and thirst to death rather than come out." Through the ceiling formation, Cloud Kale was surprised to find that this place was a flat stone chamber and usually spacious. "This is our ancestral trial ground," River Phoenix said. "Senior sister, about how long until your giant snow eagle wakes up?" Cloud Kale looked to the side and asked. Eleanor Blue shook her head worriedly. This time, Snowy paid too high a price. "It might take a month, or even more. It can only carry about 10 people at a time." "You too," River Phoenix sighed. "I never thought this place would become a place of refuge. I'm afraid we can't last for more than a few days." Cloud Kale didn't waste words, raising his left hand. "I have food and water. It should last for about half a month. As he spoke, a large amount of supplies fell out from the sky. Poison pearl. Clan Chief Phoenix, what exactly is the heavenly punishment you mentioned before? You are clearly the guardian clan of the Phoenix, originally more noble than others. River Phoenix was stunned, and for a long time he said nothing. The Phoenix is an ancient divine beast. It once came to the profound sky continent and left behind many trial grounds. Those who pass the trials can obtain its bloodline inheritance. Moreover, this Phoenix bloodline can be passed on through reproduction, thus giving rise to the Phoenix clan. Back then, the Phoenix left to trial grounds on the profound sky continent. One is in the distant divine Phoenix Empire, and the other is right here. However, the one in the divine Phoenix Empire is known to the world and has become the incredibly powerful divine Phoenix sect, while this one in the Blue Wind Empire was discovered too late, but it later flourished into a powerful clan. So this is just a trial ground, not a treasure as those villains outside guessed. Cloud Kale said thoughtfully. Correct. River Phoenix nodded. Back then, our ancestor passed the trial here. At that time, the Divine Phoenix sect was already a dominant force, even changing its name to the Divine Phoenix Empire. They didn't want to see the existence of other Phoenix bloodlines, and our ancestor understood this, so our clan has always kept a low profile. Cloud Kale nodded silently. Even so, you should have been very strong. Why did you decline so much? All of this is because of a sin against heaven, River Phoenix said, tears welling in his eyes. Back then, an ancestor engaged in a battle with another person using Phoenix flames. During the fight, the heavenly flames accidentally spread to a nearby small town, incinerating all 32,000 innocent people within it. This monstrous sin angered the Phoenix's soul at the trial grounds, and a cruel punishment was cast down. It caused the profound energy of all clan members to be forcefully suppressed to the 10th level of the elementary profound realm, unable to advance a single step for their entire lives. Furthermore, even the Phoenix mark turned a deep red and could no longer be hidden. But something left by a divine Phoenix spirit is not something mortals can interfere with. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and the curse's mark is still in our bloodline. Never having disappeared, our clan has had to live in seclusion in the Myriad Beast mountain range, atoning for our sins to our ancestors every day, begging for the forgiveness of the Phoenix spirit. Today our tribe has withered to this state where a small mercenary group can push us to such desperation. River Phoenix laughed miserably, his heavy voice filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Cloud Kale turned around and looked at the red ceiling formation at the end of the passage. He said, Clan Chief Phoenix, behind that ceiling formation. Is that the trial ground left by the Phoenix? Correct, River Phoenix nodded. Behind the seal is the Phoenix's domain. Cloud Kale immediately made up his mind and said, Then can you help me undo that seal? I want to go in and take a look. Absolutely not. River Phoenix's eyes showed disappointment, then he resolutely refused. You are only at the first level of the nascent profound realm. It's too dangerous. River Phoenix still shook his head. Phoenix fire is not an ordinary flame. It's fine. As long as I can become a little stronger, everyone's chances of survival will be greater. Cloud Kale glanced outside and continued. Let me in. River Phoenix's brows furrowed tightly. He sighed and said, While I was talking to you just now, you glanced at the ceiling formation at least 3 times. It seems I can't persuade you. The moment he stepped in, the scene before his eyes suddenly spun. After a long while, this feeling of weightlessness slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes to see only a patch of darkness. Is this the trial ground? Just as he had this doubt too long, narrow golden lights suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Then, the 2 narrow golden lights slowly opened. A pair of eyes were embedded in the dark space. An incredibly magnificent pair of golden eyes, the eyes of the Phoenix. Greetings, human. Welcome to the trial ground. A majestic voice echoed in his mind. In terms of tone, it was clearly a female voice. Cloud Kale looked into those golden eyes. You are the Phoenix's soul, correct? I am an immortal wisp of soul left behind by the Phoenix, yet I exist independently of the Phoenix. So, are you ready for the first trial? Yes, I can start at any time. Cloud Kale took a deep breath, his expression completely calm. The trial begins, Purgatory Demon Flame. As the Phoenix soul's voice faded, the huge golden eyes in the dark world slowly disappeared. Before Cloud Kale's eyes, the world spun once more. A moment later, the darkness completely vanished. The world around him had clearly turned into a fiery red landscape. The scene before him left him stunned for a long time. The ground beneath his feet was a deep red, as if it were red minus hot steel, a terrifying sight. The ground was uneven, with jagged rocks and continuous high and low mountains. Even the mountain bodies were a deep red, truly worthy of the phoenix trial. The towering rocks, the high temperature mixed in the air. "This is so comfortable," he roared as a flame erupted around his body. "Now then, who wants to die?" Cloud Kale felt like he had entered a purgatory. The sound of molten rock boiling echoed in his ears. A massive, flaming body soared up from the molten rock, and with a deafening rumble, it landed in front of Cloud Kale. This was a huge, humanoid flame, its entire body burning with a deep red fire. Its two eyes were fierce and level, and on top of its head were two long horns. Cloud Kale's footsteps quickly retreated as he looked up at this ridiculously large humanoid flame, this giant. "A high minus level true profound flame beast," Jasmine yawned dismissively. "But in this flame minus filled environment, not only can its profound energy and vitality recover extremely quickly, but the power of the flames it unleashes is also comparable to the spirit profound realm." The purgatory flame demon let out a crazed roar. Its fiery eyes locked onto Cloud Kale's position. A huge mouth opened beneath its eyes, and dozens of large fireballs flew out to tickle him. Roaring towards him, Cloud Kale stood his ground, unmoving, letting the fireballs crash into him. But after entering Cloud Kale's body, it was like a stone thrown into a vast sea, without a single sound, causing him no harm at all. He was utterly amazed at this scene. Amidst the blazing flames, Cloud Kale charged towards the flame demon instead. In an instant, he was in front of it, let out a low shout, and opened his evil god's gate. A striking profound energy fiercely smashed onto its head. This heavy blow was like hitting a massive, ancient bronze bell, the recoil making Cloud Kale's take. But the purgatory flame demon, which was hit, didn't even tremble. Its body is too tough. Cloud Kale secretly gasped. As expected of a true profound beast, even with the evil god's gate, it's hard to injure it. If we keep fighting like this, we could go at it until next year and still not have a winner. If your bare hands can't cause damage, Jasmine reminded him. In that case, Cloud Kale touched his left hand. The amber sword, the only earth profound weapon in New Moon City. The treasure taken from the Sect branch was brought out by Cloud Kale. He infused it with profound energy and fiercely slashed at the purgatory flame demon. The moment the amber sword struck the purgatory flame demon's body, the faint roar of a tiger echoed in Cloud Kale's ears. The flames on the spot where the purgatory flame demon was hit immediately extinguished in a large patch, revealing its dark body. A large piece of flesh was cut straight off by the amber sword, flying far away mixed with flames. The purgatory flame demon, in a fit of rage from the pain, threw a punch at Cloud Kale. He immediately jumped up to dodge. "Quickly attack the golden mark on its head," Jasmine reminded him. Cloud Kale gritted his teeth, and then, a second before its heavy punch landed, he took a deep breath and leapt up with all his might, jumping straight up 10 feet. The amber sword stabbed into the bright golden spot on the purgatory flame demon's forehead. Then, like cutting through tofu, it plunged into its head, instantly splitting it in two. Cloud Kale landed on the ground and quickly closed his profound gates, panting heavily. The body of the purgatory flame demon froze, and a moment later it let out a scream of immense pain and despair. Past the second trial. Phoenix Arrow formation, success. Cloud Kale let out a long sigh of relief. He looked up and was suddenly horrified to see countless red specks in the vast red sky, which then shot towards him. "Damn it, can't you give me a break?" he roared. Eleanor Blue could no longer remain calm, her expression growing more anxious. After waiting for a full minute, she could no longer maintain her composure and said urgently to River Phoenix, "Clan Chief Phoenix, why hasn't he come out yet?" River Phoenix's heart had long been uneasy, hearing Eleanor Blue's words. He could only comfort her. "Don't worry, the Phoenix spirit is benevolent by nature. If he can't hold on, the trial can be ended at any time. Don't worry, young brother Cloud is not the type to be reckless." Eleanor Blue said no more, suppressing the fear in her heart and continuing to wait. In the trial ground, countless arrows rained down on Cloud Kale like a meteor shower. Cloud Kale used Star God's broken shadow to move swiftly through this relentless storm of meteors. His Star God's broken shadow was currently only at the first realm, but this movement profound technique from Jasmine, even at its lowest realm, still possessed astonishing power, allowing him to weave through the formation like a phantom, leaving behind a trail of after images that the Phoenix arrows couldn't disperse in time. Is it over yet? I've smashed hundreds of these things, he roared angrily. Are you trying to kill me or tire me to death? Then in the dark world a pair of golden eyes opened. The Phoenix Soul's voice echoed in his mind, you have surprised me. To think you have a special constitution that is immune to flames. If I'm not mistaken, the aura within your body belongs to the ancient evil god. Deep within his heart, Cloud Kale felt no surprise that the Phoenix Soul could recognize the evil god's aura. After all, both the Phoenix and the evil god belong to the ancient races. The evil god is not an elemental god, but he possesses a counter to the elements. You were able to pass the first two trials entirely because of your constitution. Passing is passing, and I have no right to overrule it. However, the third trial, the corrupting heart flame, is a trial of the heart. It has nothing to do with flames. Countless years ago, only a total of 329 people passed the first two trials, and only 7 people passed the third trial. Cloudkill was immediately astonished. However, you don't need to be too nervous. This third trial lies in the choices of your heart. If you are determined enough in your pursuit of power, you can easily pass, but to be drawn into the mortal world is also a choice. After all, power is not everything in life. A trial of the heart. As someone from two worlds, anything in this world that could shatter his state of mind had long ceased to exist. Just as he thought that, Cloud Kale instantly woke up in a room. When his consciousness returned, he once again felt a slight pain from various parts of his body. What's going on? It hurts so much. Was I injured? The strong smell of medicine. Why is it so familiar? Above there were shelves filled with medicine bottles and bandages. On another small table, there were also various healing items and a pile of white cloth strips. The bamboo door of the room was pushed open, and a small, delicate girl walked in, carrying a bamboo basket full of washed clothes. She looked to be about 23 or 24. The moment she pushed the door open, his heart still pounded violently. His gaze and expression froze, and he stared dumbfounded. It was as if the entire world had turned pale and colorless in that instant, leaving only her figure. He felt warm tears uncontrollably streaming down from his eyes. Brother Cloud Kale, you're awake. Linger. The woman's face was close at hand, her feminine sense striking straight to Cloud Kale's soul. Her eyes were filled with joy, anxiety, worry, and a deep minus-seated resentment longing. It was just like in his memories, so many things appearing just as they did in his dreams. He had never imagined that one day he would be able to see those beautiful eyes again. Does your body still hurt? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Linger's body was stunned for a long time. Linger. Brother Cloud Kale, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Only then did he reach out and pull her into his arms, completely enveloping her body in his chest, letting out a soft murmur. He held Linger tightly, repeatedly calling her name, wishing this dream would never end. This feeling of happiness, lost and found again, was so warm it couldn't be described in words. Brother Cloud Kale, a soft murmur as enchanting as a dream, came from his ear. Don't think about revenge anymore, okay? Master's spirit in heaven would definitely not want to see you like this. As long as you don't go for revenge, I'll agree to anything. The two of us can stay in this bamboo forest, you relying on me relying on you. For a lifetime. I'll be your good wife forever, never to be parted, okay? As she spoke, she picked up the knife on the bed and stabbed it directly into his wound. The blood from his back soaked the entire bed, but he didn't hesitate. He nodded vigorously, 5 or 6 times in a row, and said with a firm, hoarse voice, I agree. Every sentence, every word, every bit of emotion came from the depths of his soul. How he wished he could have said those words to her back then. The scene before him dissipated and twisted, and the world returned to complete darkness. Cloud Kale opened his eyes. Even if it was an illusion, even if I failed the trial and lost the inheritance, I would never harm her. Your trial let me see her again. The Phoenix Soul was silent for a long time. It seems this woman is truly important to you. However, you don't need to have any regrets. You have traversed reincarnation with a heaven minus profound treasure, twisting the law of cause and effect in this world. Under the butterfly effect, these regrets may not be without a chance to be made up for. The sentence "you have traversed reincarnation with a heaven minus profound treasure" shocked Cloud Kale to his core. He stared straight into the two magnificent golden eyes before him, speechless for a long time. Traversing reincarnation. Could it have seen that I am a person of two worlds? The Sky Poison Pearl's abilities are focused on poison refining and space. It doesn't have the ability to traverse reincarnation. As for the next sentence, he completely didn't understand. He asked tentatively, "What do you mean by that?" The Phoenix Soul smiled mysteriously. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Sooner or later you will understand. However, congratulations, successor of the evil god. You are the 8th person in many years who is willing to give up power and not harm the one you love in the illusion. You are qualified to receive a gift from the Phoenix. Congratulations. Only with a firm pursuit of power could you pass the 3rd trial." I deliberately gave a contradictory hint. The Phoenix Soul's words made him suddenly look up and able to react for a moment. The Phoenix is a benevolent divine beast, but the Phoenix would absolutely not be willing for its power to be inherited by a sinful and heartless human. To harm even the one you love goes against the original wish of the Phoenix when it left this trial. The 7 who passed, though they didn't know how to fight back, knew how to block. But you were willing to let her stab you just to hold her for a moment. Therefore you are the most perfect one to pass the trial. Now I will gift you the Phoenix's bloodline. This was. Cloud Kale examined the drop of blood he had just received. Instantly the drop of blood tore through his hand and entered his body. Suddenly, his whole body was in agony, his veins popping, and a torrent of flame burned his entire body. The voice sounded again after receiving a single drop of Phoenix blood is the limit for a normal human. But you have the evil god's power, the fire of the fire god, so I will let 3 drops of Phoenix blood enter your bloodline. The Phoenix Soul's words echoed in his mind, but Cloud Kale had no time to answer. 3 tiny drops of blood, insignificant compared to the vast bloodline of your body, but this is the blood of the Phoenix. After the 3 drops of Phoenix blood entered his bloodline, they were like 3 crazily burning flames. And these 3 flames, in almost an instant, spread to his entire bloodline, causing all the blood in his body to boil violently. Cloud Kale's eyes flew open. At his glabella, a fiery red flame mark appeared. The shape of the mark was identical to that of the Phoenix clan outside, but its color was even brighter. Very good. It seems you have successfully fused the 3 drops of Phoenix blood. I can already feel the changes in the blood in your body. With these 3 drops of Phoenix blood, your lifespan will be extended by at least 300 years. Now I will give you the Phoenix God Pill, which can enhance your profound energy, this piece of jade, and the incomplete mark of the world of the Phoenix. The world out of the Phoenix, along with the vermilion bird's forbidden song and the golden crow's world minus burning record, were known as the 3 world minus burning celestial scriptures, capable of unleashing immense world minus destroying power. Back then, the Phoenix trial ground left behind the first 6 stages of the world out of the Phoenix. The Phoenix Soul suddenly fell silent, as if waiting for Cloud Kale to explore for himself. Cloud Kale picked up the Phoenix God Pill and the incomplete jade stone. The information within quickly flowed into his mind. His heart was filled with excitement and shock. This was the flame technique from the Phoenix, known as one of the world minus burning celestial scriptures left by the divine beasts. World out of the Phoenix, 5th stage. World out of the Phoenix, 6th stage. Why are there only the 5th and 6th stages? Where are the first 4? Is this a scam? His face full of astonishment. He repeatedly searched the jade stone but could only find the records of the 5th and 6th stages. Without the first 4 stages, how could he cultivate the 5th and 6th? This is a huge regret, but I don't know what to do either. The Phoenix Soul's voice was filled with a deep sigh. Back then, the trial ground at the Divine Phoenix Empire was quickly discovered by people, and because of that, the Divine Phoenix sect was born. The greed, deceit, and endless wars of humanity caused it to develop a will it shouldn't have, going against the will of the Phoenix. After it developed a will it shouldn't have, it came up with the idea of destroying this trial ground, wanting to become the only one on this continent. It fought a fierce battle with me and completely destroyed the jade stone that recorded the world out of the phoenix. I was no match for it and had to create the illusion of my flames dissipating. Only then did it return. Cloud Kale smirked. Why did he feel like he had been played? You have about a month's time here to comprehend. Whether you can learn the world out of the phoenix or not depends on your luck. Lastly, there is one more thing I must remind you of. After you leave, you cannot mention a single word of what happened in the trial to anyone. The Divine Phoenix sect is still searching for the remaining techniques. Good luck. The voice echoed in Cloud Kale's mind for a long time, and the pair of magnificent golden eyes had slowly disappeared, holding the jade stone that recorded the incomplete world out of the phoenix. Cloud Kale's heart was in turmoil. What a pity it's just an incomplete version. Without the foundation of the previous stages, how can I cultivate it? Back then, when Master was comprehending the heavenly Tao medical scripture, he also faced a dilemma like his. Master was able to achieve world-minus shocking medical skills based on an incomplete version. He once said that his comprehension ability far surpassed his own. Thinking of this, he must master this world out of the phoenix. Watch carefully. With a roar, Cloud K opened the jade bottle and took out the Phoenix God pill. The entire Phoenix God pill was as red as blood, and it was scorching hot to the touch, making one clearly feel the powerful energy contained within. Cloud Kale adjusted his internal aura, threw the Phoenix God pill into his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a deep red flame erupted from Cloud Kale's body. The flame rose more than 3 feet high, completely engulfing his entire figure. The profound energy within his profound veins was like water stirred by a strong wind, boiling violently. Eleanor Blue had been anxiously waiting. 20 days passed, 20 minus 5 days passed, 1 month passed. Miss River Phoenix ran over. A month has passed and young brother Cloud still hasn't come out of the formation. The children are starving, and even the adults can't hold on much longer. Does heaven really want our clan to be wiped out here? Let me think of a way. Eleanor Blue made a crucial decision at this moment. Outside, the men of the Black Demon mercenary were slowly enjoying their barbecue. They were still waiting for the people inside to starve to death. Without food and water, they surely couldn't last long. The ceiling formation temporarily opened, and Eleanor Blue rushed out at top speed. Her first glance took in the situation outside. With her jade sword in hand, she stabbed straight at the first Black Demon mercenary. Seeing Eleanor Blue suddenly rush out, the nearest group of men was caught off guard. Before they could even try to block, the weapons in their hands were all sent flying by Eleanor Blue. The food supply was right in front of them, and Eleanor Blue saw it with a single glance. She brandished her jade sword, her graceful figure like a butterfly in a garden, swiftly moving forward, breaking through the encirclement of more than 10 people in just a few breaths and rushing to the front of that tent. Suddenly, at this moment, 2 dangerous gusts of wind pressed in on her from both sides. We knew you might come here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Black Demon licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with lewdness as he looked at Eleanor Blue. This woman is so beautiful. The first time he saw Eleanor Blue up close, Black Tiger's saliva was already uncontrollably flowing down. His brother is also drooling. At this point, some blood was already flowing from her mouth. The surprise attack immediately weakened her. This girl is fucking beautiful. My saliva is drooling all over my skin. Little beauty, you can't escape. Obediently entertain us, brothers. A group of men swarmed up, preparing for a gangbang. In their eyes, she was no different from a white girl and 5 black men. Despicable. I've fallen into a trap. Eleanor Blue's eyes firmed up. She gathered all her strength to stand up. Profound energy once again surrounding her body. Quite the backbone, Black Demon laughed. Then don't blame us brothers for not knowing how to cherish a flower. By the way, where's that little pretty boy who was with you? Cloud Kale is not that kind of person. Her eyes suddenly changed, and she was about to rush towards them. A clear and piercing phoenix cry suddenly came from beside them, making their ears ring. Black Demon's entire body stiffened, his movements frozen. Before he could react, he saw a huge ball of flame suddenly break through the cave's ceiling formation, bringing with it a scorching heat wave as it pounced towards them. The first one, the second minus command, was directly hit in the chest by the fireball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Who is it? Get out here from me. Black Demon went berserk. The ball of flame was like a small phoenix spreading its wings and soaring, gradually incinerating everyone around. Cloud Kale stepped out, a blazing red flame still burning in his hand. So eager to see me. You want to taste the true fire of the phoenix. Who wants to be roasted first? Step up. Seeing Cloud Kale suddenly appear before her, Eleanor Blue's eyes hazed over. She stared blankly at Cloud Kale for a long time before rushing over and calling his name. Then his eyes, filled with killing intent, turned to the group of villains. A massive layer of profound energy had already covered his entire body. Die, you bunch of degenerates. Immediately following Cloud Kale's finger, a ball of fire exploded in mid-air, forming a giant phoenix that illuminated the surroundings like the sun. On the other side, the flame that had just rushed out instantly killed 13 black demon mercenaries, causing the remaining few to be terrified out of their wits. Seeing this, they immediately fled as if they had seen a ghost. The black demon was hit by a ball of fire and couldn't help but be horrified as he tried to block it. He could feel that the power of this fireball was too strong. When he turned around, he saw that the low-level members had already been burned to a crisp, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Cloud Kale held Eleanor Blue in his arms and gently apologized. "Senior sister, I'm sorry I'm late." As he spoke, he took out a heaven-returning pill and gently placed it in Eleanor Blue's mouth. Eleanor Blue swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, Eleanor Blue's eyes widened. She discovered that a warm stream of air had rapidly flowed into her. "This is a heaven-returning pill, such a precious medicine." Cloud Kale smiled and helped Eleanor Blue sit down against a tree. He said softly, "Senior sister, rest for a while. Leave these villains to me." Black Wolf, standing next to Black Demon, though anxious, quickly regained his composure and shouted forward. "Captain, this kid must have used a 1-time-use weapon. We don't need to be afraid." Hearing Black Wolf's words, the apprehension in Black Demon's heart immediately vanished. He took a long stride forward and roared at the arrogant Cloud Kale, "That's right. Let's go. Teach this brat a good lesson." The surrounding mercenaries shouted, brandishing their weapons and charging forward in unison. "Just in time. I've reached the 10th level of the nascent profound realm. You all should die." As soon as his words fell, the amber sword in Cloud Kale's hand suddenly swung forward. As it swung, the 3-foot-long sword suddenly spewed out a flame over 7 feet long. The flame shot out from the sword, sweeping towards the charging mercenaries. The dancing flame was like a furious fire dragon, roaring as it rushed toward the mercenaries. The sounds of miserable screams overlapped. "Take a punch from me, you bastard." The wolf-fang club swung viciously, easily striking Cloud Kale's face. But before Black Wolf could even smile, his expression suddenly changed because the wolf-fang club, which had clearly hit, didn't stop upon impact but passed directly through Cloud Kale's body. After passing through the entire afterimage, it disappeared. At that moment, from the sky above, a black-robed figure with a flame-wrapped sword slashed down with a roar. A miserable scream rang out as the third came and was sent on his way. Seeing this, the second Conan angrily rushed forward to avenge his brother. He roared like a bull, but immediately another fiery blast shot straight into his ear, vaporizing half of his face. After the smoke cleared, Cloud Kale just smiled coldly at them. "Why don't you go anymore, old ghost, old tiger?" Seeing Black Ghost and Black Tiger being beheaded in an instant, Black Demon's heart felt like it would split open. He almost spat out blood on the spot. "You killed my brothers. I won't let you go." Cursing, he rushed forward with his lightning mace. Black Demon fiercely swung a mace straight at Cloud Kale's face. Cloud Kale also jumped up, his hands tightly gripping the amber sword, and clashed with Black Demon in mid-air. Sparks flew everywhere, both their bodies trembled violently, and then they flew backward. When Black Demon landed, he stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before he could barely stand firm. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It seems you're not much more than this," Cloud Kale said mockingly, raising his hand to touch the spine of his amber sword. Black Demon's attack also stopped at this moment. He then pointed at Cloud Kale and roared furiously, "What are you all standing there for? Butcher him for me. Whoever kills him will be the vice-commander." The Black Demon mercenaries were still in shock from their vice-commanders being killed in an instant. Hearing Black Demon's roar, they snapped out of their daze. and in an instant they leapt from all four sides, surrounding and attacking Cloud Kale. Behind them, Eleanor Blue felt extremely anxious. She was about to advise him to run, but Cloud Kale's calm face and his words dispelled the unease in her heart. "Senior sister, don't be afraid. I've got everything under control." Cloud Kale showed no fear, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A single sword sweep met their attacks. A massive flame shot out, making the amber sword in his hand seem to suddenly grow to 8 feet long. The flame swept over the first person, snapping his neck in one go. He immediately fell to the ground motionless. "What's happening?" The mercenaries suddenly realized something was wrong, and they all subconsciously took a few steps back. "Was it you who was speaking disrespectfully to my senior sister just now? Then let me play with you, how about it?" Cloud Kale looked at Black Demon and sneered. Black Demon's face was now as tense as if he had just lost his ration book. He immediately recognized the aura and the mark on Cloud Kale's forehead. Could he have received the Phoenix's inheritance? His heart sank. He immediately decided to retreat, but his movement was completely seen by Cloud Kale. Cloud Kale's eyes turned gloomy, and the amber sword swept out, forcing back all the surrounding Black Demon mercenaries. Then, he stomped his foot, and leapt nearly 10 feet high, his stern gaze fixed on Black Demon. His entire body suddenly burst into blazing red flames. Phoenix Sky Scorching Dance. The flames on Cloud Kale's entire body crazily surged behind him, like a small phoenix like bird descending from the sky. It was vaguely accompanied by a series of phoenix cries. The intense pressure and scorching heat in the air made Black Demon instinctively turn his head, but even if he had discovered it earlier, it would have been impossible to dodge the unparalleled momentum of the Phoenix Sky Scorching Dance. Boom! A gigantic roar almost echoed to the horizon. A large spray of fresh blood shot out in mid-air, then he fell like a torn sack, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cloud Kale slowly walked up to Black Demon, who was lying prone on the ground, his body unable to get up, his eyes completely constricted. Let me go, I don't want to die yet." Sensing Cloud Kale approaching, Black Demon let out a pained plea for mercy. Cloud Kale bent down and took the golden spatial ring from his hand, saying coldly, "You no longer have any value. Only these spatial rings have any value." As soon as his voice fell, Cloud Kale chopped down on Black Demon's neck. A few days later, in a Blue Wind Inn, Eleanor Blue was lying on the bed. She wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing, only a thin blanket covering her. "Senior sister, your internal energy is unstable. Are you not asleep?" Cloud Kale's voice from the side immediately broke the silence on the bed. But she couldn't say that this was the first time she had lain in the same bed with another man. This inn only had one room left, and in a hurry to get on the road, she had reluctantly agreed. And Cloud Kale, lying next to her, was covered in bandages and wounds, but he wasn't wearing anything either. Sensing Eleanor Blue's embarrassment, he asked softly, "Senior sister, are you still thinking about what I forced you to do before?" Eleanor Blue's face immediately froze, turning crimson. She subconsciously pulled the thin blanket up to cover her to mountains, but still revealed her fair back, her voice whispering that, "Junior brother Cloud, is there something senior sister wants to say to me?" Cloud Kale immediately moved closer, breathing into her ear. Cloud Kale's action immediately made her eyes turn red, but with a bit of willpower left, she raised her hand to stop his next words. "Junior brother Cloud, I've thought it through these past few days. That day after you killed Black Demon. A few days ago, the commander is dead." Eleanor Blue was so frightened by the scene before her that she covered her face. His movement immediately awakened all the Black Demon mercenaries. In their fear, they scattered and fled, disregarding everything else. Trying to run, their escape didn't lighten Cloud Kale's burden in the slightest. On the contrary, a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His profound energy surged to his feet, and he leapt into the air. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the fleeing Black Demon mercenaries, arriving right above them. With a light sigh, Cloud Kale's entire body burst into flames. Suddenly, a blazing red lotus flower fell. A sky minus full of fire exploded from where Cloud Kale had fallen. The crazily released profound energy transformed into layers of Phoenix's scorching flames that spread out, instantly enveloping a distance of over 20 feet, coldly sweeping all the black demon mercenaries into it. Eleanor Blue, standing not far away, was completely stunned, unable to believe that such a strike had come from Cloud Kale's hands. A young man of only 16 had just killed 100 people. He watched the fire lotus gradually shrink behind him, then walked up to Eleanor Blue and said. Eleanor Blue's lips trembled slightly. She looked at the extinguished fire lotus and said in a panicked voice, the Black Demon Mercenary Corps is no more. They won't be able to do evil anymore. Why not let them live? As she finished speaking, a group of remaining survivors with savage expressions rushed over like mad dogs. They thought the two of them were exhausted and had to kill them to get the treasures of the Phoenix clan. This made Cloud Kale sneer. He looked at Eleanor Blue and said softly, Senior sister, did you hear that? Are you sure you want to be soft on the enemy? Junior brother Cloud, I understand. Eleanor Blue took a step forward, her sword pointing at the black demon mercenaries, her entire body trembling with anger. Cloud Kale's expression was extremely calm. He had already planted fire seeds in their bodies. She finally raised her right arm, and with a concentration of profound energy, the amber sword flew towards the back of that black demon mercenary. The moment the amber sword left her hand, she turned away and closed her eyes. Junior brother Cloud is right. Killing the wicked is to protect more people. That incident made Eleanor Blue see things clearly. She thanked him softly, but she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Cloud Kale also understood that killing someone for the first time was a painful and psychological experience. Immediately, Cloud Kale rushed over and placed his hands on her bare, fair shoulders. This made Eleanor Blue suddenly not know what to do other than hold on to the thin blanket. But it wasn't what she expected. He moved closer and held her, whispering, Senior sister, it's so good that you can understand me. From now on, as long as I'm by your side, I will definitely protect you well and not let you suffer any harm. Her hand was suddenly held by a man in an ambiguous way, and a gentle voice echoed in her ear. Eleanor Blue had never been so flustered. Her mind went blank, and she subconsciously wrapped her arms around his shoulders. This man's embrace was truly warm. Her hand was held by him for a long time before she snapped out of her dream, hastily pulling her hand away and jumping off the bed in a panic. Hey, after that intense battle and using the Phoenix Flame to remove the curse for the Phoenix clan, my profound energy is greatly depleted. We still have to get to Blue Winds City quickly. Seeing that things had come to this, Cloud Kale didn't want to force her, but he still lay down on the bed and patted the empty space beside him. Let's rest together quickly. But that night was a sleepless one for Eleanor Blue. She didn't know if he was the person she was looking for, if Cloud Kale could lead the Blue Wind Nation to participate in the Blue Wind ranking tournament and turn the tide. But those things were no longer important. Eleanor Blue felt that she had already fallen in love with him. Right at the main gate of the Profound Palace, Cloud Kale and Eleanor Blue finally arrived. Seeing this magnificent city, he couldn't help but praise. As expected of the #1 Profound Palace in the Blue Wind Empire, it looked so majestic. Of course, Eleanor Blue waved the talisman in her hand. The Blue Wind Profound Palace has the support of the royal family. Its foundation is very deep. I've already sent someone to welcome you. Junior brother Cloud, please wait a moment. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a long robe with a refined appearance rushed out from the Profound Palace. Seeing them in an instant from a distance, he excitedly shouted, Eleanor, Cloud Kale, you two are right. That's really great. Palace head kin, why are you here? This was beyond Cloud Kale's expectations. It seemed his relationship with Eleanor was really not bad. How did you end up with her? Chancellor Kin looked at them and let out a sigh of relief. You disappeared for several days without a word. Fortunately, you're both back. Otherwise my mind. Palace head Kin, thank you for keeping my secret from my father. I'll go visit him later. Eleanor Blue immediately rushed to stop Chancellor Kin from continuing. Let's not talk about this for now. Brother -in-law. Before Chancellor Kin could finish, an excited shout came from the side. Baron Ha shouted again and rushed over. His large body immediately slammed into Cloud Kale. He hugged him tightly with both hands, sobbing, Brother -in-law, I thought I'd never see you again. Eleanor, we finally meet again. Jasper Mu walked over, a hint of joy on his face. When you disappeared without a trace, I was extremely worried. Now that you're safe, I can rest assured. Although he said that, Jasper Moo was secretly cursing in his heart. This Cloud Kale is still not dead. Thank you for your concern. Senior brother Eleanor Blue smiled politely. She was not surprised at all by Jasper Moo's appearance here. She turned to Chancellor Kin and said, Chancellor Kin, please help arrange for Cloud Kale to stay at the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Of course. That's no problem. Chancellor Kin nodded warmly. What about you? I'm worried about my father. I'll go visit him now, Eleanor Blue replied, her expression changing slightly. Then she turned to Cloud Kale, Junior Brother Cloud. After I've dealt with my family matters, I'll come visit you. At this moment, Cloud Kale, who was still being pressed against the wall by Baron Ha, suddenly flew out. You're going home alone? Let me escort you? Don't worry, I'll be fine in the Blue Wind Imperial City now. As soon as she said this, Eleanor Blue suddenly saw the streams of killing intent clashing. It was Cloud Kale and Jasper Moo. From behind her, a shout suddenly came, causing her to stop in her tracks, no longer wanting to move. Cloud Kale ran quickly in front of Eleanor Blue, took out 2 items from the Sky Poison Pearl, and handed them to her. Take this poison fire gun and this beast minus luring incense. When I'm not by your side, you must protect yourself. As he spoke, he deliberately brought up the matter to provoke Jasper Moo. We've already slept together. There's no need to be polite. Eleanor Blue's face turned betrayed. She angrily pinched the back of Cloud Kale's hand, stomped her foot, and ran away. Jasper Moo heard everything clearly, leaving him stunned. His mouth hung open, his chin almost dropping to the ground. Jasper Moo's chest heaved, and then he suddenly charged forward like a mad dog. Say what you just said again. Cloud Kale pushed Jasper Moo away with a single punch, glanced at him, and said inferiorly, when adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt. Jasper Moo clutched his reddened right cheek, his whole body trembling as he shouted, Cloud Kale, you just wait. I'll call my cousin to deal with you. As he spoke, he walked away quickly. Chancellor Kin's eyes darted around. His expression extremely complicated, he sighed. Jasper Moo's cousin is Jet Moo. He is currently an Inner Palace disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. His profound energy is very high, if he takes action. So what if he's from the Inner Palace? Cloud Kale replied without a change in expression. Blue Wind Imperial City, the heart of the Imperial Palace. Eleanor Blue's steps were hurried as she passed through the dense guards and went straight to the Emperor's chambers. The palace guards she met along the way all bowed in unison. Seeing Emperor Kenji's clearly aged face and the longing in his eyes, her heart soured, and she quickened her pace. Your unfilial daughter has been away for so long this time. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death by those rebellious sons of mine. Emperor Kenji nodded happily. At this moment, his face held none of the majesty of an emperor, only the gentle kindness of an ordinary father facing his beloved daughter. At this moment, a young man of about 30, dressed in magnificent golden patterned robes, walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Eleanor Blue, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. My dear imperial sister, you're back? Didn't you bring a prince consort with you? If you get married, father can rest assured and pass the throne to me. The one who had just spoken was the crown prince, Lin, your rebellious son, who let you in. Get out immediately. Emperor Kenji trembled as he pointed his finger, roaring in anger. If father doesn't want to see me, I'll leave. But father, please take care of your health, don't die in bed. Crown Prince Lin said with a grin, his indifferent expression showing no fear in the face of the enraged emperor, nor any respect or reverence. After saying what he had to say, he immediately left. Eleanor Blue gritted her teeth, her heart filled with extreme anger. But she still had to calmly comfort Emperor Kenji. Father, they've really gone mad. Don't be angry, your health is what's important. After a long silence, Emperor Kenji finally calmed down, his expression weary as he caressed his daughter's cheek. It's a pity, your daughter. Otherwise, I could have directly passed the throne to you. For so many years my only wish has yet to be fulfilled. Eleanor Blue carefully held her father's hand, her voice stinged with urgency. Your daughter has found someone who can represent the royal family in the next Blue Wind ranking tournament. Your wish to avenge the royal family's humiliation in the tournament is about to be fulfilled. His mouth constantly chewing as if he were starving. Brother minus and minus law, you gave me the opportunity to enter the Blue Wind Profound Palace and are going to take the assessment yourself. Will that be okay? Cloud Kale chuckled and turned his head. A man can't just say it's not okay. You don't know if I'll be okay? Rest assured and gather outside the palace. I won't let anyone bully you. He was determined to enter palace, the place Chancellor Kin described as being full of masters. Eleanor Blue's identity made him more and more curious. Soon, the first round of profound energy testing was over, and Cloud Kale immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people looked at him with great curiosity. To have reached the 10th level of the nascent profound realm at only 16, the Blue Wind Profound Palace's entry requirement for profound energy was very high. Only 29 people passed the profound energy assessment. Many people approached Cloud Kale for that reason, fawning over him. But many others, feeling their spotlight had been stolen, were resentful. Then came the second assessment, a test of combat power. The old man in charge of the assessment glanced at the number of people who had passed the first round, his face expressionless. Congratulations on passing the first round of assessment. However, the second round of combat power assessment, which is about to begin, is the real test. The combat power test is very simple. You just need to last 7 moves against senior brother Victor Fawn from the inner palace. As the old man spoke, a young mare of about 18 or 19, his face slightly pale, came out with a full smile. Standing in front of the old man, he nodded slightly. I won't go easy on them, but don't worry. A wave of murmurs broke out. Senior brother Victor Fawn, I heard he's very strong. At only 17, he's already at the 3rd level of the true profound realm. To strong, the discussions from afar made the group being tested tremble in their hearts. Victor Fawn stood before everyone, a smile on his face, his arrogant demeanor and gaze like that of an emperor looking down on his subjects. Although you can't defeat me, Teacher Key will judge whether you can pass the assessment based on your actual combat performance. As the combat power assessment proceeded, the people waiting behind became more and more terrified because each person who went up to fight Victor Fawn came down in a worse state than the one before. This situation only changed when Ngao Nham went up. This was because he was the heir of the giant rock city's Ngao Yun family. At 17, he was already at the peak of the nascent profound realm. Then, moreover, Victor Fawn was his cousin. After Ngao Nham went up, his profound energy erupted on a large scale. His momentum like a whirlwind sweeping through the clouds. The first move forced Victor Fawn back a small step, drawing a round of support and praise. Throughout these 7 moves, Ngao Nham responded with extreme ease. Not only was he not injured, he wasn't even pushed back by Victor Fawn once. After the 7 moves, Victor Fawn smiled and nodded, saying to the old man, Teacher Key, this is a rare talent. Senior brother, you praise me too much, Ngao Nham said with a look of reverence. But his eyes were full of pride. Ngao Nham saluted and walked down from the stage. As he passed by Victor Fawn, he said in a very low, quick voice, Cousin, help me teach those 2, Vantiu Fame and Cloud Kale, a lesson. The more humiliating, the better. Victor Fawn's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slowly licked his lips, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Next, Fin Cloud, be careful. This Victor Fawn is no good, Cloud Kale whispered as a reminder. The fact that this person also had the surname Cloud made Cloud Kale feel a bit of sympathy. Fin Cloud nodded, gathered his profound energy, and leapt onto the high stage, standing before Victor Fawn. Fin Cloud, 15 years old, 2nd level of the nascent profound realm. Senior brother, looking at the young boy before him, his childishness not yet shed, Victor Fawn's eyes became playful and dangerous. He smiled faintly. 15 years old. What a pity. Cloud Kale suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted, be careful. But on the stage, the clear sound of a bone breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Fin Cloud's body was sent flying like a sandbag, tumbling far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air before heavily crashing outside the stage. Cloud Kale's expression darkened, and he quickly rushed to Fin Cloud's side. Cloud Kale's anger flared. He looked at Victor Fawn and said in a low voice, Victor Fawn, this is just an assessment. Yet you struck so heavily. Victor Fawn spread his hands, feigning innocence. How was I to know his profound energy was so low? I didn't know how to hold back. In our palace, getting injured during sparring is a common occurrence. If he can't handle it, He's not qualified to enter the palace. You say getting injured during sparring is a common occurrence. Then let me, Cloud Kale, spar with you a bit. As he spoke, Cloud Kale stomped the ground and leapt onto the stage, his body filled with a raging fire. Bah, so you're Cloud Kale. You topped this group's profound energy test. Victor Fong sized up Cloud Kale from head to toe, his eyes narrowing. As for seriously injuring Finn Cloud just now, he didn't seem to care at all. All right. I'll stand still and take 3 of your moves. If you can injure me within 3 moves, then scram. If you get injured within 3 moves, whenever you see me in the future, you'll consciously turn and walk the other way. Cloud Kale's lips curled up, and he took a step forward. The crowd below prepared for a good show, all getting excited. This 3- move pact of Victor Fong's. Is he preparing to use his family's secret wind whisper profound R? Suddenly, from the crowd below, a voice rang out, Brother Cloud Kale, don't fall for his trick. If he defends with all his might, even an opponent of the same level might not be able to break through. The one who spoke was an inner palace disciple, Duke C. This man looked extremely elegant and warned Cloud Kale with a cautious expression. So that's how it is. Cloud Kale bowed in salute. Thank you for the reminder, Big Brother Duke C. However, since Victor Fong has issued this 3- move challenge, if I, Cloud Kale, don't accept, wouldn't I become a coward? I must accept. Hearing these ridiculous words, the crowd laughed even louder. This Cloud Kale is really stupid. Even at the peak of the nascent profound realm, how could he possibly defeat Victor Fong? Victor Fong laughed even louder. You can attack any time. It's fine to prepare a little more. Engage. Then let's see who's really asking for death. Cloud Kale smiled faintly, his eyes turning cold. He opened his evil god's gate, and his originally calm profound energy instantly swelled and raged, like a slumbering evil dragon being awakened. The aura around his body also changed in an instant, the airflow becoming chaotic and restless. The moment this profound energy aura appeared, Victor Fong's expression completely changed, and Cloud Kale suddenly disappeared from his sight, then reappeared behind him. First move, Cloud Kale shouted, his body violently charging forward, leaving a long after-image. His right fist, carrying his profound energy, struck straight at Victor Fong's chest. Cloud Kale's fist slammed hard against Victor Fong's profound earth barrier. The violent profound energy was released, and the sound was like 2 huge rocks crashing together. The ground beneath Cloud Kale's feet instantly cracked over a large area. The barrier in front of Victor Fong trembled violently, and then cracks quickly spread across it. In an instant, the cracks covered the entire barrier, and it finally stopped cracking with great difficulty. And Cloud Kale's fist power was finally exhausted at this moment. Cloud Kale slowly withdrew his arm, looking at Victor Fong, who was standing there in a daze. He couldn't believe that his profound earth barrier had been broken by Cloud Kale in a single move. He barely managed to reply, "It seems I have underestimated you. Let's see how you break that." Cloud Kale nodded sincerely. "Is that so?" Cloud Kale took a step back, his right arm raising once more. "Prepare to receive my second move." As Cloud Kale's voice fell, a layer of deep red flame suddenly erupted from his body. As the flame rose, the phoenix bloody boiled violently. Cloud Kale's profound energy aura suddenly changed, becoming even more violent and scorching. Victor Fong saw that the situation was not good and decided to use his full strength. "Triple profound barrier," Cloud Kale shouted, and the moment his fist struck out, it was like a flood dragon leaving the sea. As his figure moved, his profound energy, carrying extreme violence and blood minus red flames, struck towards Victor Fong. Victor Fong finally began to regret it. What kind of monster was this kid? Cloud Kale's right fist heavily smashed through the 3 layers of barriers and continued forward, striking Victor Fong's chest. This blow made him unable to hold on any longer, and he was immediately sent flying, crying out in pain. "Not bad, your skin is quite thick," Cloud Kale praised him. "Then I'll have to use my third move." The air around Cloud Kale stirred violently, and the fire image on his body suddenly shot up, in a flash, engulfing his entire body, the extreme heat from the flames causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. "I can only go all out," Victor Fong secretly gritted his teeth. "In that case, I'll have to use that forbidden technique." Profound blood barrier. With a low cry from Victor Fong, all his profound energy was poured into this final barrier without reservation. In an instant, a thick layer of rock rose up, shielding his entire body. Seeing that the situation seemed to be in his favor, Victor Fong's eyes gleamed. Profound energy, and Destin's blood to construct the profound iron barrier. There was no way Cloud Kale could break it. Is that so? Cloud Kale thought to himself. Cloud Kale's right palm heavily struck this final barrier. The flame on Cloud Kale's body disappeared, but the flame on his right arm instantly flared up several times. Victor Fong stopped his wild laughter. He stared blankly at the cracks where Cloud Kale's right palm and the profound blood barrier collided. The cracks quickly appeared, like daggers stabbing into Victor Fong's fragile heart. The sound of the cracks spreading was like a demon's soft cry, pushing his spirit closer and closer to the brink of collapse. A sound like a boulder exploding rang out by Victor Fong's ear. His body flew backward like an arrow, and the entire world seemed to fall into a terrifying silence. In the pavilion, Chancellor Qin had long since stood up. At this moment he finally began to truly understand what kind of monster this Cloud Kale was. On the high stage, Cloud Kale had become the absolute focus of everyone's attention. Throughout the 3-move pact he had won. Teacher Key's face was gloomy and uncertain for a while. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said, "Cloud Kale, you may have won, but in the end, it was just a sparring match. Yet you struck so heavily. With such a vicious heart, how are you worthy of becoming a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace?" Cloud Kale sneered. "Earlier you said getting injured during sparring in the palace is a common occurrence. Fin Cloud was also seriously injured by Victor Fong. My profound energy is not as good as Victor Fong, so I really didn't expect this result. I hope the teacher won't blame me." Duke Si walked over and said with a faint smile, "Elder Key, Cloud Kale also won the 3-move pact with Victor Fong. I trust that Teacher Key, who has always been just and impartial, will not have any objections." These words caused an uproar. The people who had just been injured, as well as the new students, couldn't stop praising how handsome and powerful Brother Cloud Kale was. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind. "Get out of the way. Get your ass out here for me." Amidst the loud shouts, the crowd was violently pushed apart. A tall and sturdy young man, around 20 years old, walked out. Seeing Cloud Kale on the high stage, his eyes widened, and he pointed a finger. "Was it you who injured my cousin Jasper Moo?" "That's right, I was the one who hit him," Cloud Kale admitted very frankly. "Very good. Then prepare to die." Jet Moo slowly nodded, then his eyes suddenly darkened. His body abruptly shot forward, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind like a tornado. His right hand formed a claw and lunged at Cloud Kale. As Jet Moo's body moved, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side, profound energy flaring, and a fist collided with Jet Moo's right claw. With a boom, where their hands met, the 1-meter high rock stage directly exploded. A gust of profound energy shot out from the collision, causing Cloud Kale's body to sting, and he almost fell backward. His heart was secretly alarmed. Duke Si blocked in front of Cloud Kale, his face solemn, not yielding in the slightest. "Jet Moo, this is an important place for the new disciple assessment, not a place for you to act recklessly." "Duke Si, what do you mean?" Jet Moo laughed coldly. "Cloud Kale injured my cousin first. Can't I teach him a lesson?" He pointed at Jasper Moo and said angrily, "Grandpa Cloud Kale is my life-saving benefactor. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for him has to go through me first." The surroundings immediately erupted in discussion. No wonder Duke Si personally stepped in to help Cloud Kale earlier. So Cloud Kale has such a strong backer. At this moment an arm was placed on his shoulder. Cloud Kale walked out from behind him, stood beside him, and said with a relaxed smile, "Thank you for your kindness. But since this is a matter I caused, it's best for me to resolve it myself." Without waiting for Duke Si to reply, he faced Jet Moo, whose face was turning pale, and said without any fear, "I'll give you a chance. You can fight me." "You? Give me a chance?" Jet Moo seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and laughed, wildly with extreme disdain. "What do you think you are?" Cloud Kale wasn't angry at all. He lowered his eyebrows. "Do you have the guts to give me 3 months?" "Jet Moo, in 3 months. I will actively challenge you. Even if you kill me, I will have no complaints. Jetmu finally burst out laughing. A laugh full of contempt. All right, in 3 months we'll settle it here. If you lose, I'll deal with you as I please. I can also act as a witness. A gentle voice came from outside the crowd. This voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a magical power that suppressed the noise and clearly entered everyone's ears. The crowd parted. And two middle-aged men, one in a purple robe and one in a green robe, walked out side by side. The other had black hair, a slender figure, and an elegant green robe. He had a gentle smile on his face, his eyes as calm as a still pond. Just by standing there, his entire body naturally exuded a transcendent, ethereal aura, a sage-like demeanor that made others feel a sense of awe when looking at him. As soon as this middle-aged men appeared, the scene immediately became lively because that was the vice-palace head, Tanvothum. Tanvothum tackled but didn't answer him. His gaze shifting to Cloud Kale. After sizing him up, he said, "What Cloud Kale has done is indeed worth looking forward to. I'll make an exception and give Cloud Kale the privilege to freely enter and exit the inner palace. Cultivate hard, that way it'll be fair. You two will fight again." Jetmu smiled lightly, a smile full of contempt. He respectfully said, "Disciple will never be afraid of him." "I agree to this condition." Tinvothu nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Then he turned to Cloud Kale. "If you win, you can take Jetmu's position. If you lose, you can never become an inner palace disciple." Cloud Kale glanced at Chancellor Qin, nodded slightly, and said, "All right. I agree." Cloud Kale understood that Tanvothu's sudden special treatment towards him was definitely related to Chancellor Qin, and at the same time, definitely related to Eleanor Blue. In the deepest part of the inner palace of the Blue Wind, Profound Palace, the Profound Gathering Tower. Duxie led Cloud Kale to this place and introduced, "This is the Profound Gathering Tower. Junior brother Cloud, you can feel it, right? The profound energy inside the Profound Gathering Tower is extremely dense, allowing for rapid cultivation improvement. Therefore, it is only open to inner palace disciples within these 3 months. You must seize every moment to cultivate. Now, let's go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to choose a weapon and to more cultivation techniques for you." Cloud Kale felt warmth in his heart, his face showing gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble, Duxie." But he didn't have high hopes. The weapons and cultivation techniques here were probably not as good as his own. They had already arrived at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was underground but didn't feel gloomy at all. A glance revealed it as an array of weapons: sabers, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hammers, blades. Everything one could wish for was there, and most of them gleamed with a beautiful, bright light. Duxie introduced, "The weapons here are at least true profound weapons. Most are spirit profound weapons. There is only one useless earth profound weapons. There is only one useless earth profound weapon left that no one wants." Just as he was about to go see the other weapons, Cloud Kale's steps suddenly paused. His gaze fell upon the bottom of the weapon rack. "What is this?" At the bottom of the weapon rack, where all sorts of divine swords were hung, a great sword covered in a thick layer of dust lay quietly. The sword was about 30 centimeters wide, and its length was almost equal to Cloud Kale's height. The sword was blunt and thick, the hilt wide, clearly meant for a two-handed grip. Duxie glanced at the sword and said casually, "This is the useless earth profound weapon I mentioned, the Overlord's colossal sword. Although it's large, it's too heavy and not suitable for profound practitioners. Let's look at something else." But before he could persuade him, Cloud Kale's entire body was covered in a layer of profound energy as he tried to lift the greatsword. He was secretly shocked. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. In an instant, he unleashed all his profound energy, channeling all his strength into his two hands. Then he let out a loud roar. Amidst the incredibly heavy sound of metal scraping, the Overlord's colossal sword was finally grasped by Cloud Kale's hilt and lifted up slightly. The process of lifting was extremely difficult and slow. It took more than 10 breaths for Cloud Kale to finally lift the hilt to his waist. With all his might, his entire face was completely red, his forehead covered in hot sweat. Cloud Kale still held the hilt, panting heavily, but his face showed an excited expression. "This is interesting. I'll take this sword." Finally, after choosing to more cultivation techniques. Cloud Kale bowed in thanks to Duke C. After giving the necessary advice, Duke C. in left directly. Duke C didn't stay and left directly. Now, he was starting to be sure that Cloud K either had a problem with his head or was a madman. The useless earth profound greatsword and those to useless cultivation techniques. The inner palace was truly quiet. Cloud Kale had been in the inner palace for nearly half a day and still hadn't seen a single inner palace disciple. At this time most of them were cultivating in the profound gathering tower. Cloud Kale stood in the small courtyard, found a flat spot, took a deep breath, activated his profound energy, and summoned the Overlord's colossal sword from the sky poison pearl. Evil God's gate opened, Cloud Kale's profound energy surged, and he let out a lower this time. He managed to lift the entire Overlord's colossal sword, but only for a few breaths. The lower half of the sword slammed heavily back onto the ground. If Cloud Kale hadn't gritted his teeth and held on, even the hilt would have slipped from his grasp. Phew, after retrieving the Overlord's colossal sword, Cloud Kale let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the hot sweat from his forehead and muttering to himself. Overlord's colossal sword, for 1,000 pounds. It can't be useless. One day I will definitely be able to control you. Why did you choose this colossal sword? Just because its grade is high? Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out. Of course not. Cloud Kale shook his head. To be honest, when I got close to this colossal sword, I suddenly had a strange feeling. I felt like it was more suitable for me. Because this is a sword of protection, I want to use it to protect the people around me. After Cloud Kale finished speaking, Jasmine's voice turned somber. Your reason for choosing the colossal sword is exactly the same as my brother's. Her brother also chose the colossal sword to protect her and the country, cultivating the great way of the Buddha in the heavenly wolf prison god canon. Jasmine's voice grew lower and lower, eventually taking on a serious tone. Are you really going to choose to always use the colossal sword from now on? Of course I will not change it or regret it, Cloud Kale said without any hesitation. All right, Jasmine replied after a short pause. Then from today onwards, I will teach you to cultivate the great way of the Buddha. Jasmine summoned a pile of bamboo slips and explained. The great way of the Buddha has a total of 12 stages. Only those who have inherited the bloodline of ancient true gods can cultivate it. Their bodies will explode and they will die. You have the evil god's bloodline, so you can definitely, like my brother who inherited the heavenly wolf star god's bloodline, cultivate to the 6th stage. As long as you cultivate the 1st stage of the great way of the Buddha, you can increase your strength by 3,000 pounds and easily wield this Overlord's colossal sword. At the same time, your body will undergo complete transformation, becoming as tough as steel with good recovery abilities, even able to regrow limbs. But Cloud Kale, I only ask that you never give up the colossal sword and never forget your words. In the inner palace at Cloud Kale's residence, as he was continuously practicing lifting the colossal sword, a footstep approached. A graceful figure with flowing black hair, Eleanor Blue, spoke with concern. I heard about you entering the inner palace in the matter of the arranged battle. You must cultivate hard in these 3 months. Cloud Kale laughed heartily. I will, but seeing your sister, your complexion is so poor. Did something happen? Eleanor Blue smiled and shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, it's my father's health. He is weak, so I want to invite a physician. Junior brother Cloud Kale, focus on your cultivation. After I've arranged my family matters, I will visit you often. As she spoke, she turned to leave. He could sense that Eleanor Blue's eyes were full of worry and sorrow. He didn't know what was happening in her family. Outside the profound gathering tower, looking at the 3 large characters at the top, Cloud Kale's nerves tensed, but he passed by and began to seriously observe the names above. There were exactly 100 names on this purple wall, which were the 100 disciples of the Inner Palace, also known as the Inner Palace's heavenly profound ranking of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, known to all. Cloud Kale looked from back to front, his eyes sweeping over each name on the list. 73rd Jet Mu, 20 years old, 9th level of the True Profound Realm. 39th Duke C, 20 years old, 10th level of the True Profound Realm. 3rd Fuang Fai Lam, 20 years old, 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. And the one at the top, Asher Fen, 17 years old, 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Reading this name, he couldn't help but wonder, someone from the Burning Heaven clan. Why did he come to the blue-winged, profound palace? At this moment, at the entrance of the profound gathering tower, two people walked in side by side. On the right was a person in white robes, his handsome face revealing a coldness. He saw Cloud Kalund rudely pursed his lips and whistled. Look at this strange face. Little brother, are you new here? Cloud Kale looked over and clearly saw Jetmu next to the white-robe man. Jetmu also saw him, first stunned, then disdainful. Isn't this the country bumpkin who challenged me? Oh, the white-robe man's eyes shifted. His gaze towards Cloud Kale filled with a bit more interest. So it's that foolish Cloud Kale who doesn't know his own strength. Fong Bok Wai, watch your words. Duxi came from the entrance of the profound gathering tower, his face angry. Hearing the name Fong Bok Wai, Cloud Kale quickly recalled his position on the heavenly profound ranking, 36, 3 ranks higher than Duxi. Fong Bok Wai turned around, smiling at Duxi. Brother Duxi, try your best to protect the sprat. We're leaving first. Duxi let out a long sigh of relief. Forcefully suppressing his anger, he walked up to Cloud Kale and said calmly, don't mind them. Seize the time to cultivate. Cloud Kale smiled lightly, showing that he didn't care, then gestured with his eyes towards the heavenly profound ranking, his face showing doubt. Big brother Duxi, is this Asher Fen who is number 1 on the heavenly profound ranking, a member of the Burning Heaven clan? Duxi nodded and said, that's right. Asher Fen is indeed a member of the Burning Heaven clan. He is the son of the current clan master. At the same time, he is the guest of honor of the third prince of the Blue Wind Empire, Kinji Soc. The Crown Prince and the third prince are fighting for the throne and have drawn in the Shaw sect and the Burning Heaven clan. The Blue Wind royal family is in turmoil. If you can smoothly enter the inner palace, you will surely be courted by various factions. The choice is yours. Seeing this, Cloud Kale just smiled, as if he didn't care, but a thought had already formed in his mind. In the profound gathering tower, upon entering the profound room, upon closing the door of the profound room, it felt as if one was completely cut off from the outside world. Not a single breath or sound from the outside could be felt. The profound energy aura of this place was also astonishingly dense. It was truly an excellent place for cultivation. A red figure flashed before Cloud Kale, and Jasmine slowly appeared. She looked around then leisurely nodded. Not bad indeed. If you can increase your profound energy in 3 months, plus master the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, you can surely fight Jetmu. I will find a way into your sea of consciousness. The first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha. How long it takes to comprehend depends on your comprehension ability. Cloud Kale followed her instructions and sat down in the center of the profound chamber, calming his mind and closing his eyes. In the silence, the profound incantation of the first stage of the Great Way of the Buddha was silently imprinted on Cloud Kale's sea of consciousness. But when he tried to connect with the incantation with his thoughts, Cloud Kale fell into a long period of confusion because this bit of incantation was clearly imprinted in his sea of consciousness. Yet, it was so vague and ethereal, making him not know how to find the opposite shore. Just then, an old voice suddenly echoed in his head, young man of 16. Do you truly have the enlightenment to comprehend this great way of the Buddha? This voice did not come from his ears, but from the depths of his soul. Then what is your enlightenment? The old voice continued to ask. I desire power. Power that can surpass all to protect all that I want to protect. This is my enlightenment, Cloud Kale said, each word resonating. The old voice showed praise. That can be called the Great Way, it can be called the Buddha. John Triet thought for a long time before slowly saying, only when I am alive can I speak of my way. If I am dead, what does the Great Way have to do with me? The 10,000 things in heaven and earth are for my use. The myriad spirits of the world exist for me. I am the Great Way, this is the Great Way as I understand it. In the profound gathering tower's chamber, Cloud Kale suddenly smiled. As his face broke into a smile, faint layers of silver light appeared around his body. At the same time, above his head, a small silver pagoda slowly emerged, then slowly sank, entering straight into Cloud Kale's body. Jasmine quietly watched all of this, a deep surprise flashing in her eyes. She muttered to herself, back then, my brother took a full 33 days to comprehend it, but him, because I am my own heavenly Tao. The myriad things in the world all exist for me. What was once reverence has turned into arrogance. Cloud Kale's 50 for profound gates opened completely, and even the pores all over his body opened up, arrogantly absorbing the profound energy and the elemental energy in heaven and earth without restraint. At this moment, he had broken through to the true profound realm. After 23 days in the profound gathering tower, his profound energy had directly advanced a whole major realm, from the nascent profound realm perfectly stepping into the first level of the true profound realm. Looking at his body now, Cloud Kale was not surprised at all. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful profound energy and elemental energy surging through his body, a confident smile on his face. He took out an ordinary dagger from the sky poison pearl and then stabbed it straight into his palm. Let me test if this great way of the Buddha can enhance my physical strength. The sharp dagger stabbed into his left palm, but it didn't injure his hand. Instead, the dagger bent and lost its shape. Cloud Kale nodded. It really can't even cut the skin. Truly worthy of being a forbidden celestial scripture. Jasmine, like a little adult, nodded very seriously and said, "The cultivation in the profound gathering tower will stop here for now. Your profound energy has just broken through. You need some time to adapt. Then I'll go visit Baron." As he spoke, he walked out. As he walked out of the profound chamber, as Cloud Kale was about to step out of the profound gathering tower, a young man slowly walked towards him. His thick black eyebrows were slightly raised like two sharp swords, his eyes as calm as a still pool, without a ripple. Cloud Kale's gaze fell upon him, his eyelids twitching slightly, such violent fire elemental power. This man was Asher Fen. He slowly walked past Cloud Kale, not even glancing at him from the corner of his eye, as if Cloud Kale didn't exist at all. After they passed each other, Cloud Kale slowly turned around, looking at the young man's back, his expression thoughtful. So arrogant. If I have the chance, I really want to see what he's like. Cloud Kale passed through the middle palace and had just stepped into the outer palace when he was recognized. Look, that's Cloud Kale. I saw him on the day of the new disciple selection assessment. He even wants to challenge Jetmu in 2 months. He looks pretty smart, doesn't he? Smart what? He chose a colossal sword and the 2 trash IS profound skills. All sorts of taunts and pointing came from a distance. Cloud Kale turned at F ear and walked straight ahead, as he entered the outer palace cultivation area. Cloud Kale saw Baron Ha at a glance. As soon as Baron Ha saw Cloud Kale, his eyes widened, and then he ran over excitedly. "Brother Law, why are you here? I was tired of cultivating, so I came to visit you," Cloud Kale said casually. Baron Ha opened his hands, in his hand was a box of pills. "The Blue Wind Profound Palace is really great. They even give us pills. I will definitely cultivate well." No wonder he's so excited. So it's because he got some pills. Cloud Kale smiled. "Work hard." Baron Ha quickly pulled down his sleeve, a smile still on his face, and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, Brother Law. Getting injured from sparring with the brothers is a common occurrence." Cloud Kale's expression relaxed slightly. Watching Baron Ha's hastily departing figure, Cloud Kale's expression darkened. He didn't leave the profound palace but changed direction, his steps slowly heading towards Baron Ha's cultivation place. Cloud Kale walked silently, without a sound, and stood in front of the window glancing inside. When Baron Ha entered, all 4 disciples were inside. Seeing Baron Ha return, they glanced at each other, a mocking smile on their faces. The big minus-headed brat is back. "Got the pills, huh? Hand them over obediently." A young man in a blue robe kicked Baron Ha to the ground, his voice full of contemptuous curses. Baron Ha clearly flinched, a fearful expression on his face. "Can I keep the pills this time?" The disciple called Keihu Duong's expression changed, and he laughed sinister lie. "There's no room for you to bargain. Stop wasting your breath." As he spoke, he kicked Baron Ha's mouth and then snatched the pill box. "I see you're not being honest. Still hiding more pills." Keihu Duong narrowed his eyes and sneered, then suddenly flew up and kicked Baron Ha in the stomach, sending him flying. "You brat! If you dare to do this again next time, believe it or not, I'll cut off both your legs." Cloud Kale was furious. A surge of killing intent erupted in his heart. He couldn't watch any longer. He took a step forward and kicked the door of the cultivation room. The originally sturdy door was instantly shattered into pieces with splinters flying everywhere. All 5 people were taken by surprise. Cloud Kale ignored Baron Ha, his eyes sweeping over the 4 outer palace disciples. His voice was low and deep. You dare bully Baron? You don't want to live anymore. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Hand over all the pills on you, then cut off your right hand. Kneel before Baron Ha and kowtow to apologize. 2. Die. They were about to shout and ask who dared to come here and provoke them. Hearing Cloud Kale's name, they were stunned for a moment, then all started laughing loudly. So it's that fool Cloud Kale. If you kowtow and apologize to me now, us brothers will let you go. So you've chosen death. As soon as Hu Duong finished speaking, his vision suddenly blurred. A chilling, killing intent descended upon him. A violent force struck him in an instant, and his body was sent flying like a sandbag, slamming heavily against the wall. Senior brother Hu Duong. The other 3 disciples were stunned by the scene. None of them had expected Cloud Kale to attack, and with such ghostly speed, they had no chance to react. You dare to sneak attack senior brother Hu Duong? Let's go. The bald man's face was ferocious. He drew his long sword and, along with another disciple, charged forward. 2 long swords, one stabbing at his chest, the other aiming for his head. Baron Ha was about to cry out in alarm when he heard a clang. The long sword in Hang Fang's hand was directly kicked and broken by Cloud Kale. The other was snatched by Cloud Kale with his bare hands. Then 2 fists shot out, solidly hitting the chests of the 2 men. Their chests caved in, their ribs shattered. Miserable screams erupted as they, along with Hu Duong, slammed hard against the wall. The remaining disciple had been about to make a move, but Cloud Kale had turned around and beaten the 2 before him to a pulp. His eyes contracted in fear, his whole body twitched, and he no longer dared to advance. He let out a strange cry like a cornered rat and frantically ran out the door. Who let you run? A burst of fire immediately hit the remaining man, causing him to convulse on the ground. You dare to injure an outer palace disciple? He won't let you go. Hu Duong, supported by the bald man, couldn't help but curse angrily. So what? I just remembered, it was your right foot that kicked Baron just now, right? The killing intent on Cloud Kale didn't subside. He walked slowly towards the constantly vomiting Hu Duong. A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out. Hu Duong's right ankle was deliberately crushed by Cloud Kale. Cloud Kale slowly withdrew his foot, his face calm and truly a waste. As Cloud Kale's gaze swept over the 3, Hang Fang's face immediately turned pale. He didn't dare to say another harsh word, his whole body trembling in fear. As Cloud Kale turned towards him, his body went limp, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, pleading in fear. Cloud Kale, I was wrong, spare me, don't kill me, we won't dare to do it again. All the pills are yours. After collecting all the pills, Cloud Kale coldly led Baron Ha away. As he stepped out the door, he turned back with a cold glare. You know what to say, right? But it doesn't matter. The new palace head let me into the inner palace directly. Our relationship, if something happens, it's not me who will be punished. The 4 of them, Han Fang included, were silent as clams. The terrifying strength and ruthless methods he had just displayed made them not dare to doubt his words at all. After speaking, Cloud Kale strode away from the cultivation room, leaving behind 4 heavily injured, trembling and terrified people. Kale led him under a large tree before stopping. Brother minus in minus law, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just afraid you'd be distracted, Baron Ha said timidly, his head lowered. Cloud Kale let out a long sigh. I don't blame you, but I hope you understand that a person cannot live without dignity and spirit. Others bully you. Why don't you fight back? I hope you continue to cultivate hard here and become stronger than anyone. Baron, let me check your profound veins for a moment. After a quick check, Cloud Kale's eyes suddenly widened. Baron's profound veins. Why are they like this? Could this be the tyrannical emperor's profound veins that Jasmine mentioned before? For these divine veins to awaken, they need the heart of a tyrant, the desire of a sovereign. If they cannot be awakened, one will never be able to reach the nascent profound realm for their entire life. Once awakened, one can break through to the sovereign emperor's realm overnight, or even the tyrant profound realm. But considering the current situation, Cloud Kale decided not to be hasty. he still had his own matters to attend to first. Cloud Cal arrived at the entrance of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. The main door opened automatically. Adol, slender female attendant with a beautiful face, greeted him. Seeing Cloud Kale, her expression was dignified as she smiled and said, "Honored guest, may I ask what you need?" "I need 3 green profound crystals," Cloud Kale said directly. "Precious items are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." The female attendant bowed slightly, then gracefully led the way, guiding Cloud Kale to the 2nd floor. Elder Zhao. "This guest needs 3 green profound crystals." The old man glanced at Cloud Kale inferently, his face expressionless as he stood up. He returned with 3 green profound crystals in a jade box, presented them to Cloud Kale, and said automatically, 3 purple profound coins per crystal. A total of 9 purple profound coins. Cloud Kale placed 9 purple profound coins on the counter, then took the 3 green profound crystals. The transaction was thus completed. "Honored guest, is there anything else you need?" the female attendant said with a smile. Here at the Black Moon Merchant Guild, every guest had a female attendant to serve them, from their arrival to their departure. Cloud Kale was about to say no when his nose suddenly twitched. His left gaze locked firmly on the jade box in the old man's right hand, and he then opened his mouth and said, "How much for the demon's blood minus burning crystal over there? I want to buy it." The old man's originally stern face showed a hint of surprise as he looked at Cloud Kale, and he finally opened his mouth to speak. "Young man, the demon's blood minus burning crystal is rare, and those who have seen it are even rarer. How did you know that the jade box contains a demon's blood minus burning crystal?" Cloud Kale smiled faintly. "Coincidentally, this junior has come into contact with the demon's blood minus burning crystal before and has a deep memory of its aura. I didn't expect a young man like you to be so knowledgeable. But if you are not a fire minus base profound practitioner, what use is it to you?" 600 purple profound coins is not a small number, the old man said slowly. Cloud Kale smiled calmly and replied, "Did the New Moon Profound Palace sell it? Do you still want to know what it's used for?" Before Cloud Kale. Currently, he possessed the Phoenix Flame power, and this demon's blood minus burning crystal would be very beneficial to him. At the same time, the extreme yang nature of the demon's blood minus burning crystal could dispel all kinds of ice poisons, so it was good to have it as a precaution. Having achieved his goal, Cloud Kale left. Just as he reached the door, a female attendant walked towards him with a woman dressed in white. The woman's face was covered by a silk veil. She was dressed in a perfectly pure white dress, a thin gauze covering her face, revealing only her beautiful eyes. Cloud Kale couldn't help but stare, dumbfounded. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he was absolutely certain that she was an incredibly beautiful woman. This small blue wind imperial city was truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out, "Your current level compared to hers is like heaven and earth. Peak of the sky profound realm. Half a step into the sovereign profound realm." After Cloud Kale went downstairs, the white minus robed woman, under the guidance of the female attendant, went to the old man. "The only demonic blood minus burning jade has just been purchased by that young man." The old man, who was sitting there, suddenly became much more respectful. "My apologies, esteemed guest." Seeing the old man become respectful, even a little panicked, the female attendant's demeanor became even more respectful. She was about to say something when she saw a white shadow flash by, and the white minus robed woman had mysteriously disappeared before her eyes. After she left, the old man let out a breath. This person's profound energy is deep and unfathomable, enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Wind Empire. I wonder what this young lady wants the demonic blood minus burning jade for. Cloud Kale left the Black Moon Merchant Guild and returned to the Blue Wind Profound Palace along the same path. But his steps weren't hurried, not fast, not slow. And at the same time he was making a strange bet with Jasmine. "I bet that little fairy will come find me immediately. You just wait and see." As soon as Jasmine finished speaking, a cool breeze blew past Cloud Kale. His vision suddenly blurred. A white minus robed figure, flying through the air, appeared before him like a phantom. Her pair of beautiful eyes were devoid of emotion. "Sell me the demon's blood minus burning crystal." Her words were soft, but they carried a bone minus chilling coolness. This hidden coldness made it impossible for anyone to resist. After a moment of looking, he shook his head and slowly said, "I advise you not to buy it. The ice poison in you is not something the demon's blood minus burning crystal can cure. If I'm not mistaken, you must have fought a powerful ice minus base profound beast a few days ago and were hit by the origin poison it released when it was about to die." The white Midas robe woman was slightly surprised. His casual words made her crescent minus smooth eyebrows furrow. "Who are you?" Cloud Kale smiled faintly. Relaxed and at ease, "My name is Cloud Kale, just an ordinary disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace, but I am also a divine doctor. With your powerful profound energy you will one day be able to dispel this ice poison. Until then, your profound energy will not improve, and you may even only be able to use a third of it. The ice minus base profound art you cultivate clashes with the blood minus burning evil flame within the demon's blood minus burning crystal. Using it rashly could cause permanent damage to your profound veins. Having said that, for your own good I cannot sell my demon's blood minus burning crystal to you. If you are still insistent, please find it elsewhere." The white minus robe woman's face showed astonishment because what Cloud Kale said was not wrong in the slightest. After Cloud Kale finished speaking, he glanced at her unfairly, then stepped forward, walked around the white minus robe woman, and continued back to the Blue Wind Profound Palace. But he was sure she would call him back. The voice Cloud Kale was waiting for finally came from behind. His steps stopped, and a smile appeared on his lips. The white minus robe woman's eyes flickered, and she said inferiorly, "If you can see that I've been hit by origin poison and call yourself a divine doctor, then you must also know how to quickly dispel the poison on me, right?" This was the sentence Cloud Kale was waiting for. He nodded naturally. "Fairy, do you want me to detoxify you?" "Blue Wind Profound Palace, room 101st, wait for me there." A gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She slowly nodded. "Then I'll trouble you to help me get rid of all the ice poison on me. After it's dispelled, I will reward you handsomely." Cloud Kale's face showed surprise, then he hesitated for a long time before opening his mouth. "Your profound energy is extremely high. I am just a small disciple of the Profound Palace. Why do you trust me so much? Your eyes are clear. At least you are not a wicked person. We'll meet at the Profound Palace," the white minus robe woman said calmly and unmovingly, then turned and left. Returning to the Blue Wind Profound Palace, as soon as he entered his room he saw the woman sitting on the bed. "You've arrived." Cloud Kale's brain froze for a second before he spoke. He hadn't expected that with so many masters guarding the Blue Wind Profound Palace, the fairy could enter so easily. "When do we start the detoxification?" The white minus robe fairy clearly didn't want to talk much with him and said coldly. Cloud Kale walked in and closed the door. "We can start now. But you know how difficult detoxification is. You and I are strangers. I want you to agree to 3 of my requests. But don't worry. My requests are not excessive." After she agreed, Cloud Kale began to touch her fair hands. But she immediately refused. "I will not let any man touch my body. Don't worry, I am a divine doctor. I naturally know how to take a pulse from a distance," he said confidently. Her ice minus cold eyes glanced at him. The fairy finally extended her right hand. Cloud Kale calmed his mind. His hand extended, and he made a strange gesture, hovering above the fairy's jade minus-like hand. His profound energy was released gently and slowly, hovering over the fairy's wrist, then slowly entered her meridians. After a brief examination, Cloud Kale was secretly shocked. The origin ice poison she had been afflicted with was far more severe than he had anticipated. Such a terrifying origin poison. "It seems the little fairy killed at least a sky profound beast. So it's a poison spirit that can devour the host's profound energy," Cloud Kale said, withdrawing his hand. His expression solemn. "Little fairy, you must have also felt that the potent poison in your body has actually given birth to a poison spirit. To dispel this potent poison, you must first destroy the poison spirit. I must use flame power to sever the connection between you and the poison spirit, forcing it out. We can't let it continue to grow or you will be in danger. Don't move." Cloud Kale used a tone that was almost a command, his eyes focused. The phoenix blood in his body boiled, and a deep red flame rose from his palm. Phoenix flame. "Good, the poison spirit is under control. Get out for me." As he spoke, His hand uncontrollably grabbed that watermelon. Damn it. Cloud Kale's face suddenly turned ashen. Don't be rash, He didn't have to be disappointed. The moment his hand covered her breast, the fairy's body stiffened. Her half-closed eyes suddenly flew open. Her entire body instantly released an extremely cold and powerful killing intent and profound energy. Cloud Kale's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through the wall. He slid to a stop, blood pouring from all over his body. Soon a large pool of blood formed beneath him. A white shadow flashed across the distance of several dozen feet in an instant, landing in front of Cloud Kale, who had now lost consciousness. The fairy's eyes were extremely complicated. The lingering sensation on her left breast from his forceful grab made her feel an indescribable shame and anger. But she knew clearly that Cloud Kale's action was entirely unintentional, and the reason for his grave mistake was to expel the terrifying poison spirit for her. Before losing consciousness, the last image Cloud Kale saw was her worried eyes. Cloud Kale's eyes flew open. He first recalled what had happened before, and his heart was filled with emotion. He had been hit like that and hadn't died? Could this be the power of the great way of the Buddha? You're awake, a cold voice came. Cloud Kale turned his head and saw the little fairy standing by his bed. I didn't expect that after being hit by my aura, you would only be unconscious for 3 days. This made her evaluate this young man. Facing her icy gaze, Cloud Kale gave a bitter laugh. Little fairy, I'm sorry. I was just trying to pull the poison spirit out. If it wasn't because you were saving me, do you think you'd still be alive to talk to me now? Cloud Kale shook his head, ignoring the previous issue. Prepare yourself for what I suggested before. There's one final step to the detoxification, Cloud Kale said, raising his left hand, palm facing the little fairy, and barely managed to circulate his profound energy. Instantly, the purifying power of the sky poison pearl, carried by his profound energy, covered the little fairy's body. The little fairy frowned but did not resist or block it. After a while, all right, just like that. All the poison has been neutralized. Cloud Kale withdrew his hand, letting out a soft breath, the weariness on his face deepening. I want you to secretly protect me for a period of time in 2 months. It won't be long, about 3 months. I understand. I have no need to stay here. We'll meet again in 2 months. I will fulfill our agreement. As she spoke, she immediately left. Her voice dissipated like smoke. Cloud Kale was stunned, then lay back on the bed extremely satisfied, letting out a sigh of relief. He then closed his eyes and chuckled, muttering to himself, a bit cold, isn't she? Leaving just like that. She must be from the Ice Cloud Palace. I wonder how my wife's summer moon is doing. 28. Jasmine scoffed at his lecherousness. You still have the heart to think about such things? As soon as your wounds heal, get back to cultivating. After recovering, Cloud Kale prepared his food and returned to the Profound Gathering Tower. He spent almost all his time in the Profound Gathering Tower, and both his profound energy cultivation and his mastery of the great way of the Buddha continuously improved. In just 10 days he had completely comprehended the first stage of the great way of the Buddha. After checking his body, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased and decided to practice with the Overlord's colossal sword. Come out, Overlord's colossal sword! With a shout, a massive sword appeared. His 2 hands firmly gripped it, holding it horizontally in front of him. This time, he didn't open his evil god's gate, yet he firmly held the 3,900-pound colossal sword. Cloud Kale swung his arm and the colossal sword danced before him, tracing a huge black circle. Again, he swung the colossal sword weighing nearly 4,000 pounds. It sounded like a roaring storm. Jasmine, standing several dozen steps away from Cloud Kale, immediately felt a heavy, roaring force coming towards her. The entire airflow in the profound chamber was thrown into chaos, and even the ceiling restriction of the profound chamber trembled slightly. After continuously swinging the sword several dozen times, Cloud Kale was covered in sweat, panting heavily. The profound energy restriction of this profound chamber is just so satisfying. Jasmine walked over, nodding as she said, just as I predicted, now that you have officially entered the first realm of the great way of the Buddha, you can swing this colossal sword, but being able to swing it doesn't mean you can completely control it. So for the next month, your task is to adapt to the weight of this colossal sword and master its control. Every time you practice, use up all your strength. Alright, Cloud Kale nodded directly without a second thought. Even if Jasmine hadn't said it, he would have done so. By then, I want to shock everyone. Whether it's the useless overlord's colossal sword or the difficult, profound skills, it's all to make Jetmu lower his guard, Cloud Kale said. Jasmine snorted in disdain. As you wish, however, in this month, you have something more important to do. As Jasmine spoke, her eyes suddenly flickered as if touched by a memory deep in her soul. Even her voice became gentle. I want to teach you the strongest colossal sword dart left in the world, the heavenly wolf star god's sword dart. This sword art will allow you to truly control the colossal sword. It's called the Heavenly Wolf Prison God Cannon. Jasmine slowly nodded, turning her small face away so that Cloud Kale couldn't see the deep sorrow in her star-like eyes. Her voice cold. I only have the general formula in the first sword. Heavenly Wolf Slash to teach you. Even though this is the introductory first sword, its power is immense. After my brother died, the Heavenly Wolf Prison God Cannon also disappeared from the world. You are its last successor. Cloud Kale reached out and patted her head. Promising, I will practice Heavenly Wolf Slash well. Whether you can master it or not is still unknown, she said, pushing his hand away. A month later, in the cultivation profound chamber of the profound gathering tower, Heavenly Wolf Slash. Following Cloud Kale's loud shout, a majestic momentum like a tidal wave suddenly erupted from the Overlord's colossal sword, instantly stirring the surrounding space. The air was forcefully torn apart, and at the moment the colossal sword slashed down, the image of a gray wolf, its head raised to the sky in a defiant howl, flashed behind Cloud Kale. Cloud Kale leaned on the colossal sword and slowly knelt on the ground, panting heavily, but his face was filled with an ecstatic smile. Jasmine, did you see that? I finally managed to execute Heavenly Wolf Slash. The dust in the profound chamber had not settled for a long time. Behind the curtain of dust, Jasmine silently watched Cloud Kale's blurry figure, her bright eyes filled with tears. Cloud Kale had truly accomplished what her brother had done before, but her brother would never appear again. A single Heavenly Wolf Slash had drained the last ounce of Cloud Kale's strength. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. At this moment, the sound transmission jade in the sky poison pearl suddenly lit up. Eleanor Blue's voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Junior Brother Cloud, tomorrow is the day of your arranged battle with Jetmu. Rest well for a day. I will come to wake you up early tomorrow morning. Eleanor Blue's words jolted Cloud Kale awake. Time flies so fast. He was ready. Jetmu, tomorrow is your death day. The next day, Junior Brother Cloud, are you in there? Cloud Kale woke up to the sound of knocking on the door. After a refreshing sleep, he felt unusually full of energy. He stretched, jumped out of bed, straightened his clothes, and then quickly went to open the door. Eleanor Blue was standing at the door, exquisitely beautiful, with a gentle smile, holding a large lunchbox that exuded a fragrant aroma. Senior sister, you're here. And you brought me breakfast. It smells so good. Cloud Kale sat down at the table and began to eat. After a few bites, he suddenly thought of something and said with some embarrassment, "This is delicious. Don't tell me senior sister made it herself." As long as it suits your taste, Eleanor Blue nodded happily, her eyebrows revealing a look of satisfaction and relaxation. Cloud Kale pointed to his nose and stared straight into Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of aggression. Senior sister, are you really not considering a man who is younger than you and already married? There you go again. Eleanor Blue rolled her eyes at him helplessly. If you dare to joke with your senior sister again, I won't cook for you anymore. She took out a set of pure white silk clothes from her spatial ring and placed them in front of Cloud Kale. They've been specially treated and will be very helpful to you. Try them on. After speaking, Eleanor Blue turned her back. Looking at Eleanor Blue's back, Cloud Kale smiled, a warm current rising in his heart. He took off his outer robe at top speed and put on the training clothes made by Eleanor Blue herself. Thank you, senior sister. I will treasure it. Then how do you plan to thank me? Eleanor Blue turned around and seeing Cloud Kale in the white training clothes, a different kind of light immediately shone in her beautiful eyes. Cloud Kale looked up, feigning contemplation, then suddenly smiled mysteriously and walked towards her. Senior sister, close your eyes. Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes blinked, then she obediently closed them, waiting for Cloud Kale's thanks. The moment she closed her eyes, She felt a familiar male presence suddenly approach her. Then, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around her slender waist. A pair of hot lips had kissed her cherry minus-like lips. The strong masculine scent on the tip of Eleanor Blue's nose immediately made her eyes fly open. Her soft body suddenly stiffened. Her mind went blank, and then she subconsciously struggled. Eleanor Blue bit her lip, not daring to look directly at Cloud Kale. The fluster in her heart could not be suppressed. "You bad man." She had intended to scold Cloud Kale, but the words that came out were like a young girl's pout, still wondering why he had done that to her. "Wait for me." Cloud Kale hurriedly chased after her and caught her hand. Eleanor Blue instinctively wanted to escape, but, after several attempts, she couldn't break free. "Senior sister, don't worry, I'll win for you to see." As he spoke, he led her by the hand to the square. The central square of the outer palace of the Heavenly Wind Profound Palace occupied a very large area. On normal days, a large number of disciples would spar here, attracting many spectators. The profound energy competitions of the outer palace were also held in this square. Today, the entire square was dozens of times more lively than usual. The area around the central high stage was packed with people, so crowded that not even a drop of water could get through. About 80% of the 50,000 minus plus outer palace disciples were here, surrounding the central area. They looked up at the high stage with anticipation, waiting for the main characters of the day to arrive. The time of the arranged battle was getting closer, less than a quarter of an hour left, but both Cloud Kale and Jet Moo had yet to appear. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the east of the square, and waves of shouts were heard. "It's not that Cloud Kale is scared, is it? Fighting Jet Moo is basically asking for death. Look, it's the new palace head. The new palace head is here." He actually came to supervise the match, but the outcome of this match is so obvious even a fool could guess it. Why did the new palace head have to come in person? Under the watchful eyes of countless excited disciples, Jet Moo finally appeared. Jet Moo sneered disdainfully. "That brat doesn't dare to come." "Coward, who said I don't dare to come?" From behind, Cloud Kale immediately shouted a taunt. Provocation. Jet Moo and Cloud Kale stood facing each other on this stage. Jet Moo was tall and had dark skin, his muscles bulging, giving him a look of explosive power. "You actually dare to come?" Cloud Kale's appearance surprised Jet Moo a little. "This kid has advanced to levels in the true profound realm in 3 months, but it's useless. He still has to die today." As he spoke, he flew up, his profound energy shining golden, covering his whole body. "I'll make you remember this day. You'll remember this day forever too," Cloud Kale retorted, sneering coldly. His profound energy instantly covered him in a deep red layer. Below the stage, the atmosphere had exploded. Voices of young girls kept rising. "How many moves do you think it will take for Jet Moo to defeat Cloud Kale?" "I guess 3 moves. I guess 1 moves. You're underestimating the inner palace disciples too much." Presiding over the event, Chancellor Kin had already received the order to begin. He turned around, and the 2 people sitting behind him couldn't help but snort in contempt. "Cloud Kale still dares to come. Truly arrogant and ignorant." Chancellor Kin immediately turned to the stage and gave the order to start. But he also noticed an extra aura on Cloud Kale's body that he couldn't see through. "Have you thought about kneeling and begging me for mercy yet?" At this moment Jet Moo taunted, looking at Cloud Kale. "That's what I should be asking you. Take out your weapon." "Weapon?" Jet Moo laughed. "To deal with you, do I even need a weapon?" Cloud Kale's mouth lifted, and he casually flexed his wrist. "Then I don't need to take out my weapon either. I hope you'll still be able to laugh later. The arrogant kid, today, I'll let you know what it means to be out of your depth." Jet Moo was angered by Cloud Kale's words and laughed. He felt like an arrogant mouse facing a male lion. He extended a hand towards Cloud Kale, disdainfully saying. Cloud Kale didn't waste any words, stomping his feet on the ground, his speed instantly reaching its peak. He flashed into a series of after images and shot straight towards Jet Moo, punching straight at his chest. "Fool," Jet Moo sneered, his right arm swinging up. His 9th minus level true profound energy surged out violently, instantly creating a roaring profound energy whirl when that mercilessly struck at Cloud Kale's chest. Cloud Kale's right arm indeed collided with Jet Moo's profound energy whirlwind. 3 heavy thuds sounded in succession. Jetmu's profound energy whirlwind was like a balloon being forcefully hit, and it exploded with a boom. His right arm now less than half a foot from Jetmu's chest. Is that all you've got? A sound exploded. Jetmu was extremely surprised. How could he have been pushed back? He couldn't believe that a second minus level true profound realm practitioner could fight him on even terms. As he spoke, Jetmu roared like a pig and threw a punch forward. But, in response to this punch, Cloud Kale just raised a hand and easily caught it. Jetmu's expression completely changed. Impossible. Another heavy thud and Cloud Kale's right arm slammed into Jetmu's chest, sending him flying 10 feet away. Sent flying, Jetmu still couldn't believe it. Blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. Ha ha ha. Now you can't laugh anymore, can you? Cloud Kale taunted, thoroughly provoking Jetmu. He shouted, "You're dead," and rushed forward. Junior brother Cloud. Be careful. In the crowd below, Eleanor Blue, who had been nervously watching the situation on the stage, subconsciously cried out in alarm. This scene was too shocking for everyone. An inner palace disciple, at the 9th level of the true profound realm, using all his strength, couldn't do anything to a second minus level true profound realm disciple who was almost 3 years younger than him. It was somewhat intimidating, but to suddenly take out a weapon during a fierce battle was truly despicable. Jetmu's action was because he was already extremely anxious. He was the dignified son of the General of the North, and he absolutely would not lose to a kid. He could not lose, no matter what. He would not hesitate to use any means to not lose. This spear thrust was incredibly fast. Go to hell, C-roaring dragon spear. Jetmu's face showed a terrifying expression, his loud shout echoing throughout the entire arena. Jetmu's spear shadow viciously slammed into Cloud Kale's body, creating an explosion like a collapsing mountain. Cloud Kale's protective profound energy was shattered in an instant. His body was sent flying by the immense force, straight for several dozen feet before heavily crashing into the edge of the high stage. Below the stage, a wave of gasps erupted. Chancellor Ken, who had always maintained a calm and unruffled expression, frowned in anger. He slammed a hand on the stone table, which instantly shattered in 2 pieces. Eleanor Blue was horrified. She felt as if her heart had been viciously stabbed, the pain making it hard to breathe. You're so shameless. In that case, I won't be polite either. Cloud Kale, at the edge of the high stage, slowly stood up. The noisy chatter below the stage suddenly stopped, and a group of eyes widened to an incredible size. The vicious smile on Jetmu's face also completely froze. Even Chancellor Kin and Tan Bothung showed expressions of astonishment. Cloud Kale slowly raised his hands, and a black light flashed in his hands. The magnificent Overlord's colossal sword appeared in his hand. As Cloud Kale's wrist lowered, it slammed onto the ground with a boom. The moment the Overlord's colossal sword appeared, the entire arena was stunned. Many people here had seen this Overlord's colossal sword before, especially those elders and teachers who were all too familiar with it, but they never expected him to be able to lift it. Such a big sword, could it be the colossal sword that Cloud Kale was rumored to have chosen at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? That colossal sword is said to weigh 3,900 pounds. That's impossible. Jetmu laughed wildly, yet his laugh was extremely dry and forced. He said with a gloomy face, Cloud Kale, you're actually a bit more formidable than I imagined. But you're far from being my opponent. That colossal sword. Can you even lift it? Take my strongest attack. Amidst his crazed laughter, Jetmu suddenly roared, his profound energy surging like a tide, crazily flowing out. The dense profound energy flowed around his body like water, enveloping him completely. The surrounding air instantly became chaotic, stirring up waves of purgatory dragon shadow. Cloud Kale slowly raised his head, his eyes looking at the spear shadows that filled the sky like a net without any fear. Amidst the gasps of countless people, as the cage-like spear shadows descended, Cloud Kale's eyes flashed, and he raised the Overlord's colossal sword in both hands, which slashed out a huge dark arc, striking at the sky full of spear shadows. The spear in Jetmu's hand in front of the 3,900-pound Overlord's colossal sword in Cloud Kale's hand no longer had a shred of domineering power to speak of. Cloud Kale swung his sword, and even in the furthest corners of the square, a massive sound of tearing through the air could be heard. The huge sword body and the countless spear shadows collided. And in an instant, an extremely dense sound of shattering rang out. The spear shadows that filled the sky were like fragile pieces of glass, shattering piece by piece. In just a flash, the spear shadows that Jetmu had thrust out with all his profound energy were like fallen leaves swept away by a storm, clean and gone. The Overlord's colossal sword, carrying a roar like a storm, heavily struck the silver spear in Jetmu's hand. Amidst a miserable scream, the silver spear broke and flew out of his hand, flying far, far away, landing outside the huge crowd. Jetmu fell from mid-air to the ground, collapsing in a heap. His eyes were all as if he couldn't believe that all of this was real. Cloud Kale, I'll kill you. Jetmu was stunned for a long time, then suddenly roared in anger. He leapt up unexpectedly and like a man, reached out to grab Cloud Kale's neck. Facing Jetmu's final struggle, Cloud Kale sneered, his body flashed, his hand holding the heavy sword. But his speed of movement forward was not slow at all. Then, without even looking at Jetmu, he casually slashed the colossal sword forward. Jetmu's body was sent flying forward all the way to a height of nearly 10 feet. At this moment Cloud Kale suddenly leapt up. A single jump of 10 feet, the colossal sword came down, viciously smashing onto Jetmu's body. Jetmu fell like a cannonball, and with a loud explosion on the high stage, rock fragments flew everywhere. His entire body, from head to toe, was completely embedded under the high stage. In the stunned gazes of everyone, Cloud Kale descended from mid-air and landed at the spot where Jetmu was smashed down. At this moment all of Jetmu's clothes were tattered and unbearable, his whole body covered in bloodstains. His face was completely blurred by mud and bloodstains. But he was already completely lifeless, as if he were a dead dog. Cloud Kale took a step forward, stuck his colossal sword into the ground, and looked down at Jetmu with arrogant eyes. Still fighting? You, an inner palace disciple at the 9th level of the true profound realm, using all your strength, only managed to make me swing my colossal sword 3 times. It's really not satisfying at all. Stop fighting. Chancellor Qin walked over. Although you held back, Jetmu is still not lightly injured and no longer has the ability to fight. Cloud Kale, you are the winner. Everyone stared blankly at Cloud Kale. There was no longer the contempt from before the fight, but instead a deep shock and admiration. This then evolved into fervent worship. So, powerful. I was making fun of him. Turns out, I was the ridiculous one. This colossal sword is really stylish. This is what a man's weapon should be. Janvo Thun slowly stood up, his eyes on Cloud Kale in the arena, his face filled with deep excitement. He muttered to himself, audible only to himself, as expected of the person Princess Azure Moon chose. It seems he's actually deeply cunning. Cloud Kale has defeated the inner palace disciple Jetmu. Cloud Kale replaces Jetmu as the 73rd ranked disciple on the inner palace's heavenly profound ranking. He is specially permitted to freely enter the inner palace's grand profound hall. The reward is 1 golden scaled ragged transformation pill. As Tan Vothaoing's voice echoed, the clamor in the square also fell silent. Every word he spoke was solemn and dignified, and no one felt it was an exaggeration. A white shadow flashed before Cloud Kale, and Fong Bakwai stood before him. So the arranged battle had such an ending? Fong Bakwai's face was also extremely ugly, but a sinister smile still hung on his lips. Cloud Kale, don't be too complacent and arrogant. You'll suffer a great loss in the future. Cloud Kale also sneered in response. Countless people have wanted to make me suffer a great loss. But in the end, if they weren't crippled, they were dead. I, on the other hand, am very much looking forward to who will be the next one to make me suffer a great loss. Outside, watching Cloud Kale become the center of attention for the entire arena, Eleanor Blue's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. A very relaxed smile appeared on her face. But after this battle, he will be drawn into the whirlpool of contention within the royal family. After the battle with Jetmu ended, Cloud Kale was pulled back to his residence by Eleanor Blue. The external wound on Cloud Kale's side was not light. Eleanor Blue gently bandaged it for him, not forgetting to scold him. Junior brother Cloud, you were so heavily injured. I was so worried. Senior sister, don't worry, it'll heal quickly, Cloud Kale said with a smile. With the great way of the Buddha, these are all minor injuries. It's just that the new clothes senior sister just made for me are torn. Cloud Kale picked up the training clothes, which had a large tear worse tear with a patch of fresh blood, and said with great frustration, "As long as you're okay, that's what matters." "Really?" Hearing Eleanor Blue's words, Cloud Kale suddenly beamed with joy. "This is a promise only a girl makes to her husband. Senior sister, you finally agreed to be with me." Eleanor Blue's face suddenly turned bright red. She subconsciously turned away. "You flirtatious little man who's already married, what are you talking about? I haven't even settled the score with you for secretly kissing me before. Don't push your luck. You want to take it a step further. In the future you're not allowed to secretly kiss me again. I can't secretly kiss you, which means I can kiss you openly." Cloud Kale smiled faintly. Eleanor Blue's tilted face was not intimidating at all. With a slam, the door to the room was pushed open. A loud, cheerful voice, accompanied by a big laugh, came in. "Ha ha 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 ha. Cloud Kale. You kid, your performance today was excellent. You really shocked me. This golden scale dragon transformation pill, I had to deliver it to you personally." Entered, halfway through his roar, it was as if a rock had blocked his throat, and he fell silent. Before his eyes, on Cloud Kale's body, his side was wrapped in a layer of bandages. His left arm was tightly wrapped around Eleanor Blue's slender waist. Eleanor Blue let out a frightened cry and, as fast as lightning, escaped from Cloud Kale's arms. She turned her back in a flurry, her hands covering her face, her exquisite cheeks completely flushed. Cloud Kale, on the other hand, was indifferent. He hadn't finished yet, and licked a bit of fragrance alive still at the corner of his mouth, saying seriously, "Chancellor Kin, please have a seat." Chancellor Kin, a dignified chief instructor of the Middle Palace of the Blue-Winged Profound Palace, was at this moment slack-jawed wide-eyed, his face filled with fear. Even his speech became stuttering. "You're really with Eleanor, we've confessed our feelings to each other. Isn't that normal?" Cloud Kale's voice replied without a hint of fear. Chancellor Kin didn't nod but only sighed. "Then do you know Eleanor's true identity and background?" "I don't know. From senior sister's words and demeanor, and many times I've felt that senior sister Eleanor must have a very noble identity. I thought she would tell me when the time was right." "You don't know her identity, and you dare to act so recklessly with her? Fine, let me tell you." Chancellor Kin sighed again, scratching his head in great frustration. And he suddenly looked up and said, "Eleanor Blue's real name is Azure Moon. She is the only daughter of the reigning Blue Wind Emperor, the only princess of the Blue Wind royal family, with the title of Princess Azure Moon." Cloud Kale's expression immediately stiffened, his eyes beginning to tremble violently. "Princess Azure Moon. She's actually Princess Azure Moon. She remembers the night. How could she have appeared in New Moon City?" Chancellor Kin didn't directly but asked in return, "Cloud Kale, do you know the current situation of the Blue Wind royal family? About 3 years ago, the Emperor suddenly fell gravely ill. Once he fell ill, he couldn't get up, and the imperial physicians in the palace were all helpless. Even with careful care, he could only live for another 5 years. After that, Crown Prince Ling and the third prince fought over the throne, each forming their own faction, even drawing in the Shah sect and the Burning Heaven clan to force the Emperor to abdicate. The only one who truly loves the Emperor is Princess Azure Moon. She wants to stop the ambitions of her royal brothers and also to end the Emperor's regret. She left the imperial city and, under the identity of Eleanor Blue, moved into the profound palaces within the country to find someone who could fill her father's wish. I am the person she found," Cloud Kale said, his face expressionless. "What is her father's wish? Why did she choose me?" "The Blue Wind ranking tournament," Chancellor Kin said faintly, uttering 5 words. "The Emperor's current wish is for someone representing the royal family to enter the top 100. Princess Azure Moon, through the Emperor's hard art, saw your destiny. Coupled with your astonishing performance, she finally chose you. But there was another important reason for Princess Azure Moon to leave the city to avoid a very terrifying person. The person who ranked 4th in the previous Blue Wind ranking tournament, the young master of the Burning Heaven clan, Ashafen." Night fell, the night wind was slightly cool. The entire inner palace was completely quiet, not even the sound of insects could be heard. Cloud Kale sat on the roof of the Guanfeng Pavilion behind the grand profound hall, bathing in the moonlight. silently pondering the events that he had only learned about yesterday, Eleanor Blue's identity, the burdens she carried, and what he would have to face if he wanted to be with her. Yesterday, some of Chancellor Qin's words were extremely cruel. The great affairs of the nation were all resting on the shoulders of a weak woman. His senior sister had endured too much. Chancellor Qin wasn't wrong. If he had enough strength, he could share the burden with her, junior brother Cloud. So you're here. Eleanor Blue's gentle voice sounded behind Cloud Kale, carrying a fragrant breeze. Eleanor Blue leapt onto the roof of the pavilion, smiling as she looked at him. I just went to your residence to look for you and found you weren't there. Is something troubling you? Cloud Kale's eyes looked forward. It's not really troubling. I just made a decision that might be the most important in my life. After the arranged battle, I received invitations from both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Senior sister, whose invitation should I accept? One is the Crown Prince, the other is the Third Prince. It seems I can't refuse either of them. Eleanor Blue sat down beside Cloud Kale, hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, I want to hear your decision. I have no right to interfere in your affairs. He then reached out and took Azure Moon's hand. I heard the Blue Wind Emperor is gravely ill and bedridden. Are you willing for me to get involved in the royal family's conflict? No, I'm not. Eleanor Blue quickly shook her head. Junior brother Cloud, I know you're not someone with a desire for power. You certainly wouldn't do that, right? What if I must get involved? Cloud Kale said sadly. Eleanor Blue's body stiffened, her large eyes filled with panic as she looked at Cloud Kale. Why? You don't know how complicated the internal struggles of the royal family are. Once you're drawn in, you can't get out. Senior sister's right. I have no desire for power and I have no interest in conflict. But in this world, many things are not done because one is not interested or doesn't like them. Cloud Kale's gaze shifted to Eleanor Blue, and he looked at her with deep affection. Senior sister. Should I call you Senior Sister Eleanor or Her Highness Princess Azure Moon? Eleanor Blue's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, a fleeting look of turmoil and panic in them. She lowered her head and stammered, You already know everything? Did Chancellor Qin tell you? I really didn't mean to hide it from you. For me, you've done so much. I thought you liked me. Until yesterday when Chancellor Qin told me you had taken a liking to my abilities and wanted me to represent the royal family in the Blue Wind ranking tournament. Before, it was all just me overthinking. Cloud Kale's words carried a faint sense of loss and sorrow which threw Eleanor Blue's mind into a turmoil. His final sentence made her heart ache. She cried out in panic. No, it's not like that. I was afraid you'd feel I was deceiving you, so I wanted to find the right time to tell you. Cloud Kale interrupted her again, his voice sorrowful. Senior sister, I want to be alone for a bit. As soon as his voice fell, Cloud Kale slowly walked away. Junior brother Cloud. Junior brother Cloud. Under the bright moonlight that illuminated the entire surroundings, Eleanor Blue immediately ran to his side. It's not like that. It's really not like that. I really didn't mean to hide it from you, and I really didn't want to use you. Eleanor Blue's heart suddenly felt like it had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Her body went limp and she cried out, Senior sister, your tears are too precious, so precious that I can only exchange them with a lifetime. A soft dream-like voice sounded by her ear. She suddenly looked up, her terror-filled eyes blurry. She saw Cloud Kale in front of her. He reached out and gently caressed her face, wiping away a clear teardrop. Junior brother Cloud. Don't leave me. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Cloud Kale held her and said softly. The words I said before were not my own. Senior sister is a princess, and I have a low status, so I was very anxious. I didn't know if senior sister would shed tears for me. Don't say you're sorry anymore. I don't blame you. Eleanor Blue shook her head vigorously in Cloud Kale's arms. I'm heartbroken. I don't want to leave you. I don't need this princess status. I just want to be with you, so I can see you often. Eleanor Blue finally revealed her feelings completely, without any reservation. Cloud Kale smiled faintly. He held Eleanor Blue tightly and said softly, My heart for senior sister is the same as senior sister's for me. We should share our burdens together. The Blue Wind ranking tournament, I will go. The turmoil of the Blue Wind royal family, I will also participate. This is my decision. Give me time. I will one day quell the storms for you. Even if I can't stop the storms, I will take you far away to find a place that belongs to us. So, tomorrow, take me to see your father, okay? Your man is a divine doctor. Melon Blue replied softly, leaning on Cloud Kale's shoulder. Her eyes were half closed, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, her eyes filled with tears, incomparably beautiful. Then, a slender goo worm about half an inch long and golden all over, poked half its body out of the wound and struggled violently. Eleanor Blue was so scared she let out a scream, her face pale. Even Emperor Kenji, being the emperor, was so horrified by the scene before him that his whole body stiffened. Don't move, Cloud Kale roared, stopping all of Eleanor Blue's and Emperor Kenji's movements, as well as those of the person in the shadows. His left hand quickly rose, using the phoenix flame to force the golden goo worm into Emperor Kenji's blood, then released his profound energy to seal the wound and apply the hemostatic solution outside. Why didn't you take out that goo worm just now? Instead, you let it return to my father's body. Eleanor Blue's small face was completely pale. Cloud Kale shook his head. It is life minus linked with His Majesty. His Majesty will also die. What? There's still such a sinister thing in this world? Emperor Kenji also looked terrified. Who on earth wants to harm me? Cloud Kale paused for a moment, his voice heavy. If your Majesty wants to know who placed the goo, you can know immediately. The person who left the scar on your heart meridian 3 years ago is the one who placed the worm. Emperor Kenji and Eleanor Blue were both stunned. No, impossible? It can't be Great Master Goo who placed the goo. Back then, Great Master Goo was always devotedly treating my father. Why would he place a worm in my father? Eleanor Blue's face was full of horror. She knew the person who had cut the wound on her father's chest 3 years ago was the medical saint, Gukyu Han. That time, Emperor Kenji had caught a severe cold. Gukyu Han claimed the cold was too severe and wanted to draw some blood from his chest. I see. Emperor Kenji let out a heavy, foul breath. His body leaning back against the bed, his face pale, as if he had suddenly aged a great deal. He placed the worm. Of course, without being discovered. The one who placed the worm is Gukyu Han. But, why would Great Master Goo do that? Could it also be to get involved in the royal family's conflict? Eleanor Blue still found it hard to accept. Her lips bitten tightly. Emperor Kenji shook his head, a look of sorrow on his face. Cloud Kale. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died without knowing why. At the end of my life, I might have even been grateful to the one who harmed me. They are wary of the Heavenly Sword Villa behind me, so they must want to kill me. Cloud Kale was extremely surprised. Heavenly Sword Villa. The #1 sect in the Blue Wind Empire. Emperor Kenji shook his head slightly. That's right. The Heavenly Sword Villa also has a very close relationship with the mighty Heavenly Sword region, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, so the person who wants to harm me is so afraid. Background. The Heavenly Sword Villa has a background? Cloud Kale was surprised again. The Heavenly Sword Villa was already the #1 sect in the Blue Wind Empire, already at the peak. Yet it still had a background. At this moment, a middle-aged eunuch hurriedly entered, bowed his head and reporting to your Majesty, Princess Azure Moon. The young master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Von Schuyler, requests an audience. He is currently waiting outside the Grand Cloud Hall. It's so late. They came to deliver the invitation so soon. You go and receive them. Cloud Kale, if you are interested in the people of the Heavenly Sword Villa, you can go with your... Emperor Kenji was silent, then shook his head. As for the matter of me being implanted with a goo worm by Gukyu Han, do not tell anyone. Cloud Kale followed Eleanor Blue to the Grand Cloud Hall. In the hall, 2 people were already waiting there. One looked to be in his early 20s, the other only 15 or 16. Hearing the footsteps, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes and then disappeared. He stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, Von Schuyler of the Heavenly Sword Villa pays his respects to Princess Azure Moon. At the same time his gaze shifted to Cloud Kale, and he smiled politely. So he's the young master of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Von Schuyler. His status is by no means inferior to that of a royal princess, perhaps even higher. But Cloud Kale saw not a shred of arrogance in him. Brother Von, Eleanor Blue also returned the courtesy. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to come in person this time. Von Schuyler smiled and said, last time, I was fortunate enough to witness the grace of Princess Azure Moon. It was truly Von Schuyler's honor. As Von Schuyler was speaking, the young man with him ran over, stared at Eleanor Blue, and exclaimed, So you're Princess Azure Moon? Wow, big brother, this princess is even more beautiful than you said. Kyle, don't be rude. Von Schuyler immediately signaled to the young man with his eyes, then said with an apologetic tone, Your Highness, this is my younger brother Kyle Schuyler. He's just turned 15 and a half and is still young and doesn't know any better. I hope your Highness won't mind. Just as Eleanor Blue was about to speak, Kyle Schuyler muttered with great dissatisfaction, Hey, big brother. I'm almost 16, I'm an adult now, or am I still young and don't know any better? The princess is really beautiful. Eleanor Blue smiled halfway, teasingly saying, Little brother Kyle Schuyler, you're also adorable. When you grow up, countless little sisters will like you. He felt his heart race, and even his still somewhat childish face turned red. His eyes were fixed on Eleanor Blue, and he said with a bit of a daze, Princess, will you marry me and be my wife? Von Schuyler and Cloud Kale's eyebrows both twitched at the same time. Kyle, don't talk nonsense. Von Schuyler grabbed Kyle Schuyler's arm and said sternly, then turned to Eleanor Blue with an apologetic smile. Your Highness, Kyle is still young and speaks nonsense. Please don't take offense. Cloud Kale's eyes twitched a second time. He stepped forward. Little brother Kyle Schuyler, give it up. Your princess already has a man. Eleanor Blue's face turned red and she pouted but didn't say anything. Kyle Schuyler's eyes widened, and then he shouted with great annoyance, You stole my princess. I want to duel you to win back the princess. Cloud Kale was instantly enraged. This was completely intolerable. Challenge me? I'm so scared of you. Just come at me. As soon as Cloud Kale finished speaking, Von Schuyler's gaze towards Cloud Kale instantly became very complicated. And in Cloud Kale's mind, Jasmine's wry laughter came. Are you sure you want to compete with him? Although Kyle Schuyler is much younger than you, his profound energy cultivation is already at the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. His profound energy can also help him fight above his level. If you openly use all your trump cards, you might barely be able to handle a normal 3rd- level spirit profound realm practitioner for 4 or 5 moves. Jasmine had only said half, and Cloud Kale was already startled. And Kyle Schuyler opposite him already had his sword in hand, pointing at him angrily and saying, All right, you said it yourself. Let's see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Take out your weapon. Kyle, in the Imperial Palace, a place of great importance, you must not be rude. Von Schuyler quickly stepped forward and said to Cloud Kale, The Imperial Palace is indeed a place of great importance, so we should choose a more peaceful way. How about this, since we both use swords? Let's use 3 full -power sword strikes. How about that? The sentence directly provoked Kyle Schuyler. What's there for me to not dare? I can take you down with 1 sword strike. Cloud Kale curled his lip in disdain. Then let's make a bet. You make 3 sword strikes. If I can't block them, the princess can marry you, and I will absolutely not stop it. If I block all 3 of your sword strikes, you will have to be my little brother. Kyle Schuyler's eyes widened, and then he started to laugh loudly. If I lose to a true profound realm like you, let alone being your little brother, I'd be your son. Then this young master will show you what a true genius is. Watch my sword. Kyle Schuyler shouted softly, took a step forward, raised his sword, and slashed down. But when the light sword came at him, Cloud Kale's expression changed slightly. The momentum is surprisingly strong. It seems I have to use my full strength. He let out a low shout and opened his evil god's gate. His whole body's profound energy circulated. The colossal sword vibrated, and he met it with 100% of his strength. The vibrating colossal sword carried a whistling sound like a storm. The colossal sword and the light sword collided. The power of the colossal sword erupted in an instant. A profound energy storm formed between the two in an instant, and then sent them both flying at the same time. Kyle Schuyler stumbled back a few steps, looking at Cloud Kale in surprise. You seem to be a little stronger than I thought, but you definitely won't be able to block my next sword strike. As he opened his mouth, Kyle Schuyler raised his sword to the sky. Streaks of sword ki shot into the sky, stirring up the air. Undripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. Heavenly might sword formation, wind and flower slash. Cloud Kale felt that in that moment, he would be drawn into a hell of blades. No matter if he went forward or backward, left or right, he would be torn to shreds by the whirlwind. He simply ignored the sky full of sword shadows, and the colossal sword in his hand swung out with a boom. Falling moon, sinking star. The colossal sword swung out with a world-minus destroying momentum, straight at the layers of sword waves, like a tsunami crashing against 1,000-year-old rock. A deafening explosion rang out. Kyle Skylar was immediately sent flying 10 steps back. How is that possible? You're that strong. Kyle Skylar was also startled. The Heavenly Might sword formation was just like that, broken by Cloud Kale's single sword strike. Make your final sword strike. If I block it again, you lose. By then, you'll have to call me boss. Cloud Kale pointed his sword forward and taunted. I'll lose. I wasn't using my full strength just now. Let's see how you block this next sword strike. Try another one. Heavenly Might absolute sword. The sword in Kyle Skylar's hand was completely enlarged, looking more like the colossal sword in Cloud Kale's hand. Let go of his sword and stabbed straight at Cloud Kale's chest. This time there were no myriad sword shadows, only a single sword strike that condensed all of Kyle Skylar's killing intent. The great sword in Kyle Skylar's light sword clashed for the third time. 900-pound colossal sword to bend in an instant, and Cloud Kale's hands trembled violently. So, you know how formidable I am now, Kyle Skylar said smugly, and was about to withdraw his sword when a deafening roar rang out by his ear. Amidst the roar, Cloud Kale activated Star God's broken shadow. In an instant he retreated. He didn't gasp for breath, his teeth gritted. His eyes fierce. The great sword was raised high in an instant and struck towards the light sword. Heavenly Wolf Slash. Cloud Kale roared. And from the Overlord's colossal sword a momentum like a tidal wave suddenly erupted. In an instant the surrounding space was crazily stirred. The air was pushed away, and at that moment the colossal sword slashed down. Later, in the Imperial Palace's Grand Cloud Hall, Eleanor Blue was tending to his wounds. With just a bit of profound energy. Cloud Kale's wounds were no longer serious, but just a few minutes before after that fierce battle in the Heavenly Wolf Slash. What's going on? Kyle Skylar shrieked in horror because he suddenly found that the connection between himself and his sword had suddenly disappeared. The original Longsworth, like a thin piece of glass, shattered into pieces. Kyle Skylar stood there completely stunned, looking at the fragments of his Longsworth at his feet, not recovering for a long time. Cloud Kale had taken his strongest sword strike, but his sword had shattered. Little brother Kyle Skylar, I blocked this third sword strike too. You lost. Cloud Kale stood before Kyle Skylar, struggling to stand firm. At this point, Kyle Skylar's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at Cloud Kale. You're really amazing, to be able to take my sword strike directly. You're really too strong. No wonder the princess thinks so highly of you. You really can be a pair with her. I, Kyle Skylar, admit my defeat, and I accept you as my boss. Please guide me more in the future, Kyle Skylar bowed and said. Von Skylar walked over and said, sincerely to Cloud Kale, Brother Cloud's ability is truly admirable. However, we came this time to deliver an invitation to the royal family. Let's meet again another time. Cloud Kale sat on the bed, his wounds having stabilized. Thinking about the battle just now, he still said to Eleanor Blue, Kyle Skylar's sword is really powerful, but I still won, even though I was injured and vomited blood. It's nothing serious now. Senior sister, don't worry. Oh right, Von Skylar and the others came to deliver an invitation. Could it be for the Blue Wind ranking tournament? Eleanor Blue nodded. That's right. But junior brother Cloud doesn't need to worry. I have to participate in the next ranking tournament, so there's still enough time to prepare. Cloud Kale's eyebrows twitched. All right, senior sister, if you remember the Emperor, you don't need to stay here with me. I'll rest here for a bit and then go back to the palace myself. Then, junior brother, I'll go first. If you need anything, just contact me. She said her goodbyes and left, and the streets of the Imperial City were not too crowded. Cloud Kale wandered the streets, silently wondering why Eleanor Blue hadn't let him participate in this Blue Wind ranking tournament. He walked straight to a large, empty grassy field and stopped. He looked ahead and said casually, Come out. After he spoke, the surroundings were completely silent. After a long while, a cold snort sounded from behind him. followed by the sound of undisguised footsteps. Cloud Kale turned around and saw a young man dressed entirely in black. This person was not tall, looking to be in his early 20s. His eyes were filled with a gloom, his low gaze on Cloud Kale as if looking at someone about to die. This one is Zulang, ranked 7th on the Heavenly Profound ranking. A wild laugh rang out, and then a young man in white slowly walked out from behind a tree. It was Fong Bakwai. I didn't expect you to find a suitable place for your own grave. Zhu Lang laughed wildly, a layer of profound energy already covering his body. Cloud Kale summoned his greatsword and looked at Fong Bak-minus robed man without beating around the bush. I know you and Jet Mu are in the same group. You want to get revenge on me, so come on. Instantly a blazing red profound energy covered his entire body like a raging fire. A moment later only a loud explosion was heard. A ball of fire between Cloud Kale and Zhu Lang boomed and exploded. The red sword key was instantly scattered, and even the red sword broke into 3 pieces. Cloud Kale's colossal sword's power did not diminish, and it viciously slashed at Zhu Lang. With a miserable scream, his ribs and spine were shattered into pieces, and his whole body flew out like a torn sack, a spray of blood and internal organs falling from the sky, directly splitting into 2 parts, which fell one after another in front of Fong Bak-wai. What? Fong Bak-wai took 2 steps back, looking at the shattered corpse on the ground, his face no longer showing a smug smile, only astonishment. Zhu Lang, a master rank 7th on the Heavily Profound ranking. How could he have been defeated so easily? Fong Bak-wai, it's your turn. Cloud Kale pointed his sword at Fong Bak-wai, then immediately leapt high into the air and slashed down with his sword. Fong Bak-wai was in a state of panic. The moment Cloud Kale's colossal sword swung towards him, he finally understood how terrifying it was, how close death was. Fong Bak-wai's body frantically recoiled, and at the same time, he let out a scream of extreme fear. Elder Fang, save me quickly. As soon as Fong Bak-wai shouted, a furious roar of an old man suddenly came from the sky. Kid, don't you dare harm my young master. Although Cloud Kale was startled, he was not panicked. He suddenly retreated and then blocked the impact with all his might, escaping the range of influence. In front of Fong Bak-wai, an old man with half-minus silver hair, naturally at the 3rd level of the Earth's profound realm, stood. The old man's appearance allowed Fong Bak-wai to return from the brink of death. He let out a breath, then roared like a madman, Elder Fang, kill him. Kill him or he'll kill me. Elder Fang snorted coldly and suddenly flew up, his right hand extending to grab Cloud Kale's throat. This move was enough to snap Cloud Kale's neck in a flash. Cloud Kale prepared to retreat, but as he activated his profound energy, a sharp pain shot through his chest. His eyes were fixed on the deadly claw that was getting closer and closer. In a hair-minus-raising moment, Elder Fang's eyes suddenly widened, and an icy streak immediately flew to his arm. Then the ice energy spread throughout his body, directly forming an ice cage that enveloped Elder Fang. Little fairy, are you protecting me? Come out quickly. I know it's you. No matter how loudly Cloud Kale shouted, there was no reply. Cloud Kale let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, forget it, little fairy. If I can't call you out, I'll have my own way. I'll destroy these 2 corpses first, then get rid of Jet Mu to avoid future trouble. That's the best course of action. Thinking of something, Cloud Kale raised his eyebrows and smiled, walking over to Fong Bak-wai's corpse. You mess with my people. Don't even think about running away. The Northern General, the Western Pacification General? Let's see how I make you to enemies. The next day, the news of the son of the Northern General being brutally murdered in his home spread like a storm throughout the Imperial City, and the murder of Jet Mu was said to be Fong Bak-wai. The 2 families immediately turned against each other. Because of this, the Imperial City was in turmoil. Back at the Blue Wind Profound Palace, Cloud Kale's life was peaceful. Those idiots probably won't guess that I killed them and then framed each other. Haha. Cloud Kale closed the door. Finally, I can start refining the dragon blood treasure pill. He immediately summoned the sky poison pearl and put everything in. He believed that the aura of the sovereign profound dragon blood would lure the little fairy out. 10 parts refined, perfect. Cloud Kale held up the pill and said to himself with satisfaction, what is this pill? Just as Cloud Kale was admiring the pill he had just refined with the sky poison pearl, a cold voice came from behind. A smile appeared on Cloud Kale's lips, and then he turned around with a look of pleasant surprise. In his line of sight, a woman dressed in snow-white, with an otherworldly and exquisite aura, was standing there. Her beautiful star-like eyes were carefully examining the pill in his hand. Her eyes were really beautiful. Even though they were covered in ice, they still made people tremble. Little fairy, you finally agreed to see me. This is called the Dragon Blood Treasure Pill. It's a pill refined from dragon blood. After taking it, not only can it increase one's profound energy, but it can also strengthen one's physique. The little fairy's eyes flickered, and a hint of surprise flashed by. She took a step closer, once again glanced at the pill in Cloud Kale's hand, and opened her mouth to say, I didn't expect a profound palace disciple to have such skills in refining external pills. You don't have to stay in this small remote place. What I pursue is absolute freedom, Cloud Kale said suddenly. Little fairy, are you a member of the Ice Cloud Palace? The little fairy didn't answer, neither confirming nor denying. No answer? I'll take that as a yes, Cloud Kale smiled. After a moment's hesitation he asked, then do you know a person named Summer Moon? She should also be a disciple of the Ice Cloud Palace. The little fairy's eyes suddenly focused. You know Summer Moon? The little fairy's reaction to the name Summer Moon startled Cloud Kale. He nodded and said, we met in Flowing Cloud City when we were young. Later, I heard she married someone else and left. That's right, Summer Moon is indeed a disciple of my palace. But you don't need to know about her affairs. After a pause, she glanced at Cloud Kale. If you represent the royal family in this year's Blue Wind Ranking Tournament, you might see her. Cloud Kale was surprised. She's only just turned 17. Isn't it a bit of a stretch for her to participate at 17? Iph. Others naturally can't, but Summer Moon can. Even against Von Skylar, the top of the previous ranking, Summer Moon wouldn't lose. Cloud Kale was silent for a long time. His wife was that formidable. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Eleanor Blue's voice came from outside. Junior Brother Cloud. Are you in there? As the knocking began, a flurry of ice flowers scattered before Cloud Kale's eyes, and the little fairy vanished like a dream. Eleanor Blue entered the room and saw Cloud Kale standing there. Her eyes flickered,